Chapter 1 Encounter. When Yin's Ai's parachute was swept by turbulence and dragged into the sea, she had no choice but to make a forced landing on the water. As the parachute, saturated with water, became increasingly heavy and pressed her down into the ocean, She realized her fate was sealed. The distance was too great, rescue would not arrive in time. In a state of panic, she struggled to untie the ropes of the parachute. Yet, the more frantic she became, the slower her movements grew. Ultimately, she was pulled beneath the waves by the parachute. In the final moment, She managed to take a deep breath. The waterlogged parachute and her clothing weighed her down further, dragging her toward the ocean's depths. With each passing second, the air in her lungs dwindled, and her attempts to free herself became increasingly sluggish. She gazed upward, sunlight filtered through the water, piercing her eyes with its brilliance. She was dying. A striking clarity enveloped her, the realization of her impending demise settling in. In a last moment before closing her eyes, she seemed to glimpse a pair of enormous crimson vertical pupils. Was that death? This thought flickered through Yin Zai's mind as she surrendered to unconsciousness. Beneath the surface, the water swirled, and the moment Yin Shi appeared, the pair of red vertical pupils snapped open with intensity. Only when the creature before her ceased its movements did the dazzling red take action. A colossal serpentine body glided gracefully, approaching the strange being that had suddenly manifested in its watery realm. Was this a female? A drowning, pure human female? This world still harbored pure human females? He had certainly never encountered one before. Without further contemplation, the massive creature coiled its powerful tail around the female's body and swam upward. Sensing the resistance from the parachute, a blade of ice formed at the front of its massive form, slicing through the very cause of Yin Zai's peril. With that barrier removed, the serpent swiftly emerged from the water, bringing the unconscious Yin Shi to the surface. The great tail gently placed the unconscious Yin Shi upon a large rock. He gazed down at the female who had appeared in his domain with a perplexed expression, pondering her origins. He glanced at the cascading waterfall. She could not have fallen from there, for apart from the sound of the waterfall, he had heard no other splashes. She had simply materialized in this pond? How could that be possible? Yet, such musings were secondary. The primary concern was to revive this rare, pure, human female. In the beast world, females were exceedingly scarce, each one a treasure to be safeguarded. With a gentle shake of his vast serpentine body, the creature's scales shed, revealing smooth, human skin beneath. His chiseled visage, framed by long, fiery red hair cascading down his back, exuded an aura of both allure and danger, while his robust chest boasted defined abdominal muscles, complemented by long, powerful arms. He had transformed into a being of both human and serpent. Night Chung leaned down to check for any breath from Yin Shi, discovering she was lifeless. He pressed his ear against her chest, hearing the faint rhythm of her heartbeat. Rising, he placed a hand on her abdomen. In the depths of his mind, he searched for a vague, inherited memory. How does one rescue a drowning beastman? Though a hazy recollection lingered, it was not his own, but a legacy passed down from his father, leaving him uncertain of its efficacy. After all, serpentine beastmen were inherently adept swimmers, capable of holding their breath for many suns without distress. Pressing her abdomen yielded no results. Night Chung noted that her clothing was too tight, hindering his efforts. With his sharp, elongated claws, he swiftly cut away her garments. Before him lay a vulnerable figure, stripped of her confines. Night Cheng's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. Ultimately, saving her took precedence. He did not dwell on her exposed form. If pressing her abdomen was ineffective, then he would try resuscitating her. Recalling a fragment of his father's legacy, Night Ching knew that breath transfer could also save a drowning individual. As he had unbound the young female, he noted her lack of markings from any male beastman, suggesting she had never formed a bond with anyone. In the beast world, bonded pairs bore each other's markings on their bodies. Yet, she bore none. Having reached adulthood, he had sought a female who would accept him, one suitable for companionship. He looked at the female on the stone. Pinching her nose and tilting her chin upward, he leaned down to breathe into her. After a few breaths, she coughed, expelling water, and Night Chung lifted his gaze to her. She coughed reflexively, yet remained unconscious. He checked for her breath again. It was still absent. Gently pressing on her stomach again, he refrained from applying pressure to her chest, fearful of inadvertently harming this precious female. As she expelled more water, he felt a faint breath beneath his probing fingers, though she was yet to awaken. Night Chung leaned down again, continuing his attempts at resuscitation. Yin Shi, in a hazy state, felt as though her eyelids were weighed down by a great burden, a myriad of images flashing through her mind like a revolving lantern, eluding her grasp. Those were her memories. Had she perished? Surely, she must have. She had plummeted from 10,000 meters, ensnared by turbulence that thrust her into the ocean, the encompassing parachute submerging her beneath the waves. In her frantic attempts to free herself, the water's resistance proved too great, and she succumbed to unconsciousness, the weight of the parachute dragging her down. Before losing consciousness, she had glimpsed a pair of crimson vertical pupils, mistaking them for those of death. In her final moments, she sensed a peculiar fragrance before darkness enveloped her. That fragrance was unique. She had never encountered anything like it. Unlike any perfume available on the market, this scent delighted her. Now, it seemed she could detect it once more. Was she smelling it? If she still had her sense of smell, did that mean she was not yet dead? Someone had rescued her. She furrowed her brow, straining to open her eyes. Suddenly, her sense of touch returned. She felt something cold on her lips, delivering breath. Had she been saved? Someone was performing artificial respiration on her. Yet, her chest throbbed with pain. She must have injured a rib. Each breath she tried to take sent sharp pangs coursing through her. Yet the presence of the one aiding her provided some relief. Night Chung observed the young female beneath him, noting the restless movement of her eyes beneath her eyelids, concluding she was regaining consciousness. Just as he contemplated rising, she seemed to sense his intent to leave. In her heart, she cried out, "Don't go." If only she could draw in oxygen, she would not rely on this person for breath. But her chest hurt too much, and each self-driven breath was agonizing. Did her rescuer not realize she was injured? At that moment, she could not let him depart. In a moment of desperation, she bit down on the rescuer's lip. A drop of crimson liquid slipped into her mouth. Night Chung paused, his lips still caught in her grasp. A sharp pain shot through his neck, and from the source of the pain emanated a brilliant glow. This glow mirrored the markings that appeared on the young female's neck and forehead. He and this female had marked one another. Chapter 2: The Beast World and Beast Marks. Night Chung resolved to rise, prompting Yin Shi to suddenly open her eyes and grasp his arm, pleading, "Don't go, I can't breathe." Upon uttering those words, she fainted again. Night Chung could not comprehend her words, but seeing her hand fall limp against her heart, he surmised she was still in distress. Feeling inexplicably marked by her, Night Chung found himself at a loss. This female was indeed beautiful, and her scent was delightful, yet he had been caught off guard, marked without any preparation. It was a lot for him to process. At this moment, he felt compelled to ensure her survival. He carried her back to the cave where he temporarily resided, checking her feeble breathing. Night Chung was uncertain how to aid her. His knowledge of herbs was scant, and he lacked the skills of shaman. Thus, he could only offer her water and wait for her to regain consciousness on her own. If all else failed, he would have to take her to a larger beastman settlement to find a shaman. Marked by her, he could no longer disregard her from this moment forth. Yet, he never anticipated that the female would be such a fragile existence. During this season of blossoming, as he became aware that his mating period was approaching, he sought out a secluded pond, contemplating spending his heat in its tranquil waters. This cold-blooded beastman possessed an advantage over his furred counterparts. His mating phase was not as excruciatingly unbearable, for he could simply find a damp, cool spot that would effectively assist him in enduring the trials of his mating season. However, who could have foreseen that this suddenly appearing female would shatter his peace? What began as a benevolent act to rescue her had inexplicably entangled him in her fate. He traced the beastly mark on her neck, a pure human insignia. Before, when the radiance faded, there was a delicate female figure, curled up with her legs drawn, etched in that spot. Yicheng understood what this meant. It signified that he had bonded with this pure, human female. Both had marked each other with their beastly insignia, which was emblematic of her lineage. This also indicated that he could have no other female in his lifetime. The mark of this pure human must remain concealed from others otherwise. The beastmen would realize that she was of pure human descent. Yi Chung sensed that his future would be fraught with complications. A pure human female. How long had it been since a pure human had graced this continent? He could only excavate vague memories from the ancestral legacy passed down from his forefathers. 3 centuries prior, after the last pure human male perished, this land had irrevocably transformed into a domain ruled by beastmen. And now, this suddenly emerging pure human female, if she were to come under the gaze of the beastmen, he shuddered to think of the troubles and dangers that would ensue. He, being the first beast husband to her, would inevitably bear the brunt of these tribulations and perils, for she had marked him, albeit unconsciously. He cast a glance at the unconscious female, her brow furrowed in distress. She exuded a delightful fragrance, her skin pale and supple. Her anatomy was entirely different from his own. In the inherited memories, pure humans were not like the beastmen. They were frail and difficult to nurture. In the realm of beastmen, the only distinction lay between beastmen and prey. Beastmen could shift forms among beastmen, half-beastmen, and their beastly forms. Prey, on the other hand, served merely as sustenance for the beastmen. He felt a pang of distress, pondering how he would navigate the future. As he lifted his gaze slightly, he noticed that after the brilliance faded from the small female's neck, his own beastly mark had appeared there as well. The placement of this mark displeased him. In the world of beastmen, when a male and female bond, their respective markings would manifest as an indelible imprint on each other's bodies. This denoted that they were recognized as partners by the beast god. In the beast realm, there existed a surplus of males and a scarcity of females. Thus, a female could mark multiple male beastmen. Conversely, a male beastman could only bond with one female throughout his life, offering her unwavering loyalty. The significance of a male beastman's mark was contingent upon his importance in the eyes of the female beastman. Some marks appeared on the arm, others on the abdomen or back. If a female beastman favored a particular male beastman, their bond would see his mark manifest upon her chest. The female's mark, however, will be located on the male's most vulnerable area, such as the neck. The position, whether left or right, was random, much like his own mark on the left side of his neck. His mark coincidentally appeared on the left side of her neck as well, a convergence of their insignias. This neck position was a conventional marking for a female's first beast husband, devoid of love or hatred, a neutral placement. Thus, he existed as her indifferent counterpart. Yi Cheng, having grown up as a wandering beastman, was accustomed to solitude. Had it not been for this small female's sudden intrusion into his territory, or the inexplicable marking resulting from his attempt to save her, he would not have acted so impulsively to bring her to his dwelling. In doing so, he felt he had inadvertently sealed his own fate, and he perceived this as a loss. He then glanced at the glowing spot on her forehead. As the light receded, he discerned a leaf-like shape nestle between her brows as limited encounters with females left him ignorant of its significance. Yet, he speculated it must be a benefit she had acquired post their bonding. In the realm of beastmen, why did female beastmen accept so many male counterparts? It was because they themselves could reap benefits. Some might gain a skill or trait from the male they bonded with, while others could elevate their talents or acquire other advantages. Of course, not all female beastmen received such benefits from their unions with male beastmen. Most did not. Yet, one truth remained clear. The higher the talent of the male beastman, the greater the likelihood of receiving blessings bestowed by the beast god. In this moment, the female should have derived some benefit from him, though it is a benefit she must uncover for herself. Observing the indentation in her ribcage, Yi Cheng inexplicably felt a pang of guilt. Were he in a tribe of beastmen, the knowledge of his injury inflicted upon such a precious female would certainly result in his banishment from her presence. In the realm of beastkind, male beastmen are strictly prohibited from harming any female. A transgression of this nature would see one cast out from the tribe, condemned to a life as a wandering beastman. These exiled beings are regarded as some of the most detestable and malevolent entities upon the continent. Yi Cheng resolved that once the female regained consciousness, he must earnestly explain his actions to her, assuring her that his intentions were not malicious. He had sought to save her, oblivious to the fragility of her bones. Yes, indeed. With this thought in mind, Yi Cheng rose and made his way outside. He needed to hunt for sustenance, hoping that upon her awakening, the sight of delectable food would soften her heart and lead her to forgive him for the harm he had caused. The half-human, half-serpent Yi Cheng slithered awkwardly from the cave, leaving the still unconscious Yanxi alone within its confines. Chapter 3. Tremors of the pupil Yin. She was awakened by an overwhelming sensation of pain. Upon opening her eyes, she realized she was in motion. The velocity she experienced was beyond the mere description of swift as lightning. Struggling slightly, she felt something constricting around her waist. A sharp pain radiated from her chest, and with another violent jolt, she tasted blood rising in her throat, leading her to cough violently, expelling a spray of crimson. The pace of her movement abruptly faltered. Yanxi wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, finally able to breathe freely. However, she soon realized that she was being gripped around the waist by a scorpion claw as large as an excavator's arm. Yanxi raised her hand to cover her mouth, stifling a scream of terror. At that moment, the scorpion orc also realized that the pure human female in its claws had regained consciousness. He callously tossed the small female onto the grass. Yanxi's delicate skin was marred by several wounds inflicted by the untamed grasslands of a primitive society. Though the cuts were not deep, they used trickles of crimson blood. Despite this, she had no time to attend to her pain, as the horrifying spectacle before her rendered her oblivious to her injuries. The blood that flowed from her seemed to further incite the primal instincts of the scorpion beastman. He shook his massive form, and with astonishing rapidity, the scorpion-like body transformed into a figure resembling Yanxi. This creature which had abruptly morphed from a scorpion into a humanoid, possessed a robust physique, marked prominently by a brand shaped like the character for death on its forehead. Yincher's pupils trembled with trepidation. What manner of creature is this? Can it even be deemed a human? The scorpion beastman seemed to be experiencing the novelty of walking on two legs for the first time. As he approached Yincher, his movements were unsteady. Swaying as he crouched before her, he reached out, grasping her chin, and upon noticing the serpent-like beast pattern adorning her neck, his eyes narrowed with a predatory gleam. With a disdainful spit, he leaned closer to her neck, inhaling deeply with a possessive tone, declaring, "The scent is exquisite. It tempts me to consume you whole. What fortuitous luck I have today, venturing out to hunt only to stumble upon a female." His skin, dark and glistening, bore the marks of neglect and exuded a foul odor, compelling Yincher to yearn for distance. Yet escape was futile. The creature continued, "You are still a pure human female. Alas, I was a moment too late, allowing that noxious serpent to claim you first. But fret not, for you shall belong to me henceforth. I am the exiled beast man. Zhang San, your sole beastly husband from this moment on. Do you remember this, little female?" Having uttered his claim, the scorpion beastman leaned in, intent on kissing Yincher's lips. Yinshi was filled with terror and resistance, yet her mind had short-circuited, rendering her unable to fight back, her entire body trembling. She could not comprehend the words spoken by the beast-like creature before her. However, even in her confusion, she could sense an overwhelming malevolence emanating from it. Thoughts raced through her mind. Where had she awakened? She had merely gone skydiving, landed in the ocean, and been dragged into the depths by her parachute. After being rescued with great difficulty, what was this bizarre situation? Why had she awakened in such an uncanny place? Here, scorpions the size of excavator arms roamed, capable of transforming into human forms. Reflecting on it, the pair of enchanting crimson slit pupils belonging to her savior was hardly indicative of normality. Just as the scorpion beast was about to close in on Yinshi, it suddenly sensed imminent danger. It thrust Yinshi aside and leaped away swiftly. In that fleeting moment, a log as thick as Yinshi's thigh crashed down, embedding itself deeply into the ground. Yinshi only heard a rush of wind, followed by a resounding crash. When she focused her gaze, she saw a large piece of wood embedded in the very spot where the scorpion beast had been crouching moments before. She lifted her eyes towards the distance and beheld a creature with a human torso and a serpent's tail engaged in a spectacular battle with the beast, which had transformed back into a scorpion, unfolding a scene reminiscent of an extravagant science fiction film. With each powerful blow exchanged between the two monsters, a fierce whirlwind surged, tousling Yinshi's hair. The speed of the two creatures was so astonishing that her eyes struggled to keep pace. Yinshi, in a whirlwind of thoughts, silently screamed. What on earth is this dreadful place? Everything around her exuded an aura of terror. She longed for the sweet release of death once more. After finally completing her college entrance examination, she had eagerly planned a graduation trip with her classmates, only to find herself plunged into this nightmarish reality after a skydiving adventure. Yinshi felt an overwhelming urge to weep, yet no tears would come. She longed to return home, to be with her parents and her grandparents. She yearned for a time of peace. This place was far too terrifying. Yinshi's mind was in a tempest of thoughts, yet her gaze remained unwaveringly fixed upon the battlefield ahead. The notion of fleeing was utterly inconceivable, for her legs had turned to jelly, rendering her incapable of escape. The grotesque creature, possessing a human upper body and a serpentine tail, mercilessly slaughtered the scorpion beast. She beheld the scorpion beastman ensnared by the chilling aura emanating from the creature, and as the frost dissipated, the scorpion beastman stood frozen, a mere ice sculpture. With a swift lash of its tail, the creature shattered the scorpion beastman into crystalline fragments, its azure blood encased within the ice shards, with some splattering upon the grass below. The pervasive scent of death hung heavily in the air, a visceral reminder of the carnage that had unfolded. The acrid stench of blood inducing a wave of nausea that threatened to overwhelm her. What manner of beast was this? It could wield powers of the natural realm? She had previously dismissed the sight of the vertical pupil as mere hallucination. However, witnessing the fierce clash between serpent and scorpion transformed her perception entirely. Perhaps this was the true inception of her nightmare. When the creature's enchanting red vertical pupil turned its gaze upon her, she felt an icy shiver run down her spine. She felt as if she were being hunted by some monstrous flood or beast. Would he, like the tormentor of that scorpion creature, tear her apart? She stared in shock at the creature before her, a being with the upper body of a man and the lower body of a serpent, slithering towards her with a sinuous grace. His long, straight red hair cascaded down, framing a strikingly handsome face, pale and exquisite. His eyes were a mesmerizing shade of red, with slitted pupils that added an air of mystique. The cold, languid expression on his face bore a hint of mocking allure, while the sight of his human upper body offered her a modicum of comfort as it mirrored her own form. The realization that his lower half was serpentine and advancing upon her evoked a sense of dread. She was filled with resistance in her gaze. She understood that this creature, possessing a human form with a serpentine tail, was still different from herself. She sat on the ground, staring blankly as the creature gradually approached her. No matter how intense her fear was, no matter how paralyzed she felt, she could not muster the strength to stand. The creature eventually reached her side. Despite the recent battle, he bore no signs of injury or disarray. He gazed down at the small female seated on the grass. He could sense the terror reflected in her eyes, yet her appearance struck his heart as if it had been gently nudged, causing no pain. A voice echoed within him, repeating insistently, "She is so beautiful." She was the most enchanting female he had ever encountered. Noticing the scratches on her arm caused by the grass, he furrowed his brow. He thought to himself, the skin of this delicate female is too tender. Even the grass can injure her. Chapter 4. Language barrier. He felt a twinge of regret for having swiftly dispatched that exiled orc. He raised his hand, intending to wipe away the tears that flowed from her eyes. He disliked witnessing her in such a state. Yanxi instinctively recoiled as she saw his hand approaching. Yiqing furrowed his brow, unwilling to accept her resistance. His long arm slipped beneath her armpit, lifting her effortlessly and drawing her entire form against him. The icy touch jolted Yanxi into full awareness. She struggled, attempting to push away the monstrous chest before her. Yet, as she exerted even a modicum of force, a sharp pain radiated through her body, a stark reminder that her rib was fractured, rendering her immobile. Observing her clutching the dented rib, Yi Cheng felt a twinge of guilt. It was his oversight that had led to her abduction by the rogue beastmen. In the past, he had never considered that leaving a defenseless human female alone in a cave could attract the covetous eyes of the outlaws. Now that he had retrieved her, and she had not strayed far from the rogue beastmen, why did she continue to resist him? It was perplexing. She had not shown such defiance in front of that scorpion beastman. Yet, seeing her in such pain softened Yi Cheng's heart. Ultimately, he was responsible for her suffering. With a low and steady voice, he declared, "Do not move. I shall take you back." Upon hearing his voice, Yanxi felt the urge to cry once more. She could not comprehend the words spoken around her, and a profound fear enveloped her. Noticing her quietude, Yiqing allowed her to rest upon his arm. Cradling her as he carried her back, Yanxi gently patted his shoulder. If she did not attend to that rib of hers, it would not take many moments before she would meet her demise. Yiqing observed her, perplexed by her intentions. Suddenly, Yanxi struggled to free herself. Ultimately, Yiqing set her down on the ground. The small female began to probe the concave ribcage, and with a crack, she astonishingly mended her rib herself. As he watched the small female finally breathe with ease, Yiqing was left astounded. He was well aware of what this petite female was doing. Having witnessed the shamanic process of bone setting for the beastmen before, it was strikingly similar to her actions. How could this ordinary human female also possess the skills of a shaman? Yiqing felt an increasing sense of frustration. He was uncertain whether he could adequately protect a pure human female, and now he discovered she possessed the art of healing as well. He pondered whether he should seek a larger tribe for her to reside in, one that could provide her with ample protection. For perhaps that would be the wisest course of action. Yanxi had just finished stitching her ribs when she noticed that the serpent-tailed creature did not urge her onward. She lifted her gaze, surveying her surroundings. Before her lay a dense forest, the vegetation astonishingly lush, unlike anything Yanxi had ever encountered. She murmured softly to herself, "Where exactly is this place?" Yiqing was taken aback. It was the first time he had heard her voice. Her tone was melodious, sweet, and endearing. Yet, the words she uttered remained utterly incomprehensible to him. Yanxi observed that this creature did not seem inclined to consume her, nor did it exhibit the malevolence that the scorpion monster had previously displayed. She lifted her gaze, attempting to engage in communication. With utmost caution, she uttered, I wish to return home. Could you take me back? I can offer you a substantial amount of money." Yet, she was uncertain whether he comprehended the concept of money. Yiqing furrowed his brow and gradually crouched down, scrutinizing her intently. He too realized that the petite female was incapable of understanding his words. Likewise, he could not decipher her speech, which posed a significant dilemma. It was evident that Yanxi recognized this predicament as well. They were at an impasse in their communication. Yanxi, suppressing her fear, met the gaze of those eerie crimson eyes with vertical pupils and spoke once more. "I ask again, can you take me home?" "Home? Do you comprehend its meaning?" "It refers to the place where one resides." Yanxi gestured as she spoke. Yiqing raised his eyes to the petite female, who was indicating with two fingers placed together, forming a shape reminiscent of a roof. This gesture led Yiqing to surmise that she was referring to a dwelling. He felt a sense of relief. At least this pure human female was neither a fool nor mute, and she was strikingly beautiful, fair-skinned, delicate, and exuded a captivating fragrance. Her willingness to communicate with him eased his heart. He dreaded encountering the troublesome females he had seen in the tribe, for that would surely cause him great concern for his future, although he knew that her concept of a dwelling was likely not the same as his own. It did not deter him from bringing her back to his home. Thus, when Yanxi witnessed the red-haired creature escorting her back to his cave, she felt a sense of despair wash over her. She realized that communication between them was futile, which plunged her into melancholy as she sat alone on the stone bed, mourning her predicament. The outside world was perilous, yet this place offered little safety as well. Who could predict whether the half-human, half-serpent creature would consider her a meal if hunger struck? The language barrier exacerbated Yanxi's feelings of insecurity. Her parachuting attire had vanished entirely, and the intimacy of being in close quarters with this male, if one could indeed call him that, filled her with a sense of shame that she had no outlet for. She could not ascertain whether this bizarre world lacked fabric or if it was simply a matter of circumstance. But the thought of remaining here for even a moment longer was unbearable. She yearned to return home. Yet the reality was that she did not know how she had arrived in this place, nor how to retrace her steps. Tears threatened to spill once more. At that moment, the red-haired creature entered, holding a piece of bloody, raw meat and extending it towards Yanxi. The implication seemed to be an invitation for her to eat. Yanxi displayed a look of utter resistance, shaking her head as she retreated to the innermost part of the stone bed. Yiqing, believing she was uncertain about how to eat, tore off a piece for himself, chewing it thoughtfully before extending the remaining portion back to her. Yanxi still shook her head, resolutely declining. She had no desire to consume raw meat. Perhaps sensing her genuine aversion to it, Yicheng, feeling exasperated, tossed all the meat into his own mouth and consumed it silently, without uttering a word. He turned and exited the cave. Within his heart, he lamented, caring for a female is truly troublesome. If she refuses to eat meat, then what shall she consume? It has been quite some time since she last nourished herself. Yanxi watched him depart, relieved that she no longer had to force herself to consume raw meat. Yet, contemplating her current predicament, a wave of despondency washed over her. She longed to return home, to be with her parents, her grandparents, her classmates, and teachers, yearning for the tranquility of the 21st century. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she succumbed to slumber upon the stone bed. When she awoke, it was to the unsettling sensation of being shaken by the creature with crimson hair. Yanxi awoke in a daze, startled to find herself in the presence of an unfamiliar man. In a panic, she quickly rose and retreated, pressing herself against the stone wall. Her gaze fixed warily upon Yicheng. The sight of the little female's apprehension struck Yicheng deeply. He felt a pang of hurt. In his heart, he could not help but think, females are truly troublesome. I must tend to them with even greater care in the future. With that thought lingering, he set down the fruits he had been holding and silently exited the cave. Yanxi observed the few fruits resting upon the stone bed, then glanced at the desolate entrance of the cave. She mused, did he merely venture out to gather fruits for himself? Her wariness towards him felt unwarranted. She couldn't shake the impression that she had perhaps overreacted. Chapter 5, Can you understand my words? This individual, perhaps he ought to be referred to as a beast man, though he would be even more appealing if he were not a serpent, despite his striking beauty surpassing that of all the captivating stars she had ever encountered. The allure of his looks could not sway her resolve to depart from this place and return to her own world. Yanxi crawled over and picked up a green fruit, roughly the size of her fist, taking a crisp bite. It was crunchy and slightly sweet, reminiscent of the taste of jujubes. This delightful experience reignited her appetite, having gone several meals without food. Outside the cave, Yicheng, who had been stealthily observing Yanxi's actions, felt a sense of relief as he saw the young female finally eat. In his childhood, when he still lived in the tribe, he had noticed how much the young females adored fruits. However, after growing up and being cast out by his father, a beast-turned wanderer, he seldom encountered females again. As he matured, his inherited memories expanded to include many moments shared between his father and mother. Before he reached adulthood, he yearned to return to see his mother, but each time he approached the tribe, his father, aware of his lineage, would preemptively beat him severely and forbade him from returning. Upon reaching maturity and experiencing his first heat, he realized he might never return to the tribe. From his inherited memories, he understood why his father had relentlessly driven him away. The serpent, as a creature, harbors greed, particularly the red-bellied python clan, who perceive their mother as their mate due to the complete inheritance of their father's feelings for their mother. Yet, Yicheng was an exception in his youth. He merely sought the scarce affection of a mother. When he reached adulthood and faced his first period of heat, he only wished to escape far away. Consequently, he became a wandering beast man, never returning to his former tribe, until this season of heat when Yanxi unexpectedly appeared before him. Inside the cave, having feasted, Yanxi's mind finally began to function clearly. It seemed she had not perished, but rather her body had traversed into a strange world. This body was still her own. The mole on the back of her right wrist remained, just as it had been. This world resembled the primitive society she once knew, populated by beastmen capable of transforming between animal and human forms. These beastmen wielded supernatural abilities, lived savagely, and appeared to have received little to no civilization, resembling wild tribespeople. Yanxi was oblivious to whether there existed human civilization beyond the far reaches of her surroundings. However, the thought of living in such a place for a lifetime would surely drive her to madness. For the time being, she desperately needed to find a piece of fabric to cover herself. Unlike the beastmen, she was an educated woman of the new era. Even in this uncivilized and foreign world, she could not bear to remain unclothed. Unfortunately, after searching the cave thoroughly, she could find no semblance of fabric. In her helplessness, she could only rely on the serpent beast man outside the cave, as he was the only one with whom she felt a slight familiarity. Furthermore, he was the first being she had encountered upon awakening, and she wished to inquire whether he had seen her belongings. Yet, she lacked the courage to call out to anyone outside, thus, she resorted to shouting within the cave. Although it felt somewhat awkward, her desire for clothing compelled her to do so. Hello, could you come in for a moment? Nightching, possessing keen hearing, immediately caught her call. To his astonishment, he found that he could comprehend her words. Setting aside the half-dissected scorpion beast's corpse, he rose and entered the cave. Upon seeing the young female, Ching pondered for a moment and attempted to introduce himself, saying, I am Ching. What is your name? And what is the reason for your request for my presence? Yanxi, seated upon the stone bed, gazed at Ching in shock, momentarily forgetting the reason she had beckoned him. The revelation that she could understand his speech left her bewildered. How was it possible? Why had she suddenly gained the ability to comprehend their mutual language? Yanxi glanced at the fruit pits that remained, realizing she had consumed only a few fruits during this time. Strangely, she found herself able to comprehend his words, and he, in turn, seemed to understand her Mandarin. This inexplicable phenomenon filled her with a sense of trepidation. What sort of sorcery was this? Would she ever return to her own world? Coming to her senses, she felt a surge of excitement and stammered, Hello. I am Yanxi, with Yen meaning language and Shi meaning to cherish. My mind is a bit muddled right now. I wish to ask, can you understand what I am saying? This last question was her primary concern. She gazed at Yi Cheng with longing, as he represented a confidant devoid of any linguistic barriers, a vital connection for her at this moment. She hoped he would affirm his understanding, as it would bring her a considerable sense of security. Yi Cheng did not disappoint her. He nodded affirmatively. I can understand. You are called Yanxi, so why did you invite me in? What do you need me to do? Yanxi had an abundance of words she yearned to convey to him. After much contemplation, she excitedly uttered, I am not one of you. I wish to return home. Could you escort me back? I can offer you a substantial amount of money. Whatever you desire, I can provide. Yi Cheng pondered for a moment, then shook his head and replied, I do not know where you hail from. You appeared abruptly in my pond. I have no knowledge of where to take you, nor do I possess any particular desires. Yanxi hesitated for a moment, confronted by someone so devoid of desires that she felt utterly perplexed. Yet, unwilling to concede defeat, she continued, I could persuade my parents to purchase a villa for you, establish a company in your name, or bestow upon you an abundance of wealth, sufficient to last a lifetime. Alternatively, if it is beauty you seek, I could enlist my uncle's assistance. He possesses an extensive network in that regard. Yanxi, parched and desperate, found herself in despair as Yi Cheng remained unresponsive to her pleas. Observing the subtle impatience etched upon his countenance, she felt tears welling up in her eyes. With a quivering voice, she implored, I long to return home. I cannot bear to stay here. It is too frightening, and there is not a single ordinary person around. Can you assist me? Yi Cheng, resolute and unyielding, shook his head in refusal, stating, I cannot help you. The notion of returning home was utterly implausible. They had already become partners, and the idea of her returning to her former life was simply unattainable. He had examined the situation thoroughly, apart from his own beast mark. She bore no other marks of male beast men, indicating that he was indeed her first beast husband. Despite their union being an unforeseen circumstance, he still harbored hopes that she would choose to remain and build a life with him. In the days to come, he vowed to protect her with all his might. Ideally, he wished for her to bear his offspring, yet if that were not meant to be, it mattered not. What truly mattered was ensuring that she stayed by his side. Upon hearing his words, Yanxi let out a cry and covered her face with her hands. Without his assistance, how could she possibly return home? She was utterly oblivious to the very first location of her existence in this world. This time, Yi Cheng, with a heart of stone, chose not to console her. Instead, he retrieved a portion of the scorpion beastman's remains that he had severed earlier for processing. He found the creature's formidable pincers useful and needed to disassemble them. Meanwhile, Yanxi, seemingly exhausted from her tears, finally ceased her weeping. After venting her emotions, her spirits lifted slightly as she recalled the initial incident that prompted him to enter. She curled her legs to shield her modesty and inquired, have you seen my clothes? And my gear, the attire I was wearing, and the backpack I had on my back? Chapter 6. Shedding the snakeskin for clothing during her parachuting adventure, her valuable belongings, such as her identification, passport, and mobile phone, were stored within a small leather backpack that she carried on her shoulders. She had awakened several times, yet had not encountered her clothes or bag. Yi Cheng was the first to come across her as a beast man. He must have seen the items she possessed. When he heard Yanxi's inquiry, his expression froze, and he halted his movements. Those possessions had been damaged out of his curiosity. Fearing that the little female would awaken and blame him, he had discarded them. Now, faced with her question, should he confess or remain silent? Yanxi observed his silence and remarked, if the bag is lost, then so be it. I desire my previous garments. Indeed, she found herself quite unaccustomed to this state of affairs. Upon hearing her mention clothing, Yi Cheng seemed to recall something. Rising to venture deeper into the cave, before long, he returned, cradling a collection of assorted materials resembling fabric, and presented them to Yanxi, exclaiming, These are my former serpent sheds, all for you. My shed from this year has yet to arrive, but once it does, I shall craft new garments for you to wear. In their world, male serpent beasts typically fashioned garments from their sheds for their female counterparts. Previously, he had no female to cherish, but now, what he once deemed useless, yet instinctively preserved, had found its purpose. Yanxi found herself encircled by a multitude of vibrant serpentine skins. These skins, cylindrical in shape, varied in their time of shedding. Some appeared aged and wrinkled, likely due to improper preservation, while a few seemed to be recently shed and were relatively intact. Nevertheless, in comparison to the fabric-less primitive society, these serpentine skins were remarkably suitable for crafting garments, cool, quick-drying, and lightweight. Each skin seemed to be naturally imbued with hues, exuding a lustrous sheen. With scales forming diamond or oval patterns, their junctions displaying a pale white that was slightly crinkled or indented. The underbelly exhibited a milky white or faintly yellow hue. With rectangular scales arranged in a shingle-like fashion, the material was light, with a slight resilience, providing a smooth and elastic feel when grasped, producing a soft rustling sound when gently kneaded. It also retained a unique and pleasant fragrance reminiscent of the serpentine beastman Yiqing, albeit less potent than his own. Yanxi inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "What a delightful aroma!" Yiqing, noticing her fondness for his snake shed, produced a strip he had shed during last year's windy season and said, "I shall craft a garment for you." Yanxi, somewhat astonished, inquired, "Do you know how to make clothes? Why not fashion something for yourself? Being exposed all the time is quite unsightly, you know?" Yiqing, noticing her discreet glance at his physique, found it amusing when she quickly averted her gaze upon being caught. He understood that she might be frightened by his beastly form. Thus, upon entering the cave, he had transformed into a beastman shape akin to hers. Hearing her remark, he clarified, "I seldom present myself in this form. If it troubles you, I can certainly craft a beast skirt to wear, along with a collar to conceal the pure human beast mark you left upon me. Otherwise, a discerning observer might recognize your secret from the distinctive mark of a small female human on my neck." Yanxi was completely unaware of Yicheng's concerns. She nodded eagerly and said, "Yes, yes, yes, the body must be covered. Please do it quickly." She truly felt uncomfortable in her current state, which left her feeling rather insecure. Yicheng nodded, procuring a rough bone needle. He plucked a strand of hair from his own head, threaded it through the needle, and, after assessing Yanxi's figure, he deftly cut the snake skin to the appropriate size with his sharp fingernails and began to sew. Yanxi observed him pulling at his own hair to use as thread, thinking to himself, what a pity. His long, vibrant red locks were impeccably maintained. It was a mystery what shampoo he used, as his hair's quality surpassed even the well-groomed black hair that had cost her a considerable sum. The scene of the stern-faced male orc seated on the ground, diligently sewing garments for the female, appeared strikingly incongruous. Before long, the rough skirt was completed. Knight, with his sharp nails, severed the final thread, unfurled the skirt, and said, "Come down and try it on." Yanxi's lips twitched. Although she had maintained this posture before him for quite some time, she still possessed a sense of shame. "Please throw the clothes over here. I can dress myself," she said. However, Yiqing would not allow her to evade the situation. He stepped forward, pulling her from a pile of snake skins and positioning her upon the stone bed, helping her don the dress. These snake skins have not been properly treated and remain rather rigid. If you attempt to wear them yourself, you may injure your skin. However, this side is soft. Tomorrow, I shall attend to the remaining skins, ensuring that both the inner and outer surfaces become supple, so that you will not harm your skin in the future. Yanxi was forcibly dragged out by him, and though she wished to express her anger, she ultimately appreciated his meticulousness and allowed him to dress her in a skirt. He crafted a half-length red skirt, slightly lighter in hue than his own complexion. The waist fit her perfectly, and the length reached her knees. The material, resembling snake skin, possessed a degree of elasticity, alleviating any concerns about it slipping off and allowing for easy wear. The skirt's design was spacious and breathable, providing convenience for physiological needs. However, the emptiness of the garment left her feeling somewhat exposed and chilly, instilling a sense of insecurity. Aside from the somewhat coarse stitching, the skirt proved to be quite practical. The color was pleasing to the eye, particularly enhanced by the natural fragrance that lingered from Yicheng. Yanxi crossed her arms and looked up at Yicheng with a smile, saying, "Thank you, I really like it. Could you make me a top as well?" "I'm not fond of this." Yicheng's gaze lingered on the area she was concealing. He had previously broken one of her ribs to save her. Such fragility indeed warranted protection. Even if his own serpent skin were to shed, it would still provide substantial defense. He bluntly remarked, "Let it go. Let me see how big it needs to be." "What treacherous words are these, Yanxi?" Yanxi felt an inexplicable sense of shame under his intense gaze. As if she had been offended. Turning her back to him, she revealed her pristine silhouette and said, "Do as you please." Yicheng, upon seeing her slender back, was captivated by the most exquisite sight he had ever encountered. Her long, jet-black hair cascaded chaotically behind her, and her delicate waist, barely larger than the span of his hand, was adorned in the snakeskin skirt he had crafted just moments before. This sight ignited within Yicheng a yearning desire. A wish that she would don his creations entirely, enveloping herself in his essence, which inexplicably filled him with a sense of accomplishment. He was more than willing to indulge her in these trivial matters whenever she required. Upon returning, he seated himself on the ground, retrieving the remnants of the snake skin to fashion a top. Considering the changing seasons, spring followed by rainy days and then the heat of summer, he realized it would soon become increasingly warm. He used only a modest amount of snake skin for the top, covering only the 2 areas she specifically requested, and employed a specially treated, softer piece of snake skin for the straps, ensuring they would secure around her neck without slipping. His progress was even swifter than when he had crafted the skirt. Chapter 7. Mosquitoes the size of fists this time. Yicheng did not inquire of Yanxi. Instead, he took her hand, gently guiding her as he helped her into the garment. Yinshi glared at him with an expression of suppressed anger, unable to voice her frustration. Yicheng complied with her unspoken sentiment and quickly donned his attire. After Yinshi retreated from the battlefield, she realized she could not confront the rogue, for she was not yet as unscrupulous as he. Once she donned her attire, Yinshi stepped back to a safe distance, distancing herself from him, and declared, "I am hungry." Nightshang's vertical pupils seemed to flicker with a fire as they fixed upon Yinshi, instilling a sense of inexplicable fear within her. However, in the end, he refrained from committing any outrageous acts and turned to exit the cave. Yinshishi murmured, "How terrifying. His eyes are truly dreadful. When will she be able to return home?" In this eerie place, she felt an overwhelming desire to leave without delay, even though there was an extraordinarily handsome man present. If only this creature could exhibit a modicum of gallantry, she might have considered lingering a while longer, perhaps to admire his features. Yet, some things are best appreciated from a distance, for upon closer inspection, they reveal nothing but flaws. Yinshi sat upon the stone bed, lost in thought. As she absent-mindedly scratched her slightly itchy arm, she initially assumed that the dryness of this world, devoid of any moisturizing substances, was the cause of her discomfort, and thus, she paid it little mind. However, as the itching intensified, she turned her head to discover a swelling on her arm, roughly the size of a thumb, red and inflamed. Have I been bitten by some insect? How unbearably itchy. The more I scratch, the worse it becomes. Am I in peril? What creature could have inflicted such a large welt? The insects of this primitive society are notoriously venomous. Is my arm doomed? Just as despair threatened to bring forth tears, Yicheng returned. Having witnessed her abduction by the scorpion beast man, he had been making a concerted effort to shorten his outings, determined to prevent any further mishaps during her solitary hours in the cave. Upon entering and seeing her on the verge of tears, he inquired, "What troubles you? Were you not well just moments ago?" Yinshi raised her tearful eyes and, with a quivering voice, lamented, "It seems I have been bitten by something. It itches terribly." She revealed to him a large bump located beneath her shoulder and behind her arm. Yicheng grasped her arm, glanced at the swelling, and furrowed his brow as he remarked, "You have been bitten by a mosquito beast." The sight of such a sizable bump on her fair skin inexplicably irked him. If he were to discover which thoughtless little creature had dared to bite her and cause her such discomfort, he would surely dismember it without hesitation. He rose and declared, "Wait for me. I shall return shortly." With that, he set down the fruit and strode out once more. He mused to himself, his skin is tough and resilient. The mosquito beast could never pierce it nor draw his blood. Yet, he overlooked the fact that Yinshi was a delicate, pure human female with fragile skin. Her tender complexion was one he never had the chance to touch, and surely that wretched mosquito beast was irresistibly drawn to her as well. Yinshi resembled a mobile repository of blood. Outside the cave, she gathered several herbs known for their mosquito-repelling properties, crushing them in her hands until their essence was fully extracted. Upon returning to the cave, she applied the resultant juice to her reddened, swollen, and itchy areas. The remaining essence was meticulously spread across every inch of her exposed skin. Even those parts that remained concealed were not spared from his careful ministrations. Yinshi initially had the intention to investigate the herbal remedy he applied to her, for upon its application, the areas that were unbearably itchy were instantly soothed. Just as she was about to inquire about the nature of this herb, she observed him spreading the excess concoction across his own arm. She mused to herself, "This is quite beneficial." Mosquitoes are among the most bothersome of creatures, and she had no desire to be covered in unsightly welts. That would be utterly unappealing. She would rather embody the hue of the Hulk than suffer the indignity of being bitten by mosquitoes. However, when his hand began to wander too freely, Yinshi quickly grasped his wrist and exclaimed, "That's enough." Yet, Yicheng broke free from her grasp and applied the substance directly, declaring, "The mosquitoes here are as large as your fist. If one feasts on your blood, you will feel lightheaded, I assure you. Therefore, you must apply this remedy all over your body, even on the hairy crown of your head." Yicheng harbored a selfish motive. Wishing to render her less attractive while he searched for a formidable tribe for her to reside in, he preferred to have her appear somewhat unappealing for the time being. Of course, he would never disclose this to her, as he feared that Yinshi might compare herself to the pampered females of the tribe and voice demands that he could not fulfill. Yinshi was indeed startled by his words. A mosquito as large as a fist? Well, she decided to abandon her struggle and opted to apply the concoction all over her body. Coated entirely in green liquid, she resembled a living slime, leaving her with little to resist. As long as the mosquitoes did not bite her, that was sufficient. The medicinal liquid had a mini fragrance, albeit more potent than ordinary mint, and its hue was significantly darker. Yinshi dubbed it the enhanced version of mint. Whether it effectively repelled mosquitoes, she could not ascertain. But the immediate relief from itching on the areas bitten by the monstrous insects was undeniable. Feeling more at ease, Yinshi revived her spirits and began to eat the fruit that Yicheng had just picked for her. Yicheng, holding a piece of meat, inquired, "Are you truly not going to eat any meat?" Yinshi wished to weep without tears. It was not that she abstained from meat, but rather that she refrained from consuming raw flesh. Yinshi continued to consume the fruit, shaking her head as she said, "You go ahead. Do not mind me." It is undoubtedly impractical to abstain from meat for an extended period, yet she was reluctant to relinquish her resolve. She wished to explore the possibility of returning. Once she returned to the 21st century, an abundance of meat awaited her, braised, steamed, stir-fried, and deep-fried, all varieties to indulge in. After the two had finished their dinner, darkness enveloped the sky, and Yi Cheng was still engaged in crafting a beast skirt for himself. Yin Shi observed him sewing without the aid of light and inquired, "Can you see?" Yi Cheng did not lift his head, deftly tying off the last thread and cutting it away. He then stood up and quickly secured it around his waist, concealing his well-toned physique, and inexplicably adorned himself with a neck scarf. In the sweltering heat, she was perplexed as to why he would don such an item. Though she did not understand, she respected his choice and refrained from questioning him. He then remarked, "Beastmen possess night vision, implying that they can see as clearly at night as they can during the day." Yanxi expressed her admiration. However, she found herself incapable. As dusk descended, she became akin to a sightless being, unable to perceive anything beyond the faint moonlight streaming through the opening outside. After completing the last of his tasks for the night, Yi Cheng remarked, "The hour is late. Let us retire for the night." "Sleep?" Yanxi seemed to have caught wind of something sensitive, prompting her to ask an unnecessary question. "How do you sleep?" In the cave, there appeared to be but a single stone bed. In the darkness, only the soft chuckle of Yi Cheng could be heard. Then, Yanxi felt a sudden whirlwind, as she found herself swept off her feet and cradled in his arms. Yanxi, feeling an inner trepidation and a physical resistance, uttered, "What do you intend to do? Please refrain from this. If it continues, I shall call out." After voicing her concerns, a wave of helplessness washed over her. In this desolate place, far removed from any village or shop, her cries would be in vain. As Yanxi pondered how to navigate through the night, Yi Cheng placed her upon the stone bed, reclining outside of it, and fell into a stillness. Yanxi, what an utterly awkward moment. Just as Yanxi contemplated finding a crack in the ground to hide, Yi Cheng spoke up. He said, "I fished you out of the water." At that moment, you were inhaling less and exhaling more, and it seemed you were on the brink of perishing. Yanxi immediately responded, "I am aware. During that time, I experienced pain in my chest, likely due to a broken rib from falling into the water. However, in the end, I was fortunate enough to survive. Although the rib is healed, I must still refrain from excessive movement to ensure proper recovery." Yi Cheng paused for a considerable time, ultimately hesitating to reveal that the rib she had fractured was due to his actions. He stated, "What I mean is, you suddenly appeared in the pond." Chapter 8. We are not yet at that stage. Yanxi focused intently, rising to behold the silhouette of Yi Cheng amidst the darkness. "Am I the one you fished out from the pond? Not from the ocean?" she inquired. Without shifting his head, Yi Cheng closed his eyes and replied, "The distance from the 10,000 great mountains to the sea requires 30 days of flight. On foot, it takes 6 times that duration." Yanxi grasped his implication. She had abruptly transitioned from the ocean of her own time and space to a certain pond within the Beast Realm continent. To reach the seaside from this location necessitated 30 days of flight or a staggering 6 months on foot. This phenomenon, transcending time, space, and geography, utterly surpassed Yanxi's comprehension. Could this truly be the kind of time travel often depicted in novels? The thought was too daunting to entertain. Rarely did such tales include a return to one's original time and space after such an extraordinary journey. Yanxi felt a wave of despondency. Yet, Yi Cheng seemed oblivious to her mood. He drew close to her and enveloped her entirely in his embrace. Yanxi pushed him away like a startled little rabbit. Though he was handsome and she could appreciate his looks, such forwardness was unwelcome. "Please, don't act this way. It is inappropriate. We are not yet that familiar with each other. I mean, this is not permissible." Yi Cheng paused for a moment, ultimately retreating. "We are already partners. If you are unwilling, I shall not force you at this moment. However, I cannot promise to refrain from touching you indefinitely. So it would be wise for you to embrace reality sooner rather than later." Yanxi's spirits suddenly plummeted. She had yet to comprehend the situation. How could she be expected to accept such a reality? Moreover, when had they become partners? Was it merely a title he had bestowed upon himself? Yanxi inquired. "When did we become companions?" Yi Cheng unfastened his scarf to reveal the beast mark she had left upon him. He recalled that she could not see it at night. Then lay back down and said, "When I saved you, you bit my lip, and my blood entered your body. It was at that moment. Is that all?" Who decreed that a single drop of blood could signify companionship? It was decreed by the Lord of Beasts. Yanxi. This explanation is profoundly powerful. One wonders whether there exists a being whose dictates she feels compelled to follow. Yet, with divinity looming just above, Yanxi refrains from speaking with unwarranted bravado. Nevertheless, she cannot shake off the feeling of grievance, her spirits considerably dampened. Yi Cheng gazes at the little female, her face contorted into a frown resembling a chrysanthemum amidst the night. He reassures her, saying, "Do not dwell on returning. I shall care for and protect you." He has already become her beast husband, and in this lifetime, all his loyalty will be devoted solely to her. Yanxi sobbed softly. "Can you take me to that pond tomorrow?" This was her primary intention. Yi Cheng felt a twinge of annoyance at her persistent desire to leave. The pond was quite ordinary, devoid of any remarkable features. "I wish to see it," she continued. "And if I discover nothing, I will agree to stay here and be your partner." However, if they were to return from the pond the following day, her words today would hold no weight. Yanxi instinctively evaded the possibility that she might never return. Upon hearing her words, Yucheng felt a flicker of joy within, yet he pondered the possibility that she may not genuinely wish to stay. A sense of melancholy enveloped him as he replied, "All right, let us rest. I shall take you there tomorrow." The pond was not far from his cave, and he often fetched water from that very spot, making the journey quite convenient. Yanxi believed she would struggle to find sleep. For regardless of her status as a second-generation affluent individual, the college entrance examination in Huagua was equitable for all. To secure admission to her desired university, she had dedicated an entire year of her senior studies to late-night endeavors, fostering a habitual muscle memory for nocturnal wakefulness. Yet, enveloped in the subtle fragrance emanating from the man beside her, she found herself drifting into a dreamless slumber until dawn. Upon awakening, she discovered her rather ungraceful sleeping posture had inadvertently pushed Yucheng to the edge of the stone bed, leaving her with a considerable share of space. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She was aware of her less-than-ideal sleeping habits, but who could blame him for sharing her bed? It served him right. Yucheng, on the other hand, had indeed spent a restless night, not due to her encroaching upon his space, but rather because he was in a state of arousal. With a pleasantly scented female in close proximity, if he managed to find rest under such circumstances, he would hardly be a typical male beastman. His expression was far from pleasant as he noticed her awakening and said, "Rise and shine. I shall take you to the pond and gather some fruits along the way to quell your hunger." Yanxi awkwardly nodded and followed him down to the stone bed. Barefoot, she treaded upon the soil, each step akin to traversing a treacherous mountain of blades. Nightshing turned back to behold this scene. With a sigh of resignation, he turned and lifted her up, intending to place her upon his shoulders. Yanxi nestled against his neck and said, "Please do not grip too tightly. Can you carry me?" The ground was littered with stones, causing a painful sensation beneath her feet. However, she hesitated to climb onto Yucheng's back, for she felt an emptiness within her and a slight urgency to relieve herself. She feared that a few jolts might lead to an embarrassing situation. Yucheng pondered, "Will I really have to carry a female on my back for the rest of my life? It doesn't seem entirely unappealing." With such thoughts in mind, Yucheng transformed his lower body into a serpent's tail, lifting her effortlessly and cradling her in his arms as one would a child, gliding smoothly away. Yanxi caught sight of his serpentine tail, and once again, fear gripped her. Instinctively, her hands tensed, clinging tightly to his neck. She settled upon her own arm, and Yucheng naturally sensed her unease. Afraid? He understood that their kind, the hairless cold-blooded beastmen, were not particularly favored by the female beastmen. Yet, he harbored a hopeful wish that Yanxi would come to appreciate him, for they had already forged a bond as partners, and he was determined to devote himself entirely to her well-being. Yanxi was perplexed by the thoughts swirling in Yucheng's mind. However, upon catching a glimpse of his mesmerizing vertical pupils, she immediately averted her gaze. Did this only heighten her fear? Though she masked her trepidation skillfully, the truth remained, she harbored an aversion to reptiles, and the sensation of his frigid skin against hers was undeniably unsettling. An aura of repulsion radiated from her being. "Do not fear me," he uttered, as he reached out and gently grasped her waist. Yanxi, filled with irritation, raised her hand and swatted his away. The two exchanged bewildered glances, both taken aback. Yanxi, that was her sensitive spot. A woman's waist should not be indiscriminately touched. Did he not know this? Yucheng was somewhat taken aback by the force with which she instinctively struck out, which was rather considerable. Although it was not particularly painful, it revealed to him a completely new side of this spirited little female. With a smile gracing his lips, Yucheng observed her pouting expression, not feeling any anger towards her. Yanxi's body was violated, and striking back was a reflexive response. Yet, despite having been struck, he still wore a cheerful smile. A thought flickered in Yanxi's mind. Could it be that this beast possesses a penchant for masochism? Yucheng buried his handsome face into her neck, bestowing a gentle kiss, and murmured softly, "Do not be afraid of me." Yanxi, unaccustomed to such proximity with others, gently pushed his head away and said, "Walk properly." How could such an aloof serpent, having claimed his bed for an entire night, suddenly exhibit a change in temperament? Deep down, she feared that this beastman might indeed be genuine, yet she was certain he would not harm her or consume her. It was this very realization that granted her the courage to speak to him with a hint of defiance. Nevertheless, at times, when she beheld his extraordinary visage, an instinctive fear would still wash over her. Yucheng extended his triangular tongue, delicately licking her neck, and said, "Do not be afraid of me." Yanxi trembled all over, goosebumps rising on her skin. She slapped him on the head and said, "Don't lick me randomly, I don't like it." Yucheng, in a cheerful mood, replied, "But I like it. You smell delightful." He was captivated by this fragrant and soft little female, as if Yanxi were his very own human plaything. Yanxi cast him a glance, dismissing the notion of fragrance. Just the day before, she had rolled about on the grass, weeping for an extended period, and her body still bore the hue of slime, drenched in perspiration. While there was indeed the odor of sweat, the scent of flowers was entirely absent. Where, then, could he have detected her supposed fragrance? Chapter 9. The Path of No Return. Yucheng wreaked havoc while Yanxi resisted at every turn. After approximately 10 minutes of his relentless pace, he finally came to a halt. At that moment, Yanxi's fear had dissipated, replaced solely by a desire to strangle him. He set her down upon a large rock, and she did not hesitate to leave a mark on his arm with her nails. Yichen felt no pain. Her meager strength merely served as a playful scratch. He gazed at the water pool and declared, "It was from this very pool that I retrieved you yesterday." Yinshi paused for a moment, then turned to gaze at the tranquil pond, its crystalline waters revealing the bottom, with the area beneath the waterfall appearing somewhat deeper. Yicheng had taken refuge beneath the waterfall yesterday. She had not descended from the falls, for he had not heard the sound of splashing water. Instead, she had suddenly materialized within the pond. By the time he opened his eyes, she was already submerged, ceasing her struggles. When he swam to her side, she lay unconscious. With a swift motion of his sharp claws, he severed the parachute, entangling her, emerging from the water while cradling her, providing her with the breath of life. The intoxicating scent of her femininity enveloped him, leading to an inexplicable bond between them that seemed destined to endure. Finding her rather pleasing to the eye, he carried her back to his cave. As for what transpired thereafter, she was well aware. She stepped forward, assuming a perfect diving posture before plunging into the water. Yicheng, startled, hastened to follow her into the depths. From above, the pond appeared crystal clear, yet beneath the waterfall lurked a whirlpool, posing no threat to him but a grave danger to her fragile form. He safeguarded her as they explored the entirety of the pond, only to find her on the brink of drowning. With a swift motion, he coiled his serpentine tail around her and propelled them both to the surface. As he placed her upon a large rock, he was about to unleash his anger when he noticed her, seemingly lost in a trance, murmuring to herself in a daze. How could this be? How did it come to this? Am I truly unable to return? Yet I long for my parents. I must attend university. I promised my grandfather I would carry on the legacy of our family in traditional medicine. There remains so much I have yet to accomplish. Finally, she lifted her tear-filled eyes to Yicheng, her voice tinged with sorrow. I wish to go home. If I am lost, my parents will surely be heartbroken. I am their only child. My grandparents will grieve as well. I vowed to study medicine, to excel in medical school, and to become a healer. In all the 6 scorching seasons he had endured alone, this was the first time he witnessed tears welling in the eyes of a female, stirring an ache within him. He bent down, gently wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, saying, "Do not despair. I am unable to aid you." Her sorrow only deepened his own. A sharp pang in his heart, as if she had grasped his very essence. Her every joy and sorrow tugged at his very soul. Upon hearing his words, Yinshi burst into tears, no longer concealing her fear. Nicheng felt a pang of distress within himself. Did she truly wish to remain in this place so desperately? He enveloped her in his arms and guided her towards the cave. Upon returning, her tears showed no sign of abating. Nicheng gathered an assortment of fruits and placed them upon the stone bed, yet she did not touch a single one. Regardless of his attempts to please her, she seemed to have lost all vigor to visit the water pool. She appeared akin to one on the brink of death, devoid of any spirit. Nicheng felt an inexplicable fear. More than her weeping, he dreaded witnessing her in such a state. Watching her go an entire day without eating or drinking was more painful than inflicting harm upon himself. He picked up a fruit, gently grasped her chin, and forcefully placed it between her lips, determined to feed her. Yinshi struggled, striking and kicking at him, spitting out the fruit from her mouth and glaring at him as if he were her nemesis. Nicheng noticed that she finally exhibited some temper, swept the fruit to the ground, stepped forward to press her shoulders down, and forcefully captured her lips in a passionate kiss. Yinshi struggled desperately, fighting with all her might. Yicheng released her, only to hear her angrily exclaim, "Leave. Just go away." Yicheng gently cradled her delicate face and said, "You cannot return. You promised me you would stay and be my companion. You gave me your word." Yinshi completely disregarded the words, shaking her head wildly as she exclaimed, "I regret it. I do not want this anymore." However, there was no room for her refusal, for what Yicheng desired had always been something he pursued with determination. Yinshi struck him with fists and feet, yet her legs were ensnared by a serpentine tail, rendering her immobile. Her hands were pinned to either side of her head, leaving her limbs powerless. In her desperation, she resorted to biting his shoulder, until the metallic taste of blood filled her mouth. Stunned, she quickly released her grip. She had never felt such fury before, a rage so intense that it led her to injure another. Hastily, she apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I was so frightened. I just want to go home." Yicheng, unfazed by her actions, cradled her delicate face and softly reassured her, "It doesn't hurt. Forget about your home for now, all right? A fledgling never learns to soar if it clings to its parents. If you desire a home, I shall provide you with one in the future, filled with many members who will ensure you never feel fear again." His deep, melodious voice seemed to possess a certain enchantment, soothing Yinshi's frantic heart. A gentle kiss, like a dragonfly's touch, fell upon her lips, erasing the lingering taste of blood. However, when her tongue inadvertently brushed against his, the kiss transformed entirely. Yicheng lifted his gaze to meet Yinshi's averted eyes, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In a husky voice, he inquired, "Is that all right?" Yinshi felt inexplicably anxious, grasping the soft, cascading strands of his hair that fell onto her, pulling them tightly in her hand, still too frightened to speak. Yicheng sighed softly, turning over, choosing not to pursue the matter further. She remained apprehensive of him. He had not intended for their relationship to commence in such a manner. Yinshi turned sideways, bending her body like a shrimp as she faced him. Her hand rested gently on his sturdy arm, tears silently cascading down her cheeks. In a trembling voice she said, "I am truly frightened. Could you grant me a little more time?" She understood how vital his protection was in such a perilous environment, yet the suddenness of being thrust into this unfamiliar place, and the prospect of accepting a stranger as her husband, filled her with dread. This was not a matter of gradually getting to know one another and nurturing feelings until the right moment arrived. Yicheng's intentions were evidently to secure a home run, and she was unprepared for such a leap. Yicheng turned his head, disliking the sight of her in tears. He preferred the image of her from their journey to the pond, slightly temperamental, a touch innocent, and undeniably charming. She was merely a young female who had just come of age. He turned to face her, saying, "If you smile, I will refrain from pursuing you further." He relished the sight of her smiling. Even if it was out of irritation, it was far more appealing than her current, frightened demeanor. She was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly that simple? As she gazed upon Yicheng, whose outline was discernible only in the nocturnal haze, she experienced a sense of security emanating from him for the first time. She wiped away her tears and bestowed upon him a radiant smile. Chapter 10. This place is no longer safe. She slept soundly that night, but upon rising the next day, she found herself having inadvertently kicked Yicheng to the far edge of the stone bed, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yicheng, ever good-natured, said nothing about it. He merely offered to go and gather some fruit for her breakfast. Yanxi, seizing the opportunity after he stepped outside, swiftly made her way to the cave's entrance, seeking a concealed spot to attend to her physiological needs. Barefoot, she had scarcely entered the cave when she heard a sound behind her. Yanxi turned her head and saw Yicheng sniffing the air, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the spot where she had just addressed her urgent needs. Yanxi remarked, "They say that beasts possess an acute sense of smell, yet could it truly be so refined as to detect even the scent of her urination?" Yanxi anxiously gazed at Yicheng, who averted his gaze, furrowing his brow in exasperation. How could he have overlooked the fact that, just as he needed to address his own bodily functions, this pure human female, Yanxi, would likewise require a solution for her excretions? However, the scent of their waste differed significantly. In this area, he had previously been the sole beastly presence. Other beastmen, lacking the strength or fearing for their lives, would never dare to tread here. But now, with the introduction of Yanxi's feminine scent, the dynamics had shifted. Male beastmen are particularly sensitive to the odors of female waste. They can discern whether a female has reached maturity or is an estrus merely through the scent. Thus, the safety of this location was compromised. Observing the seriousness etched on Yicheng's face, Yanxi assumed he was disapproving of her predicament and hastened to explain. "I didn't intend to do this indiscriminately. I simply couldn't hold it any longer." Yicheng approached her, lifting her gently and settling her upon his arm as he carried her into the cave. "I am not reproaching you," he reassured her. "It is just that male beastmen can determine your maturity and estrus status through your waste, making this place no longer safe. I will take you inside to resolve this matter. After we have had breakfast, we shall depart from here." Yanxi was taken aback and said, "I apologize. I am unaware of these matters. I feel terribly sorry to have caused you to leave your home." Yicheng observed Yanxi's remorseful demeanor and found it somewhat intriguing, for he had never encountered a female beastman apologizing to a male beastman before. "Are pure human females this courteous?" Noticing that her apology lingered, Yicheng remarked, "This is not my homeland. I am a wandering beastman without a tribe or a home. This is merely a temporary dwelling for me." In truth, this meant he was not truly her best sanctuary. Neither of them could provide the stability she sought. Yanxi inquired, "Where shall we go?" Yicheng pondered for a moment before responding, "We shall seek a tribe of sufficient strength that can provide you with a life of comfort." "Will they take us in?" Yanxi asked tentatively. As a social creature, she yearned to dwell among her kind. Although it was likely that no civilization of humans had yet evolved in this world, she still felt that communal living suited her best. Yicheng replied, "My innate talent is red, and with my extraordinary abilities, no tribe would refuse a formidable male beastman. And there are also young females." This last thought remained unspoken. "But do you not dislike the idea of joining a tribe?" Yicheng was taken aback, surprised that she had noticed this concern. Indeed, for the past 6 scorching seasons, he had belonged to no tribe. Yet now, for the sake of his partner, he felt compelled to choose one. However, he believed this sacrifice was worthwhile. He might truly be incapable of safeguarding her alone, and adapting some of his habits for her sake was not entirely unacceptable. Yet, his subsequent words sounded a warning bell in her mind. With such a frail body, you will require the protection of a powerful male beastman to survive in the beastly realm. Otherwise, you may end up like that time when you were captured by the rogue scorpion beastman. You must never reveal that you are purely human to anyone you cannot fully trust. Remember this well. In the beastly continent, male beastmen are ranked from highest to lowest as follows: black gold, gold, silver, purple, red, green, orange, blue, and cyan. Among them, those of red talent or above possess one or more unique abilities. My innate ability is ice-based. I am a red-talented red-bellied fragrant snake. My father possesses purple talent, and my mother hails from the mighty azure bird clan, endowed with silver talent. I will evolve further and grow stronger. Yet my solitary powers may not suffice to protect you. Therefore, it is essential to find a powerful tribe for our settlement. Otherwise, we may encounter rogue scorpion beastmen again. With my current red talent, I can defeat 10 green talented scorpion beastmen at once. Beyond that, I might face difficulties, especially as I must also carry you to safety. Thus, for your protection, the best course of action is to join a formidable tribe. Yin Shi fell into silence. She was aware that Yi Cheng might not be mistaken. In a world where a scorpion's claw was as formidable as an excavator, she was utterly powerless compared to the combat-ready scorpion orc and his companions. Without the protection of male orcs, she would find it impossible to survive in this beastly continent on her own. Furthermore, they would not extend their assistance without reason. The most prudent course of action was to become a mate, just as Yu Cheng had suggested. Should she refuse, she might not get far before being captured by a suddenly appearing orc. If death were to come swiftly, she might even consider herself fortunate to escape without prolonged suffering. Yet, if she were to endure a lingering existence, or worse, be seized by a malevolent orc to be a mere plaything, that would truly render her life a torment. With no means to escape or seek death. Additionally, the red-gifted Yi Cheng seemed to possess ice-based abilities. Those familiar with supernatural narratives know that ice powers are inherently formidable. Moreover, he mentioned the potential for evolution, which would enhance his prowess even further. As a protector, he certainly posed a formidable ally. Noticing Yin Shi's prolonged silence, Yi Cheng ventured outside, masking her waist with his aura before returning to the cave. Observing her continued melancholy, he reassured her, "Rest assured. The orcs and the tribes of this continent are relatively united. In such a brutal land, unity is essential for survival." "What are the primary dangers in this beastly continent?" Yin Shi inquired. "Most stem from the harshness of the environment, along with threats posed by unfamiliar, wandering orcs and outcast beasts." Yin Shi, perplexed, inquired about the distinction between exiled orcs and wandering orcs. Yi Cheng, wishing to impart knowledge about the beast world continent, began to elucidate. Exiled orcs are those who have committed grave offenses against females or their tribes, resulting in their banishment, marked by the character for death seared upon their foreheads. These exiled orcs pose a significant danger, as their temperaments are volatile. They may even resort to violence upon encountering females. Therefore, should you ever encounter an exiled orc, it is imperative to flee immediately. If escape is unfeasible, seek refuge until I arrive to rescue you. As for the wandering orcs, their sole distinction from the tribe's male orcs lies in their aversion to communal living or in being orphaned at a young age. Additionally, there are those like myself, who, after developing self-sufficiency, were expelled by their fathers and subsequently lived in solitude, thus becoming wandering orcs. Essentially, wandering orcs are marginally safer than exiled orcs, as they may still engage in trade with the tribe, exchanging their catches for essential provisions. In contrast, exiled orcs eschew such exchanges, having grown accustomed to thievery. Chapter 11. She possesses a cultivable space of black soil. Yin Shi nodded slightly, signifying her understanding. She had often heard him speak of exiled orcs and wandering orcs, yet she found it somewhat challenging to distinguish between the two. Now, with his clarifications, she was able to discern which of the two, differing by just a single character, posed a greater threat and which was marginally safer. It was not to suggest that wandering orcs were devoid of danger, as Yi Cheng was certainly not a paragon of safety. Thus, it would be unwise to generalize. One must rely on factual evidence. After such extensive discourse, Yi Cheng felt a twinge of thirst. He picked a fruit for Yin Shi, took a bite himself, and then offered the rest to her as breakfast, encouraging her to eat. Yin Shi gazed at the fruits, feeling somewhat perplexed. "May I have some water to freshen up?" she inquired. "I wish to cleanse my mouth and wash my face, if that is permissible." She discerned that the resources here appeared rather scarce. Over the past couple of days, it seemed she had not witnessed Yi Cheng igniting a fire. Was it due to his inability, or perhaps an absence of necessity? Yi Cheng paused, then proceeded to gather fruits for Yin Shi, simultaneously addressing his own hunger. After consuming his meal and refreshing himself, he returned with the fruits. Yet he had not considered bringing back water for her cleansing. "I shall fetch some water for you now," he declared before turning to leave. Experiencing companionship for the first time, he was unaware of such necessities, but he would surely remember in the future. The young female, upon rising in the morning, required a moment to tidy herself before breakfast. When Yi Cheng returned with a large leaf filled with water for Yin Shi, it signified his thoughtful intent. Yin Shi repeatedly expressed her gratitude, yet her heart sank further into sorrow at the primitive conditions of her surroundings. Was she destined to endure such an existence? No. She thought it was simply intolerable. She felt utterly unaccustomed to this life, devoid of a toothbrush or a towel for washing her face. After a brief attempt to cleanse her mouth, Yin Shi splashed water on her face with her hands. The icy water sent a shiver through her, and she exclaimed, "So cold, so cold." Upon hearing her lament about the chill, Yi Cheng took a step back, holding the large leaf filled with water. Yin Shi rubbed her eyes and said, "Don't move. You mentioned it's cold. Young females should not wash their faces with cold water in the morning, otherwise they will feel chilly." He meticulously noted these habits of young females so he could care for her better. Indeed, it was a bit cold. But wasn't there a fire to heat water? Yi Cheng discarded the cold water and remarked, "The blooming season has just begun. The daytime temperatures are tolerable, yet the nights and mornings remain rather cool, and the river water is quite frigid. Why don't I borrow some fire from a nearby tribe on our way out?" Heat some water, and then you can wash up. Will it be quick? She inquired. It requires the sun to rise before I can go. If I go too late or too early, they might mistake me for an enemy. He was a wandering beast man, not belonging to any tribe, and had seldom interacted with others in those communities. However, with Yanxi by his side, he felt compelled to learn things he had previously overlooked in order to take good care of her. Then it's all right. I'll just wash with cold water, she replied, feeling a bit hungry and not wanting to dwell on it further. Sitting on the stone bed, she began to nibble on some fruit for breakfast. Observing her helpless demeanor, Yi Cheng said with a hint of reluctance, "Once I obtain the fire, I'll ensure you have hot water for your cleansing rituals in the future." Hearing him mention fire several times, and recalling his primal way of eating, she asked, "Is fire difficult to acquire?" Yi Cheng replied, "Fire is generally only found within beastman tribes, where certain beastmen are tasked with guarding it. Others who wish to borrow fire must trade prey for it. That's quite troublesome. Don't go. I'll teach you how to make fire." Yi Cheng turned to Yanxi in surprise and asked, "You know how to make fire?" Considering her sudden appearance at the pond, her medical skills, and her entirely human identity, he inquired, "Could it be that you are truly a divine envoy sent by the beast god to the beast world?" Although he had never believed in such notions, Yanxi's unexpected arrival made her claim seem far more credible. Silence enveloped Yanxi, pondering whether merely igniting a fire sufficed to label one as messenger. The depths of ignorance are indeed formidable. She replied, "Igniting a fire is hardly a significant feat. Had my bag not been lost, it would contain items that ignite much more swiftly." Yi Cheng inquired, "Do you possess items bestowed upon you by the beast god within your bag?" "Yanxi, is there truly no way to move past this matter? However, that bag is indeed quite significant to her." She replied, "I suppose so." Yi Cheng rose to his feet and said, "I will retrieve it for you. Stay here and do not move. I shall return shortly." Yi Cheng's notion of shortly was remarkably accurate. In less than 5 minutes, he was back, holding her backpack, which had a large tear in it. Yanxi beheld her backpack with great delight. However, as the bright light streamed in through the opening where the daylight penetrated, she noticed a large gash at the back of her backpack, as if it had been sliced open by some sharp instrument. Yanxi grasped Yi Cheng's hand. Using his index fingers nailed a gesture towards her backpack, and looked up, indignantly exclaiming, "Did you damage my bag?" Yi Cheng instinctively blinked at her, attempting to deny the accusation. Yanxi raised her bag and held it in front of him, saying, "Don't even think about evading responsibility. I have seen how sharp your fingernails are." Yi Cheng found himself unable to argue his way out and replied, "I will sew it back for you." Yanxi emptied the contents of her bag and tossed the torn backpack at him, saying, "Hurry and sew it up, but make the stitches finer and more aesthetically pleasing." When she arrived at this place, she had brought only these few belongings, which could be deemed her entire possessions. It was only natural for her to feel upset, especially since Yi Cheng had damaged and lost them. Yi Cheng, ever diligent and uncomplaining, set about mending the bag for her. Out of curiosity, he had carelessly pulled at this small bag, causing it to split apart, and he wished to express that he had not exerted much force. However, he refrained from uttering such thoughts in front of the young female. Yanxi flipped through the scant supplies she had brought into this beastly world. Among them was a bank card, issued in her name by her parents, which held over 2 million in pocket money. Additionally, she possessed a Huagua identity card, a passport, a small pack of tissues, a packet of wet wipes, a hair clip, a bundle of hair ties, an oval-shaped cushion brush, a temperature-sensitive lip balm, a compact mirror measuring 20 centimeters, a pack of daily sanitary napkins, a windproof lighter she had used to light candles for a classmate's birthday, a pencil, a notebook for jotting down her thoughts, a set of house keys, a power bank, a charging cable, a charging adapter, and lastly, her mobile phone. Upon seeing the mirror, the beauty-conscious Yanxi picked it up to admire her reflection. To her surprise, she noticed an impression in the shape of a light green leaf on her forehead, about the size of her pinky fingernail. She rubbed it with her fingertip, but it would not come off. She was certain that this mark had not been there before. She mused, "Could this be my golden finger?" Just as this thought crossed her mind, she felt a sudden shift, as if she were watching a video that had abruptly transitioned. In an instant, she found herself standing on a stretch of black soil, beside a water well. Observing the sky, she noticed there was no sun. Yet it was as bright as day. Where was this place? Had I traversed dimensions again? Just moments ago, I was seated on a stone bed, wasn't I? As Yanxi mentioned the stone bed, in the next moment, it was as if another scene had transitioned, and she found herself once again upon the stone bed within the cave. Night Cheng, in a state of anxious desperation, nearly overturned the entire stone bed in search of her. Upon seeing Yanxi's sudden reappearance, Night Cheng enveloped her in his arms, urgently inquiring, "Where have you been?" Yanxi paused for a moment, her heart swelling with joy as she exclaimed, "I have discovered a wonderful place. Allow me to show you." As she spoke, she grasped Yi Cheng's hand and silently invoked her spatial abilities. In an instant, they found themselves within a vast expanse of fertile black soil, spanning approximately 2 acres. She had unexpectedly acquired a realm suitable for cultivation. Yi Cheng, equally astonished, had never before encountered such a mysterious phenomenon. It seemed that everything had begun to unfold after their paths had crossed. Chapter 12. A smile at the phone. Yanxi released Night Cheng's hand and climbed to the edge of the well, which was not very high. She cupped her hands to draw a handful of water from within and drank it all. The sweetness was extraordinary, refreshing her very soul. After drinking, the pain in her recently fractured ribs, which had yet to heal properly, vanished completely. Breathing became effortless, and she was no longer troubled by shortness of breath. Moreover, the wounds inflicted by the exiled orcs and the bites from the mosquito beasts had healed completely, and she felt an urgent need to relieve herself. Unable to hold it in any longer, Yanxi said, "Stay here without moving. I shall return shortly." Yanxi felt an urgency she had never experienced in her 18 years. She dashed away from Yicheng, putting 100 meters between them. Unable to contain herself any longer, she covered herself with her skirt and crouched down, releasing herself with a torrent of sound. She was convinced that even Yicheng, 100 meters away, could hear her. Thus, she closed her eyes, feigning unconsciousness. When she finally felt emptied, she opened her eyes only to fret over another matter. She had no tissue to clean herself. There was indeed a pack of tissues on the stone bed outside, but just as this thought crossed her mind, the very pack of tissues appeared before her, the one she had left on the stone bed. It turned out this space had its advantages. She could retrieve items from the outside even while inside. She pondered if there were any limitations to this distance. However, such concerns were trivial for the moment. Her immediate embarrassment needed addressing. Once she had composed herself and stood up to return to the well to wash her hands, she discovered Yicheng standing merely 2 meters behind her. Yanxi, with a loud bang, she felt as though she might shatter entirely. Yicheng stepped forward, taking the partially used tissue pack from her hands and inquired, "This is quite a remarkable item. How is it made? Allow me to prepare some for you." Yanxi's lips twitched, and at that moment, she wished for nothing more than to fade away. Yicheng, noticing her face was as red as the posterior of a certain beast, finally recognized her embarrassment. He ceased his teasing and led her to the well, drawing water to wash her hands. "How could you drink this water?" And suddenly, Yanxi raised her damp hand to cover his mouth and said, "Do not speak further." Realizing that her hand had just come into contact with that part of her, she hurriedly lowered it, her eyes darting as she remarked, "This well water is truly remarkable. After I drank it, the ribs in my chest, which had only recently healed, ceased to ache, and several of my wounds have mended. Furthermore, I feel invigorated now. Yicheng, you should partake as well." She washed her hands and cupped a handful of well water for Yicheng, urging him to drink. Rarely had Yicheng seen her so proactive, and without suspicion, he accepted the water from her hand and took a sip. Yanxi observed his lack of response and surmised that perhaps his imposing physique was hindering a swift effect. She cupped another handful of spring water and offered it to him, continuing to do so without pause. It was not until he grasped her hand that it seemed he finally sensed the urgency she had just conveyed. With a sudden burst of speed, he darted away to attend to his physiological needs. Yanxi gazed at his retreating figure, initially intending to tease him, but upon realizing the distance was too great, she felt disinclined to walk over. She decided to wait for him here, as he would inevitably come. When Yicheng arrived, he held a crumpled tissue bag that he had exhausted. Noticing Yanxi's unabashed smile directed at him, he understood that she was intentionally trying to provoke him. Irritated, he stepped forward, enveloping her in his embrace and showering her with fervent kisses, as if he wished to consume her entirely. Yanxi was genuinely frightened. He gazed at her as though she were his prey. At that moment, a deep-seated fear gripped her heart. She should not provoke the formidable male beastmen of the beast world. Although Yicheng had assured her of his protection, it did not grant her the liberty to toy with him. Yicheng, too, sensed her slight tremor and ceased his torment, his eyes tinged with a hint of crimson. Struggling to suppress the urge to engage with her in a more intimate manner, clearing his throat, he feigned nonchalance and remarked, "This water possesses unique properties. It can restore vitality, heal wounds, and even refine a beastman's innate talents, aiding their ascension." Concerned that Yanxi might grow fearful of him again, he diverted her attention with other topics. In truth, this spring water was far more potent than he had described, yet its full potential had yet to be unveiled. This inexhaustible well required only a single sip each day for him to swiftly transcend from a red to a purple talent. His father, endowed with purple talent, had conceived him with her mother. Thus, he was born with a red talent, one tier lower than his father's. A single tier could easily overpower a beast man of a lower rank, which was why he had once been the child who was dominated and beaten by his father. Yicheng grasped Yanxi's arm firmly, his tone grave as he declared, "This place must remain a secret from outsiders. Otherwise, it will expose you to countless unforeseen dangers." Yanxi, observing his serious demeanor, nodded slightly. She understood the principle of possessing a gem brings trouble. Upon seeing her nod, Yicheng said, "Let us step outside." Yanxi nodded repeatedly, leading Yicheng out of the space. Filled with concern, Yicheng offered her a series of admonitions before returning to his previous spot to resume his task of sewing the bag. Yet, his mind was preoccupied with contemplating their future life together. The identity of Yin Shichuan as a human is exceedingly unique, and this alone remains somewhat concealed. However, she possesses an abundance of enigmatic qualities, much like this black soil space. Should the efficacy of the water within her realm be discovered by other beastmen, it could lead to unforeseen complications for her. He must swiftly seek a formidable tribe to integrate her into their community, thereby ensuring her protection. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating narrative. Of course, there exists an alternative. He could also arrange for several powerful beastmen to safeguard her. Yet, the mere thought of sharing her with other male beastmen stirs an inexplicable discomfort within Yicheng. He cast a glance at the little female sitting on the stone bed, blissfully unaware of her surroundings. He envied her innocent ignorance. Nevertheless, it is fitting for a female to live a carefree existence like hers. As for the rest, he shall take on the responsibility as the male beast man. She was utterly oblivious to the potential dangers that might await her. She felt a sense of relief when Yicheng abruptly halted his actions and refrained from imposing anything upon her. In truth, had he chosen to act upon her, she would have been powerless to resist. Nevertheless, she was grateful that, during a time when her sense of security was scant, he afforded her the opportunity to acclimate. She continued to rummage through the contents of her small bag. Her phone, being waterproof, surprisingly had 60% battery remaining upon powering it on, yet it lacked signal, rendering her unable to receive or send messages, not even emergency calls. The power bank contained 90% battery. However, without signal, the charge was rendered futile. She felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. She lifted her gaze to the man seated on the ground, meticulously stitching her bag. Glancing at her phone, she recalled that he was her very first boyfriend. Surely, it warranted a photograph to commemorate the moment. Moreover, he was undeniably handsome. Setting aside his Orcish nature, did he not exude an impressive aura of masculinity? She retrieved her phone, activated the camera, and positioned herself behind Yicheng, with a playful embrace around his neck. She instructed, "Smile for the camera." Yichu was momentarily taken aback, and in that instant, Yanxi pressed the shutter. The photograph captured Yicheng's bewildered expression in the foreground, while Yanxi, with her eyes mischievously half closed, clung to his neck in the background, freezing that moment in time. Yicheng, puzzled, could not fathom why their figures were now encapsulated within that small device. Chapter 13. Departure. Yanxi, however, did not intend to explain herself. She simply remarked, "You carry on with your work, and do not mind me. While my phone still has battery, I shall take a few more photographs for you." Yicheng nodded, paying her no further heed, as he swiftly completed the last details of the project. He handed her the bag and inquired, "What do you think? Is it satisfactory? I have added a layer of my snake skin inside, which enhances its durability. If you wish to change bags, you may also utilize my snake skin. It is far more resilient than this one you possess. Even after detaching from its source, his snake skin retains a toughness that ordinary beast claws cannot sever." Yanxi took her bag, inspecting it inside and out. Although it had been mended and lacked aesthetic appeal, it was indeed sturdy. She placed all the items she had just emptied back into it, positioning them at the innermost part of the stone bed. Approaching him with her phone in hand, she remarked, "Let me show you some of my photos. I'm not boasting. My photography skills are quite commendable." She squatted beside him, displaying the pictures she had taken of him. Each image possessed a certain artistry, primarily due to his captivating presence, which made him photogenic from any angle. Yicheng had long been curious about what she was showing him, but since she had not elaborated, he refrained from asking further. Observing her glide her finger across the screen to switch images, he reached out to touch the device and inquired, "Is this an object from your world?" Yanxi said with delight, "Indeed, it is a technological marvel from my world. Such a tiny device allows us to see and converse with each other across vast distances. Is it not impressive?" Yicheng nodded, attentively listening to her. Yanxi noticed his keen interest in listening, so she spoke with even greater enthusiasm. She shared her thoughts about everything that soared in the sky, swam in the water, and ran on the ground, expressing whatever came to mind. Eventually, her words left her parched, and Yicheng offered her a succulent fruit. Yanxi was momentarily taken aback, yet she smiled and accepted it, immediately taking a bite. Yicheng remarked, "Your parents have raised you exceptionally well. In her world, were all females nurtured in such a manner? It is no wonder that she is so reluctant to remain here." Yanxi nodded vigorously and smiled, saying, "Indeed, it is also a result of my own efforts. I am the sole heir to my grandparents and parents, who have set very high expectations for me. To master these subjects, I have endured considerable hardship. However, compared to those who engage in laborious tasks, I find my intense studies to be far less taxing. In addition to my essential studies, I also assist my grandfather in managing the herbal garden, accompany my grandmother in creating traditional handicrafts that have been lost to time, learn about the affairs of my father's company, and study etiquette with my mother to excel at social gatherings, thus becoming a source of pride for them. Striving for excellence in all these endeavors is undoubtedly demanding. Here, you need not learn anything. Whatever you require, I shall provide." It is unreasonable for her to follow me and yet find her circumstances diminished. If that were the case, it would be an affront to him as a male orc. Yanxi shook her head and said, "My grandparents, as well as my parents, have always taught me that to attain anything, one must rely on their own efforts. A partner can serve as your refuge, yet one cannot remain in that haven indefinitely. Despite being a girl, I harbor grand aspirations. However, She couldn't help but think that having arrived in this desolate place, her ambitions might be stifled. Night Ching noticed her sudden shift in mood, likely a reflection on the contrast between her past and present. He inquired, "Have you finished eating? If you have, let us take our leave." She nodded slightly, finished the last morsel of fruit, discarded the pit, and shook the juice from her hands. With a lightness, she slung her small bag over her shoulder. And it was as simple as that. Night Ching, in contrast, was even more effortless. He left without carrying anything at all. Shi, filled with confusion, inquired, "Are you truly departing just like this, without taking anything?" Yicheng contemplated for a moment, then nodded. He approached the stone bed and selected several intact snake skins, binding them together with one of the skins, signifying his disregard for the incomplete ones. Securing the snake skins around his waist, he lifted Shi, allowing her to perch upon his arm as his feet transformed into a serpent's tail and prepared to leave. Shi asked him to wait a moment, clearly reluctant to part with the shed snake skins, as she gathered all of them from the stone bed into her black soil space. She then requested him to remove the snake skins from his waist and place them into the black soil space as well. Yicheng suddenly realized how convenient Shi's space was for carrying items. He inquired if she wished to take the stone bed along, considering that it was so flat and spacious, and that finding another one of its kind would be quite challenging. Reproducing it would also be time-consuming. Shi contemplated the vast expanse of the black earth space, realizing that even a stone bed could be effortlessly accommodated within it. Nodding in agreement, she stored the stone bed into the black earth space. Once the stone bed was retrieved, the cave was left desolate. Upon exiting the cave, Yicheng instructed Shi to stow away the 2 pairs of formidable pincers and the scorpion tail of the scorpion beastman that he had dissected. However, the carcass of the scorpion beastman was carelessly discarded in a nearby spot outside the cave. With everything arranged, Yicheng lifted Shi and set off in search of a direction, taking purposeful strides forward. Shi turned her gaze towards the cave that was receding further away and inquired, "Do you feel no nostalgia at all?" Yicheng directed his attention to the distant horizon and replied, "In the future, wherever you are, I shall cherish the memories." Shi was momentarily taken aback. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the male orc. The weight of his words held such significance that she felt hesitant to respond carelessly, fearing she might not do justice to his sentiments. Yet, Yicheng turned to her with a smile and said, "This is how it is in the beast realm. You will grow accustomed to it in due time." Shi expressed her lack of understanding. Yicheng pondered for a moment and explained in terms she could grasp. "You mentioned that in your world, it is customary for one male to pair with one female. This is due to the relatively balanced ratio between men and women." Shi shook her head and said, No. In our realm, there is also a surplus of men over women, and many men remain single. However, there are also a portion of women who do not wish to marry, resulting in a significant number of individuals of both genders remaining unattached. The male-to-female ratio is approximately 4:6. After listening to her lengthy explanation, Yicheng understood that the genders she referred to were the male and female orcs in his comprehension. He remarked, "In your world, the gender ratio stands at 4:6. Yet in the beast world, the ratio is starkly different at around 2:8, or perhaps even less favorable. The harsh living conditions in the beast world render it unsuitable for females and young ones to thrive, leading to a diminishing population of females and offspring. In tribes of 100 orcs, there are often no more than 2 or 3 females, encompassing all ages. This scarcity underscores the significance of females within a tribe. It can be said that all male orcs within a tribe revolve around the female orcs. Whenever a female orc expresses her desire, any male orc may become her mate." Shi was taken aback. "A polyandrous marriage?" Yicheng nodded and said, "That is essentially the meaning." Shi still struggled to accept the notion and inquired, "Is it not possible for the chosen male orc to refuse?" "It is indeed possible. Yet the reality of the beast world is such that male orcs have little choice. Among the few who might catch their eye, the options dwindle. As time passes, male orcs age, their combat prowess diminishes, and without the prospect of offspring or a supportive family, their eventual fate is often quite tragic." Shi swallowed hard and inquired, "I wish to know, are there females who do not desire multiple beast husbands, or do those who wish to avoid beast husbands face coercion from male beast men?" Yicheng cast a glance at her, sensing that she was alluding to his feelings. Were they not, in essence, reflecting her reluctance? Chapter 14. The fire stick. He understood her fears. It was akin to his desire to engage in actions he deemed wholly normal between partners. Yet, she was not so quick to accept. Perhaps she was reminded of the scorpion beast man who had abducted her, stirring memories of a similar plight. He replied, "Indeed, there are instances, but any male beast man who forcibly binds with a female without her consent, causing her harm, will be expelled from the tribe and become a wandering beast man. Much like the scorpion beast man you encountered earlier. Such wandering beast men bear a mark of death upon their foreheads, and those branded with this mark are universally regarded as malevolent and unwelcome, no matter where they go. Furthermore, regarding whether females could be forcibly bound to male beast men, it is my recollection that all unions are consensual. Therefore, you need not worry about a male beast man attempting to force a union with you in the tribe. No beast man would dare to commit such an act unless he wished for his own demise." "Ah, so that was it. when the scorpion beast-man transformed into human form. Yinshi indeed noticed the character for death emblazoned upon his forehead. Yinshi nodded slightly, indicating her understanding. However, for the sake of her own safety, she inquired further. In the tribe, is there a subtle expectation for females to choose multiple orc husbands for the sake of reproduction? Yicheng asked. Are you suggesting that you wish to have several husbands? Of course not. I'm merely inquiring whether the tribe imposes such a requirement on females. If I were unwilling, could I still reside in that tribe? She had her own secret aspirations, but they existed solely in her mind without any tangible actions taken. Thus, she would never transgress moral boundaries, for that would be a dereliction of her own responsibilities. This may indeed occur, but you can refuse if you're unwilling. As for having joined a tribe, as long as you have not committed any wrongdoing towards it, the orcs of that tribe will not expel you. Even if I do not wish for multiple husbands, I can still live in the tribe, correct? Indeed. Yinshi felt a sense of relief upon hearing what she longed to hear. She dreaded the thought of others imposing their will upon her. The idea of being unable to refuse such arrangements for the sake of her own safety was utterly stifling. Having confirmed what she wished to know, Yinshi surveyed the desolate surroundings and inquired, "Where are we headed?" Yicheng, without turning his head, focused on the path ahead and replied, "A day's journey from here lies a small tribe of rabbit beastmen. We shall visit this tribe to see if they possess what you desire, and I will barter my catch with them. However, before that, we must make a stop at the waterhole." "What purpose does the waterhole serve?" Yinshi asked. Yicheng did not provide an explanation, but she soon discovered the reason for their visit. They arrived at the waterhole they had frequented before. Yicheng set her down and retrieved the remnants of the parachute fabric he had severed during her rescue, along with the torn pieces of her clothing. He noticed that the young female held a fond nostalgia for these items. Having discarded them previously, he now sought to reclaim them as they prepared to depart, taking a few extra steps to ensure she had them once more. Yinshi was indeed delighted to behold the parachute fabric. Although this material was unsuitable for garments, it was quite effective for crafting a raincoat or a tent. Additionally, she wore a skydiving suit composed of a moisture-wicking quick-dry shirt, a warm-down inner layer, a plush outer garment, and finally, a protective sports jacket. Remarkably, such a layered ensemble was rendered utterly useless by a mere fingernail from Yicheng. Fortunately, Yicheng had retrieved her lost pair of shoes. Although her socks were missing and everything remained damp, the presence of the shoes enabled her to walk independently. She stored the remaining items in her black earth space, intending to mend them with a bone needle when time permitted, and the quick-dry shirt could double as a towel. She refrained from placing the shoes in the black earth space, wishing instead to dry them quickly so she could wear them and walk on her own. She had no intention of relying on Yicheng to carry her the entire way. These garments are quite unique and warm. Do you know what materials were used to create them? I can find suitable alternatives to make you a new set, she offered. Observing her reluctance to discard even the thinnest piece of clothing, as she allowed him to cut it into several fragments while keeping the remaining piece. He watched as she placed it into the black earth space. Only a square of fabric remained, which she soaked, wrung out, and used to wipe her cheeks. This square of quick-dry material would henceforth serve as her facial cloth. Then she washed her face and wrung out the quick-drying cloth she had fashioned into a face towel. Contemplating the lack of space to hang it, she requested Yicheng to carve 2 tree forks with his sharp nails and fashion a straight wooden root to create a makeshift drying rack. She placed it in the black soil space, ensuring that the cloth would be hung up to prevent the growth of bacteria. With everything prepared, the two resumed their journey. "Yin," she remarked, "these fabrics are crafted from cotton, a plant characterized by its pure white hue resembling flowers, yet possessing a remarkably soft texture. As we traverse this path, should we encounter it, I shall ask you to help me gather some. I now possess space for cultivation, and I wish to collect the cotton seeds to see if I can grow it myself. If successful, I shall never again fret over the lack of cotton for my garments." Yicheng nodded in acknowledgement. He made a mental note to procure a white, flower-like plant known as cotton for the young female. They continued their journey, and not far along the way, Yicheng picked a few fruits from the roadside, wrapping them in leaves to present to her. Yinshi unceremoniously took the fruit, wiped it on her clothing, and began to nibble on it. Once she finished the fruit, boredom led her to tear at the leaf that had held the fruit. With a simple rip, she stumbled upon a new discovery. Elated, she patted Yicheng's shoulder and exclaimed, "Where did you pick this leaf?" Yicheng paused, halting his forward stride, and glanced at the leaf she held, the very one he had casually plucked to contain the fruit, and replied, "Do you want this leaf?" Yinshi nodded and remarked, "Observe how these leaves are abundant in fibers. Although they may not be as fine as cotton, they should serve as excellent material for making a fire starter." "Fire starter?" Night Chung appeared perplexed, clearly unfamiliar with the term. "It refers to a portable source of ignition," Yinshi elucidated. Night Chung, somewhat astonished, accepted the leaves from her hand, examining them closely before inquiring, "Can these leaves truly be fashioned into a source of ignition?" Indeed, with the addition of a bit of flammable rosin powder, reed flowers, and charcoal, a fire starter can be created. Throughout their journey, she had encountered an abundance of reed flowers, which flourished remarkably and stood tall. She had also observed unusually large pine trees, and charcoal was readily available, as they could easily produce some and crush it for use. "These leaves are ubiquitous. If we venture a bit further, we are bound to find more," Night Chung remarked. Yanxi nodded vigorously, urging him to proceed. Then let us hasten. For I still require small bamboo, the size of a thumb, to craft a few fire torches. In the future, even without my lighter, I shall be able to ignite a flame with these torches. Night Chung found it somewhat incredulous, for the orcs cherished their fire source so dearly. Yet it seemed so effortlessly simple when spoken by her. As they journeyed, the pair, one human and one beast, gathered most of the necessary materials, with only charcoal remaining. When they paused to camp for the night, they could produce some charcoal and thus create the fire torches. Chapter 15. Arrival at the Rabbit Orc Tribe. Yanxi, with her head bowed as she meticulously sorted through the materials for making fire starters, was gently reminded by Yi Cheng, the path ahead is treacherous. Hold on to me tightly. Yanxi instinctively clutched Night Cheng's neck, gazing ahead. Before her lay an expansive landslide, rendering the path utterly impassable. It was no wonder Night Cheng had remarked on the treacherous terrain. As Night Cheng sensed her grip tightening around his neck, he summoned all his strength. His sliding tail resembling a coiled spring, propelling them forward in a remarkable leap of over 10 meters. He continued this motion, and after what seemed like 10 minutes, they finally navigated through the chaotic debris of the landslide. Yanxi turned back in astonishment to observe the road. Yi Cheng explained to her. This landslide was likely caused by last year's torrential rains. It is relatively mild. Relatively mild? In a single bound, Yi Cheng leaped about 10 meters, yet at this pace. It took him nearly 10 minutes to traverse that vast expanse of landslide. Yanxi shivered all over. With her petite frame, had she encountered such a vast landslide, she would have perished instantly. The rainy season not only brings floods but also incursions of seawater, which pose a calamity for the land-dwelling orcs. Yanxi swallowed hard. Could it be that the seawater was indeed flooding in? She inquired, did you not mention that it takes a month to fly from here to the sea? How can seawater surge inland? What is a month? Yi Cheng asked. It refers to the months used for measuring time, calculated as 30 days per month, she clarified. Yi Cheng nodded and explained, in your world, a month consists of 30 days, while in the beast realm, it is referred to as 30 solar days. During the rainy season, the seawater indeed floods in, leaving only the higher peaks visible. This rainy season lasts for 60 solar days, which you would perceive as 2 months. 2 months? How do people survive? I mean, how do the beastmen endure? Yi Cheng took a deep breath, sighed, and smiled at her, reassuringly stating, rest assured. I will procure sufficient food for you, ensuring that you do not suffer from hunger during the rainy season or the snowy season. Yanxi swallowed hard once more. Could it be that there was a shortage of food? Upon reflection, the fact that she had initially been granted a space for cultivation was indeed a blessing from the heavens. Are you afraid? Asked Yi Cheng. Yanxi furrowed her brows and retorted, aren't you afraid? I have grown accustomed to it. Yanxi, what a remarkable reply. Yi Cheng remarked. We serpentine beastmen possess certain advantages over other beastmen. When the seawater surges, we can dive beneath the waves where the underwater realm is far more tranquil than the surface. Apart from being cautious during sudden floods, we can hold our breath for approximately 3 months. Can you really go 3 months without food? She inquired. I can eat well once and then abstain for 4 months, he responded. Yi Cheng endeavored to express ideas that she could comprehend, deepening her understanding of him and the harsh realities of this beastly world. I cannot survive underwater. At most, I can endure a minute or two, which is roughly the time it takes to eat a piece of fruit. Yi Cheng nodded. I understand. When the heavy rains arrive, I will ensure you are well taken care of. Yanxi, why is she so fearful? Entrusting her very existence to another. Does she truly intend to compromise? Ensnaring Yi Cheng in a partnership on the beast world continent for her protection? Yet, such a partnership is devoid of any legal constraints upon the other. How could one ensure that a male beast man from the beast world would risk his life to safeguard her? Observing her silence, Yi Cheng lifted his gaze and gently tousled her hair, continuing, I will protect you. Yanxi curled the corner of her mouth, disregarding his words. Such assurances lacked weight. In simple terms, her sudden arrival in this world left her feeling insecure. Yet, she understood that some sense of security must be cultivated from within. She was uncertain of the significance behind Yi Cheng's promise to protect her, but Yi Cheng himself was acutely aware. His unwavering loyalty to her was cemented the moment they became partners. Although he was a wandering beastman, his loyalty to his mate was absolute. This was an intrinsic value engraved in the very essence of every male beastman in the beast world, not merely a sentiment to be casually expressed. Yanxi was entangled in her thoughts all day, contemplating whether to compromise and truly become a couple with Yi Cheng. This way, she could ask for his help without feeling embarrassed. Commanding her own boyfriend was undoubtedly more convenient than instructing a mere stranger. However, having never been in a relationship, she was uncertain how to broach the subject of romance with him. Would Yi Cheng even grasp her intentions? It became evident that, even when words flowed freely, some matters were not easily articulated. Yi Cheng, not one to dwell on subtleties, sensed her preoccupation but remained oblivious to her inner conflict regarding a potential romance. What did love mean to him? He was perplexed. As a partner, it was already a delightful prospect if she was willing to share a bed with him at night. Alas, her reluctance meant he would have to wait. He hoped that this wait would not be prolonged. As the sun began to set, Yi Cheng carried the unconscious Yanxi, who had fallen asleep against his shoulder, to the outskirts of the Rabbit Beastman tribe. Even at the periphery, They were confronted by a male beast man, resembling a rabbit yet vastly larger, who barred their passage into the tribe. Yicheng's formidable presence instilled an air of intimidation in them. He refrained from engaging in unnecessary discourse and simply dropped their prey on the ground, stating coldly, "We require a place to stay for a few days. Provide us with accommodation." The two patrolling male rabbit beast men exchanged glances. Noticing the absence of any ominous markings on Yicheng's face and the sleeping female draped over his shoulder, they deduced he was likely not a threat. Nonetheless, caution was warranted. When they remained silent, Yicheng's brow furrowed, and his tone grew more assertive as he reiterated, "I need a place to stay." Perhaps his voice was too loud, for it roused the slumbering Yinshi, who rubbed her eyes awake. The rapid change in Yicheng's demeanor upon her awakening left the two patrolling male rabbit beastmen astonished. "Yicheng, where are we?" Yinshi inquired. Yicheng gently patted her back and replied, "We have arrived at the rabbit beastman tribe, and I am negotiating for a place to stay." The corners of the patrolling rabbit beastmen's mouths twitched. "Boss, it seems you are not merely negotiating for accommodation. Your expression unmistakably conveys an intent to unleash wrath upon their tribe should they refuse." Upon arriving at the rabbit beastman tribe, Yinshi immediately felt a surge of excitement and inquired, "Can we reside here for a while?" Nightching, noticing her enthusiasm, replied, "Indeed. My shoes, are they dry? I want to get down." Nightching unfastened her shoes from his waist and said, "They are dry. You were sleeping, so I didn't wake you. I want to get down. I want to get down." Having spent several days in the beast world without yet encountering a tribe, she was filled with curiosity. Once Nightchung had fastened her shoes, Yinshi stepped onto solid ground. Observing the rabbit beast men, who were significantly taller than her yet shorter than Nightching, she softly asked him, "Are they good beastmen? Can I speak to them?" Nightching hesitated, reluctant to let the other male beastmen see Yinshi. Yet he could not resist her eager desire for interaction and ultimately nodded in agreement. Chapter 16. Tonight, she was determined to indulge in this crab. Previously, he had explored this tribe and found no male beastmen with red talents. The most gifted among them possessed only green talents. Thus, it was evident that collectively, these beastmen would not pose a challenge to him. With Nightchang's approval, Yinshi approached with a smile, ready to engage with the rabbit beastmen. Yinshi's manner of speaking is significantly more courteous than that of Yicheng. Moreover, having a gentle and soft-spoken female engage in conversation with the two male rabbit beastmen has indeed fostered a greater sense of patience in them. Yinshi spoke. "We are somewhat weary from our journey, and the day is drawing to a close. It is perilous to traverse the forest at night. Might I kindly request, dear brothers, that you permit us to reside in your tribe for a few days? Once we have rested sufficiently, we shall continue our journey. We are more than willing to offer provisions in exchange." As Yinshi finished speaking, she pointed at the prey that Yicheng had carelessly discarded on the ground. Her pitiable yet lively demeanor enchanted the two male rabbit beast men, who would have gladly given their lives for her, let alone simply wishing to host her in their tribe for a few days. In fact, they would have willingly welcomed her to stay indefinitely. Thus, they hurriedly led Yinshi towards their village, completely overlooking Yicheng trailing behind them. Yinshi glanced back at Yicheng, giving him a playful wink. She couldn't help but feel that the beastmen of the beast world were incredibly friendly. If Yicheng were aware of her thoughts, he would merely respond with a cold chuckle. Did she not notice that these rabbit beastmen exhibited two distinct attitudes towards her and him? Nevertheless, the two were ultimately brought before the chieftain of the rabbit beastmen. Yinshi, with a pitiable demeanor, conveyed her recent words to the leader of the rabbit beastmen. The intellect of the rabbit beastman chief was not to be compared with that of the two foolish young rabbit beastmen. His gaze flickered between Yinshi and Yicheng. Taking in Yicheng's formidable appearance, he nodded and said, "You may stay for a few days, but you must provide a daily offering of prey weighing over 100 pounds. Additionally, our tribe will be attending the orc gathering of the 8 beastmen in a few days, so we kindly ask that you depart by that time." Yinshi, upon hearing that the rent was based on a daily rate for a daily catch exceeding 100 pounds, felt it was exorbitantly priced. After all, even in rental housing, payments are typically calculated monthly. How could one possibly charge by the day? However, before Yinshi could voice her concerns or negotiate, Yicheng readily acquiesced, stating, "Very well. Lead us to our accommodations." Yinshi turned back to glance at Yicheng. Did he not comprehend the meaning of the phrase bargaining? On the way to the abode where he was taken by the rabbit beastman, Yinshi was cradled in Yicheng's arms as she leaned closer to his ear and spoke. "Are you truly unaware of the art of negotiation? Your naivety makes you susceptible to being taken advantage of. How could you so readily acquiesce? That is a prey weighing 100 pounds. A feat I can scarcely achieve in 10 days or even half a month." Yinshi scolded him softly in his ear throughout their journey. Finally, the rabbit beastman leading the way pointed to a hand-carved cave and said, "This shall be your dwelling. I shall take my leave now." Yinshi gazed upon the cave, its entrance scarcely reaching her waist, and was rendered speechless. A sense of futility washed over her as she pondered the situation, trading a day's worth of 100-pound catch for such a meager dwelling? Was this not an outrageous bargain? Yicheng gently set her down and remarked, "At this time of year, it is quite easy to hunt prey exceeding 100 pounds. You stand here while I enlarge the cave a bit, and then you may enter." He was acutely aware of the unreasonable demands of the rabbit beastman chieftain. Yet as a wandering beastman, he had long since grown accustomed to such hardships. Only Yanxi continued to feel a sense of loss. Yanxi stood outside the cave, filled with indignation, while Yiqing had already bent down and entered the cavern, which was even more cramped for him, to commence its expansion. Yanxi was not idle either. She was grumbling while searching for twigs nearby, which could be used for the evening fire. When Yicheng was bringing out soil, he spotted Yanxi gathering branches around the cave. He remembered that she could start a fire and said, "Just move around near the cave. Don't wander too far. I will finish up inside shortly." Yanxi nodded slightly. In truth, she did not dare to venture far. Along the way, she had noticed several rabbit-like creatures observing them. Yanxi currently only trusts Yiqing. Any random orc could easily harm her, so she dares not wander off. When Yanxi had gathered enough firewood, Yiqing had also completed his task, expanding the entrance to a height where she could walk straight in without bending down. However, his tall stature still required him to stoop slightly to enter. The interior was significantly more spacious. Yicheng clapped his hands and remarked, "I see a small stream nearby. I shall go there to freshen up, and then find some fruit for you." "I want to go too. I want to freshen up as well," Yanxi explained. Having collected enough firewood for an entire evening, she had worked up a bit of sweat and longed to cleanse herself. As she approached the stream, she noticed some nan bamboo nearby, which was a valuable resource. Nan bamboo could be crafted into numerous everyday items, and she considered digging up a few to plant in her black soil space, ensuring a future supply. Thus, upon reaching the riverbank, Yanxi called out to Yicheng for assistance in extracting a bamboo plant. Yicheng, the thing she desired seemed rather peculiar. Yet, when she expressed her wishes, he effortlessly fulfilled them. With little effort, he uprooted 3 or 4 stalks for her. Yanxi, filled with surprise, inquired, "Are there others nearby? May I now place the bamboo into the black soil space?" Yicheng sensed his surroundings, furrowing his brow as he gazed towards a particular direction. Immediately, muffled groans resonated from that area, accompanied by the sound of fleeing vegetation. Yanxi was taken aback and hurriedly grasped Yicheng's arm, inquiring, "Who is it?" Yicheng gently patted her hand and replied, "It is a beastman from the rabbit beast tribe. There is no need to fear. I have already intimidated them into fleeing. You can now gather these bamboos." My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The subsequent events are even more thrilling. Having charged such exorbitant rents, how dare they still engage in surveillance? Yanxi already harbored grievances over their daily demand for a hunted prey as rent, and now being watched only fueled her annoyance further. As she spoke, she swiftly placed 4 bamboo stalks into the black earth space, taking advantage of the dim twilight. After completing her task, she cautiously surveyed her surroundings. Yicheng led her to the riverbank to wash her hands, assuring her, "Do not worry. All the beastmen in this rabbit tribe combined are no match for me. Stay here for a while. I will hunt nearby and see if I can find any edible fruits for you." Yanxi opened her mouth, intending to express her fears. Yet, just as the words were on the tip of her tongue, she fell silent once more. The same sentiment lingered. He was not someone she could claim, and she had no justification for wanting him by her side constantly, unless she yielded and truly became his partner. Only then could she issue commands without the weight of guilt. Yicheng was aware that she harbored concerns, but if he did not procure food for her now, she might go hungry that night. Resolutely, he decided to leave. Yanxi watched his figure disappear into the distance. For a moment, the surroundings became particularly serene, interrupted only by the gentle murmur of the flowing water and the mysterious nocturnal sounds that echoed through the night. The sky had completely darkened, and the moon emerged. Though the brightness of the moonlight was quite luminous, Yanxi still felt an unsettling fear. Suddenly, she noticed something crawling by the stream's edge. Yanxi was taken aback for a moment. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that it was, in fact, a mountain crab, roughly the size of her palm. A further glance revealed an astonishing sight. The water was teeming with mountain crabs of various sizes. Yanxi felt a surge of joy. She did not anticipate encountering such a sizable mountain crab by the brook. Glancing around, she plucked a few slender vines from the creek's edge and swiftly wove them into a rudimentary basket. She then gathered 2 branches to fashion into pincers, aspiring to capture a large crab. With a snap, the formidable crab seized the stick she extended, effortlessly breaking her makeshift pincers in the process. Yanxi was taken aback. Retracting her hand from the wooden cabinet to examine the jagged edge of the broken stick, she inwardly cursed the national essence, marveling at the sheer force behind it. Nonetheless, she was resolute in her determination to feast on the crab that night. Chapter 17. Salt has arrived when Yiqing returned, burdened with his catch. He found Yanxi amusingly prodding a water bug with a stick by the riverbank. A wry smile tugged at his lips. He had anticipated her tears and longing for his swift return. The reality, however, proved him to be overly imaginative. Yanxi captured a mountain crab and, with 2 sticks, skillfully removed its formidable pincers. Rendered helpless, the crab could no longer struggle against her grasp. She then seized the large creature again, pondering that such a sizable crab would likely suffice for her meal. Perhaps she would catch another for Yiqing to savor. Regrettably, there was no salt available to enhance the flavor. As Yiqing laid down his catch, Yanxi heard the sound and turned to see him. With delight, she exclaimed, "Yiqing, I have discovered numerous mountain crabs, and I wish to eat this one. You want to eat water bugs?" He replied, astonished at her intricate culinary preferences. This is not a water bug, it is a mountain crab, and a rather large one at that. It took considerable effort to catch it, for their pincers possess immense strength capable of snapping my sticks in two. Before Yin-Shi could finish her words, Yicheng swiftly struck down, shattering the shells of 4 or 5 large crabs, rendering them utterly lifeless. Yin-Shi, at that moment, she felt an intense envy towards Yicheng's formidable ironclad hands. With such a hardened exterior, he could effortlessly shatter with a single strike. Yicheng, inexplicably, found himself revered by the little female. Consequently, he became even more vigorous in his efforts, dispatching a dozen more. Yin-Shi hurriedly interjected, "No more, no more, that's sufficient." "Far too many." Yicheng nodded and replied, "Please wait a moment. I shall attend to this prey, and then we shall return. This is a fruit I have gathered for you." Yin-Shi took the fruit and placed it upon a stone, saying, "I am in no hurry. I still need to cleanse these mountain crabs, so I can roast them for a delightful meal. Without excessive seasoning, roasting them brings out the most exquisite flavor." Yicheng nodded, peeling the prey downstream while Yin-Shi washed the crab meat upstream. The crabs that had been dispatched by Yicheng were stripped of their excess shells, making them easier to enjoy once roasted. Speaking of roasting, she also thought of boiling. After washing all the crabs under the moonlight, Yin-Shi approached the stone, rinsed the fruit in the water, and began to nibble on it. She inquired of Yicheng, who was still busy. "Yicheng, how do the orcs in the tribe prepare their meals?" Yicheng, while thoroughly cleansing the stripped hides and setting them aside, opened the entrails of the prey, discarding them as the flowing water carried the remains away, which the mountain crabs eagerly devoured. Yin-Shi observed the unfolding of the food chain. Yet Yicheng misunderstood her contemplation and inquired, "Will you be afraid?" Yin-Shi was taken aback, utterly bewildered, and inquired, "What? What is there to fear? Are you afraid upon witnessing my ruthless dismemberment of the prey? The females in the tribe cannot bear the sight of blood. They are excessively delicate." Yin-Shi shook her head and remarked, "Isn't this a part of the food chain? Look at those mountain crabs. They feast on the innards of other creatures. This is also an integral part of the food chain, each element indispensable. Furthermore, you do not engage in senseless slaughter. You only take what you consume. I eat meat as well, though I simply do not relish raw flesh." Yicheng listened in a daze as Yin-Shi spoke, increasingly aware that she was unlike any of the females he had encountered before. Her thoughts were peculiar. Some things he believed she would surely find impossible. Yet she managed to derive joy from them. Being with her was effortless. She was not at all like the pampered females of the tribe who were difficult to deal with. In fact, her thoughts were quite easy to decipher. It seemed as if one could read everything in her expressive eyes. With a smile, Yicheng rose, placing the fruits from the stone into her hands before lifting her up and allowing her to straddle his neck. The sudden elevation startled Yin-Shi, and she instinctively grasped his head, noticing that he held a freshly caught prey in one hand and a freshly stripped hide in the other. Along with her basket of crabs, she realized he had no extra hands to carry her, hence, she was perched upon his neck. She was immensely grateful but insisted that she could walk on her own, albeit it would take a bit longer. Yicheng said, "Hold on tight. I am about to leap." Yin-Shi had just felt that the posture was somewhat awkward, yet having witnessed Yicheng's remarkable distance and speed, she hastily bent down to embrace his entire head, finding a semblance of security. Yicheng wore a smile at the corners of his mouth, clearly not intending to move at such a rapid pace during their journey. At that moment, each of his landings was steady and assured, sparing Yin-Shi from any anxiety. Upon returning to their temporary abode, Yicheng gently encouraged her to dismount from him. Yin-Shi gazed at him, his body adorned with an array of belongings, making it quite difficult for her to take him in her arms and bring him down. With no other option, she could only loop her arm through his as they descended together. As their skin brushed against one another, Yin-Shi distinctly noticed the corners of his mouth curving upward, as if he were mocking her. Once they reached the ground, unable to contain her frustration, she pinched the soft flesh at his waist. Yicheng let out a muffled grunt, and the look in his eyes shifted dramatically. Yin-Shi realized the impending danger and hurriedly remarked, "I shall go start a fire. This man is exceedingly perilous." Yicheng observed Yin-Shi fleeing with an air of desperation, yet did not pursue her. She could jest with him, which indicated a commendable progress. Yin-Shi kindled a fire with great care, while Yicheng procured a large stone, setting down the prey and animal hides. He handed a rattan basket to Yin-Shi and inquired, "What shall we do with this?" "Roast it. I need a stick to skewer it and place it over the charcoal for roasting, or you could assist me by cutting a piece of nan bamboo. Using nan bamboo as skewers to hold the crabs over the charcoal would suffice as well." "Wait here," Yicheng replied, swiftly making his way to the stream to fetch a piece of nan bamboo for her. Following Yin-Shi's instructions, he expertly fashioned the bamboo into slender strips. Yin-Shi carefully threaded the freshly cleaned crabs onto bamboo skewers, positioning them beside the fire to roast. Yicheng also desired to use bamboo strips to grill the game he had caught. Yin-Shi hurriedly called out to him, saying, "Let us make a grill. We shall roast the whole beast." "Very well," she thought, relishing the idea of indulging in whatever manner she pleased. Following Yin-Shi's request, Yicheng constructed a large barbecue grill, skewering the skin game on a wooden rod and placing it upon the framework. By continuously rotating the rod, the meat would be spared from charring. Before long, the tantalizing aroma of their roasting meat attracted several rabbit beast men, including their chieftain. The rabbit beast men, upon catching sight of their fire, expressed immense joy, as though they had not seen a spark for an eternity. They approached, albeit cautiously. Yi Cheng rose and addressed Yan Shi, saying, "Do not approach. I shall go and see what they intend." Yan Shi nodded slightly, accepting the task of tending to the game roasted by Yi Cheng, and began to turn the meat. After a short while, Yi Cheng returned and said, "They wish to borrow our fire, claiming they can exchange it for the game I provided them this afternoon." Yan Shi pondered for a moment and inquired, "Do they possess any salt? We have no need for the prey. Might we exchange it for salt instead? I yearn for food with a savory flavor." Yi Cheng nodded, aware of the course of action to take, and turned back to negotiate with the rabbit beast man. He had no personal necessity for salt, yet the young female desired meat seasoned with it. Thus, he felt compelled to procure this salt for her. When he returned, he held a block of yellow sea salt in his hand. Upon seeing its hue, Yan Shi recognized it as coarse salt, with granules as large as rock candy and a distinctly yellow color. Yan Shi pinched a small amount and licked it. It was unlike the salt she had tasted before, possessing a slightly astringent flavor. It likely required further refinement to present the familiar pure white she knew. The rabbit beast man had borrowed the ember, and while he was visibly salivating over their fragrant food, he refrained from asking for anything. In Chapter 18, the gathering of the beast men involved crafting fire sticks. Savoring the salted roasted crab, Yan Shi found it to be extraordinarily delicious. She directly dug out a generous piece of crab meat, rubbed it against the salt crystal to imbue it with a hint of saltiness, and offered it to Yi Cheng, saying, "You must try this. It's absolutely delectable." Yi Cheng gazed at the crab meat poised at his lips, the aroma enticing, yet he pondered why she, still unsated, would feed him. "Hurry and taste it. Although the salt is somewhat astringent, it will suffice for now. Once conditions allow, I will refine it into pure white salt, making it easier for us to consume. Open your mouth. Why are you hesitating?" Eventually, Yi Cheng acquiesced and allowed her to feed him the morsel of crab meat. As he chewed, their eyes met, her face alight with anticipation. He smiled and remarked, "It's delicious." He had little concept of gourmet delights, yet the fact that she offered him a bite before satisfying her own hunger stirred something within him. It warmed his previously frigid heart, as if something had filled the emptiness he had endured for years. He replied, "If you enjoy it, eat as much as you like. I can still have roasted meat." Yan Shi nodded, refraining from any form of politeness. The delicacy was simply exquisite. Even with salt as the sole seasoning, she savored the grand visual appeal of the banquet. After indulging in 3 crabs, she felt thoroughly satiated. She informed Yi Cheng that she would prepare the remaining roasted catches, urging him to finish the leftover crabs. Yi Cheng gently patted her distended belly, confirming her contentment, before proceeding to consume the remaining mountain crabs. Nothing should go to waste. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Thus, once Yi Cheng had devoured all the crabs, Yan Shi diligently coated the remaining prey in brine, transforming their golden roasted exteriors into a sumptuous feast. Yan Shi swallowed hard, feeling that she could manage just a little more. Ultimately unable to resist temptation, she accepted a piece of roasted meat offered by Yi Cheng. However, after just one bite, she was nearly overwhelmed by the greasy fat. She returned the meat to Yi Cheng, stating, "This is all fat. It's not palatable." It was indeed the most succulent part of the prey, yet she insisted, "This is fatty meat, not delectable. Please give me a piece of lean meat, preferably from the leg." With no other option, Yi Cheng took back the morsel she had bitten into and promptly stuffed it into his mouth, chewing it with determination. Yan Shi, it seemed as though she had taken a bite out of it. Never mind, seeing that he had swallowed it. There was no need to mention it further. Yi Cheng tore off a piece of meat from the leg of the prey and handed it to her. Yan Shi expressed her gratitude, blew on it, and began to eat. However, after chewing several times, she found it impossible to bite through. Sitting upright, she was determined to conquer this piece of meat. Gripping the lengthy strip of meat, which was as long as her arm, she gnawed at it. In the end, after straining her jaw, she managed to wear down only a small portion, and as she attempted to swallow it, she nearly choked on the meat. Gasping for breath, she returned the meat strip to Yi Cheng, rubbing her sore jaw and lamenting, "I can't bite through it." Yi Cheng, taken aback, remarked, "I made it this small, and you still can't manage to bite through it?" Yan Shi opened her small mouth and pointed at her molars, saying, "The teeth inside are flat, designed for grinding and masticating food, while my front teeth are sharp and can only tear small chunks of meat. I have tried, but I cannot bite through this meat." "Then you cannot survive solely on fruits, nor on those water bugs?" Yi Cheng said, a hint of worry in his voice. He finally comprehended the challenges of caring for a young female. She disliked raw meat, while roasted meat was too tough. Even if he had never raised a female or young cub, he understood that as a beast man, one could not rely solely on fruits. Otherwise, one would fall ill. Yan Shi pondered for a moment before inquiring, "How do the orcs in the tribe prepare their cooked meals?" The night minister, possessing some knowledge on the subject, replied, "They either roast the meat or simply toss it into the flames." "Is there no orc who utilizes pots or stone cauldrons for stewing meat?" she asked. "In her childhood, While learning about herbs with her grandfather, he had told her that in ancient times, people first cooked with stone tools, and only later did they develop earthenware pots. During her elementary school years, her mother had enrolled her in a pottery class, where she fashioned several teapots from clay to present to her grandfather. However, back then, she had the assistance of an instructor and access to convenient tools, which were absent here, rendering the task rather cumbersome. I have seen earthenware pots at the orc gatherings, but they are all quite large, intended for holding water, and none are used for cooking food. I can, however, make a stone pot, though it cooks slowly. Would you like me to create one for you? Although the knight minister seldom interacted with the tribe's inhabitants, he had attended several gatherings where orcs congregated to trade goods. Yenshi nodded and said, I desire that particular pot, the smaller one, suitable for stewing food. I believe I can manage to eat the meat prepared with such a tool. Yi Cheng pondered for a moment before responding. In this season, I am aware of a place where an orc gathering will take place. In 15 days' time, if we depart from here, we should arrive in time. Do you wish to go? Yin Shi, with her sparkling eyes, inquired. Are you referring to the orc gathering that the rabbit orc mentioned this afternoon? Will there be a multitude of orc races present? And can we purchase a variety of items? Yi Cheng, perplexed by her enthusiasm, nodded and replied, Indeed. Many tribes of orcs will attend to exchange what they require. However, what do you mean by buying things? Yin Shi exclaimed with excitement. It's about exchanging items. I can trade medicinal herbs for what I need. Is that permissible? Yi Cheng, taken aback, replied, You are familiar with medicinal herbs? Are you a shaman? Yin Shi shook his head and waved his hands, saying, I am not a shaman. I have merely learned about medicinal herbs from my grandfather since childhood. I aspire to become a doctor, to heal the wounded and save lives. Much like the physicians you refer to, but I am certainly not a sorcerer. Yin Shi's words were somewhat disordered, yet this was merely a reflection of her excitement. It seemed she had discovered a skill that could sustain her. Yi Cheng nodded, elevating Yin Shi's worth in his eyes to a new level. The delightful scent of a pure human female, skilled in medicine, knowledgeable about herbs, and possessing a cultivable space of fertile black soil, made her remarkably unique. He, a beast, might truly struggle to protect her. Perhaps this gathering would afford him the opportunity to assess which tribes possessed sufficient strength, allowing him to bring Yin Shi into a more powerful tribe, thus ensuring her better protection. After finishing their meal, Yin Shi retrieved materials for making fire sticks from her black soil space. To enhance the durability of the fire sticks, additional components were necessary. Yet she had not encountered them today. She opted for the simplest materials, placing fibrous leaves and reed flowers by the fire to dry for later use. She also selected some charcoal from the fire, extinguished it, and ground it into powder using stones. Observing her actions, Yi Cheng quickened his chewing, saying, Continue. I will assist you once I finish. Although he could have swallowed the food in one bite, he wished to maintain an air of elegance before her. Hoping to avoid her disdain, Yin Shi did not raise her head as she remarked, Take your time. This fire starter cannot be crafted in haste. Despite her words, Yi Cheng's pace of consumption quickened, and within a mere moment, he had devoured the entire prey. He approached her and said, Tell me how to proceed. I shall take care of it while you sit back and observe. Yin Shi diligently pounded the charcoal, her hands aching from the toil. Ultimately deciding to entrust the task to Yi Cheng. Chapter 19. Digging up the trees. She stated, We must grind this charcoal into powder, and likewise, the rosin should be pulverized and mixed with the charcoal. Once the leaves and reed flowers are thoroughly dried, we shall blend the charcoal powder with the rosin powder, spreading it over the reed flowers laid upon the leaves. Then, with utmost care, we shall roll the brittle leaves, gently inserting the rolled strips into the bamboo tubes that Yi Cheng had previously prepared. Yin Shi skillfully ignited a fire stick, then promptly covered the flame, extinguishing it before revealing it once more. With a gentle breath, the embers ignited again. Holding the fire stick aloft with her sooty hands before Yi Cheng, she proclaimed, Look, Yi Cheng, I have succeeded. I tell you, such a fire stick can retain its flame for approximately 2 to 3 days, with superior materials. One could even have a fire stick that lasts a year without extinguishing. This is the wisdom passed down from our ancestors. With this fire stick in hand, she would no longer need to resort to the use of a lighter, a contraption of modern technology that drew unnecessary attention. Yi Cheng, though not fond of fire, found himself astonished at Yin Shi's ability to preserve the spark using mere leaves. He replied, Set your items down. I shall handle the rest. Once I am finished, I will take you to the stream to wash your hands. Yin Shi shook her head and said, Let us finish this together. Then we shall wash up. And you still need to assist me in planting that bamboo. Yi Cheng pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. The two quickly transformed the remaining materials into fire starters, totaling more than 20, which Yin Shi stored in her black soil space. Yi Cheng then led her to the stream to wash their hands. Once her hands were clean, Yin Shi retrieved 2 fruits from her waist, rinsed them in the water, consumed one herself, and offered the other to Yi Cheng. She remarked, Where did you pick these fruits? They are delightful, with a texture reminiscent of cherries. I adore cherries. Do you enjoy them? If so, I shall take you to gather more tomorrow and store them in your black soil space for you to savor at your leisure. Yin Shi grasped his arm and exclaimed, Why not gather a few more? If we uproot the trees and plant them in my black soil space, we can enjoy their fruits at any time. Oh dear. Throughout this journey, we could have excavated everything we recognize and will need in the future to cultivate in the black soil space. How could I have overlooked such an idea? Yanxi gently tapped her little head and tugged at Yi Cheng, urging him to indicate the direction. They were on their way to excavate a fruit tree. With a tender smile, Yi Cheng lifted her effortlessly, settling her upon his arm, and said, "Hold on tight. I shall take you there." The sudden appearance of this space had taken him by surprise, revealing such a convenient method. The fruit tree was not far from where they stood. As they approached the remarkably large tree, the moonlight cascaded down, illuminating the branches adorned with clusters of green and red fruits. Yanxi turned to Yi Cheng and inquired, "Such a large tree, can you excavate it?" Yi Cheng did not respond. Instead, he gently tousled her hair, set her down on the ground, and instructed, "Stay here." He then approached the fruit tree, unfastened his beast skirt, and transformed. His form visibly enlarged before he metamorphosed into a serpent, coiling beneath the fruit tree. This was the first time Yanxi beheld his entire form. Previously, during his battle with the scorpion beast man, he had taken on a hybrid human-animal shape, which had left her in utter astonishment. Yet, it did not evoke the same level of shock as this moment did. The beastly physique of Yi Cheng, at its widest point around the abdomen, appeared to measure approximately 1.5 meters in diameter, with an estimated length of 15 or 16 meters. His colossal serpentine tail coiled around the fruit tree, effortlessly uprooting it, which had previously captivated Yanxi. The immense head of the serpent turned towards her, inexplicably imparting a sense of pride. As if it were seeking recognition for its feat, Yanxi was utterly astonished. Previously, Yi Cheng seemed aware of her fear of his beast form, rarely revealing it in her presence. At most, he would present a half-human, half-beast visage during their travels, as it was swifter than traversing on two legs. This was her first time witnessing his imposing beast form so directly. Before, she had been taken aback by a scorpion beast man the size of an excavator, but now, in comparison to Yi Cheng's form, that scorpion beast man appeared diminutive. Even upon returning to the cave, she found herself still in a daze, staring blankly at the man beside her who was preparing a stone pot. He truly was an extraordinary being. Yi Cheng reveled in the adoration reflected in her eyes. Initially, when he transformed into his beast form, he feared she might react with the same terror as before or even faint. However, at this moment, seeing her gaze filled with admiration, a smile graced Yi Cheng's lips, and he basked in the pleasure of her reverence. Yanxi gently prodded his solid arm and inquired, "Will you grow larger and taller as you level up?" Yi Cheng nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. Well, that's amazing. I'm so envious. I wish to possess such formidable strength," she exclaimed. Yi Chu was momentarily taken aback and replied, "You need not worry. I will ensure your safety. I've prepared the stone pot. Let us move the fire into the cave and venture inside." The day was waning, and there were still fruit trees and bamboo to plant for her. Yanxi nodded slightly. Together, they assisted in moving the bonfire into the cave. Yi Cheng then said, "Take me to your space, and I shall plant the fruit trees and bamboo for you." Yanxi nodded, then pondered for a moment before speaking. "If we enter in this manner, will those rabbit beast men outside return to surveil us? If they come and find the cave unoccupied, might they grow suspicious?" Yi Cheng contemplated her words and replied, "I shall mark our territory. It will provide us with a modicum of safety during the night." Yanxi, with a swift tongue, inquired, "How will you mark your territory? By leaving your scent?" Yi Cheng was taken aback for a moment before responding with a mischievous grin. "Are you interested? Shall I take you along?" Yanxi waved her hands dismissively and said, "No need, no need. You should hurry there and back. My lord, there is still more in this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. What follows is even more thrilling." Yi Cheng, not wishing to tease her further, remarked before stepping out, "I shall return swiftly." Indeed, Yi Cheng returned in no time. Upon his arrival, he bore a considerable amount of water, cleverly contained within large leaves, which he poured into the stone pot he had just fashioned. He then arranged a rudimentary stove beside the fire using stones, placed the hefty stone pot atop it, and added firewood, saying, "Let us venture into your space." Yanxi nodded slightly and led Yi Cheng into the realm of dark soil. Contemplating the rapid growth of bamboo, she decided to cultivate it separately from the fruit trees, thus delineating two distinct areas for the planting of nan bamboo and fruit trees. Once the planting was complete, she approached the well to wash her hands, only to find Yanxi using a piece of cloth to wipe her body. Yi Cheng, recalling the long journey they had undertaken that day, remembered that he had yet to attend to the snake skins he had collected. He remarked, "Are you ready? Let us step outside to deal with these snake skins. Once we have processed them, I will prepare several garments for you to change into." Yanxi wrung out the quick-drying cloth and remarked, "All right, but how do we soften these snake skins? Isn't there a pot of water boiling outside?" He suggested, "Place the snake skins into the boiling water. Once they are sufficiently softened, the hardened scales will naturally shed, leaving behind the supple hide, which is perfect for crafting garments." Although he had never attempted it himself, his ancestral memories recalled his father fashioning clothes from snake skins for his mother. Thus, he was well aware of the method to create attire for females using these skins. He led Yi Cheng out of the space. As they emerged, The fire's embers were nearly extinguished, yet the water in the stone pot had yet to reach a boil. Yiqing cast all the snake skins into the pot and proceeded to stoke the fire beneath. Yanxi inquired as she sat beside him. Why do these snake skins come in such a myriad of colors? Are they all yours? Yiqing elucidated. When I first emerged from my shell, I was white. Subsequently, I transformed into shades of azure, cobalt, orange, and green, ultimately arriving at my current crimson hue. From the depths of my ancestral memories, I understand that these snake skins are meant to be gifted to the female who wishes to bond with me. However, I have lingered too long in the realm of the red talent, making these crimson skins the most well-preserved. Chapter 20. Where should she place Yiqing in the future for optimal companionship? Yanxi nodded slightly and remarked, red is quite beautiful. The dress she wore, despite the slightly coarse stitching, appeared rather appealing. Yiqing crafted garments for practicality, yet fortuitously, they aligned with her aesthetic sensibilities. Upon hearing her express her fondness, Yiqing smiled but remained silent. Yanxi, resembling an inquisitive child, continued to inquire, how long must this be boiled? Yiqing gazed into the stone pot, observing that the water had yet to reach a boil, and replied, I am uncertain. This is my first time handling it. If you feel drowsy, I can prepare the mosquito-repellent concoction for you, and you may rest. This particular herb for repelling mosquitoes is abundantly available. There are some just outside the cave. Yiqing ventured out to gather a few, returning to crush the herbs and generously apply the resulting potion over Yanxi's entire body. Yanxi, feeling a refreshing coolness enveloping her, remarked, let us gather some of this herb and plant it in my space, as a precaution in case we cannot find it elsewhere. Yiqing pondered the vast expanse of her dark soil space and deemed it somewhat wasteful to only plant a single fruit tree. Nodding in agreement, he replied, you tend to the fire here while I go dig up a few with roots to bring back. Yanxi nodded, patiently awaiting his return with the excavated item. She carried the mint with roots into the black soil space for planting, leaving Yiqing behind to tend the fire and prepare the snake skin. Yiqing reflected on the fact that although her space was substantial, it was not excessively so. He had previously ventured inside and noted its limitations, devoid of any peril, thus permitting her to enter the black soil space alone. However, once inside, Yanxi found herself somewhat at a loss. Lacking a shovel or hoe, she faced significant challenges in her endeavor to plant. How had Yiqing managed to cultivate such a large fruit tree and bamboo before? Yanxi had no choice but to select a spot and began to excavate the soil with her hands. After a while, her hands ached painfully. She needed to search for some useful tools. Otherwise, this task would prove exceedingly arduous. She wandered around the area designated for supplies, finding nothing of practical use. However, in the place where the shed skin of the night serpent was previously stored, she discovered a luminous object. As Yanxi picked it up, she discovered it to be a scale from the shed skin of a night serpent, roughly the size of her palm. The edges appeared remarkably sharp. This peculiar object seemed as though it could serve as a knife. Though somewhat diminutive, it possessed considerable sturdiness. With no other tools available, Yanxi took the scale back to dig into the earth. After planting all the mint, her hands had developed several blisters. The pain made her want to cry. And recalling the restorative properties of the well water, she hastily discarded the serpent scale and rushed to the well to cleanse her hands. Once the mud was washed away, she noticed that the blisters were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. At that moment, Yanxi truly grasped the benefits of this well water, having previously consumed it. The small wounds inflicted by the reeds on her body had completely healed, leaving no scars behind. Now, the blisters on her hands were also mending before her very eyes, filling her with immense joy. It was not until the old skin shed away, revealing tender pink flesh that contrasted slightly with the surrounding skin tone, that she withdrew her hand. She mused, I must find some herbs for making a nourishing balm when I have the time. In my small pouch, I only possess a lip balm and no other skincare products. Fortunately, I know how to create a balm from plants. Otherwise, in this world, I would soon become an old woman. Reflecting on the newly planted flora needing water, she remembered that the fruit trees previously planted by Yiqing also required hydration. Lacking tools, she dampened her quick-dry clothing, using it to water the few plants in her space. To her astonishment, the plants in her space thrived remarkably after absorbing the well water. The mint, already as tall as her thigh, grew visibly taller and multiplied rapidly, soon becoming a bush that towered over her. The efficacy of this well water is simply extraordinary, Yanxi exclaimed to herself. She returned to dampen her quick-dry clothing once more, then took it to water the bamboo and fruit trees with a bit of well water. Yanxi stepped back a few paces to observe the transformation of the bamboo. The bamboo had absorbed the well water and astonishingly sprouted 4 bamboo shoots. Turning her attention to the fruit trees, she noted that perhaps due to the substantial size of this particular plant, the moisture within her quick-drying attire was insufficient, resulting in minimal changes to the trees. However, it was evident to the naked eye that the leaves of the fruit trees had grown more verdant than before, and the fruits on the branches had taken on a deeper shade of red. Yanxi raised her hand to pluck a fruit that had bent the tree with its weight and took a bite. Perhaps it was merely her illusion, but it seemed even crisper and sweeter. She picked 2 more fruits before exiting the dark earthen space. As Yanxi stepped out into the black earth space, Yiqing immediately took notice. He inquired, why have you been gone for so long? I have already dealt with my snake shedding. Yanxi shook her head and said, please, no more talk of that. I have no tools, and my hands are blistered from digging. However, I have stumbled upon a remarkable secret, the well water. When used to nourish plants, promotes their rapid growth. Here, taste this fruit from the tree I watered with well water. It seems to be even crisper and sweeter. Yet, Yiqing did not accept her offering. Instead, he took her hand to examine it. The well water possesses healing properties for external wounds, and her hand bore several pink patches of new flesh, indicating that it had recently been treated with the water. He said, in the future, do not take on such tasks, just call for me. He had not considered this previously. His nails were sharp, and his tail adept at digging, making planting quite convenient. He simply had not thought about how she would manage the planting herself. Yinshi smiled and said, it's nothing, really. It doesn't hurt anymore. I soaked it in well water, and it feels much better. In the beast world, the females are often coddled, should they suffer even the slightest injury. The entire tribe of beast men would be made aware. Yet, Yinshi has endured so much hardship alongside this wandering beast man. But I am not one of the female beastmen of your realm. She retorted, those female beastmen are much tougher than you. Your hands are far too soft. From now on, you need not lift a finger. Simply express your desires to me. I am your beast husband. If you were to be injured, it would be the greatest affront to me. Yinshi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, it can't be that serious. It is indeed very serious, Yicheng replied earnestly. Yinshi rubbed her forehead and said, there are certain tasks I can manage on my own. I am quite capable. While she was unable to handle the heavier chores, she could certainly manage the lighter ones. After all, having arrived in this beastly realm, she needed to learn how to take care of herself. She couldn't claim to protect herself entirely, but at the very least, she aimed to avoid starving. Seeing her unwavering determination, Yicheng chose not to argue further. Instead, he remarked, you should rest now. Retrieve the stone bed from your storage. I will prepare the animal hides from before so that you can use them for warmth during the cold nights. Aren't you going to sleep? You have traveled all day. Indeed, she was beginning to feel the weight of sleepiness. Yet, it seemed that with her presence, Yicheng's responsibilities had multiplied. Yinshi posed a seemingly foolish question. She inquired, since there is now an additional me, does it not feel burdensome to you, having more responsibilities? Yicheng gazed at her, momentarily taken aback, as if this notion had never crossed his mind before. After a lengthy pause, he responded, this is my choice. I wish to offer you what I deem the best, and I believe it is worthwhile. Such a response carried immense weight. In the realm of love, those who are infatuated often harbor similar thoughts. It is my choice. I find it worthwhile. Yicheng's unwavering devotion compelled Yinshi to reassess the intricacies of their relationship. While their beginning may not have been flawless, the journey they shared proved to be quite fulfilling. Yuanxi, until she succumbed to slumber, pondered over where to best position Yicheng in her future. Chapter 21. The wild goose passes. Upon awakening the following day, Yicheng had already departed the cave. However, she discerned sounds emanating from outside. She rose from her stone bed, donned her shoes, and ventured out into the open, outside the cave they inhabited. Yicheng had constructed numerous racks to dry his vividly colored snake skins. The boiled snake skins, suspended on the makeshift clotheslines, fluttered gently in the breeze, resembling delicate gossamer. When kissed by the sun, they shimmered with a dazzling array of hues, captivating in their brilliance. Upon hearing her approach, Yicheng turned to see Yuanxi gazing in awe at his snake skins. He smiled and stepped closer, positioning himself beside her, and inquired, what color do you favor? I shall craft garments in that hue for you. These snake skins, though they were shed from my body, possess far superior defensive qualities compared to your leather pouch. Yinshi paid no heed as he spoke again about his flimsy backpack, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Can I have them all? I adore each one. Indeed. These were originally reserved for you to craft garments. In the future, I shall save my snake skins solely for your creations. The skins of the red-bellied rat snake are traditionally meant for one's partner. She cherished the garments fashioned from her own snake skins. How splendid it would be. These skins dry swiftly, and once they are ready, I shall carefully store them away and take my time to create clothing for you. Yinshi nodded lightly and approached to caress the material, which felt delicate and thin yet not translucent. She found herself captivated by the vibrant hues of the snake skins. Unable to tear her gaze away, such an exquisitely valuable fabric, even in her own world, would be nearly impossible to replicate with such iridescence. If placed in her realm, it might well be valued at an exorbitant price. Yicheng filled a large cup, crafted from bamboo, with the boiling water from the stone pot. He called Yinshi over to freshen up. Previously lacking hot water, he had prepared it for her morning ablutions as soon as conditions permitted. While Yinshi was still grooming herself, a few rabbit beastmen approached them. Yinshi paid no mind to these matters, as Yicheng stood up to confront them, preventing any further approach. However, once she had tidied herself up and was enjoying the fruits that Yicheng had gathered for her early in the morning. She observed Yicheng negotiating with the rabbit beastmen from a distance. The atmosphere appeared to be tense, suggesting that the discussions had reached an impasse. Among the rabbit beastmen was a delicate female with prominent buck teeth, whose gaze betrayed a transparent greed as she fixated on the snake shed hanging from Yicheng. After the rabbit beastmen departed, Yicheng returned with a dark expression. Yinshi inquired, what is the matter? Yicheng shook his head, approached the drying rack, and touched the snake shed, discovering it had dried completely. He gathered it all up and pulled Yinshi into the cave. He declared, we must depart from this place. Is it because they desire your snake shed? Are you unwilling to part with it? Yicheng nodded. The shed of the red-bellied snake can only be given to one S-mate. I have declined, and they insist we leave today. Then let us leave. Such exquisite snake sheds, and we have not even crafted garments for ourselves. Why should we surrender them? Yesterday, they demanded 1 prey per day from us, which I found excessive. Little did I know they were even more insatiable. We shall depart immediately. No, wait. We must catch some mountain crabs. They are simply too delectable to miss out on. Yicheng, fashion me a large basket, and we shall go to the stream to gather mountain crabs. Once we have enough, we will leave. Although she could not consume so many at once, having Yicheng, with his voracious appetite, made it all the more tempting. Yicheng felt a pang of guilt for leaving after just one night, realizing she bore the burden more heavily than he did. However, it was true. Females are not inclined to endure indignities. He found amusement in Yin Shi's unwavering resolve and her subtle desire for retribution. Indeed, let us catch every last mountain crab near their tribe. The two, engaged in this childish yet delightful act of revenge, were eager to proceed. Yin Shi harbored no intention of leaving a single hair behind for the rabbit beastman tribe. Even the drying rack that Yicheng had brought for hanging clothes was demanded by her to be removed and repurposed within her space for the same use. She meticulously tidied up the cave, ensuring all their belongings were in order. The two of them, carrying the makeshift baskets that Yicheng had hastily fashioned, made their way to the creek to turn over stones. Yicheng took on the task of dispatching the mountain crabs, while Yin Shi diligently collected them from behind. Before long, they had filled both baskets to the brim and swiftly stored the mountain crabs into the dark earth space. Yin Shi discovered a patch of smaller water celery by the creek, a delightful find indeed. Had she possessed this water celery the previous night, she could have prepared a delectable crab soup infused with its essence. Without a moment's hesitation, she summoned Yicheng to uproot the entire cluster of water celery and store it within the Black Earth realm. Additionally, Yin Shi stumbled upon a bountiful supply of bamboo shoots nestled within the grove of Nan bamboo. Seizing the opportunity, she instructed Yicheng to harvest the shorter shoots, anticipating a delightful meal of stir-fried water celery and bamboo shoots once they paused for the night. They nearly stripped the grove of its bamboo shoots in their zeal, leaving the territory of the rabbit beast men with a sense of fulfillment. Upon departing from the territory of the rabbit beast men, Yin Shi led Yicheng into the Black Earth realm to plant the water celery. Having sown this precious crop, they ensured a future abundance of water celery to enhance their culinary creations. Yin Shi filled a bamboo tube with well water to nourish the water celery. In that moment, she realized that the well water had remarkably caused the water celery to grow significantly taller. What had previously reached only her calves was now astonishingly as high as her knees. Observing the considerable growth of the water celery, Yicheng remarked, "This well water possesses numerous benefits. In the future, do not squander it on your plants." He had inspected this space at the outset and noted that it was not large, with what appeared to be an unbreakable membrane encasing its edges. He refrained from forceful probing, as this was, after all, Yin Shi's precious refuge. He suggested, "Let us continue our journey." Yin Shi nodded, grasping Yicheng's arm as they exited the dark earthen space. After walking a short distance, she lamented, "It is such a pity that the cave you excavated yesterday will be taken over by those miserly rabbit beastmen." "You need not feel disheartened," Yicheng reassured her. "The soil there is not particularly stable. When the rainy season arrives, that cave is bound to collapse. Even if someone were to attempt to claim the cave I dug, they could only inhabit it for a month or two at most." "True," she conceded. "I have never been fond of living in caves. The lighting is poor, and the ventilation is inadequate. In the future, would it be possible for us to reside in a wooden house?" Yicheng hesitated, for he had never seen a wooden house as described by Yin Shi. "Nevertheless," he acquiesced, saying, "once we determine which tribe we will reside in, please share your desired house design with me, and I shall construct it according to your specifications." Yin Shi nodded vigorously. She relished the idea of constructing her own home, creating something from nothing, and felt a profound sense of anticipation. The 21st century was undoubtedly a time long past. If given the chance, she would yearn to return. However, if such a return were futile, she must also prepare for her life in the beast world. In a society so primitive, a secure refuge was essential. Yin Shi had already envisioned their future dwelling in her mind. Chapter 22, The Grand Crab Feast. As she pondered, she noticed him continuing to walk and inquired, "Where are we headed next?" "To the orc gathering. Do you not find it appealing?" He replied, "At the orc gathering, one can exchange many items. Shall I take you to see it?" "Yes, yes," she exclaimed. In order to thrive on this continent, essential supplies are of utmost importance. Particularly, she longed for a clay pot to prepare meals. During their evening halt when they intended to cook with a stone pot, Yin Shi discovered that its preheating was exceedingly slow. Hence, attending the orc gathering was imperative. Only in a populous setting could she procure the items she desired. Fresh crabs could not be kept for too long, so they planned to consume these crabs tonight. Having feasted on fruits throughout the day, Yin Shi truly felt a lack of meat in her stomach and was growing weary of hunger. This evening, they sought refuge in a small cave, just spacious enough for their stone bed and a fire pit. Yicheng went to gather firewood while Yin Shi washed the 2 baskets of crabs she had collected earlier from the rabbit beastman tribe by the riverbank. Once Yicheng had constructed a rudimentary stove in the cave, he filled the stone pot with water and placed it over the fire to heat. He then joined Yin Shi by the river to clean the mountain crabs together. After washing the crabs, Yin Shi took out a bunch of water celery and cleaned it thoroughly, followed by several bamboo shoots. Upon returning to the cave, she placed the crabs into the still cold water of the stone pot. Yin Shi placed a handful of water celery into the stone pot, instructing I Ching to slice the bamboo shoots into thin pieces with the sharp nails to cook alongside the crabs. However, Yin Shi soon realized that cooking with the stone pot was a time-consuming endeavor, requiring considerable firewood. In a moment of bittersweet humor, she recounted to Yi Ching how they had taken everything, even the clothes-drying rack. Yi Ching found it amusing as well. In his solitary days as a beast, he never paid attention to such trivialities, and perhaps he would not have bothered with them in the past. Yet, for Yin Shi's sake, he took the initiative to assist her. Reflecting on it now, he realized that such tree branches were plentiful throughout the beast realm, yet they had taken them all away. Tears welled up in Yin Shi's eyes. She had never cared about such matters before, yet today she acted otherwise. With a hint of pettiness, she took advantage of the situation in the rabbit beastman tribe, feeling that she had struck a significant bargain. Yi Ching reached out to embrace her, preventing her from falling as she laughed. Yin Shi halted her laughter and beheld the man beside her, who was tenderly adding fuel to the fire while protecting her. From her vantage point, she could only see his profile. His skin, illuminated by the glow of his crimson hair, appeared remarkably fair, while his enchanting vertical pupils were rendered somewhat mysterious by the flickering flames. His long hair cascaded down as he leaned to tend to the fire, slightly obstructing his view. Yin Shi retrieved her small bag from the black soil space and took out her hair ties. A clever idea crossed her mind as she produced 2 hair ties. She turned to Yi Ching and said, "Let me tie your hair up for you." Yi Ching nodded indulgently, saying nothing, allowing her to work her magic upon his head. Yin Shi first divided the red locks at the back of his head with her nails, then took out her cushion brush to smooth his already silky strands even further, commencing the process of braiding his hair. Once both sides of the vibrant red hair were neatly braided and secured, she admired her handiwork. Yin Shi playfully placed 2 braids before him, resembling the long braids of a rural girl. Upon beholding her masterpiece, Yin Shi couldn't help but burst into laughter, her mirth causing her to double over with glee. The sight of a rural girl's long braid adorning such a handsome face possessed an inexplicable charm, rendering her laughter irresistible. However, Yi Ching was oblivious to the source of her amusement and inquired, "Is the water boiling? Can we eat now?" "Not quite yet," she replied. "We must wait a little longer. Crabs can harbor bacteria, so they require a prolonged cooking time to ensure that the heat thoroughly exterminates any potential pathogens. Only then can we dine with peace of mind. Do remember to add a pinch of salt. The broth does not require an excessive amount, just a hint will suffice." The advantage of this yellow salt block is that it is saltier than refined salt, allowing a mere sprinkle to season an entire pot of soup. Yin Shi also found her hair somewhat bothersome. She took a hair clip, gathered her locks, twisted them, and secured them at the back of her head. Yi Ching observed her with keen interest as she deftly arranged her hair, his curiosity piqued by the sight of her hair being elegantly secured. Yin Shi observed him intently, lifting a small clasp from the back of her head to show him. "This is a tool from my hometown for securing hair. It allows for ease of work, as it neatly holds the hair in place, causing no hindrance while being quite practical." Yi Ching nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, it is quite convenient. Is this also designed for ease of work, without being a nuisance?" Yin Shi nodded, finding his 2 whips amusing, though a twinge of guilt tugged at her heart. Such a dashing man, subjected to her playful antics. Just as she contemplated freeing him, Yi Ching instructed her to sit tight, as he needed to rise and tend to the crab meat beneath the stone pot. Once the entire cavern was suffused with the rich aroma of crab, Yin Shi declared it was time to feast. Using bamboo buckets as bowls and hastily carved chopsticks, she extracted generous portions of crab from the pot and began to eat. Yesterday, Yin Shi had taught Yi Ching the art of crab consumption, and now he seemed to devour the delicacy even faster than she did. While it remained uncertain whether Yi Ching had his fill, Yin Shi was certainly satiated to the point of indulgence. Yin Shi remarked, "Next time, without a pottery pot. We should refrain from using the stone pot for cooking. It takes far too long." Yi Ching nodded in agreement. He too felt a growing desire to reach the orc, gathering swiftly to procure the cherished pottery pot for Yin Shi. The following day, as dawn broke, the two tidied themselves and gathered their belongings, preparing to set forth. Breakfast was to be enjoyed on the road, scavenging for sustenance along the way. However, Yin Shi still felt a touch of laziness and was reluctant to move. Observing the hairpin she had set aside, Yi Ching took it and, standing behind her, gently mimicked the way she had pinned her hair the previous night, securing her locks at the nape of her neck. With her hair elegantly arranged by the handsome young man, Yin Shi finally felt more awake, relishing the delightful service he provided. Yin Shi observed as he awoke, still adorned with 2 braids, and remarked, "Let me redo your hair," crafting a more dashing hairstyle. Last night had been a whimsical indulgence on her part. As they traversed the forest today, they might encounter other orcs, and with Yi Ching's current appearance, he would certainly lose face. Releasing his braids, she noticed his hair had curled slightly after a night spent in braids. To her surprise, he appeared even more handsome in this state. How fortunate she was to claim such a charming young man as her own. Yin Shi felt inexplicably excited. Yi Ching also noticed the little female's fondness for his appearance and smiled as he waited for her to style his hair. With deft hands, she first gathered 2 strands of hair from his side, intricately weaving them into slender braids. Then, she parted the hair at his temples before gathering the remaining locks at the crown of his head, securing them into a simple half ponytail. This arrangement revealed his striking features, ensuring that even when he leaned forward, his hair would not obstruct his face, enhancing his allure. A hairpin would have perfected the look, but regrettably, she had none in her bag. Although it lacked a touch of elegance, the style was still quite pleasing. Noticing that the young female had been admiring him for some time, Yicheng leaned down and whispered in her ear, "Do you find it appealing?" Yinshi nodded almost obsessively, her delicate face tinged with a faint blush. Yicheng lowered his head and placed a gentle kiss upon her lips, a fleeting encounter. In a deep and enchanting voice, he murmured, "It all belongs to you." Yinshi felt a slight dizziness, her head spinning in delight. As she covered her face and chuckled softly, he was right, such a handsome man belonged to her. She found herself increasingly fond of the way she interacted with Yicheng. It brought her a sense of comfort and emotional stability, making him a commendable choice for a boyfriend who would indeed take good care of her. However, today, after only venturing a short distance, Yinshi fell victim to the onslaught of mosquitoes. She soon realized that after washing her hands earlier, she had inadvertently scrubbed off a portion of the mint green medicinal juice. Now, a sizable bump from a mosquito bite had formed, itching so intensely that it brought her to the brink of tears. Yicheng, upon noticing the swollen bite on her skin, felt an overwhelming urge to hunt down every mosquito responsible, wishing to crush them all. Despite his relentless efforts to eliminate one after another, he remained uncertain as to which mosquito had feasted on Yinshi's blood. Ultimately, he resorted to plucking mint from her little patch of dark soil, crushing it into a medicinal paste and coating her from head to toe in a vibrant green concoction. Yinshi, rendered speechless, gazed heavenward, pondering whether she would forever present this visage to the world. However, after applying the mint-like essence, she found herself unbothered by the relentless blood-sucking of the monstrous mosquitoes. To evade being drained entirely by such formidable creatures, Yinshi reluctantly accepted her fate of enduring life with a slime-like skin. As they journeyed onward, they acquired an additional task of foraging. Yinshi yearned to gather medicinal herbs along the way, with the intention of selling or trading them at the orc gathering. In the vast expanse of the beast world, everything was magnified, including the flora. Thus, whenever she encountered a new plant, she would enlist Yicheng's assistance to collect more, subsequently transporting them to the black soil space for cultivation. After traversing the entire day, Yinshi had amassed a considerable quantity of herbs. Yet, a dilemma arose. The medicinal plants she was familiar with bore little resemblance to those of the beast world, particularly in their larger-than-life proportions. Yinshi sought to ascertain the identity of several familiar medicinal herbs before enlisting Yicheng's assistance in excavating them to cultivate within her black soil space. Consequently, their pace of travel slowed considerably. However, the abundance of herbs flourishing within her black soil space increased significantly. The plants cultivated in this realm thrived more robustly than those in the external environment. Even rootless plants, when placed in the black soil space and nourished with well water, managed to survive. Along their journey, they nearly filled an acre of black soil space with various herbs, including those for treating wounds, alleviating inflammation, and addressing numerous internal ailments. She also gathered a substantial collection for beauty and skin care. This place was akin to a treasure trove, were it not for the constraints on her movement. She would have traversed the entirety of the beast world as forests. For those with a passion for cultivation, it was indeed a veritable vault of riches. Yet, some plants differed from those she recognized, requiring her to spend considerable time in identification, which delayed their progress. That morning, upon rising, Yicheng had gathered a few fruits for her breakfast, while he himself consumed nothing and continued on their journey. After enjoying the fruits, Yinshi found the sticky juice clinging to her hands uncomfortable, prompting her to request Yicheng to locate a water source for washing. By the water's edge, she discovered a plethora of wild scallions. In the beast world, these plants towered over her. Although wild scallions were abundant in later times, the ones she encountered now exhibited significant differences. Yet, after meticulous examination and comparison of their fragrance, she confirmed that this expansive patch by the stream was indeed wild scallions. The lushness of these plants rendered them impossible for Yinshi to uproot alone, thus she called upon Yicheng for assistance. As he pulled them from the earth, Yinshi took the opportunity to educate him on the uses of wild scallions. Yicheng inquired, "Are they edible? Suitable for you?" While she could not consume meat, she could certainly partake in a variety of greens. Throughout their journey, she had him uproot numerous herbs, all of which were planted in her black soil space. Yinshi nodded and remarked, "This stir-fried dish is exceptionally delicious. When preparing noodle soup, a sprinkle of this seasoning, not too fragrant, combined with the water celery I cultivated in my space, can yield a delightful dish. I find myself yearning for a bowl of carbohydrate-laden staples. Paired with these dishes, I could easily devour several bowls of rice. Please harvest more of these scallions and plant them in the black soil space, ensuring that wherever we go in the future, we can enjoy them. Moreover, I have discovered that any plant sown in the black soil space thrives effortlessly. After just a few days of travel, I have encountered numerous herbs from the beast realm that are extinct in my world. Each one is remarkably robust and ancient. If my grandfather were here, he would surely be overwhelmed with excitement. Alas, these precious herbs will now only be in the hands of me, a mere apprentice of traditional Chinese medicine. Yiqing resignedly nodded, assisting her with the task. However, after merely pulling up one plant, Yiqing suddenly pulled Yanqi behind him. Emitting a warning hiss reminiscent of a serpent's flicking tongue in a certain direction, Yanqi observed the vigilant demeanor of Yiqing, sensing the imminent danger. Anxiously, she grasped his arm, hesitant to speak further. Before them stood two Orcish figures, towering over 2 meters, robust and muscular, clearly adept hunters. Each bore a short hide secured to their waist, exhibiting a level of civility that contrasted with Yiqing's solitary disposition, at least demonstrating an awareness to cover their modesty. The two orcs regarded Yiqing and Yanqi from a distance, as Yiqing exuded the aura of his crimson talent, imposing upon them. In response, the orcs unleashed their emerald talent, albeit at a lower tier than Yiqing's. After a prolonged standoff, it became evident that neither party harbored overt hostility. One of the orcs let out a howl, seemingly summoning the rest of their party. Before long, a procession of orcs emerged from the direction behind them. This contingent, numbering around 60 or 70, bore various items upon their backs, as if merely passing through the area. Each orc in the formation eyed Yiqing and Yanqi with caution, advancing slowly until they faded into the distance. Such groups had been encountered numerous times over the past few days. Initially, the gatherings were small, comprising only a handful of orcs, perhaps a dozen at most. As the days progressed, the size of the Orcish gatherings grew increasingly substantial. According to Yiqing, these were the tribesmen en route to partake in the Orcish assembly. Only when the last of them had vanished from sight did a sense of quietude return. Yanqi stepped out from behind Yiqing, patting her small chest as she urged, "Hurry, let us continue to pull the scallions." Obediently, Yiqing bent down to resume his task. After gathering a sufficient amount, he cautiously drew Yanqi behind him. In this moment, they faced another direction, where a middle-aged orc with a similarly red talent stood. Upon witnessing the pressure emanating from Yiqing's red talent, he appeared astonished. An orc wanderer with red talent, accompanied by a female? I advise you to find a tribe for her to live in, lest she be captured by wandering orcs and become a mere object for their desires. Keeping her by your side is a disservice to her well-being. Yiqing flicked his tongue and unleashed his abilities, encasing the area around them in a blanket of ice. He growled, "Leave." The middle-aged orc was taken aback, not expecting someone as young as Yiqing to possess such formidable strength and extraordinary abilities. He himself had only attained red talent in his middle age, with a relatively weak earth-based ability that could not compare to Yiqing's staggering prowess, capable of freezing such a vast expanse in an instant. It was no wonder he dared to traverse this territory with a female companion. If such a powerful wanderer could join their tribe, it would significantly bolster their strength, not to mention provide additional females for the young warriors of their kindred. Chapter 24. I apologize for making you suffer alongside me. The middle-aged orc addressed Yiqing respectfully. Esteemed red talent male orc, please do not be alarmed. We are bound for the orc gathering, and I am merely scouting the way. My name is Ensnared, a red talent lion orc. Our tribe resides in the plains of Guangzhou, and we have brought over 300 orcs to this gathering. Our tribe boasts 1,000 adult warriors, 23 females, and 2 shaman. Would you, esteemed red talent male orc, be interested in joining our lion orc tribe? You would be most welcome. Yanqi listened as the orc named Ensnared across from her began with enticing words. She cautiously peered at the orc, who was a middle-aged male with somewhat unconventional golden hair. Ensnared possessed keen eyesight and immediately noticed the young female behind Yiqing, feeling a surge of delight. A young female was indeed a treasure, for her fertility surpassed that of older females. Moreover, it was evident that she was accompanied by only one red-gifted male orc for protection. Should they join his tribe, it would increase the chances for the males of his clan to be chosen by females. Yiqing pressed Yanqi's head back behind him and addressed Ensnared from a distance, saying, "I will consider it. We are also heading to the orc gathering. We shall see then." Upon hearing that they were also attending the gathering, Ensnared felt a thrill of excitement, but refrained from hastily inviting them to travel together. He understood that wanderer orcs were accustomed to solitude. However, with a young female by his side, it was certain that they would require assistance at some point. "Very well. I shall summon my kin," Ensnared replied. "We are merely passing through, so please rest assured." As the group of over 300 lion orcs approached, even Yanqi dared not breathe too loudly. She hid behind Yiqing, gripping his arm tightly, afraid to move. Once the orcs had moved on, Yanqi gently shook Yiqing's arm and said, "We've gathered what we need. Let us depart swiftly." Yiqing nodded in agreement. "I share the same sentiment. With no one around, let us leave this place as soon as possible." Yanqi nodded, her hand sweeping over the wild scallions that Yiqing had extracted. She gathered the bunch into the black soil space, for there was no time to plant them now. She chose to let Yiqing escort her away from this place. After their departure, the area was soon traversed by numerous orcs, all heading towards the orc gathering. With the gathering approaching, the influx of orcs would only increase in the coming days. Where there is a multitude, conflict is inevitable. This principle holds true in the realm of orcs as well. The greater the number, the greater the chaos. Here, there was no order, no traffic police, and certainly no urban management, resulting in utter disorder. Yet, amidst the tumult, Each individual harbored their own fears, preventing the skirmishes from escalating into larger disturbances. Such brawls were not unfamiliar to Yi Qing and Yin Shi, having witnessed many. Yin Shi, timid by nature, urged Yi Cheng to hasten their journey to the orc gathering. It was said to be a grand tribe, under the stewardship of a leader. Undoubtedly a far safer haven than traveling the roads. For the past few nights, Yi Cheng had remained vigilant, keeping his eyes wide open while guarding Yin Shi. Fearful that rogue orcs might come to snatch away his precious female, Yin Shi was also sleeping restlessly, occasionally waking up only to be soothed back to slumber by Yi Cheng, repeating this cycle several times, which further deteriorated her spirits. Alas, Yi Cheng, in his half-beast form, held Yin Shi tightly as they traversed the landscape at a swift pace. After 2 days of travel, they finally arrived at the tribe hosting the orc gathering. This place was a vast valley inhabited by a group of ape-like orc beings. They transformed into humanoid forms, each towering over 2 meters. Although they were slightly less imposing than Yi Cheng in his hybrid state, their stature was undeniably formidable. In such a large tribe, Yi Cheng, being a wandering beastman, received no preferential treatment, even as a male orc with a red talent. Typically, when he attended orc gatherings, he had no place to stay. However, this year, accompanied by the small female Yin Shi, he had no choice but to inquire among the ape orcs for accommodations. The ape orcs, looking down upon him, mocked him mercilessly, nearly provoking the normally gentle Yi Cheng into a confrontation on their turf. It was Yin Shi who urgently restrained him, for she was genuinely frightened by the prospect of an orc brawl. It was far too harrowing. Upon noticing the presence of a female, the attitude of the ape orcs improved considerably, yet they still offered no proper lodging, merely providing them with a secluded stall and a pitifully small makeshift tent behind it. This tent was acquired by Yi Cheng in exchange for a pair of pincers and a scorpion tail from a previous encounter with the scorpion beastman. The greed in the eyes of the ape orcs was unmistakable upon seeing the items Yi Cheng produced, revealing their significant value, far surpassing that of the stall and tent. Nevertheless, in order to secure a somewhat stable place for Yin Shi, Yi Cheng exchanged the items without a moment's hesitation. As they settled at the stall, Yi Cheng felt an unprecedented sense of defeat. This was the lament of the wandering beastman. Without a tribe to support them, they were subject to the whims of others. Observing Yin Shi as she examined the tent, he expressed his apologies. "I'm sorry for making you endure such hardships alongside me." The experience in the rabbit beastman tribe was akin to this cold reception in the ape beastman tribe. Yin Shi casually remarked, "This tent is far superior to the places we previously stayed on our journey. At the very least, it provides shelter from the wind and rain. And with the abundance of orcs here, we need not worry about nighttime raids from malicious foes. It is already quite satisfactory. Let us tidy up this stall and arrange my medicinal herbs, so we can exchange them for the necessities we require." Yi Cheng nodded, acknowledging that Yin Shi had far more plans than he did. He did not require her assistance. Instead, he allowed her to sit inside the tent and enjoy some fruit while he took care of the stall. Although referred to as a stall, it was merely a designated patch of open space, of which there were many. Additionally, numerous stalls were already occupied by orcs selling their wares, while their own stall remained bare and in need of cleaning. Yin Shi closed the tent flap and retrieved the medicinal herbs from the dark space, placing them inside the tent. She then awaited Yi Cheng to clear the stall so that she could display her wares for sale. Uncertain of the market prices, she could only rely on Yi Cheng's judgment for the subsequent arrangements. However, it soon became apparent that entrusting Yi Cheng with the task of selling her goods was one of Yin Shi's gravest miscalculations. She had assumed that, having attended the orc gatherings on several occasions, he would possess some knowledge of the prices. Yet, upon awakening and emerging from the tent, she discovered that not a single herb had been sold. Even when potential customers inquired about the uses and benefits of the herbs, he maintained a sullen demeanor, exuding an air of indifference as if to say, "Take it or leave it." Yin Shi stood at the back, her expression one of utter bewilderment. As she noticed the 2 orcs, who had finally come to inquire, preparing to leave, she quickly called out, "Esteemed sirs, our stall offers herbal remedies. May I inquire what you seek?" Upon hearing Yin Shi's voice, Yi Cheng promptly rose from the ground and approached her, saying, "You are awake. Have you rested well?" These past few days of travel had left her sleep-deprived. Now that they had settled, he encouraged her to take a nap while he tended to the stall. Yet, it seemed that these individuals were unable to appreciate the value of their offerings. Yin Shi remarked that this was a rare medicinal herb, a panacea for all ailments. Despite their reluctance to trade, they persistently inquired, and Yi Cheng found himself devoid of the inclination to engage with such dull-witted individuals. Consequently, the scene unfolded as Yin Shi had observed. 2 male orcs were momentarily captivated by the sudden voice of a female. One male orc, upon catching sight of Yin Shi, found himself rooted to the spot, inciting Yi Cheng's jealousy to overflow. Chapter 25, Healing the Ailments of a Little Lamb Yet. Yin Shi had business to attend to and chose to disregard him. She pulled him behind her and, with a cheerful demeanor, approached the 2 male orcs who had returned. One of them, glancing at the younger male orc, inquired, "What ailments do these medicinal herbs address? Surely, you must elaborate." Yin Shi spoke in a measured tone. "Indeed. Observe this herb known as mint. It possesses remarkable properties for repelling mosquitoes. Furthermore, when one is afflicted by mosquito bites, the application of this herbal extract can effectively alleviate itching. Upon finishing her words, she noticed the two individuals appeared rather disinterested. She suddenly felt somewhat disheartened. It was then that Yi Qing, standing behind her, remarked, "Mosquito beasts only bite the thin-skinned female beastmen. The male beastmen possess tough skin, impervious to the stings of mosquito beasts. Thus, mint holds little efficacy for the male beastmen." Yanxi understood, pointing to another pair of herbs. She said, "This one is for treating external injuries. It can swiftly stop any bleeding. This one is for inflammation, aiding in the restoration of health. This is for treating diarrhea. It can be used if one has an upset stomach. And here are the herbs that replenish energy and nourish the blood, enhancing beauty. So, what is it that you desire?" Before the two male orcs could respond, a nearby stall, manned by a female with ram-like horns, inquired, "Do you have any medicine for diarrhea? Does it truly work?" Upon hearing the other party's words, Yanxi inferred that they must be dealing with a patient suffering from diarrhea. She turned and kindly inquired, "Is the patient in your tent? I would like to examine him in person." The female orc with ram-like horns glanced back at the elder behind her. Noticing the elder nodding in affirmation, she replied, "Please follow me." Yanxi turned and walked towards their stall. If she could cure this person suffering from diarrhea, her medical skills would gain renown, allowing her medicinal herbs to sell more swiftly, thereby enabling her to acquire the items she desired. Upon entering the tent of the horned beastmen, she found it to be of similar size to theirs. Inside, several beastmen were seated, a mix of the elderly and the young, while all the youthful ones remained standing outside. Yanxi stepped inside, immediately sensing the oppressive atmosphere, thick with a stifling quality. She turned to the horned female orc and inquired, "May we open the tent flap? The air within is rather unpleasant." The horned female orc nodded in agreement. The other horned orcs hastily lifted the animal skins that constituted the tent, and the air became significantly more refreshing. The horned female orc confided to Yanxi, "Ever since we departed, my younger brother has been suffering from relentless diarrhea. He has become utterly depleted and cannot retain any food, vomiting it almost immediately. I am truly worried for him." As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes, her heart aching for her younger sibling, who, despite being such a well-behaved child, now lay motionless on the ground. If it were not for the faint rise and fall of his breath, she might have feared he was on the brink of leaving them forever. Upon hearing the horned female orc's distress, Yanxi surmised that her brother was likely suffering from the effects of an unfamiliar environment. She approached the still form of the little white sheep, scrutinizing the creature. Was this truly a sheep? It possessed a sheep's head, yet boasted 4 tails that bore a resemblance to those of a fox, adorned with long, white fur reminiscent of a yak's underbelly. Most astonishingly, aside from the pair of tightly shut eyes on its head, there were also closed eyes on its back, which were even larger than those on its head. Yanxi was utterly astonished by this creature. She turned to the horned female orc and inquired, "Can he transform into an orc?" Not being a veterinarian, she was unable to assess the peculiar lamb's condition. The horned female orc quickly replied, "Indeed, he can. My brother is the most gifted green talent male orc in our horned sheep tribe. He was able to transform into an orc just a month after his birth." The horned female orc crouched down and gently stroked the little lamb's head, softly saying, "Bowie, my dear, I will fetch a shaman for you. You can finally receive treatment and won't have to return to the embrace of the beast god. Hurry and transform into an orc so the shaman can help you." The little lamb seemed truly feeble. Upon hearing his sister's voice, he did not even open his eyes. He merely shifted slightly, and his frail orc form visibly transformed into that of a young boy at an observable pace. He possessed skin whiter than Yanxi's, along with hair and eyebrows of the same hue. Even his eyelashes were white. Lying on the ground, he exuded an aura of purity akin to jade. His cherubic face was adorned with a pair of adorable horns, and his 4 ears drooped, indicating his frail condition. Night Ching, standing behind Yanxi, furrowed his brow, stepped forward, and took a piece of beast hide from within their tent to cover the lower half of the lamb's body. The horned female orc mistook Night Ching's gesture for kindness, believing he was merely concerned about her brother getting cold, and gratefully said, "Thank you." Yanxi raised her gaze to glance at the expressionless Yi Qing, a smile playing on her lips, yet she remained silent. Turning back, she resumed her examination of the lamb's condition. She inquired, "How long has he been in this state?" The female beast man with ram horns replied, "It has been 6 Sundays, or perhaps 7. Yanxi was astonished. Hasn't this beast man perished after 6 or 7 days? One cannot help but acknowledge the remarkable resilience of the male beast men in the beast world. She reached out and lifted the eyelid of the little lamb, revealing a white eyeball that rolled about momentarily. Yanxi was taken aback, her hand trembling slightly as she pinched her eyelid. She swallowed hard and inquired, "Is the color of his irises naturally this hue?" The horned female beastman replied, "Indeed. That is reassuring." The young master thought, fearing that the irises might be afflicted with cataracts. After examining the 2 eyes atop the little lamb's head, she turned her gaze towards the eyes on the back of the little lamb. The horned female beastman added, "My brother's eyes on his back have never opened. Is it permissible to refrain from looking?" Yanxi nodded hurriedly and replied, "Certainly." She was apprehensive about encountering something she could not accept. She tugged down the beast hide that Night Ching had used to cover the child's lower body, revealing his abdomen. Yinshi lightly tapped her fingers against his abdomen, listening intently to the sounds emanating from within. Only then did she proceed to take his pulse. Upon this examination, she found herself momentarily taken aback. Rising to her feet, she declared, "I shall return shortly with something." She swiftly made her way back to their tent, retrieving a pencil and a notebook from a small bag in the dark soil space, before returning to the tent of the horned sheep. Settling on the ground, she began to document the physical condition of the creature known as Yotian. It was a professional habit. Whenever she encountered a patient, she felt compelled to create a case study, thus accruing future experience. The female beastman with the sheep horns inquired, "Shaman, what are you doing?" Yinshi said, "To document. Or you may consider it as prescribing a remedy." Yinshi completed the patient's symptoms, handed the pencil and notebook to Yi Qing, who was standing behind, and then rose to pluck a few leaves from the medicinal herbs on their stall. She considered that this was for the beastman, whose demand might be somewhat greater than that of ordinary humans. Yinshi plucked a few more leaves, feeling that she had gathered a sufficient quantity, and instructed Yi Qing to crush the leaves. She applied the crushed herbal residue to the little lamb's navel and made the lamb open its mouth to consume the medicinal juice from Yi Qing's palm. Given the dire state of medical resources, this was the extent of their treatment for the time being. Chapter 26. The hungry arrived. She rose and addressed the female beastman with horns. "He will recover after sunset. If he expresses hunger, do not feed him meat. Instead, offer him liquid nourishment. Yes, something thoroughly cooked and soft, consisting of plants. Yes, provide him with edible plants. Avoid oily meats, as his digestive system is currently quite frail and cannot handle difficult-to-digest foods. He requires easily digestible sustenance." Yinshi felt a profound sense of helplessness. The words she uttered were laden with anguish. Communication barriers loomed large. Her intended message was straightforward, yet others failed to grasp the essence of her fluid expression. Ultimately, she could only label it as a plant and resign herself to fate. Let it perish, for incomprehension seemed inevitable. A diminutive creature, no larger than a 7 or 8-year-old child, approached Yinshi while holding an oval-shaped, botanical entity and inquired, "Can the elder brother Yakuin consume this?" Yinshi lowered her head in astonishment. It appeared to be a potato, the one far larger than any she had ever encountered. Yinshi took it over and allowed Yi Qing to cut a small opening with his fingernail. She examined the internal structure of the spherical plant, inhaled its scent, and confirmed that it was a primitive potato. She was filled with exhilaration. This is a staple food. After searching tirelessly, it appeared effortlessly before her. Yinshi said, "This substance can be fed to him, but it must be cooked thoroughly before consumption. Then, could you offer me this as a fee for my medical services? That is, I will attend to his ailments, and you would provide me with this. Is that agreeable?" Yinshi cast a pleading gaze at the horned female orc. The orc was taken aback. Was it not customary for shamans to exchange their healing services for prey? Why did she only desire the sustenance of a child? The horned female orc nodded and replied, "Esteemed shaman, if that is your wish, it shall be granted. However, this meager offering is insufficient. We can venture forth to hunt for you." Yinshi shook her head hurriedly and said, No, this is sufficient. Remember to cook the food until it is tender before serving it to him. Should any issues arise, feel free to seek me out." She then cradled the potato and returned to their tent, discreetly discarding the potato into the dark soil space where it would remain unseen. Potatoes, as long as their eyes are not damaged, can be divided into several pieces for planting. This particular potato, which she had acquired, was as large as her own head and could be separated into dozens of pieces for cultivation. The growth rate in the dark soil space surpassed that of the outside world significantly, and it would not be long before she had a staple food source. How wonderful! As she reveled in her thoughts, the evening brought in Yi Qing, who announced, She, there are orcs outside seeking to trade for our medicinal herbs." Upon hearing that someone sought to exchange medicinal herbs, Yinshi immediately felt invigorated and ventured out to negotiate. The individuals desiring the herbs were the same 2 orcs who had previously inquired about the efficacy of her remedies. They had observed Yinshi's treatment of the horned orc throughout the process, although they were uncertain whether the horned orc had been saved. They found the petite female's demands for compensation minimal and rather peculiar. Furthermore, her striking beauty made the prospect of trading for herbs advantageous for them. Notably, the herbs she offered came with comprehensive knowledge about the entire plant and its medicinal properties, information that even the shaman of the large tribe would not freely divulge. Such knowledge equipped them to identify the appropriate remedies for various ailments, allowing them to venture into the mountains to gather herbs independently, thus eliminating the need to barter their catches for a shaman's assistance. Thus, when they requested herbs for treating external wounds, Yinshi generously provided additional anti-inflammatory herbs, ensuring a remarkably smooth transaction. After all, Yinshi was not asking for game but rather for clay pots, driven by her intense craving for meat. With clay pots in her possession, she could prepare stews. Otherwise, she could hardly manage to chew meat. Although Yi Qing could craft stone cookware, their travels made it impractical, as cooking with stone tools was slow and required several hours to stew meat. With her heart set on acquiring those clay pots, Yinshi was overwhelmed with excitement. In exchange for several herbs, she obtained 5 clay pots of various sizes. With the pots secured, Yinshi instructed Yi Qing to fetch water and gather firewood, as she was eager to cook meat. Anyone who had gone over a week without meat could surely comprehend her fervent desire at that moment. The fire was kindled behind their stall, in front of the tent. When nearby orcs witnessed her effortlessly igniting the fire with a small bamboo tube, their reverence for her reached unprecedented heights, with some orcs even bowing in homage. Yanxi glanced at Yicheng with a hint of difficulty. Yicheng was far more domineering than she, his crimson aura exuding an overwhelming presence with a single word, leave. This command effectively intimidated numerous orcs, compelling them to maintain their distance and observe from afar. Meanwhile, Yanxi constructed a makeshift stove from several stone slabs, diligently washing a ceramic pot which she then placed atop the rudimentary hearth. She added water and began to clean the game they had previously dragged into the ape orc tribe. With precision, she requested Yicheng to slice the meat into pieces using his sharp claws, which he did with ease, placing the morsels into the pot. Subsequently, she entered the tent to retrieve water celery, wild scallions, and salt, adding them to the pot. The water celery served to eliminate the gamey flavor, while the salt enhanced the taste, and the wild scallions rendered the broth more fragrant. Although her selection of seasonings was limited, Yanxi could not help but swallow in anticipation as she watched the broth bubble and simmer. After adding another handful of firewood to the stove, she eagerly awaited the moment when the meat would become tender enough for her to indulge in a hearty meal. Of course, no meal would be complete without bowls, chopsticks, and a ladle. Yanxi retrieved bamboo bowls and chopsticks from the tent. During their previous endeavor of cooking crab soup in a stone pot, they had crafted a ladle, which now proved to be quite useful. The novel culinary technique intrigued the orcs, presenting them with a refreshing experience. Moreover, the increasingly rich aroma of meat wafting from the ceramic pot was utterly enticing. Yanxi stirred the broth with a spoon. The liquid had turned a delightful white. Ready for consumption, she scooped a spoonful, blew gently on it, and took a sip. It was the first taste of meat broth in over a fortnight, leaving an indelible impression on her palate. Although the seasonings were few, the flavor was undeniably present. She ladled another spoonful and brought it to Yicheng's lips, saying, "Yicheng, do taste this. It's absolutely delectable." Yicheng paused for a moment, then smiled as he opened his mouth, allowing her to feed him the entire spoonful of broth. Yanxi eagerly inquired, "Is it delicious? Is it delicious?" Yicheng nodded and replied, "Yes, it is indeed delightful. Please indulge yourself. It is a rare treat of your favorite dish, so do not mind me." The sight of the little female savoring her spoonful of soup stirred envy and jealousy among the male orcs, who had been watching them closely, both openly and covertly. In the beast world, most females were accustomed to being pampered. Whatever they desired, the male orcs would go to great lengths to procure it for them. Even during the scarcity of food in the harsh winter, it was common for female orcs to eat their fill, leaving only scraps for the males. Yet, the female beside the powerful wandering orc, astonishingly, had not even satisfied her own hunger before thinking of the male by her side. How could this not evoke envy and jealousy among them? What a truly kind-hearted little female she was. How wonderful it would be if she were to become their mate. Yanxi was utterly oblivious to the psychological workings of those male orcs. She nodded and remarked, "This meat requires further stewing before I can manage to consume it. But the broth is ready to be savored. At long last, I shall be able to indulge in meat." Yet, before the two of them could even take a bite, an unexpected guest arrived. "What is that delightful aroma? It smells exquisite. I must partake." Yanxi paused for a moment, turning her gaze towards the speaker. The individual addressing her was a robust female ape-beast man, towering at nearly 2 meters in height. Accompanying her were 2 male ape-beast men, each exceeding the same height. Upon hearing the female ape-beastman's inquiry, the 2 males followed her gaze and noticed the pot before Yanxi, simmering with an unknown concoction. They expressed their astonishment, asking, "From whence did you acquire your fire? And what is it that brews within your pot? We request some." Chapter 27, Anan, the female beastman of the horned sheep. Upon hearing their words, Yanxi's expression darkened. It was not merely her displeasure at their remarks. Even Yicheng had never been so brazenly robbed of anything. The pressure of his crimson talent unfurled, and his tone became decidedly impolite as he commanded, "Leave." Even among the ranks of the ape-beast men, none dared to so openly bully others. Moreover, his strength did not permit him to be submissive. The 2 ape-beast men, both of whom possessed only green talent, found themselves firmly pinned to the ground by Yicheng's overwhelming aura, their limbs sprawled beneath them to prevent their entire forms from collapsing. Yicheng's exertion of pressure was carefully contained, affecting solely those 2 beast men while leaving the female ape-beast men behind them unscathed. Such was the custom in the beast world. No matter the circumstances, one must not lay a hand on female beast men. Although it was the female ape-beast man who instigated the situation, they were now on the territory of the ape-beast men and had to exercise restraint. However, this restraint did not extend to the male ape-beast men. After all, being of the same gender, they preferred a more direct and brutal approach to resolving conflicts. If one refused to submit, they would simply engage in a fight. And if that failed, they would fight again. The female ape-beast man, Emma, persisted with her cries, "I want meat. I want meat." Yet, the 2 protectors beside her were subdued by Yicheng, leaving her without any allies. The onlooking beastmen were not her mate, and there was no incentive for them to intervene and risk offending a wandering male beastman of red talent. Beastmen are well aware of the need to seek benefit and avoid harm. The wandering beastman, whose true form had yet to manifest, was beyond their capabilities to provoke. Moreover, any wandering beastman capable of traversing the beast world alone was no simple character. It would be a reckless act to come to the aid of that female ape beastman at this moment. Frustrated at being denied meat and seeing her protector subdued by Yicheng, Emma stomped her foot and let out a howl towards the sky. Yanxi rushed to Yicheng's side, grasping his arm as she inquired, "Is she calling for her companions?" Yicheng furrowed his brow. For nothing irked him more than adversaries who summoned reinforcements when they were at a disadvantage. It was also true that he had no allies to call upon. Otherwise, he would have wished for assistance to deal with these nuisances. Just as such thoughts crossed his mind, an orc from the Horned Sheep tribe, who had previously received aid from Yanxi, stood behind them. An elder among them spoke reassuringly, "Rest assured, if the ape orcs behave unruly, we of the Horned Sheep tribe will certainly lend our support." Yanxi was taken aback as she turned to gaze at the Horned Sheep orc. Are the orcs of the beast world truly so righteous? Her actions were driven by the instinct of a healer, as she treated the young of the Horned Sheep tribe. Additionally, she harbored a personal motive, hoping to leverage their goodwill to advance her medicinal business. To her astonishment, they responded to her small act of kindness with profound gratitude. Yanxi felt a twinge of guilt. The female orc with ram's horns noticed Yanxi turning to look at them. She nodded at her and said, "I am Anan, a female orc with blue talents. You may call me Anan. Rest assured, having healed my brother, I shall certainly ensure your safety." Yanxi, deeply moved, stepped forward and grasped the arm of the considerably taller Anan, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you so much, Anan. My name is Yanxi, and this is Yicheng. Yicheng is a wandering beastman who rescued me, and I chose to accompany him. He possesses the red talent of a red-bellied snake, and he is incredibly formidable, endowed with ice-based abilities." Standing before them, Yicheng couldn't help but smirk at the praise lavished upon him by his female companion. Suddenly, his expression hardened as he released the two male gorilla beastmen who had been pinned to the ground by his imposing aura. They were, after all, on unfamiliar territory, and he needed to exercise restraint to avoid unnecessary trouble, especially with Yanxi beside him. Henceforth, he resolved to carefully consider the ramifications of his decisions. "What is happening?" inquired the largest of the gorilla beastmen, who stood taller than the average of his kind and also possessed the red talent. The female gorilla beastman, Emma, pointed towards the clay pot behind Yanxi and declared, "I want to eat the meat cooked by that female. Yonghe, go fetch it for me." Upon hearing this, the male gorilla beastman named Yonghe glanced at Yicheng. He sensed an air of danger emanating from the wandering beastman, leaving him quite taken aback. The beastman gathering had only commenced a few days prior, yet such a formidable presence had already emerged. This year's assembly was indeed proving to be lively. Yonghe took a few steps forward, eager to engage Yicheng in conversation. Yanxi stepped forward, grasping Yicheng's arm, her voice a blend of timidity and defiance as she proclaimed, "I have not even taken a single bite. Yet she has the audacity to allow your male orcs to seize it. This is utterly unreasonable. Although this territory belongs to your orc kin, should not the hosts extend courtesy and respect to their guests?" Yanxi, with a tongue as rapid as a machine gun, chattered incessantly, regardless of whether anyone comprehended her words regarding the host and the virtue of humility. In her mind, she was justified in her assertions, unperturbed by the opinions of others. The source of her audacity stemmed from the formidable presence of Yicheng. Yonghe, caught off guard, remained silent, only to be audaciously challenged by a sudden appearance of a small female. This creature, with luminescent green skin, was diminutive and fragile, easily crushable between two fingers. Yet she had the audacity to engage him in a discourse of logic. Admittedly, he did not grasp the meaning of her references to the host and the virtue of humility, but he could not afford to inquire directly, for that would undermine the dignity of his esteemed red-gifted male orc identity. Yanxi observed the other party's prolonged silence and furrowed her brows, saying, "I am willing to share half with you, but you must offer something in return. If not, you are nothing but robbers, akin to the exiled orcs, preying upon a solitary, wandering orcs. How can you bear to torment us poor souls?" Yanxi spoke with the intention of inciting public opinion. After all, they resided in the tribe of the ape-like beasts. Should others discover that these creatures were so unreasonable and devoid of principles, who would dare to befriend them? Yonghe was rendered speechless. To label them as mere exiled beasts, solely intent on thievery, seemed a bit excessive. He then turned to the two male ape-like beasts, Asan and Asi, who were accompanying Emma in their act of theft, and instructed, "Return and accept your punishment. Procure 100 bone coins to exchange for meat. Let this matter be settled." Yanxi leaned in to inquire softly to Anan, "What is a bone coin?" Having been anxious for Yanxi earlier, Anan now felt relieved as the situation seemed to be resolving. He explained, "A bone coin is a currency that can be exchanged for various items without the need for bartering. It allows one to acquire what they desire effortlessly." Yanxi nodded in understanding. The bone coin was presumably the currency of the Beast World continent. However, she remained uncertain about the value of a single bone coin. She continued to inquire, "What can one bone coin be exchanged for?" After a moment of contemplation, Anan replied, "One bone coin can be traded for 100 bundles of hay in our tribe. Do you comprehend what I mean by that?" Yanxi opened her mouth wide and nodded, comprehending the situation. A single bone coin held significant value, indicating they had indeed profited. In Chapter 28, forming a bond with the male beast men of the beast world would bestow one with innate attributes. After Night Ching accepted the bone coin from the ape beast man, Yanxi retrieved a ceramic pot they had previously exchanged and poured half of the cooked meat for the insatiable ape beast man, Emma. Engaging in such a lucrative trade invigorated Yanxi, making her movements nimble, even offering a newly acquired ceramic pot as a complimentary gift. Emma finally savored the meat, thoroughly satisfied as the male ape beast man escorted her back to the ape tribe. Only Yonghe glanced at their campfire, his eyes flickering, before turning to observe Yanxi, who appeared to have gained a considerable advantage, eliciting a sense of amusement within him. This little female was indeed intriguing. He had never encountered one with such lively expressions. Noticing the beastly mark of a serpent adorning her neck, he thought nothing of it. A female as captivating as her would undoubtedly require the protection of a formidable male beast man. While he continued to watch Yanxi, Night Ching stepped forward, blocking his line of sight. Surprised, Yonghe shifted his gaze to Night Ching, who smiled and inquired, as a wandering beast man with red attributes. Have you considered joining our ape tribe? We boast over 2,000 combat-capable beast men, 46 females, along with 5 shamans and 6 beastmen of red attributes, including 1 shaman of purple attributes. At the mention of the purple attribute shaman, Night Ching's peculiar vertical pupils flickered. The ape tribe was indeed a powerful entity, but the unpleasantness of the day was undeniable. Night Ching replied, I will consider it. Yonghe nodded in agreement, stating, very well, take your time to ponder. I shall take my leave now. Night Ching watched as Yonghe departed. With all the ape beastmen gone, the marketplace regained its tranquility. Yet, after Night Ching's display of prowess, it was likely that no one would dare to provoke them again. Although half of their food had been taken, the remaining portion was sufficient for Yanxi and Night Ching, who quickly finished every morsel, including the broth. Just as they completed their meal, the beastmen who had long coveted their fire finally made a move. Unable to approach while they were eating, they now sought to barter for a flame. The recent intimidation from Night Ching lingered in their minds, compelling them to behave respectfully and exchange their prey for fire. Anan and her tribe similarly approached, leading male beast men carrying half a carcass to trade for a spark. Yanxi was taken aback to discover that fire starters were such a scarce resource. While journeying alongside Yuqing, she casually crafted a few fire sticks, considering it unwise to reveal her lighter in the beastly world for fear of drawing unwanted attention. Previously, when igniting a flame in the presence of others, she had relied on her homemade fire sticks. Anan instructed the male goat beastman behind them to place their prey atop the offerings from the beastmen who were exchanging fire starters with Yanxi. He then remarked, Yanxi, this is Xingbai, who grew up alongside me. He is an orange-gifted goat beastman, and we wish to exchange fire starters with you. Yanxi nodded in greeting to Xingbai, and the young male orc smiled shyly in response. It was evident that there was a unique bond between the two, as evidenced by the way he complied with Anan's every request. However, this was not the moment for such musings. Yanxi remarked, you need not offer me anything. I have yet to express my gratitude for your assistance earlier. It is merely a spark. You may take it without hesitation, for it is of little consequence. Anan insisted. We hardly contributed anything of significance. How could we feel right in taking your spark? Accept this meat instead. Next time, should you possess something of value, I would then feel justified in exchanging goods with you. Yanxi still had something to say, but Yuqing interjected, let it go. Allow your people to fetch the firebrand themselves. Anan, somewhat intimidated by Yuqing, hurriedly replied, all right, all right. Anan gestured for Xingbai to ignite the firebrand. Yanxi, however, engaged Anan in conversation. Her curiosity piqued. Xingbai seems to heed your every word. Surely your relationship transcends mere childhood companionship? Anan was taken aback, surprised that Yanxi, whom she had only recently met, could discern the nuances of her bond with Xingbai so readily. As she gazed at Xingbai, who was tending to the fire, a shadow of sorrow crossed her features. We share mutual affection, she confessed. Yet my father insists that I must wed a male orc of superior talent as my first mate, thereby enhancing my own potential to inherit the attributes of a male orc. Thus, regardless of the depth of our feelings, he can never be my first mate. At most, he will remain my second. Yanxi paused for a moment, feeling an inexplicable sadness as these ethereal matters threatened to tear apart two lovers. Noticing her sudden change in mood, Anan chuckled and said, let us not talk about me. Instead, tell me what attributes you have gained since bonding with your beastly husband? Yanxi was taken aback. What extraordinary talent had she acquired? She was utterly bewildered. Did the Black Earth realm count as such? No, how could she possibly know about the nature of her relationship with Yuqing? Yanxi, perplexed, inquired. Anan, taken aback by her question, found himself momentarily speechless. He pointed to Yanxi's neck and said, the beast markings on your neck belong to your beast husband. It is evident even to a fool that you two have forged a union. Only those who are bonded in partnership bear such markings. Yanxi awkwardly remarked. Could it not be engraved or painted on? Anan chuckled. Yanxi, how charmingly naive you are. The beast markings appear spontaneously on the bodies of both partners after they bond. They cannot be carved or drawn. Even if one attempted to paint them on, they would not endure for long. The only instance in which these markings would vanish is upon the death of one's partner. Otherwise, such beast markings will remain with the male and female for a lifetime, never to fade. Yinshi nodded slightly, gaining some understanding of the rules of the beast world continent. She was unaware of how the beast pattern appeared on her body, only knowing that when she awakened, it was already present on her neck, impervious to removal or washing away. The pattern on Yicheng's neck, depicting her human form, was even more peculiar. She had not marked him with anything, yet he bore her human design as well. Yinshi remained skeptical about the notion of spontaneously appearing beast patterns, as it was yet another situation beyond her comprehension. After hearing Ainan's explanation, Yicheng found himself equally perplexed, observing the scarcity of beastmen trading at the antelope tribe. He noticed an elderly figure seated between two tents, eyes closed in contemplation. With his own stall rather vacant, Yicheng approached the elder and settled down beside him. The elder's aura was so formidable that upon his arrival, the elder immediately opened his eyes. Recognizing Yicheng, he pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Noble red-bellied serpent, is there something you wish to inquire about?" The elder, a seasoned male beastman, was astute, discerning that Yicheng had matters to discuss. Yicheng posed a question. "Is it possible for a female beastman to possess no innate talent whatsoever?" The elder hesitated, casting a glance at Yinshi. The fact that the female companion of this red attribute male beastman was entirely devoid of talent struck him as somewhat pitiable, regardless of his own potential. Choosing a mate with no abilities was tantamount to jeopardizing his future. He sighed, saying, "The talent of a female beastman signifies her fertility. The higher her talent, the greater her reproductive capabilities. In my 14 seasons of life, I have never encountered a female beastman devoid of any talent." With the statement, the elder implied to Yicheng that a female like Yinshi, lacking any talent, would also possess no reproductive capacity. Noticing Yicheng's impassive expression, the elder continued, "However, when a talented male beastman mates with a female, she may randomly acquire a talent attribute, which could either mirror the male's skills or be a fraction of them, thereby enhancing her fertility." Yicheng asked, "Could it be something other than a talent skill or the male's innate abilities?" The elder nodded, "Indeed, that is possible. But it depends on whether the beast god favors that female. If so, her talents may expand as the male's abilities grow. Or she may encounter a different male with strong talents who could endow her with additional attributes. Ultimately, it is a matter of chance." Yicheng acknowledged this, understanding that the black soil space he had bestowed upon Yinshi after their union might indeed be a blessing from the beast god. This black soil space would likely expand in accordance with his future advancements in talent. He posed one last question. "Do all talented male beastmen confer talents upon their female partners?" The elder shook his head, stating, "Not necessarily. Some do not. However, the likelihood of a talented male bestowing a talent upon a female is significantly higher. If every male beastman could grant their female partners a talent, he would not insist that his daughter seek a mate with superior abilities. He did not wish to separate his daughter from Xingbo, having watched them grow up together. Yet, the scarcity of combat-capable males within their antelope tribe, coupled with their nomadic lifestyle devoid of a permanent home, compelled him to prioritize the welfare of his tribe." Yicheng nodded, having gleaned all the information he sought. As a former wanderer, he had never anticipated the day he would have a female partner. Thus he inherited little regarding the traditions associated with females from his father's memories. He only understood that male beastmen must care for their female counterparts in all aspects. Just as he prepared to rise and depart, the elder inquired, "Noble red-bellied serpent, are you seeking to join a tribe?" Yicheng paused, halting his upward motion and resuming his seat. "What news do you have?" he asked. "Rest assured, as long as you inform me, none will dare to disturb you during your stay in the monkey beast tribe." The elder gratefully nodded. "There are 5 powerful tribes on this continent. One is the Eastern Bluebird tribe, rumored to have multiple beastmen with silver talents. Another is the Mingkue tribe, residing deep within the 10,000 mountains, whose male beastmen generally possess low talents, yet their females exhibit remarkable reproductive capabilities, making them the only tribe with over 10,000 beastmen. Then there are the sea folk, dwelling in the ocean, said to harbor many highly talented beastmen, albeit few have encountered them, as they avoid contact with their terrestrial counterparts. Additionally, there is the lion beastman tribe on the Guangzhou Prairie, perhaps the smallest in number among these 5 tribes, yet each beastman possesses formidable combat prowess. They occupy a fertile expanse of land, where during the snow season, they face little concern regarding food scarcity. Lastly, there is the monkey beast tribe, the host of this gathering. They are also quite powerful, with robust reproductive capabilities among their females, though they typically bear one offspring at a time. Thus their fertility does not rival that of the Mingkue tribe's females, who can have numerous offspring at once. If you aim to join a formidable tribe, I would advise you to consider bringing your female to the monkey beast tribe." Yicheng contemplated this, then rose when he noticed someone seeking to purchase medicinal herbs. Making his way to the stall, before departing, he stated, "I will ensure your safety during your time in the monkey beast tribe." The elder respectfully replied, "Thank you." Yicheng dismissed him, moving to the stall to sell herbs. However, the beastmen arriving to buy were even more tedious than before, squatting on the ground, scrutinizing the neatly arranged herbs, turning them over repeatedly. Yicheng furrowed his brow, his fists clenched. Had it not been for the fact that he was on monkey beast territory, these beastmen would have faced dire consequences. Yinshi also noticed these rude orcs. She intended to confront the 3 or 4 orcs, but was halted by Ainan. Yanxi looked at Anan in confusion. Anan said, "Don't go over there. They come with ill intentions. It is evident they are not here to shop. We cannot allow the delicate and fragile Yanxi to approach, lest she be harmed." Yanxi was aware of Anan's good intentions. She gently patted her arm and said, "I know my limits." She then turned and made her way towards Yicheng. With Yicheng's formidable presence, all discordant elements appeared as mere paper tigers. The 3 or 4 males before her were indeterminate in their race, as they bore an uncanny resemblance to humans. Were it not for their mere animal skin skirts, Yanxi might have believed they were genuine humans. She grasped Yicheng's arm. He glanced down at her and drew her slightly behind him, addressing the few male beast men at the stall. "If you wish to trade, then do so, but refrain from rummaging about, lest I be tempted to turn you over to inspect what manner of creatures you truly are." Yicheng's words were already quite tactful. The beast men understood. They should not come here without something to exchange, treating the goods as if they were their own possessions. The lead beastman seized a handful of herbs and flung them at Yicheng's face, exclaiming, "You expect us to sell our wares yet deny us a look? What kind of logic is that?" The herbs struck Yicheng, leaving some dirt on his visage, causing his eyes to narrow dangerously. He held back Yanxi, who was ready to defend him, and with a disdainful chuckle, he addressed the beastmen. "I have taken note of your scent. We shall meet again after the gathering." The beastmen were taken aback, stepping back in fear. They had heard tales of this wandering beastman with a red affinity. However, reassured by the presence of their tribe behind them, they felt emboldened. One of them scoffed, "What of it if you remember us? Do you intend to seek vengeance? Let me inform you, our tribe boasts red affinity males as well. Do not presume you are the only one in existence." It was evident that these individuals were not genuinely interested in trading. Watching Yicheng being treated in such a manner, even Yanxi, the petite female, could no longer remain silent. "You, Bean Sprout, should refrain from speaking. We are conversing with your male beast man." Yanxi, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "You dare to bully my people, and yet you forbid me from speaking up for them?" She forcefully pulled Yicheng behind her and declared, "If any of you dare to lay a finger on me today, I shall ensure that you become the public enemies of this entire continent. The first to be exiled from this assembly. Even your own tribe will be powerless to protect you." Chapter 30. The ancient artificial structures. These male orcs found themselves confronted with a formidable challenge. They indeed hesitated to lay a hand on Yanxi, for to do so would render them the sworn adversaries of every male orc on the continent. With Yanxi's bold interruption, their momentum faltered. They exchanged uncertain glances. And in a moment of silent accord, several orcs turned and departed. Yanxi watched them leave and spat in disdain, exclaiming, "I knew they would bully us. The wandering beast men, a bunch of ruffians." She vented her frustrations for quite some time, only to discover that those behind her remained silent, offering no support. A flicker of anger ignited within her. For whom was she enduring this? However, as she turned her head, she caught sight of Yicheng, who wore a smile, his lips curving upwards as he gazed at her. Yanxi furrowed her brow and asked, "What are you laughing at? How can you smile after being bullied? Aren't you quite formidable? Why don't you retaliate?" Yicheng raised his hand, affectionately ruffling her hair as he replied, "Sometimes, brute force cannot resolve matters. It may only complicate them further. However, your earlier display of anger was quite impressive and left me somewhat captivated. Moreover, the fact that you were defending yourself only endears you to me even more. What can I say? I find myself increasingly fond of a little female who wholeheartedly stands by my side." Yanxi was unexpectedly stirred by his words, shooting him a glare. Her cheeks inexplicably flushed. He continued, "We have just acquired 100 bone coins, and there are still several days left in this gathering. Would you like to accompany me to explore other stalls and exchange some items?" Upon hearing that they could go shopping, Yanxi's eyes sparkled with excitement. But then she remembered that they still had their stall to attend to. She remarked, "Our stall lacks supervision." Just as she expressed this concern, Anan chimed in from behind, saying, "You may go. If there are no valuable items in your tent, we can keep an eye on it for you. As for these herbs, I am uncertain how you intend to sell them." Yanxi chuckled playfully, saying, "Feel free to sell and exchange whatever you wish. I have no objections. I shall return bearing food for you." Anan replied with a smile, "Very well. Enjoy yourselves to the fullest." Shopping possesses an irresistible allure for any woman, especially considering their current need to acquire numerous items. She bounced along, pulling Yicheng with her, resembling a joyous little sprite as she perused one stall after another. Yicheng followed closely behind, paying with bone coins. He cautioned, "Take your time. There are many orcs around. Be careful not to get jostled. Would you like me to carry you?" His delicate mate was quite fragile, easily susceptible to injury from even the slightest bump. Yanxi shook her head and said, "No. No. Shopping is meant to be experienced on foot, to explore gradually, and to select items one by one. If you carry me, what will I have left to see? That would strip away the joy of shopping, don't you think?" Yicheng found it difficult to comprehend her perspective. Throughout the afternoon, the two of them purchased a considerable number of items, all of which were delivered to the tent of the goat clan by the vendors. They entrusted the goods to their care. Strolling side by side along the stream of the Ape Beast clan, Yicheng inquired, "Are you tired from walking? Would you like me to carry you back?" Yanxi indeed felt somewhat fatigued and was just about to suggest returning when she noticed numerous peculiar independent hills in the orc tribe's territory. A striking mountain, adorned with trees of varying sizes, stood out prominently. She had encountered such wonders during her travels in Guizhou City, although the hills here were somewhat smaller. Pointing at the hills, she remarked, "How strange those hills are. Our journey thus far has been through continuous mountain ranges. And only in the Orc tribe's area can one see these diminutive hills. If one does not observe closely, one might assume they are man-made structures. Indeed, these were remnants of ancient constructions, long abandoned and decayed. Despite their apparent height, a single touch from an orc could cause them to collapse. Which is why the orcs refrained from residing within them. Are these truly man-made?" She inquired. "Why do the orcs not continue to inhabit such edifices? May we approach them for a closer look?" Yicheng replied, "No orc would dare approach. According to my ancestral memories, none would do so either. We may observe them, but we must exercise caution. Do not touch them, lest they crumble." Yanxi nodded slightly. In the embrace of Yicheng, she arrived at a structure entirely overrun by vegetation. The plants had grown so luxuriantly that the walls of the building were obscured, however, through a large opening. The layout of the interior caught her attention, evoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity. She struggled to extricate herself from Yicheng's arms, eager to push aside the foliage and explore within. Yet, Yicheng swiftly restrained her, cautioning, "These edifices are at least 400 or 500 years old, utterly decayed. Any external force could cause them to collapse. Do not venture inside." Yanxi shook her head, seeking to ascertain the composition of the wall. The architecture within hinted at a modern design, yet the distance rendered her uncertain. She inquired, "Could you remove a section of the wall for me? I wish to confirm something." Her intention was to verify whether these structures were indeed the reinforced concrete walls she was familiar with. Yicheng hesitated. If he were to pry off a piece, he feared that the entire building might lose its structural integrity and collapse. Although no one was present, such an action could still incite considerable chaos. Nevertheless, sensing her curiosity, Yicheng replied, "We shall pry it off and make our escape." Yanxi nodded. With Yicheng's speed, he quickly retrieved a piece of building material and swiftly returned to embrace Yanxi before departing. Behind them, the thunderous sound of collapsing structures echoed. Yanxi nestled in Yicheng's embrace and inquired, "Will it not hurt anyone?" Yicheng, without lowering his gaze, replied while running forward, "No, there is no one nearby." After they had sprinted a considerable distance, they paused on a small hillside. Yicheng gently set Yanxi down, intending to hand her the object he was carrying, when a somewhat familiar voice caught their attention. The voice echoed, "Yonghe, I am ready. As long as you are willing, we can be together forever." Upon hearing such an unabashed conversation, Yanxi's curiosity ignited fervently. She grasped Yicheng's hand, urging him to bend down as they cautiously approached the source of the voice. Parting the grass, they beheld the female ape beast man, Emma, who had snatched her meat earlier that day, striking a flirtatious pose while enticing Yonghe from a distance. What a juicy piece of gossip. She relished the drama unfolding before her. Her excitement inevitably caused her breath to quicken. Indeed, some spectacles are best observed through others' actions, as they invigorate her appetite for intrigue. However, Yanxi's slightly louder breathing immediately drew Yonghe's attention, whose piercing gaze turned towards their direction like a sharp blade. Yicheng swiftly lowered Yanxi's body and led her away from the scene. Once they had distanced themselves, Yanxi found herself cradled in Yicheng's arms as they made their way back. Her mind lingered on Emma's audacious declaration of love, a scene that profoundly shook her young heart. Even now, the memory remained etched in her mind. Noticing her prolonged silence and the dazed expression in her eyes, Yicheng asked gently, "Were you frightened?" Yanxi stared at him in astonishment and asked, "Are the female beastmen of the beast world always this audacious? To act so brazenly in broad daylight, in a place where beastmen might pass by at any moment?" Yanxi had not finished her words. Yet Yicheng undoubtedly comprehended her intent. It seemed that Yicheng recalled something, as he furrowed his brows and nodded slightly. Yanxi, observing him in such a state, inquired with doubt, "Have you ever experienced something similar with a female?" Yicheng's entire body stiffened, and with a fervent desire for survival, he replied, "I didn't even cast a glance at those females." Yanxi asked curiously, "Is the female who is pursuing you also like Emma, in that way?" Yanxi gestured lightly, recalling Emma's recent actions. She had just witnessed a courtship scene on the Beast Realm continent that had boldly shattered her preconceived notions. Naicheng found himself in an awkward predicament. Chapter 31. The Beast Realm had once witnessed human civilization. After a moment of contemplation, he explained to her, "It is currently the blooming season, a time when many beasts enter their mating phase. From what I understand, numerous female beasts, during this period of estrus, behave similarly to that recent female." Yanxi retorted, "Anan does not possess such a quality. The female orc, adorned with the sin of the horned sheep, exuded an aroma that was simply beyond your perception." Yicheng elaborated on Yanxi's statement, implying that Anan too would exhibit traits akin to those of Emma. Yanxi recalled what Anan had mentioned to her that afternoon, that his father wished to select a gifted male orc for her to take as her first beast husband at the upcoming orc gathering. This notion seemed somewhat reasonable. The scent described by Yicheng bore a resemblance to pheromones, which could only be perceived by those of a different species, remaining undetectable to the same sex. Noticing Yanxi's silence, Yicheng extended a building block towards her, inquiring, "Do you still need this?" Yanxi was taken aback. And when she regained her composure, she noticed the object in Yu Cheng's hand. It was entirely covered in moss, making it difficult to discern its material. Yanxi took it and broke it in her hands. In an instant, it crumbled. She hurriedly caught the fragments of the broken block. However, when she discerned the material of the structure, she was astonished. Is this concrete? This beast world continent once harbored human civilization. This is a product of human ingenuity, concrete. Her eyes sparkled with brilliance as she grasped Yi Cheng's arm and inquired, did humans ever exist in the beast world continent? In the poignant recollection of Yanxi, her thoughts linger upon the forehead of the exiled orc, marked by the scorpion that ensnared her, inscribed with the character for death. Reflecting upon it now, she ponders how such a primitive realm could possibly bear contemporary script. It is an undeniable truth for Yanxi that this land once harbored the vestiges of human civilization. Yanxi's fervent emotions did not escape Yu Cheng's notice. He nodded and remarked, in the annals of my inherited memories, the last pure human perished 3 centuries ago. You are the first pure human female to emerge in these 300 years. After listening to Yu Cheng's narration, Yanxi found her breath quickening. She inquired, 300 years ago, were there still many pure humans on this continent? Yi Cheng pondered for a moment before shaking his head and replying, I am uncertain. At that time, I had yet to be born. I only know from the ancestral memories passed down through my lineage that the last pure human perished 300 years ago, and he was male. Yanxi released Yu Cheng's arm, her mind now in disarray. Here, she beheld the decayed architecture of modernity, fully aware that 3 centuries prior, humanity had once graced this continent, leaving behind written records. Yes, written records. She grasped Yi Cheng's arm and inquired, where can I find books? Those repositories of written words? Where are they? Yi Cheng gently patted the back of her hand and replied, do not be anxious. Written language is only held by the shamans of the larger tribes. Did the shaman of the 8 Beastman tribe possess any written records? May I peruse them? Yi Cheng shook his head and said, written language is among the most vital treasures of this world. It is not merely for the chieftain or the shamans to access. How may I behold it? Yi Cheng pondered in silence, offering no response. Yanxi gazed at Yi Cheng with eager anticipation. Yi Cheng replied, unless you present something that the 8 Beastman tribe desires, it remains uncertain whether they would be willing to show you their written records. What does the 8 Beastman tribe yearn for? Yanxi lowered her head, momentarily unable to discern what qualities she possessed that could possibly sway the chieftain of the 8 Beastman tribe to allow her a glimpse of their written records. Those records held immense significance for her. Noticing her silence, Yi Cheng gently took her hand and guided her towards the gathering of the Beastmen. It was only when Yanxi was led back to their tent by Yi Cheng that she began to gather her thoughts. Yanxi was still lost in her thoughts, unable to regain her composure. In the tents of the Corner Sheep tribe, Ainan's father, Old Corner Sheep, was introducing a male 8 Beastman to Ainan. Xingbai stood at a distance, gazing forlornly. Yanxi also witnessed this scene and felt that it was too tormenting. She wished to avert her gaze. Yi Cheng likely understood what Yanxi wished to avoid, and knowing that her mind was likely in turmoil, he nodded to the members of the Jiao Yang tribe and guided Yanxi into their tent. He gently seated her upon a fur and said, rest for a moment. I shall prepare some food for you. Yanxi retrieved salt, water, wild celery, and wild scallions from the black soil space, along with a clay pot of well water, allowing him to use them as he wished. She dared not dwell on the regret concerning Anan and Xingbai, nor did she have the capacity to intervene. Her primary concern was how to access the written records of the 8 Beastman tribe, eager to uncover any information she sought. Yi Cheng stepped outside and observed that the items they had purchased were placed between 2 tents by the members of the Horned Sheep tribe. The herbs at their stall had been redistributed, though only a few had been sold, which did not particularly concern Yi Cheng. His focus remained solely on Yanxi's well-being and comfort. He did, however, notice the female beastman from the neighboring tent being taken away by a previous 8 beastman. If she was taken, it was of her own volition. After all, no male beastman would dare act against a female's will. Within the adjacent tent, a frail voice inquired of the Horned Sheep beastman, who had been watching the direction of the departing female, Xingbai Gu, where is my sister? Out of the corner of his eye, Yi Cheng noticed the little lamb he had previously treated waking up, now able to sit and speak. The horned sheep named Xingbai looked at the seated figure of the raven, his expression more sorrowful than tears could convey. My lord, there is more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following is even more exciting. The rabbin's face stiffened as he turned to his father, seeing his son's gaze. The elder sighed. Your sister will return tomorrow. The 8 Beastman has promised me he will join our Horned Sheep tribe and leave with us after the gathering ends. He is a green-gifted 8 Beastman. I will not put your sister in danger. The raven shook his head, insisting, but sister did not go willingly. She loves Xingbai Gu. The elder cast a glance at his son and sighed again. Your sister has agreed. The raven faltered, murmuring, what about Xingbai Gu? The elder responded, when your sister returns tomorrow, she will bond with Xingbai Gu. I have discussed this with the 8 Beastman, and he has consented. The raven wished to say more, but Xingbai interjected, Raven, this is for the good of our Horned Sheep tribe. I am fine. There is no need to speak further. A sense of desolation washed over the raven. They remained too weak, too dependent on his sister's sacrifice of happiness for the stability of the Horned Sheep tribe. Perhaps it was he who was too weak. Meanwhile, Yonghe, who had finally escaped the advances of Ima, took a longer route back to his dwelling. However, upon passing the tribe's shaman, he overheard a conversation that made him pause. Are you sure that the little female treating injuries at the gathering stall really sold the entire plant to those beastmen? She can write and explain the medicinal properties, even healing a male beastman from the horned sheep tribe of his stomachache? Indeed, we witnessed it firsthand. She sold the whole plant, and even provided the name, effects, and its appearance in the ground. Master Shaman, this is sheer chaos. She is obstructing your authority in the 8 beastman tribe. Silence enveloped the cave. Outside, Yonghe listened with alarm. Chapter 32, a title that causes my sister to compromise her happiness. Was it truly worth it? During this gathering, only the red-gifted wandering beastman and his little female were selling herbs at the stall. He had noticed their herbs, but the shaman mentioned that the little female could write and draw. This was significant, as only the tribe as shamans possess such knowledge. How did the little female acquire the ability to write? Earlier, Ima's advances had been palpable, yet the red-gifted wandering beastman had been there, witnessing Ima's pursuit. Strangely, he did not want her to misconstrue his relationship with Ima. Had a captivating female not appeared, Ima might have been his best option. Yet now, having encountered such an enchanting little female, he found Ima unimpressive. He worried that today, seeing Ima's attention toward him, the little female might assume they were a couple. Yonghe had contemplated chasing after her to clarify, but reconsidered, feeling he lacked the standing to do so. Now, inadvertently learning about the little female from the shaman heightened his concern. The conversation continued within. Master, should we stir up trouble again tomorrow? After all, her actions are disrupting order and undermining your standing among the 8 beastmen. The shaman pondered before replying, no, we cannot act. You should have already attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives. Return for now. I must devise another plan. Yonghe, hearing footsteps approaching, quickly concealed himself in the shadows, suppressing his presence. Once the male beastmen departed, he emerged from the darkness, frowning at the shaman's dwelling. Why could the shaman not tolerate the little female? He found this perplexing, yet it seemed the best way to approach her. Meanwhile, at the gathering, Yicheng had prepared food and entered the tent to call for Yanxi, asking whether she preferred to eat inside or outside. The sky had darkened, and the dim light within the tent instilled a sense of insecurity in Yanxi. She stood and replied, let us eat outside. Outside, numerous stalls had exchanged embers, igniting bonfires that offered some illumination, dispelling the unease brought by the darkness. Upon exiting the tent, Yanxi glanced toward the neighboring horn sheep tent but did not see Anan. Instead, she spotted Xingbai attending to a young, cherubic-faced male beastman, ensuring he had something to eat. Yanxi paused for a moment. Was this not the young male orc she had previously treated? She approached and inquired, are you feeling better? The young orc stared blankly at Yanxi standing before him, momentarily taken aback. Xingbai elucidated, it is this female who saved you. The young orc realized that it was Yanxi who had rescued him and hurriedly attempted to rise to express his gratitude. Yanxi pressed down on his shoulder, their skin brushing against each other. Startled, she quickly retracted her hand and nonchalantly said, you need not rise, just extend your hand to me, and I shall take your pulse. For a moment, he was at a loss, staring blankly at the small female who had suddenly appeared before him. Yanxi knelt down, gently grasping his wrist and placing it upon her knee to take his pulse. Yicheng, observing his little female's actions, did not admonish her. Instead, he approached her from behind, an intangible pressure emanating from him. The creature trembled, overwhelmed by the sheer force of his innate talent. Yanxi, filled with doubt, inquired, why does your pulse race so rapidly? This pace is evidently abnormal. Yicheng, please fetch my pen and notebook from the tent. I wish to take some notes. Without turning her head, she commanded Jiao Jin to sit upright, as she intended to press on his abdomen. Jiao Jin felt as though he were prey under the gaze of a fierce beast. However, Yanxi's hand had already descended upon him, causing his entire body to shudder. This marked the first time he had physical contact with a female other than his sister, and it was the female who took the initiative to touch him. Jiao Jin stood there, dazed, gazing at the luminous green figure before him, who exuded a refreshing scent. Yet, he suspected that this aroma was not her natural essence, but rather the fragrance of the verdant medicinal liquid that enveloped her. Soon after, Yicheng returned with the pen and notebook Yanxi requested, continuing to stand behind her, exerting an intangible pressure upon the young lamb. Yanxi inscribed her evening examination summary in her notebook, her gaze landing upon the oversized potato in Xingbai's grasp, which was larger than her own head. Rising from her seat, she plucked a few leaves from her stall, instructing Yicheng to knead them into a medicinal paste. She then applied the concoction to the little lamb's navel, advising, there is no need to consume this broth any longer. Instead, drink plenty of warm water and subsist on this potato for the day. Tomorrow, I shall take your pulse again, if your appetite returns. You may gradually indulge in some meat. After imparting these medical recommendations, she had the potato in Xingbai's hand, swallowed hard, and inquired, might you spare me just a small piece of that? Just a tiny bit will suffice. I could trade you some of the meat we cooked in exchange. Observing her desire, Xingbai chuckled, you may have the whole thing, little female. Yanxi shook her head, saying, no, I can't possibly eat so much. She returned with a bamboo bowl, scooping a small portion from the potatoes, declaring, "This is sufficient." Rising to head back to their tent, she paused and turned to the beastman, saying, "Apply that medicine on your navel for the night. I shall return tomorrow to check on you." The beastman nodded vacantly, watching the young female and the formidable wandering beastman as they sat in their tent, sharing laughter over the food meant for their young sheep. It was evident to him that the wandering beastman had little inclination for cooked food, yet he shared it willingly with the young female, each taking turns to savor the contents of the clay pot. Once they had finished their meal, the wandering beastman prepared warm water for the young female and brought it into the tent for her to wash up. The beastman shifted his gaze to a distant stall, lost in thought, pondering, "When will I have my own female? This winter, I shall come of age, and next spring, I may face my own season of heat." Xingbai, holding a piece of bean paste, reassured him, "Your sister will return tomorrow, fret not." The beastman was taken aback, realizing he had forgotten about his sister amidst his musings. A wave of guilt washing over him, he contemplated for a moment before softly asking, "Xingbai, do you feel discontented being merely the second mate to my sister?" Xingbai hesitated, his mood dipping slightly. To claim I am content or untroubled would be disingenuous. Yet, my talents are lacking, and I am not as formidable as that ape beast man. So I must accept my fate. Regardless, I will still be your sister's second mate, which is something to be grateful for. You, however, are a green talent amongst the sheep, with the rare mutated bloodline of the. That is why your father named you. Cherish this blessing from the beast god, and strive to elevate the sheep tribe. The beast man, still feeling despondent, inquired, "Xingbai, why do we not join a tribe? Why endure the hardships of being a wandering tribe? If we joined a tribe, your position as my sister's first mate would be secure. No one could force her." The sheep beastmen lacked formidable combat prowess, making survival on this brutal beastly continent even more arduous. The trials they had faced were known only to them. Xingbai fell into silence, unable to respond to the beastman's question. The old sheep, overhearing their conversation, interjected, "To join a tribe means that our sheep tribe would no longer exist on this continent. Father, is it truly worth it to have my sister compromise her happiness for a mere title?" The beastman struggled to accept that a name should be exchanged for his sister's well-being. He had grown up alongside her, and she had cared for him as a mother would. He could never bring himself to force her into a situation she did not want. At that moment, the old sheep felt a twinge of regret. Yet, the ape beastman had already taken his daughter away, and it was too late to salvage the situation. Chapter 33. Only pure humans would be so intrigued by the remnants left behind by pure humans. Yanxi strolled through the streets for an entire afternoon, pondering the existence of human civilization that once graced this world. She found herself in a state of restless curiosity, yearning to uncover more about that bygone civilization. Yet devoid of means to do so, Night Ching had fashioned a large ceramic vessel into a makeshift bathtub, filling it with warm water for her to bathe. Upon emerging from her refreshing soak, fatigue enveloped her, rendering her eyelids heavy with sleep. Night Ching laid a sizable piece of animal hide on the ground for Yanxi to recline upon, gently applying a layer of green medicinal ointment to her skin before urging her to rest. He then stepped outside to wash her garments, ensuring they would be ready for her to wear come morning. Yanxi squinted slightly as she spoke. "I feel a bit scared." Yicheng lifted half of the tent flap and replied, "I will be right outside, washing your clothes." The garments made from snake shed were easy to clean. Once the clothes were washed, Yicheng hung them up inside the tent using a rope. He then stepped outside and devoured the meat he had exchanged for with fire starter in one go. These fresh provisions could not be stored for long, as they would spoil. Tomorrow, should Yanxi desire more meat, he could procure fresh supplies once again. Additionally, he moved all the items acquired earlier in the afternoon into the tent, not out of fear that other beastmen would steal them, but because many of these items would later be placed into Yanxi's black earth space. By keeping them inside the tent now, it would also obscure the exact quantity of their possessions from prying eyes, facilitating their explanations later. As for the herbs at the stall, Yanxi herself had not paid much attention to them. Thus, he did not bother to bring them inside, knowing that others would not discern their effects either. After washing himself with the bathing water Yanxi had prepared, he lay down beside her. Immediately, she turned to him, her gaze falling upon the indistinct silhouette of Yicheng, and inquired, "Do you think we could request to see the written records of the ape beastman tribe if we joined them?" This was the best solution she could contemplate. Yicheng gently cupped her small face in his hands and stated, "That is not possible. The fact that you are purely human is far more critical than the existence of your black earth space. It must not be revealed to anyone." "Why?" she asked. "Because your mind harbors something that beastmen do not possess." "What could that be?" "Wisdom. Indeed, it is a cultural treasure that beastmen will never attain. A culmination of thousands of years of human civilization." Yanxi felt an inexplicable sense of fear, her body trembling slightly. Therefore, the fact that she was purely human must remain a secret from everyone. She could not indulge her curiosity by requesting to see the writings left behind by previous humans, for such actions would be tantamount to revealing her true identity. It would unmistakably signal to others that she was indeed a pure human, as only those of pure humanity would exhibit such an intense interest in the remnants of their kind. Yanxi anxiously inquired today, I recorded my observations in front of the horned sheepwork. Could this lead to trouble? Yiqing pondered for a moment and replied, "Is it truly necessary to document such matters?" Yanxi shook her head and said, "It is not necessary to write it down. I merely have a habit of keeping records. Then perhaps you should refrain from writing in the future, if you please?" Yanxi nodded slightly, feeling a twinge of fear. Yiqing extended his hand, enveloping her in his embrace, gently patting her back as he reassured her, "Do not be afraid. I shall protect you." The ancient human writings of the beast world are not solely preserved within the 8-Beastman tribe. Other tribes with altars possess them as well. Yanxi shook her head and said, "I won't watch anymore. My life is at stake." Although she was curious, her life took precedence. Nestled in Yiqing's embrace, she made no effort to resist. She desperately craved the comfort of a hug to soothe her restless heart. Yet, Yiqing misinterpreted her acquiescence. Assuming her lack of resistance signified consent, he hesitated for a moment before leaning down to plant a gentle kiss on her lips. Noticing her unyielding demeanor, he grew bolder. Just as he intended to roll over and press her beneath him, he realized she had already succumbed to slumber. Stunned, he let out a bitter smile. Resigned to lie back down. He genuinely believed she had accepted him, only to find she had simply fallen asleep from exhaustion. Gently, he tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, leaned in, and bestowed a kiss upon her cheek. With a serpentine tail, he encircled her entirely in his embrace and closed his eyes. At one moment, peculiar sounds echoed throughout the vicinity. Yiqing furrowed his brow and raised a hand to cover Yanxi's ears, wishing to shield her innocent ears from the discord. The area was teeming with beast men. And with the night being devoid of activities, it was the prime season for procreation. Such matters were likely their only source of amusement. Glancing at the peacefully sleeping Yanxi, he ultimately chose not to disturb her. When Yanxi awoke the next day, she detected an odd sin in the tent but paid it no mind. Rising to find Yiqing absent, she donned her clothes from the ropes and stepped outside. There, she beheld Yiqing preparing breakfast for her. Sitting beside him, she watched him with a smile. Having such a diligent beastman as a boyfriend was rather delightful. He tended to her needs without requiring her assistance. Was this how the female beastmen of the tribe became spoiled? Seeing her awaken, shedding the worries of the previous day and returning to her cheerful self, Yiqing felt a sense of relief. He feared she might once again be apprehensive about life in the beast realm. He spoke, "I have boiled hot water. Let me mix it with some cold for your washing." With that, he carried a ceramic pot of hot water into the tent. Yanxi followed him inside. After she finished her grooming, Yiqing applied the freshly crushed mint juice from his palm once more before they stepped out together. As Yiqing went to fetch water, Yanxi noticed the little ram from yesterday sitting at the entrance of the tent, and she approached it. Upon Yiqing's return with the water, he observed her heading towards the tent of the horned ram beastman. A smile played at the corners of his lips as he set down the clay pot and followed her to the beastman's tent. Yanxi inquired meticulously about the condition of Han Tian, discovering that he had completely recovered. She remarked, "You may begin to enjoy some meat broth today, though it would be wise to avoid consuming hard-to-digest chunks of meat. Do you still have that mashed potato from this morning? Might I exchange it for some of your broth?" Han Tian, with a bashful smile, replied, "Yes, we do have some. If you wish, I can offer you the largest portion." Yanxi shook her head and said, "We exchanged one yesterday. I intend to cultivate my own. Once I have grown it myself, I will no longer need to rely on you for food." Lang Qian was astonished that Yanxi actually wished to engage in cultivation. He had contemplated this matter as well, but due to their nomadic lifestyle, they could not remain in one place for long, thus hindering extensive planting. Now, hearing Yanxi express her desire to cultivate resonated deeply with him. He exclaimed with excitement, "You too have thought of farming. This aligns perfectly with my own thoughts. I had also considered planting, but our transient existence in the nomadic tribe prevents us from cultivating on a larger scale. I have lamented this limitation for quite some time." Yanxi was somewhat astonished. In the beast world continent, it appeared that some beast men had already contemplated agriculture. This represented a significant leap forward. Speaking of cultivation, the latent bloodline within Yanxi's body began to awaken. She remarked, "This particular plant provides a profound sense of satiety and boasts a high yield, making it an excellent sustenance option." Huijin, equally exhilarated, exclaimed, "I envision utilizing this as a food source during the winter season when provisions are scarce. This could be a matter of survival. If our tribe could settle in one location, I would ensure large-scale cultivation, so when winter arrives, my kin would not face starvation." The weight of this topic rendered Yanxi silent. Rising to her feet, she declared, "Let us see who can cultivate this plant first." Huijin looked up at her with a smile and said, "I have already managed to grow it, though not on a large scale. Rather, I used a wooden frame filled with soil. The size is considerably smaller than the wild variety, yet the yield from a single frame is still quite substantial." Yanxi, upon hearing that the planting expert had successfully cultivated his plants, raised her thumb in admiration and said, "You were truly impressive. I only began planting yesterday." The cheerful expert responded with a bright smile, "If you need guidance, feel free to ask. Consider it a reward for saving me." Yanxi nodded. "Then I shall not hold back." Chapter 34, What am I to you? Exchanging a small bowl of mashed potatoes for some meat soup, she shared breakfast with Yiqing. As they neared the end of their meal, Yanxi finally sensed that something was amiss with Yiqing's demeanor. After finishing breakfast, as Yiqing washed the dishes, Yanxi approached him and inquired, "What troubles you?" Yiqing turned to her and said, I cannot cultivate plants. Do you think I am of no use? Not only was he incapable of planting, but when they foraged for plants in the mountains, his sharp nails often inadvertently damaged the very specimen she wished to collect. Yanqi was momentarily taken aback and found it both amusing and perplexing when he suddenly posed such a question. The formidable Yi Qing, who seemed invincible, also had moments of insecurity. She chuckled softly and replied, "You are uniquely you. Your strengths do not lie in cultivation. Rather, you possess remarkable combat prowess. Especially that extraordinary ability of yours to freeze vast expanses. I truly admire it. Why should one compare oneself to others? They are not significant to me." Yi Qing leaned closer and inquired, "Then, what am I to you?" Yanqi coughed lightly and cast him a sidelong glance. This fellow had certainly gone astray. Noticing Yanqi's silence, Yi Qing persisted with his inquiries. "In the context of our ceremony, we are considered partners. Yet you have always shown aversion to engaging in intimate acts with me. If you do not speak, I truly remain oblivious to my standing in your life." Yanqi gazed at Yi Qing, who blinked his eyes in contemplation. She felt that this matter could not remain ambiguous any longer. She suggested, "Shall we begin by establishing a romantic relationship? That is to say, as a couple, we can spend some time together. If it turns out to be unsuitable, it won't be easy to dissolve this partnership even if it proves unsuitable," Yi Qing replied. "Yuanqi, I am aware, as Anan informed me, that the beast markings will vanish only upon the death of one party. However, what I wish to convey is this. Can we take our time? Let us begin with the simplicity of our daily interactions. I shall endeavor to accept you, and we can gradually find common ground. After all, our temperaments and habits differ markedly. I will adapt to your way of life, and you, in turn, to mine. For instance, I understand that you disdain cooked food. Yet you still indulge me by partaking in it. I merely desire the company of another at the dining table. For it is in shared meals that the flavors truly flourish. If, after our meal together, you still find yourself hungry, you are free to hunt for sustenance, provided you refrain from bringing back any traces of blood. There are numerous aspects of companionship we can explore together. Do you think this approach is feasible?" Upon hearing her words, Yi Qing drew her into his embrace, pressing a gentle kiss upon her lips, and then raised his gaze to ask, "May I proceed in this manner?" Yanqi shrank her neck, nestling into his embrace, her cheeks flushed with a gentle hue. Such tender gestures between lovers are entirely permissible. She buried her head in his chest, nodding softly. The curve of Yi Qing's lips rose higher, until a commotion arose from the direction of the goat-like creatures, prompting the playful scuffle between the two to cease. Upon turning to look, they beheld the beastly figure who had taken Anan the previous day, now returning with the weary Anan cradled in his arms. Upon witnessing Anan in such a state, Yanqi felt an inexplicable pang in her heart. She rose from the embrace of Yi Qing and directed her gaze towards Xingbai, who had taken the pitiful Anan from the hands of the ape beast man. The anguish etched on Xingbai's face was palpable, and even from a considerable distance, Yanqi could sense his heart bleeding. Xingbai remained silent, cradling Anan as he entered the tent. Huang Jin regarded the ape beast man with an expression akin to that of a sworn enemy. The ape beast man exchanged a few words with the old horned sheep, who nodded in response, after which the ape beast man turned and departed. The old horned sheep let out a sigh and entered the tent. Huang Jin stood before the stall, clenched his fists, and struck his own face with a punch. Yanqi was startled and hurriedly stepped forward to grasp his hand, pulling him towards their stall as she asked, "Why are you hurting yourself?" Luo Jun's eyes were filled with sorrow as he gazed at Yanqi, lowering his head and despondently replying, "It is all my fault. I am simply not strong enough." Yi Qing drew Yanqi to his side, urging her to release the hand she had held onto Luo Jun. "Yanqi's heart is simply too kind. In the beast world, which of the orcs live without worry? Certainly, apart from the females. Yet, even the females are not free from concerns. Take, for instance, the female of the horned sheep tribe. She must sacrifice her bond with the male orc she grew up with to choose a more powerful mate as her first husband. Regarding matters of strength, Yanqi cannot assist the Yaojun. Their sheep clan has never been a warrior race, a truth as enduring as time itself. And she cannot convey this to him. Even in this beastly realm, while each possesses considerable abilities, weakness remains weakness, and weakness is the original sin. Yanqi could only say, "Do not be overly troubled. Anan and Xingbai have accepted reality, so you should not face your new brother-in-law with such reluctance. He is here to join you, not to tear you apart. If you truly cannot bear to see him, come to us during the day and assist us in selling some medicinal herbs. We will ensure your sustenance is well taken care of." Jiangsun slowly crouched down, sitting upon the ground, grasping the white tuft of hair atop his head, still filled with inner turmoil. Yi Qing pulled Yanqi into his embrace, saying, "Let him be. He will come to understand. In the Beastman continent, if a male Beastman does not possess a heart of formidable strength, it would be far better to perish early and be reborn." At that moment, a sound of surprise emanated from within the tent of the horned sheep tribe. Yanqi and the three individuals nearby turned their gazes toward the commotion. They beheld old Jiao Yang, who, in a fit of excitement, dashed out of the tent and knelt before the sky, fervently muttering incantations. Wan Tu, perplexed, inquired, "Father, what has transpired?" With tears of joy glistening in his eyes, old Jiao Yang replied, "Your sister has united with the ape beastman last night, acquiring the extraordinary gift of earth elemental abilities. Truly, it is a blessing from the beast god. We are grateful for the divine grace bestowed upon us by the god of earth." As he spoke, He bent down and kissed the soil several times. Yuan too looked on in astonishment. Yanxi gazed in astonishment at the old sheep, unperturbed by its dirtiness. As it affectionately kissed the ground, her pupils widened in disbelief. The earth had been trodden upon by countless feet, yet it still found the inclination to plant a kiss. Pouting as it did so, Yanxi shook off the goosebumps on her skin, feeling a sense of joy for the goat horn tribe, the surrounding orcs. Upon hearing that a female from the goat horn tribe had mated with a monkey orc for the first time and acquired the rare earth-based ability, gathered around. Intrigued by this novelty, such acquired abilities were random. To receive one was indeed a blessing from the beast god for the goat horn tribe. Some male orcs from different tribes, quick-witted and opportunistic, began to eye the females of the goat horn tribe. They had no intention of forcibly taking the females, as such actions were strictly forbidden in this beastly world. Instead, they sought to ascertain the reproductive capabilities of the goat horn females. If proven robust, they would offer one of their own males to the goat horn tribe as a potential mate, for in the perilous realm of beasts, having allies was far more advantageous than having foes. How could they cultivate a favorable relationship with the goat horn tribe? Naturally, by purchasing some of their surplus hay to establish goodwill and ensure the tribe receives some benefit before any negotiations could commence. The straightforward young man, Longshuan, found their sycophantic demeanor distasteful. Just as he was about to voice his discontent, Yanxi covered his mouth. Leaning in close, she whispered, "Keep your mouth shut and say less. Such is the way of the world. Even I, an inexperienced girl, understand this. Surely, you aren't foolish enough to act otherwise?" Chapter 35, Ginger Longshuan. Feeling the warmth of Yanxi's presence and the refreshing scent of herbs that lingered about her, flushed crimson, his once pure white fur now turning a soft pink, reminiscent of a shrimp on the verge of being cooked. Nightching, aware of his young female's good intentions, nonetheless would not tolerate any inappropriate thoughts from this immature goat towards his cherished Yanxi. He pulled her back into his embrace, stating, "Someone has come to purchase herbs. You should make the introduction." Leading her back to the stall, he cast a warning glance at Longshuan. This young goat was becoming a distraction, often diverting Yanxi's attention. Sensing the threat in Nightchang's gaze, Longshuan's fur bristled, the pink hue vanishing as he returned to his original white. He regarded Nightchang warily, who merely shot him a warning look, ensuring the young goat would not harbor any improper intentions toward his beloved Yanxi. Perhaps it was due to the orcs witnessing Yanxi's healing abilities that the sale of their herbs flourished that day, yielding a significant exchange, including salt. Though the yellow salt was not particularly palatable, it held great importance. They needed to acquire a larger quantity, which would allow her the opportunity to process it into fine white salt for consumption. One advantage of purchasing herbs from Yanxi was her willingness to sell them whole and offer advice on complementary pairings for even greater efficacy. This was far superior to the treatment one would receive from a shaman, who would merely hand over a bag of crushed herbal remnants. Yanxi, ever generous with her knowledge, answered every inquiry without a hint of concern for those who sought to learn from her. If someone expressed a desire to understand pharmacology, she readily imparted her wisdom to other orcs. As a result, all the medicinal herbs at their stall were sold out by the end of the day. It was only when the sky darkened that Yanxi could finally sit down and catch her breath. The beast man, who could not be of much assistance, had prepared a meat soup for them using a clay pot. Observing how Yucheng prepared meals for the young female, he decided to emulate his methods. Yucheng frowned at the beastman's eagerness to help. If he thought that cooking a meal would win over his little female, he greatly underestimated Yucheng. He could make it so that even his father and sister would fail to recognize him. The meat cooked by the beastman did not include water celery. Yet it contained other ingredients that Yanxi was familiar with but had never managed to find, imparting a hint of ginger flavor. This plant was excellent for eliminating any fishy odor in the dishes. Yanxi took a sip and immediately detected the flavor of ginger. She looked at Huanqin with delight and asked, "Is there more of the ingredient you added to this soup? We could trade you something in exchange. Anything you desire." Huanqin hurriedly shook his head, saying, No, it's not necessary. I'm giving it to you. I discovered this myself. I found that when added to food, it can eliminate the fishy taste and enhance the flavor. Consuming it during the snowy season can also invigorate one's vitality. Yanxi nodded vigorously, acknowledging that the ginger was indeed impressive. When the ferocious beast emerged from their tent, carrying a piece of ginger as thick as her arm and resembling coral, Yanxi was overwhelmed with excitement. She hurriedly took it to the tent and placed it into the dark soil space, planting the majority of it, while reserving a small portion to use as a seasoning for future meat dishes. Returning to the campfire, the three continued their meal. Yanxi gazed at the creature and inquired, "What is it that you desire?" "Anything we possess is yours to take at your leisure." The creature pondered for a moment before responding. "I wish for that green plant you incorporate into your meat. I also wish to attempt cultivating it myself." Yanxi nodded and said, "I shall provide it to you shortly. That particular plant thrives when cultivated near water. If planted in dry soil, its growth may be stunted." Ranjin nodded in acknowledgement, demonstrating his understanding. Yucheng observed their conversation, feeling unable to interject, and sullenly consumed the morsels of meat in his bamboo bowl. Once the trio finished their meal, Ranjin willingly took on the task of washing the dishes. Yanxi had long noticed Yucheng's silence. She approached him and settled onto a stone block that served as a stool, explaining, "I spoke to him a bit more today because I noticed he was in low spirits all day due to Anan's matter. Yicheng tossed a piece of wood into the fire. The stove still simmered with water that he intended to use for her washing later. He turned his head, gently ruffled Yanxi's hair, and pulled her into his embrace as he sat down, saying, "Yet I observed that when you spoke of planting, you had much to say." Yanxi shook her head gently, pulling his hand away from her head. "My grandfather, who is my father's father, is a physician, as you might understand. He possesses vast knowledge and has his own medicinal garden. After school, I would assist him in cultivating herbs, and we often discussed various planting issues. Cultivation is ingrained in our Chinese heritage. Given a piece of land, we instinctively desire to grow something upon it. Currently, time is scarce and circumstances are inconvenient. But once we settle in a place, I hope you will provide me with space to cultivate. I cannot manage such an extensive garden alone. You have such a hearty appetite. Do not think I am unaware of your secret hunting excursions while I am not watching. I intend to raise you, my little serpent, to be plump and healthy." Yi Cheng smiled, leaning down to plant a soft kiss on her cheek, burying his face in the crook of her neck, planting delicate kisses that elicited a ticklish giggle from her. When Hu Qian returned from washing the dishes, she was met with a scene of warmth and beauty. The petite female sat comfortably in the embrace of the tall male beast man, who regarded her with affectionate amusement as she playfully teased him. While he tolerated all her whims with grace, Hu Qian felt a pang of envy towards their interaction, captivated by their bond. However, when her gaze unexpectedly met Yi Cheng's, a shiver ran through her, and her expression instantly darkened. This was another male beastman's female companion. She was not his. That wandering beastman would never permit him to approach Yanxi. Hu Qian set down her dishes and vanished into the depths of the night. Yanxi gazed at Yi Cheng, who appeared momentarily stunned, and inquired, "What is the matter?" Yi Cheng turned back, placing a gentle kiss on her forehead, and replied, "It is nothing. The hot water is ready. Allow me to pour you some for your ablutions." Yanxi nodded, emerging from his embrace and stepping into the tent. The tall male orc followed closely behind her, carrying hot water. Yanxi chose the largest ceramic jar as her bathing tub for cleansing and grooming. After she was done, Yi Cheng poured out the water, and they both lay upon a pelt. Yi Cheng took fresh mint, crushed it to extract its essence, and applied the fragrant juice generously over Yanxi's entire body. This served a dual purpose, to protect her from the bites of insect beasts, and to obscure her allure from other male beast men who might covet her beauty. Coated in the verdant potion, Yanxi felt a wave of shyness wash over her as she met his gaze. Yi Cheng swallowed hard, his breath becoming slightly heavier. This season marked his period of heightened desire. Each day, he inhaled her enticing aroma, and with her sleeping beside him, he found himself contemplating whether to be more assertive in their relationship, especially since they were already bonded as partners. Chapter 36. Close your eyes and do not look. The mere thought that she had shown a willingness to be affectionate today made him hesitate to act upon his urges. He pulled a pelt to fashion a blanket for her, urging, "Sleep now." He was not accustomed to such coverings. Yet Yanxi insisted vehemently that she needed at least a semblance of warmth over her abdomen, fearing that a chill might penetrate through her navel and lead to illness. Although he did not fully understand her concerns, he respected her wishes. Thus, as they settled in for the night, he would always place a pelt beneath them and cover them with another, though most of the warmth would be draped over Yanxi. Yanxi felt that the atmosphere tonight was somewhat overly intimate. She lay down with her back turned to him, her heart fluttering with excitement. Just a few days ago, they had shared the same space without any peculiarities. Why did the ambience suddenly feel so strange today? Could this be the sensation of a racing heart? The feeling of love? Yi Chen was a formidable hunter. He had already noticed Yanxi's shallow breaths, clearly indicating that she was still awake. Gathering his courage, he leaned closer, his cool body encircling her waist from behind. Startled like a little rabbit, she instinctively shrank her shoulders and softly murmured, "I'm going to sleep." Yi Chen chuckled softly and replied, "Yes, sleep well." Yanxi found his laughter somewhat offensive. She turned around and pinched the soft flesh at his waist, saying, "What are you laughing at?" Yi Chen furrowed his brow and grasped her hand that was pinching him, intertwining their fingers as he said, "Be good, don't touch this." "Why?" she inquired. "Afraid you cannot bear the responsibility. Is pinching someone else's waist such a burden?" She retorted, "No. But if you do not wish to grant me the opportunity for more, then refrain from pinching." Yanxi pouted, aware that this was a man's forbidden territory. Ultimately, he dared not overstep. As he gazed at the little figure making peculiar expressions in the night, Yi Cheng's lips curled into a smile. He lowered his head, contemplating a kiss on her puckered lips, as the fragmented sounds from the previous night echoed once more. Yanxi, filled with curiosity, inquired, "What is that sound?" Could it be as she had surmised? The noise emanated from the direction of the neighboring tent of the mountain goat tribe. During the evening, she had noticed that a new leather tent had been erected behind the tribe, and Xingbai had entered and exited that tent several times. Now, it seemed that the sound was indeed arising from within. It must be Anan with Xingbai. She felt a sense of joy for the couple's eventual union. Yet she remained oblivious to the increasingly fervent gaze of the person beside her. Last night, when he alone was awake, he had approached her in such a manner. Today, she surprisingly found the leisure to discern the source of the sound, but perhaps it would be better if they simply came forth themselves. He stepped forward, lifted her up, and with the swiftness of the wind, they exited the tent. Yanxi found herself cradled in his embrace, racing through the night like the swift winds. She yearned to utter a question, but the gust filled her mouth, silencing her. Instead, she nestled her face against his chest, choosing to remain mute. After all, he would not bring her harm. With this thought settled in her mind, Yanxi felt the Night Lord leap, and together they plunged into a flowing river. Yanxi exclaimed in surprise, her mouth and nose barely grazing the water as she attempted to struggle. Yicheng unleashed his ice-based abilities, enveloping the two of them within a crystalline sphere of ice. The sphere was hollow, yet denser than water, causing it to descend into the depths, silencing all sounds, including the gentle murmur of the flowing river. Yanxi envied the extraordinary abilities of the beast men in the beast world immensely. Not only were they dazzling, but they also provided a means of self-protection. Yicheng's thoughts were entirely consumed by Yanxi at that moment. He spread out a hide, placing her upon it to shield her from the frigid surface of the ice ball, ensuring she would not suffer from the cold. Upon witnessing his impatient demeanor, Yanxi instinctively recoiled. Just as she intended to speak, Yicheng leaned down, silencing her words with his presence. Yicheng possessed an unwavering confidence in his innate abilities. The roughness he displayed was unfamiliar to Yanxi, instilling a sense of fear within her. She curled up, her eyes wide with trepidation as she gazed at the man before her. However, upon observing her state, Yicheng ultimately paused. He raised his hand, splitting the ice ball in two, then stood and moved to the other side, instructing, "Stay here and do not move. I shall return shortly." Yanxi blinked, gazing at the ice wall that separated her from Yicheng. She sat within the confines of the animal hide, contemplating whether she should take a more proactive approach. After all, she might truly find herself destined to remain in this beastly realm for a lifetime. Yet, was it truly wise to engage in anything with the serpent? Yanxi felt quite conflicted, lying on the expansive animal hide and scratching her head. She couldn't help but wonder what Yicheng was up to. Thoughts of his recently predatory gaze and his abrupt departure lingered in her mind. Yanxi felt a twinge of guilt. His requests were so modest. Yet she had steadfastly refused to grant even that. Suddenly, she perceived herself as somewhat contemptible, relishing his dedication and care while withholding any sweetness in return. As she wrapped herself in warm fur, a slight chill still seeped through. At that moment, the icy wall separating them cracked open, and Yicheng approached, enveloped in mist, saying, "Let us return." Yanxi cast a glance over his entire being, only to immediately divert her gaze elsewhere. Yicheng, noticing her bashful demeanor, felt a whimsical urge to tease her. He crouched down to her level, remaining silent. Sensing that the ice was beginning to thaw, he resolutely reinforced it. Yanxi felt somewhat awkward under his gaze, glaring at him and saying, "What are you staring at?" Yicheng sighed, raised his hand to gently tousle her hair, and remarked, "If you remain silent any longer, I might just—" "What do you intend to do?" Yanxi interrupted. Yicheng did not respond. Instead, he lifted her chin, gazing into her eyes, his gaze drifting to the corner of her mouth as he leaned in closer. Yanxi felt that this atmosphere was utterly tormenting, so she decided to take the initiative. Yicheng lost his balance and fell backward, landing beneath her. Yanxi, with a fierce demeanor, commanded, "Close your eyes and do not move. Only I shall proceed." He complied, shutting his eyes, and with a smirk on his enticing lips, replied, "All right." The knight, filled with desires fulfilled, saw Yicheng cradling the soft little being in his arms, maneuvering the ice sphere to the surface, breaking it apart, and swiftly making his way ashore, leaving the scene behind. Unbeknownst to them, not far downstream, a robust black and white striped tiger lay in wait by the riverbank. The white tiger sniffed the air, and with a leap, positioned itself atop the melting ice sphere, inhaling deeply as the alluring scent of the female intensified. His eyes gleamed with a mesmerizing golden light. He whispered to himself, "I must find this female, it is imperative." The mating season was upon the white tiger clan, and their journey had delayed them for several days, finally arriving at the 8 beastmen's tribe. The evening's cacophony from the gathering camp was a torment to his ears. Initially, he had no intention of attending the beastmen's assembly, but his father insisted that, now that he had reached adulthood, he should seek a mate among other species. As he was unimpressed by the females of his own clan, reluctantly, he was dragged to the 8 beastmen's tribe by his brother, which caused their journey to be prolonged. He had no desire to linger in the camp. The items the white tiger tribe needed to exchange did not require his attention. Moreover, he was not inclined to casually select a female partner, so he sought refuge by the riverside under the cover of night, hoping to quell his primal instincts with the cold water. Unexpectedly, he encountered a female whose scent was intoxicatingly delightful. Chapter 37, The White Tiger Clan's Beastman, Chiyoze previously. Yicheng had mentioned that male beastmen are incredibly sensitive to the scent of female beastmen. Thus, upon catching a whiff of her fragrance, he resolved to locate this female, desiring her to bear his tiger cubs so that his father would cease pressuring him to find a mate. In the past, he had not felt the absence of a female acutely. Even the most arduous of instincts could be endured while submerged in the water. However, upon meeting a female whose aroma enchanted him, his disposition shifted dramatically. He dashed back to the camp, dragging along the scowling Xiongyu, who had been interrupted mid-pleasure, and proclaimed to their father, "I have found the female I wish to mate with." Initially, Xiongyu had been irate at being disturbed, but upon hearing his brother's announcement, he exchanged a glance with their father, both sharing the unspoken thought. Which unfortunate female has caught the eye of this troublemaker? Let us offer a moment of silence for her. Then, the White Tiger Clan leader, Aohu inquired. Who is she? From which tribe? I shall propose to her tomorrow. If her tribe forbids her from joining ours, you may live with her people. Chiyoze, after all, was to become a mate. A male beastman must remain by his female's side, tending to her needs. It was an unavoidable reality. Do not concern yourself with our clan, nor with returning to strengthen the White Tiger tribe. It is truly unnecessary. Quickly establish this bond and send this troublemaker away. Aohu exchanged a knowing glance with Cheongyu, both understanding the urgency. To have a son so hastily dispatched by their father and brother was unprecedented in their world. No one could tolerate being forcibly separated from their female companion by such a thoughtless individual. This was their kin. Had it been anyone else, they would have been left battered. Yet, Chiyoze was the most gifted and formidable among the White Tiger clan. Even Aohu, with his red talent, could not match him, let alone Cheongyu, who possessed merely green talent. They were unable to overpower him, nor could they reprimand him effectively. No one could outrun him or match his skill. Chiyoze stood as a peculiar enigma within the White Tiger clan. Just a few years prior, Aohu had assured his female that once he matured and found a mate, he would settle down. Yet, as fate would have it, upon reaching adulthood, he found no interest in the females of his own kind. His frustration had caused tears among the young females of the tribe, as he had yet to encounter one who captured his heart. Aohu's despair was inherited by Cheongyu, who, especially after securing a mate himself, felt an intensified urgency to find a female for his younger brother, hoping to anchor him down for a peaceful existence within the White Tiger tribe. Though their clan was on par with the lion beastmen of the Guangzhong Plains, residing not far apart, one on the plains, the other in the mountains, Chiyoze's reckless behavior had led to their clan's decline, often vanishing during competitions. Each tribal contest saw the White Tiger clan consistently outperformed by the lion beastmen, leading to their fall from the ranks of the 5 great tribes. Yet, they were indifferent to such trivial prestige, as long as their might remained intact. Their sole hope rested on sending this tempestuous star away, far, far away. However, Chiyoze retorted, I do not know who she is, nor from which tribe she hails. Aohu and Cheongyu exchanged glances, disappointment evident in their eyes. Cheongyu sank to the ground, exclaiming, You have failed to gather any information. How can we assist you? Chiyoze's eyes sparkled with determination as he proudly declared, I shall seek her myself. I merely wish to inform you that I have found the female I wish to mate with. Where did you see her? Aohu pressed. Chiyoze chuckled. I went to the riverbank to cool off, and aside from the bothersome noises, it was tranquil. I was calming my instincts in the water when suddenly, do you want to know what happened next? Aohu tossed a stone at him, grumbling. Spit it out. Chiyoze nimbly dodged the stone and continued. I saw an ice sphere, a hollow one, sinking in the water, inside of which was a red snake and a small female. I have chosen that female. I want her to be mine. Aohu and Cheongyu exchanged glances. Aohu replied, She is protected by a powerful male beastman. She has a mate, so you cannot claim her for yourself, understand? Chiyoze dismissed the concern. I can chase off that little snake and become her soulmate. Cheongyu swallowed hard and said, Brother, you need not drive him away. Look at how my brother cares for Lansu, a single female, alongside several brothers from the White Tiger clan. You can coexist peacefully. Aohu interjected, Indeed. That snake is red, likely possessing red talent. You mentioned he wields ice abilities, so he is certainly a formidable red talent male beastman. You must forge a bond with him as if you were brothers. Moreover, he encountered that female before you, and they may have developed feelings. If you chase him away and she becomes angry with you, won't you be digging your own grave? Both Aohu and Cheongyu shared a silent agreement. They must prevent any trouble from arising. They were determined to find a mate for their younger brother. Chiyoze pondered aloud. Why should I not claim her for myself? I desire to possess her. Aohu and Cheongyu clenched their fists. How could he, with such little experience, think he could monopolize a female? Did he not understand the scarcity of females in their world? The temper of Aohu was nearly unbearable, and he cast a glance at Cheongyu, signaling him to console his younger brother. This infuriating fellow should be sent away as soon as possible. It would allow him to live a few more years. After a moment of contemplation, Cheongyu patted his brother's shoulder and said, Brother, let me put it this way. If your female is hungry, I will go out and hunt for food for her. Chiyoze eagerly interjected, as though it were only natural. Since childhood, he had been taught by his father, mother, and elder brother to care for females, just as the other male orcs in the tribe did once they had a female. He had long since memorized this lesson. Tightening his fists, Cheongyu continued, Yes, you should go out and hunt for her, but if you leave and she encounters danger, if, for instance, she were to be captured by fast-moving rogue orcs, where would you go to retrieve her? Or if she faces other dangers and you cannot return in time to save her, allowing her to be injured or even perish, would you be willing to accept that? Chiyoze furrowed his brow, confronted for the first time with such a dilemma. Unable to comprehend, he stubbornly replied, I haven't faced such situations yet. I will try my best to return quickly. Aohu shook his head, saying, Even if you could avoid such scenarios, what about the floods of the rainy season, the tidal waves, the fierce winds of storm season, or the scarcity of food in the snowy season? Are you truly confident that you can care for a delicate female all by yourself? Chiyoze was at a loss. It seemed he truly could not manage a female alone. especially during the rainy and snowy seasons when he would also go hungry. Chapter 38. Which unfortunate female has caught your eye? Seeing that Xiaozhe was at a standstill, the father and son continued to persuade him. Thus, you must peacefully integrate into that small family and treat the females mate as a brother. Did you not say that the snake possesses ice abilities? You are of the water element. Your talents complement each other. If you showcase your abilities and skills, they will see your strength and be more than willing to welcome you into their family. However, once you have a female, you can no longer scare her into tears as you did in the tribe. Females require gentleness. At any moment, in any conflict, a soothing word, a sweet tongue, and a bit of humility will pacify them. Even if she were to relieve herself upon you, you must endure. Xiaozhe frowned and said, that won't do. I take such good care of my fur. I cannot allow the female to mess it up. Ao, who punched the ground beside him, exclaiming, I was merely making a metaphor. Now go, find someone. Once you find them, do not act impulsively. Return and report to us. Remember, you are there to join them, not to cause chaos. Now hurry, hurry. Xiongyu, take him away. I cannot bear to watch him. Resigned, Xiongyu pulled Xiaozhe out of their father's tent. Once outside, he glanced at his female, Lan Su's, tent, which now contained other male orcs. After much effort to convince Lan Su to sleep with him tonight, his foolish brother had interrupted. He too felt the urge to strike his younger brother. Xiongyu said, you need to find someone, but do not act recklessly, understand? Xiaozhe waved his hand dismissively. I know. I have memorized her scent. I will find her myself. Seeing his brother's frivolous demeanor, Xiongyu's fist itched again, and he kicked him in the rear, saying, then hurry. In the future, when I am in the tent with Lan Su, do not barge in and interrupt, allowing my chance to slip away to another male. Xiaozhe looked at Lan Su's tent and suddenly realized that he had indeed disrupted his brother's good fortune. He said, this is easy. I will go pull her out. Xiongyu watched, bemused, as his scatterbrained brother pulled another white tiger male orc, Luo Hu, out of Lan Su's tent. He felt an inexplicable sense of balance within him, thinking, this brother is still worth having. However, soon after, an enraged voice erupted from the tent. Xiongyu, are you going to manage your brother or not? He has interrupted me several times. Xiongyu hurriedly entered, shamelessly saying, I can't control him. I'll compensate you for my absence. With that, he lunged forward. In this farcical scene, the only victim was the other white tiger male orc, Luo Hu, who was dragged by Xiaozhe to the riverbank to cool off. He was decidedly displeased, feeling that Xiaozhe had intentionally summoned him under false pretenses, only to soak in the water together. He had a female and was enjoying harmony with her. Why should he be cooling off with Xiaozhe? Luo Hu suspected that Xiaozhe was deliberately preventing him from being close to Lan Su, thus benefiting his brother. Xiaozhe cheerfully remarked, Luo Hu, don't be so petty. Come along. I encountered a charming female tonight, and I intend to find her and bond with her. Luo Hu, taken aback, replied, which unfortunate female has caught your eye? Xiaozhe playfully punched Luo Hu on the shoulder, causing him to clench his jaw in irritation. Further convinced that Xiaozhe was taking personal revenge. Unfazed, Xiaozhe said, you should say that any female fortunate enough to be chosen by me is indeed blessed. Luo Hu's lips twitched, and he silently mourned for the female who had caught Xiaozhe's attention. However, considering that the female was likely not from the White Tiger tribe, if Xiaozhe were to pursue someone from another tribe with his red talent and skills, he would surely be accepted by that group. This thought made Luo Hu's lips curl upward uncontrollably. I will accompany you tomorrow to search, he declared. I can find her myself, Xiaozhe retorted defensively, wary of Luo Hu coveting his female. Luo Hu's mouth twitched as he said, I am Lan Su's mate. I would never betray her. I just feel you are too impulsive. Do not frighten the female. After all, I am a male orc with a female. I know a thing or two about caring for a female's emotions and sentiments. I can teach you how to win her favor and affection more swiftly. After pondering, Xiaozhe replied, that sounds reasonable. Besides, you are not as handsome as I am. Luo Hu, his fists clenched, thinking, this time, I must send Xiaozhe away. As far away as possible, I would gladly give him to another tribe. As long as Xiaozhe is gone, there will be no one to forcibly drag me away when I am with my female. Such heart-wrenching feelings could only be truly understood by Xiongyu, who shared a similar plight. Yanxi remained blissfully unaware that she was being watched, and even Yi Qing did not take notice. He was filled with confidence, believing that his concealment of Yin Shi was impervious to detection. Moreover, even if someone were to discover the ice orb he had left behind and catch a whiff of its enticing aroma, they would be unable to locate its source. After all, who could possibly discern that the perpetually vibrant Yin Shi was the very female exuding such an alluring scent? Yin Shi awoke late today. Last night, Yi Cheng had taken her to play underwater hockey. This morning, she found herself splendidly afflicted by a cold, sneezing repeatedly. Yi Cheng was overwhelmed with guilt, relentlessly berating himself for his impulsiveness. Within the confines of his hockey bubble, he held unwavering confidence in their safety and in the ability to isolate odors. Yet, he overlooked the inherent coldness of the bubble. Being a cold-blooded creature with ice-based abilities, he was impervious to the chill. However, Yin Shi, being a fragile human female, lacked his cold resistance and was intolerant to even the slightest cold. The moment she sneezed for the first time inside the hockey bubble, he should have ceased their activity. Yet, when she remarked that she was merely feeling an itch in her nose, he dismissed her concerns. Consequently, this led to her prolonged stay in the bubble. Little did he anticipate that upon their return in the dead of night, she would be stricken with a high fever, sending his spirit into disarray. In the beast world, even a trivial cold could prove fatal for a beast man, let alone someone as delicate as Yanxi. Hence, his profound sense of remorse. Fortunately, Yanxi had access to the restorative spring water from her black earth space. After consuming it, her fatigue dissipated significantly, and her cold improved considerably, leaving her only with a slight runny nose and the occasional sneeze. Yanxi had prepared the medicine herself and collected the necessary ingredients, instructing Yicheng to brew the concoction outside. It was only by morning that she finally succumbed to a restful slumber. Upon awakening, she found herself supporting Anan, who had just risen alongside Xingbai and the Beastman. The realization struck her that Anan now had two partners, particularly as they had become a couple at last. Despite the imperfections, she felt a surge of joy for Anan. Chapter 39. Suddenly, it seemed the situation had escalated. The scene shifted. Yanxi and Anan sat beneath a large tree behind the tent, basking in the sunlight while observing the bustling gathering across the way, where people exchanged goods. The sight of the awkward Night Ching, flustered as he peddled his herbs, brought a smile to Yanxi's face. Even the beastly creature by his side displayed more composure than he did. As for Anan, Yanxi found herself at a loss for words. The matter of coupling in the beast world seemed a deeply personal affair, too intimate to discuss openly, particularly with Anan caught between two male beasts. It felt inappropriate to touch upon sensitive topics. Eventually, it was Anan who broke the silence. What were you all doing in the latter half of the night? The sounds never ceased. It was not the kind of noise one would associate with scandal. She had been utterly exhausted and lacked the energy to concern herself with Yanxi. With Night Ching's formidable presence, she presumed there would be no trouble, so she paid little mind to it. To her surprise, upon waking at midday, she discovered that Yanxi had only just risen as well. Yanxi pondered the reasons behind her cold, ultimately unable to voice them. She merely stated, "I suddenly fell ill." "Was Nighthawk too anxious and disturbed you?" Anan shook his head and inquired, "Have you recovered? What illness did you have?" "It was just a fever. I still have a bit of a runny nose and sneezing, but I feel much better now. I will take another dose of medicine later, and I should be fine by tonight." Anan exhaled in relief and remarked, "That's good to hear. I haven't had the chance to thank you for persuading the wild beast. I heard from Xingbua that after I left with Io, he became quite obstinate. Io is my beastman partner. Being with him has granted me earth-based abilities. Would you care to see?" Yanxi nodded busily. She had only witnessed Yicheng's extraordinary ability, which, when unleashed, exuded an aura reminiscent of a vast expanse frozen in time, undeniably imposing. However, she had yet to observe earth-based powers, and her curiosity was indeed piqued. "I have not fully recovered yet, and I am still somewhat unskilled, but demonstrating something novel for you should pose no issue," she remarked. Upon finishing her words, she pointed two fingers toward the ground, and suddenly a wall of earth rose up before them, though it barely reached 10 centimeters before Anan, his complexion somewhat pale, halted the effort. Yanxi hurriedly grasped her hand and said, "Do not attempt any further. Show me when you have fully recovered." Anan nodded, leaning against the towering tree behind her to rest. She gazed at the distant scene where her two beastmen companions interacted harmoniously at the stall and remarked, "It is only now that I comprehend why the females I encountered in the past were so eager to form bonds with new male beastmen." Yanxi looked at her with a hint of confusion, her eyes reflecting a clear innocence. Anan's cheeks flushed crimson as she leaned closer to Yanxi's ear and whispered, "After I formed a bond with Xingbai last night, my talent ascended to orange, reaching the same level as Xingbai's. I previously possessed a blue talent." Yanxi felt happy for her. Anan subtly gestured to Yicheng and inquired of Yanxi, "What blessings have you received from the beast god for being bonded with a male orc of the red talent?" Yanxi immediately thought of the black soil space. But naturally, she would not disclose to Anan that she had acquired a cultivable black soil realm. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired, "Does knowing about medicinal herbs count?" This might indeed qualify, considering the gifts bestowed by the beast god are varied and extraordinary. "So, your extensive knowledge of medicinal herbs and their uses is a result of the beast god's grace. That is quite splendid." Anan felt happy for her as well. Yanxi felt a twinge of embarrassment and a hint of guilt in her heart, burdened by the weight of a secret she could not share with her dear friend. However, in contrast to Yanxi's awkwardness, Anan seemed to have undergone a profound transformation, having experienced the presence of two formidable male beastmen. Evolving from a young girl into a mature woman, she leaned closer to Yanxi and whispered inquisitively, "I have heard that male serpent beastmen are like this. Is it true?" Yanxi glanced at her gestures, her pupils quaking as she turned to look at Anan. Anan's face flushed with embarrassment. She pushed Yanxi playfully and said, "Do not look at me like that. We females are merely sharing whispers. With that gaze of yours, I feel as if I resemble a ruffian." Yanxi awkwardly shook her head with a smile, saying, "It's hard to say. Yicheng doesn't allow me to speak of it." She felt that such intimate matters were strictly between the two individuals involved and should not be shared with close friends, or else it would lose its essence. Anan, however, remained indifferent and remarked, "In the past, when I heard those elder females speak of such things, I too felt shy. Yet, I have never encountered a female as easily embarrassed as you. Yicheng possessed formidable strength, often wrapping himself as tightly as Yanxi, fearing the gaze of others. She dared only to inquire of Yanxi, certainly not bold enough to observe Yicheng herself. Yanxi awkwardly remarked, "Why not seek out a male serpent beastman yourself? There are indeed other male serpent beastmen at the beastman gathering, guaranteed to satisfy your curiosity. Please refrain from inquiring about such embarrassing matters. I truly cannot bring myself to discuss this. If Yicheng were to discover that I spoke to other females about his physical attributes." The mere thought sends shivers down my spine, envisioning a catastrophic scenario. Do they not realize that such matters are intimate, not to be shared with anyone outside of one's partner? Yet, I suppose it is understandable. The beastmen of the beast world do not possess the same cultural education as I do. Their manner of expression is refreshingly bold and direct. Anan interjected. I used to be quite resistant to getting close to male beastmen other than Xingbai, but having genuinely derived tangible benefits from my interactions with male beastmen, I now believe that if something proves advantageous to me, it is worth exploring further. Anan has certainly come to appreciate the fruits of unearned gain. However, is this benefit not applicable to every beastman? Does that mean you no longer favor Xingbai? Yanxi felt a pang of sorrow for Xingbai. Of course I do. Xingbai and I grew up together. You see, his beast tattoo is right over my heart. This signifies that he holds a most special place within me. Anan proudly displayed the beast tattoo of the ram to Yanxi. Yanxi observed the horned beast tattoo on Anan's chest, feeling that Xingbai was indeed worthwhile. Anan inquired, "You previously mentioned that Yicheng saved you. You repay his kindness by becoming his partner. That sentiment is rather beautiful, isn't it?" Yanxi shook her head and said, "Our situation is rather intricate. It cannot be conveyed in just a few words. Eventually, I realized that as a female, it would be exceedingly difficult for me to survive in the beast realm. After much contemplation, I ultimately chose to follow him." Anan, shocked, inquired, "What could possibly be unclear? Did he compel you?" Such actions are absolutely impermissible in the beast realm. A male beast cannot take a female as a mate without her consent. Anan's mind was in turmoil, and he suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Yanxi. Upon hearing Anan's words, Yanxi suddenly felt the gravity of the situation. She believed it was inappropriate to express such matters and hastily attempted to clarify for Yicheng, saying, No, you mustn't misunderstand. The situation between Yicheng and me is purely coincidental. It is rather intricate, certainly not as you perceive it. In truth, it was her struggle for survival that led to her inadvertently biting Yicheng's lip, resulting in their inexplicable bond as partners. Are you certain? Do not assume that he is coercing you solely due to his formidable strength if you truly harbor any reservations. We are currently within the territory of the ape beastmen tribe, where several powerful male beastmen reside. They could assist you in driving Yicheng away, Anan remarked. Unbeknownst to him, Yicheng was entirely oblivious to the fact that his female companion was on the brink of being lost to him. Yanxi shook her head hurriedly, saying, No, truly unnecessary. Yicheng is quite admirable, handsome, strong, good-tempered, and ever compliant with my wishes. Have you developed feelings for the first male orc who became your mate? Anan inquired. Chapter 40, Abducted. Yanxi remained silent. Did she like it? Yicheng was exemplary in every aspect. Having grown up, it was her first experience of intimate contact with a male, and he was considerate of her feelings. It was only natural for her to develop a sense of dependence on him. However, had she encountered other male beast men upon her arrival in the beast world, she might have fostered a similar dependence on them. Yet, life is fraught with uncertainties, and she cherished her current daily interactions with Yicheng. Thus, she did indeed have feelings for him and yearned to be a typical couple in this realm. She glanced at the beast tattoos adorning Anan's neck, evading the question posed by Anan, and inquired about her own. Will the tattoo of the first beast husband appear here? Noticing her reluctance to share, Anan refrained from pressing further and answered her inquiry. Not necessarily. It depends on the position that beast husband holds in your heart. What circumstances would lead to the first beast husband's tattoo being placed here? She wondered, recalling how her union with Yicheng had been entirely unexpected. She was eager to learn more about the significance of the beast husband's tattoo placement. Anan, genuinely fond of Yanxi, explained earnestly, there are two scenarios for the tattoo to appear on the neck. One is that you greatly admire his strength. For the neck is the most vulnerable part of a beast man, and you willingly offer it to him. The other possibility is that you feel indifferent towards that person. It merely marks the spot where the first beast husband should appear. So, which one are you? I initially thought you belonged to the first category. You see, among the males in this region, those with a red aptitude are quite rare. Even my brother, whom I regarded as exceptionally talented, possesses only a green aptitude and lacks any skill. We are left to see if the eyes on his back will awaken, for otherwise, he will remain at the green level for life, which is rather unfortunate. He is a descendant of our horned sheep tribe, and if he could open those eyes, his talent would be unparalleled among us. What Anan did not voice was her suspicion that Yicheng had coerced Yanxi into their union, leading her to believe that Yanxi likely belonged to the second category. Yicheng was indeed taking advantage of Yanxi's ignorance. This only deepened Anan's sympathy for her. Suddenly, an idea struck Anan, and she leaned closer to Yanxi, proposing, how about I offer my brother to you as your beast husband? Although her brother had yet to come of age, she had watched him grow, and his temperament was certainly more trustworthy than the forceful Yi Qing. The more she pondered, the more feasible it seemed. However, Yanqi was not of the same mind. Her eyes widened as she shook her head, exclaiming, "But he is still a child." Anan, appearing serious, countered, "This year, during the snow season, he will come of age, and an adult male beast man can seek his female partner. Rather than letting him go to someone else, why not let him be your beast husband? We could even become relatives." Yanqi continued to shake her head, saying, "No. No, having Yi Qing is sufficient for me." Yanqi saw Anan still trying to promote her younger brother to her, and she hurriedly stood up, intending to flee. However, just as she rose, the sound of rushing wind filled her ears, and she was abruptly ensnared by a strong, sturdy arm that encircled her waist, forcefully pulling her against a broad chest. Yanqi's nose collided painfully against the solid chest of the figure before her, tears streaming down her face from the sudden impact. As she looked up, ready to unleash a torrent of curses, she was met with the sight of a strikingly handsome male orc, reminiscent of a masterpiece from ancient Greek sculpture, enveloping her in his embrace. His sun-kissed visage was adorned with piercing blue eyes that sparkled like a constellation of stars. His brows were rugged and thick, accentuating his strong personality and resolve. Beneath a prominent nose lay a tightly sealed mouth, exuding an air of mystery and irresistible charm. As this dazzling male orc held her close, he leaned down, his lips brushing her ear, and in a deep, melodious voice that resonated like thunder, he uttered words that sent shivers coursing through Yanqi's entire being. "I have found you, little female. I have uncovered your secret." In an instant, she was lifted away by this unexpectedly formidable male orc. Indeed, he carried her off. As she craned her neck to call out to Anan for assistance to alert Yi Qing, she noticed Yi Qing still tending to his stall in the distance, completely oblivious to the commotion unfolding on her end. Yanqi felt a wave of despair wash over her. As she attempted to cry out for help, she found her abdomen pressed against the solid shoulder of the formidable male orc, the pain from the contact rendering her speechless. Not a single word escaped her lips, and she was simply taken away. Tears threatened to spill from Yanqi's eyes as she pondered the brutality of the beast men in the beast world. Why could they not communicate civilly? It seemed they were prone to abduction at the slightest provocation. Moreover, the beast men, with their humanoid forms and agile two-legged movement, appeared to blur into mere afterimages as they sprinted. In an instant, the male beast man had whisked her far from the gathering, leaving her uncertain just how much ground they had covered. She could only hope that Yi Qing would arrive swiftly to rescue her, otherwise, her life would be in grave peril. The male beast man brought her to a hillside adorned with blooming flowers and set her down. Yanqi felt a sharp pain in her ribs. As soon as the imposing male orc set her down, she furrowed her brows and crouched on the ground, tenderly massaging her ribs, unable to utter a single word. Qiuzhe had searched tirelessly at the orc gathering all morning, hoping to find the delightful little female with a captivating scent. Reluctantly, he circled the gathering repeatedly, until at last, he discovered her in a small tribal settlement. The area was crowded and bustling, not the most conducive for conversation, thus he led her to a serene, flower-laden spot favored by the females and gently set her down. He yearned to converse with her, for this place, devoid of throngs, seemed ideal for dialogue. However, while Qiuzhe deemed this spot suitable for discourse, Yanqi perceived it as a desolate, perilous locale, an ideal setting for treachery. Of course, she lacked the capability to harm a male orc. It was he who could easily overpower her should they disagree. Yet, she wondered why he had targeted her, especially since she had not recently engaged in any bold actions. Could it be that the male orcs who had criticized her medicinal herbs the day prior were behind this? She had no knowledge of their affiliations, nor did she comprehend whom she had offended. Perhaps it was Night Chung who had crossed someone? Thoughts whirled in her mind as she continued to massage her ribs, casting furtive glances at the male orc who had brought her here. Noticing that the little female neither cried nor protested, Qiuzhe felt increasingly pleased with her demeanor. However, the green medicinal paste smeared on her skin was somewhat unsightly. He leaned closer to Yanqi, inhaling her scent. Indeed, it was unmistakably hers. This action, albeit slightly intrusive, prompted Yanqi to push and kick in an attempt to distance him. Yet Qiuzhe lifted his head first, gazing at Yanqi with delight as he exclaimed, "It is you. You are the female I have been searching for. The scent you left last night is unmistakable, and today, it is through that very essence that I have found you." Yanqi, striving to compose herself, inquired, "What do you seek from me? I do not recognize you." Qiuzhe chuckled, "I am Qiuzhe, the mightiest male orc of the White Tiger tribe. I wish for you to become my female companion. You may assess my worth first." Yanqi was filled with doubt. Inspecting the goods? How does one go about it? Yet, in the next moment, she comprehended the true meaning behind Qiuzhe's words regarding the inspection. The instant he seized her hand, an ominous sensation washed over her. As it turned out, her instincts were indeed correct. A shiver ran down Yanqi's spine, and she felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Just as tears were about to spill, a piercing gust of wind surged forth, accompanied by a biting chill. It was Yi Qing. He had finally arrived. Chapter 41. What secret does he know about her? Qiuzhe swiftly lifted Yanqi and leaped away, narrowly avoiding a massive ice spear that had embedded itself into the ground where they had just been. This scene was all too familiar to Yanxi. As Qiuzhe held her steady, she caught sight of Yicheng, who was followed by a formidable beast. Qiuzhe, realizing that the male beastman he had intentionally lured was indeed present, hesitated to further pressure Yanxi. Yanxi gazed at Yicheng with a sincere expression, yearning for him to hasten her rescue. Qiuzhe wrapped his arm around Yanxi's shoulders and addressed Yicheng, stating, "I am Qiuzhe, the mightiest male orc of the White Tiger tribe, endowed with a red talent and possessing water-based abilities. My intention is to become her beast husband. I have brought you here to discuss this matter, for you lack the capacity to adequately care for a female on your own. Furthermore, I have uncovered her secret, and I demand your consent for me to take on the role of her beast husband." The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, akin to a flock of crows soaring across the sky. Yanxi gazed at Qiuzhe in astonishment. A secret? What could he possibly know about her? Surely, it couldn't pertain to her identity as a pure human, could it? Or perhaps her black soil space had been exposed. Upon reflection, she realized that she was enveloped in secrets from head to toe. Opposite her, Yicheng furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the sudden appearance of Qiuzhe, who had whisked Yanxi away. He too pondered over what secret Qiuzhe might have uncovered about Yanxi. Had he discovered her pure human identity? That seemed implausible. Unless he became her partner, he could not have known about her beast mark, which would reveal her true nature. Had he uncovered her black soil space? Equally unlikely. For Yin, she had not retrieved anything from her black soil space in crowded areas. Whenever she needed something, she would enter the tent to obtain it. And unless the beastman opposite possessed some form of perceptive ability, he could not have unearthed that particular secret. With these possibilities ruled out, Yicheng began to glean what secret Qiuzhe had indeed stumbled upon. Silence enveloped the group. At that moment, another white tiger emerged from the underbrush. He surveyed the two factions and hastily transformed into his beastman form. Addressing Yicheng and Yao Tian, he chuckled, "A misunderstanding, indeed. My little brother here is simply straightforward." He was genuinely smitten with this young female and wished to express his desire to join your little family. He seldom interacts with other beastmen, which led to this misconception. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Luo Hu from the White Tiger tribe. This is our tribe's most powerful male beastman, Qiuzhe. He has been an adult for several years now and has never engaged with any other female. He is a pure-hearted male beastman. He maintains his integrity, cherishes his kin, and shows great affection for flowers and grass, particularly caring for the young white tigers in our tribe. He is a true warm-hearted individual. I hope this esteemed red-gifted male and this young female can sincerely consider our exceptional white tiger male beastman." Luo Hu, with a clear lack of conscience, extolled Qiuzhe in hopes that this wandering beastman would not be rejected by the young female. Yicheng remained silent. However, Yao Tian, who was panting behind him, interjected. "He wishes to become Yanxi's beast husband. Why can't you simply ask her directly? To abduct her and flee is the act of a cowardly beastman." Luo Hu chuckled awkwardly. "That is precisely why I mentioned it was a misunderstanding. My little brother has been so focused on enhancing his abilities within the tribe that he rarely interacts with others, which is why he has stumbled into this predicament. This was meant to be a good thing that has turned into such a mess. We apologize and wish to make amends. Esteemed red-gifted male and young female, whatever you desire, if it belongs to the White Tiger tribe, we shall provide." Yet, Qiuzhe disregarded the rest of Yao Tian's words and turned to Yanxi, bowing his head. "So, your name is Yanxi. I am Qiuzhe. Remember this. I intend to pursue you and make you my female. I hereby inform you that I shall frequently appear by your side. Do not be afraid, and it would be wise not to reject my kindness towards you. You must be obedient, and I shall provide you with all that your heart desires." Yanxi lifted her gaze to him and asked, "Can you let go of me now?" Qiuzhe furrowed his brow. It seemed he could not refuse such a request from the delicate female. Just as he contemplated releasing her, he tightened his grip on her wrist and declared, "No, he has yet to agree to become your beast husband." Alas, Yanxi wished to pry open his skull to ascertain whether it was filled with mere pulp. Helpless, she could only cast a pleading gaze towards Yicheng, hoping he would swiftly come to her rescue. Indeed, Yicheng spoke, yet his words were rather tepid and uninspiring. He remarked, "You have hurt her." Qiuzhe paused momentarily, hastily releasing the delicate female's wrist and bending down to scrutinize it closely. As expected, her wrist was indeed reddened. He mused to himself, "This young female's skin is remarkably tender. He barely exerted any force, and it has already turned red." Yanxi noticed that he was not holding on to her, and seizing the opportunity while he was distracted, she hurried towards Yicheng. Qiuzhe raised his hand, intending to stop her, but upon a moment of contemplation, he ultimately lowered it. He watched as the fragrant little female rushed back to the male serpent beastman who had coerced her. He mused, "If she can accept a coercive male beastman, surely I, as the legitimate strongest beastman of the tribe, can win her heart. One day, I too shall have her rushing towards me with such unwavering resolve." He gazed at Yicheng opposite him and remarked, "I discovered her secret last night. You ought not to engage in such activities with her in a place that is not absolutely secure. Fortunately, I intervened and eliminated your potential peril." Yicheng remained silent, lifting Yanxi into his arms, allowing her to perch upon his arm, and turned to head back. Yanxi was somewhat astonished. The notoriously irritable Yi Cheng had refrained from reprimanding the male orc of the White Tiger clan. Chiozei, equally surprised, quickly followed Yi Cheng at a respectful distance, saying, "My talent is red, and I possess water-based abilities. My father mentioned that you wield ice-based powers. Our abilities complement each other. You, a beast without the means to care for a female, need not worry. I can assist you in nurturing her. With the backing of the White Tiger clan. And considering your status as a wandering orc, if you wish to join us, you are most welcome. If not, I shall accompany you wherever you choose to go." Yi Cheng remained silent. The young orc, who won, attempted to catch up, but Luo, who cheerfully engaged him in conversation, "Little Ram, are you also pursuing that female?" Caught off guard by the sudden revelation of his feelings, Hu Wan hurriedly denied it. Luo, who continued, "What a pity your talent is green." He glanced at the two closed eyes on Hu Wan's back and inquired, "Do you possess ancestral bloodline?" Hu Wan hesitated before nodding. Luo, who remarked, "Then you still have the potential to advance. Should you attain red status, you may indeed contend for the position of the third mate to that female. I wish you success. However, you might consider assisting our friend Chiozei, who has become her second mate. This could pave the way for you to become her third mate in the future. Wouldn't that be agreeable? We could all be brothers." Hu Wan, swayed by Luo Hu's words, neither nodded nor rejected the idea. As a member of the Wandering clan, he had heard too many such persuasive remarks since childhood. He appeared more mature than Chiozei. Following behind Yu Chen and Yanxi, Chiozei returned to their booth. Upon seeing their safe return, Anan, relieved that his younger brother was behind them, exhaled deeply. Chapter 42. I do not deter your pursuit of Yanxi. But you would do well to maintain a respectful demeanor henceforth. The male orc who had abducted Yanxi returned as well, persistently showering her with attentions. Yet, Yanxi was in a hurry to wash her hands, feeling unclean. Observing her incessant hand-washing, Chiozei frowned and remarked, "I bathe daily. I am quite clean." Yanxi shot him a glance before retreating into the tent. Upon seeing her enter, Chiozei also wished to follow, but was halted by Yi Cheng. Turning to Yi Cheng, Chiozei questioned, "Why did you not stop me before, yet now you do?" Yi Cheng cast a glance at the beast, indicating for him to watch the stall, and motioned for Chiozei to speak behind the tent, rubbing his head in confusion. Chiozei ultimately followed Yi Cheng to the rear of the tent. There, at the spot where Anan had conversed with Yanxi, two distinctly styled male beastmen stood their ground. Before Chiozei could fully grasp the situation, Yi Cheng landed a punch squarely on his face. It was the first time Chiozei had been struck so unexpectedly. Just as he was about to inquire about the reason behind the attack, Yi Cheng interjected, "I will not impede your pursuit of Yanxi, but you best show her respect. Do not act upon matters she does not consent to, or I shall tear you apart." Chiozei felt no wrongdoing in his actions today. After all, had he not swiftly drawn Yi Cheng's attention away? He would never harm the young female nor force her into anything. Moreover, was it not Yi Cheng who had compelled the young female? Frustrated, Chiozei retorted, "I heard the young female speaking with that horn-cheeked female. You and Yanxi becoming mates was an accident. Did you not force her? At least I sought your opinion as the first beast husband. So on what grounds do you strike me?" He remembered well what his father and brother had told him. He had come to join this small family, not to disrupt it. Although he did not intend to bring this matter up, Yi Cheng's accusation of coercion was intolerable. When had Chiozei ever suffered such indignity? Though he did not leave a favorable impression on the young female today, he had not committed any unforgivable acts against her. Now, he found himself in an awkward position with the first beast husband of the young female. Ultimately, he resolved to disregard the relationship. He was determined to win her heart. Yu Cheng paused, furrowing his brow. It was true that his bond with Yanxi had been an unforeseen occurrence, one neither had anticipated. Yet it was not born of coercion. He stated, "You must discern Yanxi's habits on your own. But you are forbidden from touching her without her consent or making decisions for her. Otherwise, you best take your leave." Upon sensing a softening in Yu Cheng's tone, Chiozei recognized an opportunity. However, he had never before encountered such restrictions on his actions. He murmured, "How then am I to become familiar with her? If I cannot approach her, how can she ever become mine?" Yi Cheng replied, "That is your concern. Just do not infringe upon our interests, and I will allow you to proceed as you wish." With that, Yi Cheng turned and departed. Watching him walk away, Chiozei felt a sense of defeat for the first time. At that moment, Luo Hu appeared, offering Chiozei some encouragement. "Are you considering giving up?" Chiozei sat down against a large tree, shaking his head. "In my life as a beast man, the notion of giving up does not exist." Luo Hu's eyes glinted as he said, "You are correct. Pursuing a female requires the resolve to overcome all the White Tiger tribe members. All of our tribe supports your pursuit of this young female." Curious, Chiozei asked Luo Hu, "How did you pursue Lan Su?" Upon mentioning Lan Su, Luo Hu had much to share. "Let me tell you, females are soft-hearted creatures. If you treat them well enough, one day they will feel compassion for you. And you will succeed, blah blah blah." Luo Hu imparted a mixture of wisdom, perhaps right or wrong, concluding with, "Whatever the female desires, procure it for her. Even if she wishes for luminous stones from the sky, find a way to bring them to her." Thus, a fervent suitor soon emerged beside Yanxi. When she awoke to lift the tent flap in the morning, a bouquet of vibrant wildflowers was thrust into her face, causing her to sneeze several times due to the strong fragrance. During the day, he watched their stall, carelessly distributing herbal remedies without knowledge of their effects. nearly endangering a beastman. At noon, he attempted to cook for Yin-Shi but shattered their newly acquired ceramic pot. In the afternoon, feeling the disdain of those around him, he fanned Yin-Shi to prevent her from suffering from the heat. As night fell, when Yin-Shi wished to sleep, he insisted on entering the tent to fend off mosquitoes for her and Yi-Cheng. However, after being firmly rejected by Yin-Shi, he settled outside, guarding the entrance. The strange sounds of the night disrupted Yin-Shi's sleep, and after having enjoyed watching others perform the night before, she now found herself devoid of interest. All due to the interference of Chiozei outside the tent. Even Yi-Cheng lay down, devoid of any thoughts of imagination. Yin-Shi lay wrapped in the animal hide, gently nudging Yi-Cheng's arm. He turned to her, playfully squeezing the hide and inquiring, "Aren't you asleep yet?" The question that had long puzzled her finally escaped her lips. "Why don't you drive him away? If you truly decided to act, you could not possibly be overpowered." She had witnessed Yi-Cheng's ferocity firsthand, an intensity she would never forget. After a prolonged silence, he replied, "This is the tribe of the beast men. You are making excuses. You hesitated before answering me. Do you not realize that?" Yin-Shi retorted. With a chuckle, Yi-Cheng ruffled her hair, their foreheads touching. There were certain truths he preferred she remain unaware of for a while longer, yet her inquiry demanded an immediate response. He said, "Yin-Shi, the beast world is not as secure as you might imagine. It is divided by the beastmen into 5 distinct seasons: the flowering season, the rainy season, the scorching season, the tempestuous season, and finally, the harsh winter. Typically, the most comfortable time of the year is the flowering season, which coincides with the mating period for nearly all beastmen, lasting approximately 60 solar days. This is followed by the rainy season, a time of brutality, when floods surge forth like ravenous beasts, overwhelming everything in their path. Even I would not dare confront the torrent's fury. After the floods recede, the sea inundates the land, drastically diminishing the habitats where beastmen can survive. Illness, hunger, and conflict are beyond your imagination. The scorching season brings with it the sun's afflictions, while the tempestuous season unleashes fierce winds and beast tides. Each natural disaster signifies the loss of blood and life. Then comes the most merciless winter, the longest season of the year, lasting a staggering 90 solar days. No female beastman can survive without the protection of a sufficiently powerful male. This is precisely why I must find a tribe for you to join. If we fail to locate a formidable tribe, my last resort will be to secure 1 or 2 strong male beastmen to be your husbands, assisting you in weathering the winter safely. In the other seasons, I can protect you, but during winter, I will be rendered helpless, lacking the strength to safeguard you. Relying on other male beastmen for your protection, entrusting your care to unfamiliar male beastmen from another tribe fills me with unease. It is best if they're your intended partners, who will pledge their loyalty to you, allowing me to rest easy. I do not wish to awaken one day to find you lifeless, transformed into a cold, inanimate form." After listening to Yi-Cheng's analysis of the extreme weather and natural disasters she might encounter in the beast realm, Yin-Shi was engulfed in fear. To be honest, had it not been for Yi-Cheng's protection throughout this journey, she could not fathom how many times she might have perished. Chapter 43. Will you promise not to come again? Yi-Cheng perceptibly sensed her trepidation and enveloped her in his embrace, reassuring her, "Do not worry. I shall keep him in check. Until you grant your consent, he would not dare to offend you. Furthermore, he is pursuing you. Consider him as a free laborer at your disposal. If you truly do not desire his company, I shall subsequently dismiss him and seek a more formidable male beastman to safeguard you." Yin-Shi murmured in his embrace. "Is it because he is a red-gifted male orc that you chose not to drive him away?" Yi-Cheng, unwilling to deceive her, replied, "Indeed. On this continent, there are numerous orcs with talents below red, yet those with red talents are few and far between. Consequently, red-gifted orcs possess formidable strength, and each wields a unique ability. My ability is ice, while his is water. Together, our combined powers are significantly greater than when we act alone." Yin-Shi understood that Yi-Cheng's intention was akin to the notion that 1 + 1 could indeed exceed 2. However, it was quite a challenge for her, a woman of the 21st century, to suddenly embrace the idea of sharing her life with another man after years of being educated in the principles of monogamy. The thought of living with them as if they were a traditional couple filled her with an overwhelming sense of resistance. Having finally come to terms with the notion of Yi-Cheng, who resembled a cunning serpent, she now faced the daunting prospect of accepting a lion. Her heart was filled with reluctance. Yi-Cheng, aware of her inner turmoil, gently suggested, "Rest now. Do not torment yourself. Spend a few days with him. And if you still find it unbearable, I shall ensure he is sent away." Yin-Shi felt a profound melancholy as her forehead rested against Yi-Cheng's chest, her mind swirling with thoughts. Ultimately, she succumbed to her cold and gradually drifted into slumber. Upon awakening the following day, she lifted the tent's curtain to reveal yet another exquisite bouquet, one that she had never encountered before. However, this time, he did not thrust it directly into her face. Instead, he held it at a slight distance. Chiozei, with an expression that betrayed his discomfort, awkwardly pressed the flowers into her hands. Yin-Shi gazed at the flower in her hand, reflecting on the words spoken to her by Yi-Cheng the previous night. He had said, "Come with me. I wish to share a few thoughts with you." Her life was currently serene and unremarkable, and she desired no disturbances from other beastmen. The two of them walked to the large tree behind the tent. A gentle breeze wafted by, carrying the enchanting fragrance of an unknown flower that was utterly delightful. They stood in silence beneath the tree for quite some time, neither daring to speak first. Eventually, Yinshi gathered her thoughts and ventured, "Please do not come around anymore. If you could." Chiyoze felt a pang of melancholy, having faced rejection from Yinshi far too often. The once proud Chiyoze found himself grappling with insecurity. He inquired, "Why? What is it that you desire? I can procure anything for you. My father and brother, Luo Hu, have told me that female beast men cherish flowers. Each morning before dawn, I rise to gather the most exquisite blooms for you, awaiting your awakening to present them. Your mate has expressed acceptance of me, and I could be of great benefit to you. I possess a red talent and water-based abilities, and I am the most formidable male beastman of the white tiger tribe. Why do you refuse to accept me? Do you believe my initial approach was too hasty? But have I not changed since then? Am I not striving to win your favor? Can you not perceive my efforts?" For the first time in his life, Chiyoze found the pursuit of a female to be an arduous task, more challenging than hunting down a dozen prey. His pride lay trampled before her. Yet he had picked it up and presented it anew, only to find her still indifferent. Anger surged within him. He yearned for a confrontation, a means to release his pent-up frustration. With red-rimmed eyes, he glared at Yinshi, silently accusing her, yet he would not lay a finger upon her. Yinshi, witnessing his demeanor, genuinely feared that in a fit of rage, he might unleash his wrath upon her. She recoiled in terror. Chiyoze, observing her reaction, inwardly mocked himself before turning away. He mused, perhaps this is the retribution bestowed upon him by the beast god. A fitting consequence for having tormented so many females in the past, now suffering at the hands of the very female he cherishes. Yinshi observed the fury in his eyes, as if he were capable of murder, yet he uttered not a word and simply turned away. Witnessing his desolate figure recede, she steeled her resolve. If she could not offer him what he desired, it was better to clarify their stance early on, to prevent any misconceptions that she was toying with him while withholding genuine affection. Chiyoze returned to the White Tiger tribe in a state of defeat. He rallied his father, his elder brother, Luo Hu, and all the members of the tribe to engage in combat at the arena against the ape-like warriors. Battling from dawn until dusk, only after he had vanquished all opponents did he feel a modicum of relief from the turmoil within his heart. The male warriors of the White Tiger tribe, having endured a day of his onslaught, lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. Even Hu, witnessing his younger son's despondency, struggled to rise and inquired, "Shall I confront them tomorrow?" "Do not go," Chiyoze replied. "The young female is quite delicate. Even a loud utterance would startle her. If you frighten her, she will be even less inclined to acknowledge me." Hu countered, "I intend to praise you. I shall speak to her with care, unlike your reckless approach. Tomorrow will showcase your father's prowess." Chiyoze was inclined to refuse, but Xiongyu interjected, "Trust your father. He has experienced far more than you have." Chiyoze boldly retorted, "That cannot be true. If it were, father would have perished long ago." Hu, Xiongyu. He merely intended to express a sentiment, yet they took it so literally. Thus, the next day unfolded. After awakening today, Yinshi felt significantly rejuvenated, having fully recovered from the previous day's cold and fever. With her health restored, her appetite returned as well, inspiring her to indulge in the art of culinary creation. Furthermore, the absence of that bothersome adversary, the formidable tiger, elevated her spirits even more, as she busied herself behind the stall preparing delectable dishes. A middle-aged male orc stood at the front, requesting Yi Ching to recount the names and effects of all the medicinal ingredients available. However, he showed no intention of making a purchase and kept casting glances in Yinshi's direction. Once Yinshi had completed her tasks, he turned to Yi Chen and said, "Could you ask the young female to explain it to me once more? I am of an advanced age, and my hearing is somewhat impaired. I cannot catch everything clearly." Yinshi listened to him, her ears unable to discern his words clearly. She said, "Uncle, please come in and sit down. I shall take a look at your ears." Who was taken aback. What was initially a mere pretext had unexpectedly been taken seriously by the young female, since he had come today to gather intelligence. He was more than willing to engage in conversation with her. He stepped over their stall and settled himself upon the stone slab that served as their bench. Yinshi sat down in an orderly manner, allowing Hu to extend his wrist to her. Uncertain of Yinshi's intentions, Hu obediently offered her his large hand. Yinshi gently cradled his wrist with one hand while placing her other hand to take his pulse. As soon as her fingers brushed against his wrist, a frown creased her brow. She lowered her hand from Hu's wrist and moved behind him, intending to press against his neck. However, Hu's body reacted instinctively, his reflexes outpacing his thoughts as he swiftly seized her wrist. Yinshi took a sharp breath, and upon hearing her intake of air, Hu quickly released her, saying, "I apologize, little female. I am unaccustomed to having beast men touch my neck. This is merely my instinctive reaction." Yinshi gently rubbed her wrist, signaling Yi Cheng to remain composed. She said, "Don't move. I merely wish to touch your shoulder, not your neck." Hu nodded apologetically and replied, "All right. I shall do my best to endure." Yinshi nodded thoughtfully and tentatively extended her hand to rest upon his shoulder, gently pressing as she inquired, "Have you sustained an injury here before? Perhaps a fracture?" Hu slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Ah, you have indeed guessed correctly. 3 summers ago, I did suffer an injury in this very spot. However, in my youth, I recovered swiftly." Yinshi shook her head and said, the surface may appear fine, but the underlying bones have either not developed properly or are misaligned. If you trust me, I can have my beastly husband realign your bones. What do you think? It might hurt a bit, but once it's done correctly, you won't experience such soreness during windy or rainy days. Ao, who was taken aback. This young female spoke with more confidence than the shamans of their tribe. Chapter 44, the greatest secret between them today. He intended to observe the character of the young female and her red-gifted wandering beastman companion, and to his surprise, she indeed discerned something significant. Ao, who replied, "All right. What do you need me to do?" Yinshi said, "You need not do anything. Simply relax your body. In a moment, my beast husband will touch your neck. And I kindly ask that you remain still and try to relax as much as possible." Ao, who took a deep breath and replied, "All right. I will do my best to remain motionless." Yinshi nodded slightly, signaling Yi Cheng to approach. Standing in her position, she guided Yu Cheng's hand to the bones of the middle-aged male orc's shoulder and neck, saying, "It is right here. I lack the strength. You take over." Yu Cheng nodded, assuming the proper stance, and with a firm grip, a resounding crack echoed through the air. Ao, who immediately broke into a sweat from the pain. Yet he remained silent. As Yu Cheng stepped back, Yinshi reached out to touch Ao, whose shoulder. Addressing Yu Cheng, she remarked, "In this spot, just apply pressure downwards." Yu Cheng nodded, pressing down forcefully on Ao, whose shoulder, resulting in another crack. This time, Ao, who let out a muffled groan, his body half numb from the ache. The petite female continued to apply pressure on Ao, whose shoulder, sighing as she said, "If only we had acupuncture. Alas, we must settle for this." She patted Ao, whose shoulder and advised, "Uncle, try lifting your arm and moving it a bit." Ao, who felt a twinge of regret for testing the petite female today. His body was now half numb, yet she still urged him to lift his arm. It felt as if she were determined to incapacitate him. He had reason to suspect that this petite female was aware of his identity, prompting her to seek personal vengeance. Nevertheless, he obediently lifted his arm. To his surprise, he discovered that his previously bent arm could now straighten without the piercing pain he had felt before. The excruciating agony that had nearly compelled him to unleash a beastly roar was gradually dissipating. He vigorously swung his arm, reveling in the newfound comfort. Standing tall, he laughed and exclaimed, "Little female, you are more skilled than the shamans in our tribe. In that case, I invite you to join us." Just as Ao, who was about to extend an invitation for them to join the White Tiger tribe. He remembered the purpose of his visit today and hastily refrained from speaking further. He then proposed, "I find your medicinal herbs quite impressive. Why not pack them up for me? I will take them back. Would you prefer bone coins or items in exchange?" In the end, Ao, who left behind 50 bone coins and departed with Yinshi and the others, taking all the medicinal herbs they had brought from the black soil space. Yinshi tossed the bone coin from her hand, entering the tent with a cheerful smile. Preparing to retrieve the medicinal herbs she intended to sell the following day from the dark soil space. Yu Cheng followed her into the tent, wrapping his arms around her waist from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder, and inquired, "Were you doing that on purpose?" Yinshi blinked her small eyes and said, "It's not me. He indeed has an issue with his shoulder, but my treatment was perfectly fine. It was merely a bit more painful for him. That male orc must have some problems, but I couldn't sense any malice from him, which is why I refrained from using lethal force." Yu Cheng was aware that the orc belonged to the White Tiger tribe, yet he played along with Yinshi's act. With a tender gesture, he raised his hand to gently ruffle her little head and said, "I will keep an eye on the food for you. It should be almost ready. Once you feel better, you can come out to eat." Yinshi did not even turn her head as she replied, "All right." After finishing dinner, the two of them each attended to their personal grooming. Yinshi stood before the increasingly abundant supplies they had acquired through the exchange of medicinal herbs. The items, some of which were useful while others were temporarily unnecessary, continued to accumulate. Each day, they would transport their newly acquired goods back to the tent for display. However, the majority of these items were stored away in Yinshi's dark earth space, left in a haphazard manner, as she intended to organize them more thoroughly when time permitted. After placing the supplies they had collected that day into the tent, she discreetly stored the less conspicuous items in the dark earth space. Once this was accomplished, the two prepared to retire for the night. Yet, as the night deepened, the camp was once again filled with that awkward sound. The youthful bodies, newly acquainted with the stirrings of desire, could hardly withstand such provocative allure. Yinshi moved closer, intending to kiss Yu Cheng, only to have him evade her. He tightened his embrace around Yinshi and said, "There has been so much happening lately that I have not had the opportunity to inquire about the formidable tribe. We cannot afford to be as reckless as last time, assuming that hiding in the water would conceal your delightful scent. I did not anticipate that this beastly realm harbors male orcs capable of controlling water, which poses a danger to you." She replied, "Then let us find a secluded place." As Yinshi spoke, she swiftly pulled Yi Cheng into the realm of the Black Earth. Upon finding himself in this new yet brightly lit environment, Yi Cheng realized that Yinshi had brought him into the Black Earth space. His enigmatic vertical pupils radiated an intensely predatory light, fixating on his quarry, which caused Yinshi to instinctively retract her neck in fear. In a low, resonant tone, Yi Cheng declared, Shi, would you accept my life?" Hearing his voice oddly quelled her fear. She propped herself up, leaning closer, and with a smile that could enchant the world, she replied, "Do you like it?" "I do. But just don't plead with me when the time comes. he responded. Yet, it was Yin Shi, the so-called weakling, who succumbed first. After tending to her, he offered her some well water to restore her strength. Gently, he nestled her within a fur hide, before lying down beside her. This night, they remained within the confines of the black earth, surrendering to slumber until they awakened naturally. When Yin Shi awoke, Yichu was no longer on the stone bed. She rose and found him quietly organizing the items she had intermittently cast into the black soil space over the past few days. The belongings were strewn about, and Yi Cheng was diligently categorizing and arranging them, planting what needed to be sown and storing what required preservation. Upon tidying up, they realized that they had indeed acquired quite a considerable amount of items. Some were exchanged for medicinal herbs, while others were traded using the 100 bone coins gifted by the beast men. Noticing that Yin Shi had awakened, Yi Cheng went to the well to fetch water and wash his hands. He touched the animal skins hanging from a branch. The ones he had cleaned were still damp. However, Yin Shi's snakeskin skirt had already dried. He took the garment and gently dressed the still drowsy Yin Shi. Bestowing a tender kiss on her forehead, he said, "It is time to venture out. You must be hungry. Once outside, I shall prepare something for you to eat." Yin Shi nuzzled her head against his chest and said, "I am quite tired of stewed meat every day. How many more days until this episode concludes? When shall we depart? Or, if I may ask, which race do you wish to join?" Yi Cheng had yet to come to a decision. He replied, "Let us first step outside. I shall contemplate it further. Once I have made my choice, I will inform you. Moreover, this matter cannot be resolved in just a day or two." Yin Shi nodded slightly, as she was embraced by Yi Cheng. With a mere thought, the scenery before them flickered into illusion, and when they reopened their eyes, they had exited the realm of dark soil. The two figures, who had suddenly materialized, found themselves staring wide-eyed at Qiuzhe, who awaited them in their tent. Qiuzhe's pupils constricted, for this revelation unveiled the greatest secret shared between the two. Upon seeing Qiuzhe present, Yin Shi was taken aback and swiftly turned to glance at Yi Cheng. Chapter 45, Discovery of the Space. Yi Cheng released Yin Shi, his gaze frigid, and took a step toward Qiuzhe, emanating an aura of lethal intent that only someone like Qiuzhe, facing Yi Cheng's murderous energy, could truly perceive. It became evident that this was Yi Cheng's authentic prowess. Sweat beads as large as soybeans trickled down his temples, his body grew rigid, and his mouth seemed rendered mute, incapable of uttering a single word. Qiuzhe was astounded. Despite both possessing crimson talents, he felt an overwhelming sense of vulnerability, as if this feral beast man could easily strangle him at any moment. No, it was not merely a feeling. Yi Cheng was indisputably far superior in strength. Qiuzhe struggled to swallow hard. After enduring the oppressive presence of the feral beast man, he managed to muster some movement, which took the form of kneeling. Advancing toward Yin Shi, Yi Cheng neither hindered him nor retracted his overwhelming aura. With great difficulty, Qiuzhe crawled on his knees to Yin Shi, laboriously raising his hand in an attempt to grasp her right hand. Yin Shi, however, retreated in fear, lifting her gaze towards Yi Cheng. Yi Cheng nodded in acknowledgement. Yin Shi still felt a lingering fear, yet she did not retreat this time. Qiuzhe continued to crawl forward, grasping Yin Shi's wrist, and gently placed one of her fingers into his mouth. With a slight pressure from his sharp canines, he broke the skin on her finger. The blood of the young female mingled within Qiuzhe's mouth. As soon as the blood entered, he released her finger. With great difficulty, he addressed Yin Shi, declaring, "I, Qiuzhe of the White Tiger clan, vow to the beast god that I shall willingly become Yin Shi's servant for life, offering her my unwavering loyalty and never betraying her." Upon the utterance of Qiuzhe's vow, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky, as if affirming his words. Following the thunderclap, the oppressive force directed solely at Qiuzhe dissipated. His powerful form collapsed onto the ground beside him, curling into a tight ball. His complexion a deep shade of red, with veins bulging on his forehead, as if he were enduring excruciating pain. A brilliant light emanated from his neck. With his eyes barely open, he extended his hand towards Yin Shi, yearning for her assistance. Yin Shi was utterly bewildered by the unfolding events, her gaze helplessly directed towards Yi Cheng. With a sigh, Yi Cheng addressed her, Shi, take him to the black earth space and assist him. Yin Shi was even more perplexed and inquired, "How can I assist him?" Yi Cheng, with a detached gaze, looked down at the trembling and pained Qiuzhe on the ground. He explained to Yin Shi, "He has just sworn an oath to the beast god, vowing to be your servant in this life and the next, pledging absolute loyalty and never to betray you. He has uncovered your secret, and should he fail to fulfill this vow, I would have no choice but to end his life. The higher the innate talent of the beast man, the stronger the binding force of the oath. However, during this period, if the master remains by the side of the servant, the suffering will be considerably alleviated. The duration of this pain is contingent upon the innate ability of the male beast man. The more gifted he is, the longer he endures the torment. Therefore, you must take him to the black earth space and assist him." What Yi Cheng did not mention was that if the master chose to bond with the servant, the pain would immediately dissipate. Yet, he was reluctant for Yin Shi to form such a bond with Qiuzhe at this moment. Moreover, Qiuzhe's reckless intrusion into their tent and the discovery of their secret came with a price that had to be paid. Yin Shi was deeply troubled. Early in the morning, the secret of the Black Earth space was discovered, and then Yi Cheng seemed oblivious to whatever he had done to Chiuze, compelling him to vow a lifetime of servitude to the beast god for survival. Consequently, Chiuze transformed into his current state, and Yi Cheng instructed her to take Chiuze to the Black Earth space. However, it appeared that taking Chiuze there was now imperative. As he writhed in pain within their tent, the tent was already small, and to avoid attracting the attention of the orcs outside, Yanxi grasped Chiuze's wrist and swiftly transported them into the Black Earth space. This left Yi Cheng standing alone in the tent, his fists clenching and unclenching in a restless rhythm. His little female, uniquely his, would likely attract the attention of more and more male orcs in the future. Today marked the first of many. He closed his eyes momentarily, and upon reopening them, he turned and exited the tent. His silhouette bore an inexplicable desolation. Upon seeing him emerge from the tent, Yuzhan hurried over and inquired, "Where is Yanxi? Where are the medicinal herbs you are selling today? I have come to assist." Yi Cheng cast a chilling glance at Yuzhan, and with just that single look, Yuzhan felt a wave of icy dread wash over him. In a frigid tone, Yi Cheng replied, "Get away." It seemed that everyone, regardless of their status, desired to lay claim to his little female. With mere green aptitude, they aspired to become Yanxi's beast husband. They would have to see if he would permit it. Yuzhan, thoroughly intimidated by Yi Cheng's menacing aura, retreated back to the tent of the corner sheep tribe, his heart racing with shock. Not daring to meet Yi Cheng's gaze. It was terrifying. The aura of that wandering beastman was overwhelmingly powerful. So much so that he could not bear to look directly at him. Meanwhile, in the Black Earth space, Chiuze transformed into his beast form, a majestic white tiger. The stone bed, spacious enough for both Yi Cheng and Yanxi, was insufficient to accommodate Chiuze's beastly physique. Yanxi beheld a white tiger of such immense stature for the first time, and in fright, she stumbled backward. Yet, upon observing her retreat, Chiuze let out a piercing howl of agony, contorting his colossal form as he rolled from the stone bed to the ground, enduring the excruciating pain alone. This was the punishment bestowed upon him by the beast god, who had granted him unparalleled strength and combat prowess. Yet he had willingly condemned himself to a life of servitude. Thus, the beast god sought to trample upon his dignity, ensuring he would forever embody the essence of a slave. Under the overwhelming pressure exerted by Night Cheng, Chiuze found himself devoid of choices. At this moment, he merely wished that the small female, whom he secretly admired, would draw nearer to him, for when her hand had rested upon him moments before, the pain had subsided. Now, with her distance, it felt as though countless sharp objects were burrowing into his flesh and bones. Yanxi is not a heartless person. Upon encountering Chiuze's imploring gaze directed at her, she could not resist the urge to slowly approach the enormous white tiger, which was larger than a truck. Its body was adorned with bold black and white stripes, with the white fur predominating. A prominent character for king emblazoned on its forehead signified its undisputed position within the white tiger clan. Yanxi crouched down and reached out to touch the foreleg of the majestic tiger before her. Noticing Chiuze's low whimper, she sensed no signs of aggression. Gently caressing his foreleg, she inquired, "How are you feeling?" With Yanxi's proximity, Chiuze appeared to relax considerably. An invisible bond of affection began to form between the two. Chiuze shifted his head, bringing his enormous visage closer to Yanxi. Yanxi was unexpectedly knocked to the ground by the weight of a large tiger head. Sitting on the ground, she found herself cradling this massive head in her arms. Although she was aware that it would not bite her, the heaviness of the tiger's head made it difficult for her to breathe. With great effort, she managed to speak. "Could you lift your head a little? It's quite heavy." At that moment, Chiuze drew closer to her, and the discomfort lessened. Upon hearing Yanxi's complaint, he shifted his head, gently resting it upon her lap. However, in his beast form, his head was rather large, rendering the position somewhat comical. It resembled Yanxi sitting on the ground, attempting to groom an oversized head that she could barely manage. Chiuze seemed to notice her unease and gradually transformed back into his humanoid shape, encircling her waist with his arms and burying his face in her abdomen. Having risen in the morning without Night Cheng first applying the green mosquito repellent to Yanxi, her skin now radiated a healthy hue of white tinged with red. Sensing the delightful fragrance emanating from her, the sharp pangs within Chiuze began to dissipate. Additionally, as Yanxi's devoted servant, he instinctively yearned for closeness with her. Chapter 46. She aspired to be a caretaker, yet opportunities eluded her. Yanxi felt an intense itch in her abdomen, exacerbated by the persistent rubbing of the orc. Struggling to push him away, Chiuze tightened his embrace slightly, rubbing delicately against the little female's belly. The sensation only intensified the itch. And Yanxi could not help but chuckle, urging him, "Please stop, it tickles." Chiuze lifted his gaze to behold the smiling little female before him, her greenish hue fading away. He was struck by her beauty, so captivating that he momentarily forgot to blink. Yanxi felt embarrassed under his gaze and wanted to push him away. Yet, inexplicably bound by a servitude contract, she found it difficult to regard this male orc as a stranger. His affectionate nuzzling against her felt particularly warm. Moreover, as a large white tiger, he obediently allowed her to stroke his fur, which was an utterly delightful experience. Chiuze's coat was impeccably maintained, yielding an exceptionally pleasing texture. Each handful was remarkably delicate and smooth. At that moment, even in his orc form, the white strands atop his head retained their exquisite feel. Chioze's sentiments towards Yin-Shi could be summarized as, "My master is so beautiful, my master is so fragrant, my master is so delightful. I yearn to be close to my master, to kiss, to embrace, to lift her high." Yin-Shi felt that their intimacy was excessive. If he were a large dog, she wouldn't mind being the one to clean up after him. However, Chioze was an orc, and a fully grown one at that. She yearned to take on the role of caretaker, yet he would never grant her such an opportunity. Yin-Shi pushed Chioze away, and from this angle, she could clearly see her humanoid beast pattern manifesting on his neck. She grasped Chioze's jaw, staring in a daze at the beast pattern that appeared on his neck. It was customary for their kind to bear beast patterns when forming a bond, yet she, being a pure human, was fundamentally different from the beastmen of their realm. Nevertheless, this beast pattern did not distinguish between her humanity and their beastly nature. As long as a blood pact existed, a bond could be forged. The bond she shared with Yi Cheng was formed unexpectedly, while her connection with Chioze arose from him uncovering her secret, compelled by Yi Cheng. Her ties with the beastmen of this world did not hinder the formation of such a pact, but rather facilitated it without any obstacles. This realization often filled her with trepidation. The more she intertwined with the beastmen here, the harder it became to disentangle herself from this realm. Moreover, she had not formed a bond with Chioze, yet her humanoid beast pattern had manifested on his neck. This peculiar and domineering contract raised unsettling questions. Was the influence of their revered beast deity truly that profound? The presence of her beast pattern on Chioze's neck suggested an intimate connection between them. If they were to venture into the Black Earth space, and Yi Cheng were to see her beast pattern on Chioze, would he misconstrue their relationship? After being pushed away, Chioze gazed at her with a look of pitiful longing. Yin-Shi, if it were a small, adorably clumsy kitten or puppy, she would undoubtedly find it charming. However, Chioze, as an adult male orc, sporting such an expression, was somewhat jarring to the eyes. Having witnessed his true form as a large tiger, she struggled to reconcile the image of such a formidable creature with the endearingly foolish demeanor of the male beast. Noticing that the little female remained unfazed, Chioze decided to alter his approach. He leaned in and, before Yin-Shi could react, bestowed a gentle kiss upon her. His kiss was tentative, a mere exploration, before he withdrew. Initially, he desired for her to become his mate, but through a twist of fate, they inadvertently entered into a master-servant contract, intensifying his longing to capture her heart. Yin-Shi originally thought him too forward and felt inclined to scold him. However, upon witnessing his cautious and tentative demeanor, she ultimately refrained from being harsh. Chioze, noticing Yin-Shi's tacit approval of his actions, extended his tongue to gently lick her cheek. Yin-Shi's face was covered in his saliva, which, surprisingly, did not have an unpleasant odor but rather an unusual fragrance. It lacked the alluring scent of Yi Cheng, instead possessing a refreshing quality reminiscent of water. Yet it was not water, for water is colorless and tasteless. Chioze emanated this subtle aroma, one that was difficult to define, elusive and faint, inviting one to lean in closer to discern its true nature. Yin-Shi was embraced by him for an extended period, being licked incessantly. She understood it as a dog's demonstration of affection towards its master. However, as the licking continued, causing her skin to wrinkle, she began to feel a sense of aversion. The moment Yin-Shi felt a flicker of disdain within her heart, Chioze, the orc bound to her by a mysterious contract, immediately sensed it. He released Yin-Shi, gazing at her with a pitiful expression. Yin-Shi turned her head and felt no pity for him. She believed it was time for her to leave for a while, allowing him to process things on his own. As she stood up to depart, she noticed Chioze turning his formidable head to look at her. Yin-Shi stood still, caught in a dilemma of whether to stay or depart. Reflecting upon it, she wondered why she felt embarrassed in front of such a large dog. Just as she contemplated turning away, the dog lunged at her once more, toppling her to the ground and affectionately licking her face with its long tongue. Yin-Shi. She struggled vigorously, yet Chioze misconstrued her actions as a playful game. Yin-Shi pressed her lips tightly together. She did not want this. Chioze sensed the turmoil within his master and looked up at her, blinking his eyes. Why did she not appreciate his earnest demeanor? Chioze felt a twinge of anxiety. At this moment, Yin-Shi finally realized that Chioze was an adult male beast man, just like Yi Cheng. Recalling Yi Cheng's words, she struggled to rise, feeling a pang of guilt towards him, and contemplated pushing Chioze away. Chioze let out a soft whimper, hoping that she would lend him her assistance. Yin-Shi felt a deep sense of helplessness, yet recalling Yi Cheng's instructions and glancing at the pitiful large dog beside her, she ultimately turned away. Much time passed, and she observed Chioze frolicking and howling joyfully in the distance. Yin-Shi felt a surge of regret. She should not have allowed herself to feel pity for him. However, upon closer inspection, she discovered that her black soil space had unexpectedly expanded significantly. It appeared to be more than twice the original area of 2 acres. Even the well had doubled in size, the water within it overflowed, spilling out like a bowl brimming with broth, seeping into the earth of the black soil space. This caused the surrounding flora to flourish rapidly, becoming even more lush and verdant. Yanxi pondered deeply. Could this be what Anan referred to? The advantages bestowed upon females by their male orc partners? Although she had not formed a bond with Chiozia, her human form insignia had manifested upon his neck. The Lord of Beasts had conferred upon her the benefits of this male orc through the bond. She had always struggled to comprehend the formation of such beastly tattoos. It seemed as though after Chiozia had sworn his oath, a blinding light radiated from his neck. Later, when they entered the Black Earth realm and he transformed into his beast form, she had not given it much thought. However, when he reverted to his orc form, her human insignia had already appeared upon his neck, distinct from the beastly mark on Yicheng's neck. Yanxi, perplexed, called out to Chiozei in the distance. Chiozei, come back. We are about to depart. Chapter 47. Does Yanxi have a second beast husband? Upon hearing Yanxi's call, Chiozei turned his head and sprinted towards her like the wind. As he reached her side, he instantly transformed into a beast man, lifting Yanxi and twirling her around joyfully. Yanxi suddenly felt weightless, as if she could sense Chiozei's joy, and she smiled happily in return. When Chiozei finally set her down, she was so dizzy that she could hardly process what had happened, only to find that Chiozei had stolen a kiss from her. Stunned, she lifted her gaze to meet Chiozei's eyes. He remained still, his wide eyes fixed on her, testing the waters to see if he could continue to kiss her in such a manner in the future. Yanxi lowered her eyelids, silently rejecting him. Chiozei released her, gently caressing her face a few times, and with a faint smile, he said nothing, resting his head on her shoulder and closing his eyes. This was also a test, a tentative exploration of whether he could embrace her like this in the future. Yet, despite this, Yanxi did not push him away. After all, it was Chiozei who had brought her out of the dark earth space while holding her like this. As they emerged, Yicheng sensed the presence of 2 additional auras within the tent. He sprang to his feet and turned to enter the tent, only to find Chiozei cradling his little female. His eyes narrowed dangerously, and with a swift flick of an icy blade, Chiozei immediately released Yanxi, retreating a good 3 or 4 meters away before coming to a halt. Confronted by Yicheng's menacing gaze, which threatened to suffocate him under its oppressive aura, Chiozei felt a deep-seated reluctance, yet his body instinctively yielded. He knelt on one knee before him. As the first beast husband of his master, Chiozei allowed himself only this single knee to kneel. His other knee was reserved for his master. Yanxi was momentarily taken aback, observing the conflict between Yicheng and Chiozei without intervening. She felt that there were certain matters that perhaps she ought not to involve herself in. Noticing that Yicheng seemed to be unilaterally tormenting Chiozei, she surmised that he must still be seething with anger. Yanxi stepped back, noticing that Yicheng did not express any anger towards her. She turned to fetch water, intending to freshen up. Just as Yanxi was cleansing her mouth, Yicheng turned his head and observed her actions. He approached her in a few strides, seizing her wrist and inquiring, "What have you done to him?" Yanxi was taken aback, realizing that Yicheng had misunderstood her. She hurriedly explained, No, truly not." Yicheng, with a swift motion, delivered a powerful blow to Chiozei from a distance. Yanxi gasped in shock as Chiozei fell to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. With a darkened expression, Yicheng coldly declared, "Do not tarnish her with your filthy body." Yicheng felt an overwhelming sense of protectiveness over his precious one, enraged that this despicable wretch dared to act so towards his beloved. Yanxi tugged at Yicheng's arm, hoping to quell his anger. Yicheng turned to look at Yanxi, contemplating. This little female dares to plead for that despicable slave? He understood that Chiozei, who had vowed to become Yanxi's servant, shared an innate bond with her. It could be said that the master-servant contract was more intimate than a partner contract, as a servant could subtly sense their master's emotions through this bond. Henceforth, he would no longer be the little female's closest beast husband. That lowly servant had usurped that place. Reflecting on this, Yicheng regretted not having killed the bothersome Chiozei earlier. Nevertheless, circumstances had unfolded as they had, and he noticed the humanoid beast pattern on Chiozei's neck, an image of Yanxi standing. It was distinctly different from his own, which depicted him seated and cradling his knees. His beast pattern had been imprinted during a moment when Yanxi was profoundly afraid of death, intertwined with her emotions at that time. In contrast, Chiozei's beast pattern on his neck symbolized the confidence he had given Yanxi, portraying a master standing dominantly above. For a fleeting moment, Yicheng lamented not having spent more time with Yanxi prior to their union, allowing her to develop some feelings for him first, which could have altered the placement of her beast pattern on him. He pondered whether, had he only now bonded with Yanxi, his beast pattern would have appeared on her chest instead. Such thoughts were futile. The reality was immutable. Yicheng could only angrily lower his head to kiss Yanxi, yearning to erase the sin of other male beast men from her. He desired that only his essence lingered upon her. It was not until Yanxi, softened and breathless, leaned against him that his tumultuous emotions began to settle. What was he jealous of? Hadn't he been prepared for this? He had not scolded her even when she nearly suffocated. Ultimately, Yicheng managed to soothe himself. Once Yanxi's breathing steadied, and she cautiously looked up at him. She asked, "Are you no longer angry?" Yicheng, tenderly caressing her small face, leaned down to rest his forehead against hers, gently responding, yes. Yanxi gently wrapped her arms around his waist and sweetly said, I am a bit hungry. Yicheng replied with a smile, I have prepared some food, waiting for you, for all of you to come out and eat together. From that moment on, they would no longer be just two, but three. Upon hearing the subtle shift in Yicheng's tone, Yanxi and Qiuzhe turned their gazes towards him. Yicheng, disregarding Qiuzhe entirely, retrieved some mint leaves from within the tent. He crushed them in the palm of his hand, applying the verdant juice liberally across Yanxi's body. Observing the harmonious stance of the two, Qiuzhe noted Yicheng's almost provocative demeanor as he brazenly displayed his affection for his master before him. He swallowed hard, his expression one of naive astonishment. Yet internally he mused, one day, he will treat the master this way, and no one will dare to say a word against him. After coating Yanxi thoroughly with the green liquid, he gathered her hair with a clasp and lifted her, settling her upon his arm. Just before exiting the tent, Yicheng cast a glance at the beast mark upon Qiuzhe's neck, a mark belonging to Yanxi. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved a scarf he had crafted from his own shed skin and tossed it to Qiuzhe, instructing him to conceal the beast mark that belonged to Yanxi, ensuring that no other beastmen laid eyes upon it. Qiuzhe held the snakeskin scarf in his hands, puzzled by the request. While it made some sense to wear something associated with a female, the idea of adorning himself with Yicheng's shed skin was less agreeable. He disliked the notion of being tainted by the scent of another male beastman. Do you comprehend? Yanxi's pure human beast mark must remain hidden from all. Yicheng pressed. Qiuzhe nodded, albeit still perplexed, understanding that he had no authority to oppose Yicheng at that moment. Lacking Yicheng's inherited memories, he was unaware of the peril surrounding Yanxi's pure human beast mark. However, regarding his master's safety, Qiuzhe ceased his internal conflict about wearing the scarf. If he truly disliked Yicheng's creation, he could always craft one from animal hide himself in the future, which would suffice. Thus, Qiuzhe obediently donned the somewhat loose and ill-fitting scarf and trailed behind them as they exited the tent. At the entrance of the tent belonging to the Yang sheep tribe, the beastman Yao Jian finally saw Yanxi emerge. However, his attention was immediately drawn to the white tiger male beastman following closely behind Yancheng and Yanxi. Particularly the way the beast mark belonging to Yanxi was deliberately obscured yet faintly visible on the neck of the white tiger male, causing Yao Jian's gaze to darken. Did Yanxi acquire a second beast husband? Chapter 48, The Master-Servant Contract. The old ram, astonished, remarked behind Yao Jun, a master-servant contract? In all my years, I have never witnessed such a thing. That male beastman of the white tiger clan, how could he engage in such a foolish act? That wandering beastman mentioned that his female possesses no talent, and a female devoid of talent signifies an almost complete lack of fertility. What a waste for a male beastman with a red talent. Oh no, there are two. Yao Jun, taken aback, turned to his father and inquired, Father, what is a master-servant contract? The old ram gestured for his son to observe the neck of the white tiger male beastman next door, saying, the markings on his neck, which cover a significant portion, represent the master-servant contract. Did you not notice that Yanxi, this little female, bears no markings of the white tiger male? The markings are exclusive to the male beastman, signifying that this red talent white tiger male willingly offers his absolute loyalty to Yanxi, never to betray her. Are the beastmen of the white tiger clan aware of this development? Yao Jun could no longer bear his father's words. He gazed at the deliberately obscured markings of Yanxi on the neck of the white tiger male beastman, feeling a pang of regret. Why had he not known sooner? Even without a formal bond, he could have followed Yanxi. By becoming a servant, he would have been able to accompany her for a lifetime. He simply wished to discern the markings of Yanxi on the white tiger male beastman. But at that moment, the male beastman cast a sidelong glance at him. The invisible pressure of red talent enveloped him once more, and Yao Jun felt a chill run through him, his face paling and body stiffening. The pressure from Qiuzhe was fleeting, merely a warning. Though he had become Yanxi's servant, he was not someone any male beastman could scrutinize. After breakfast, Qiuzhe contemplated and finally addressed Yicheng. I shall return to the clan for a brief visit and will be back shortly. Yicheng said nothing, turning his gaze towards Yanxi. Yanxi was taken aback and inquired, Why do you want to see me? Yicheng looked at the adorable Yanxi and replied with a smile. He will be your servant from now on, living with us in the future. Yanxi hurriedly said, There's no need. He can still return to his clan. I do not force the orc. She turned to Qiuzhe and remarked, Qiuzhe, you are free to go back whenever you wish, truly. Qiuzhe gazed at his adorable master, a smile gracing his lips, and nodded in silence before turning to head towards the white tiger clan. Yanxi watched Qiuzhe depart, turning to Night Cheng with a puzzled expression and inquiring, What does it mean that he said nothing at all? Night Cheng looked up, gently caressing his little female companion, and replied with a buoyant spirit, A servant cannot be away from their master for too long. He will return soon. Yanxi was momentarily taken aback and asked, What will happen if I leave my master for too long? Yicheng pondered for a moment and replied leisurely, I have heard that one may gradually lose their sanity. transforming into an unstable creature driven solely by the desire for bloodshed. Yinshi expressed her astonishment and remarked, "Well, perhaps you should refrain from returning too often." Yiqing replied, "It is not entirely beyond redemption, and a brief absence will not have any adverse effects. So how long is this duration? I am uncertain. But it is approximately 30 solar days. He possesses no master, nor is he a slave. Having never encountered such a situation before, he truly has no knowledge of it. 30 solar days is merely something he has heard of." Yinshi heard that it would be 30 days and let out a sigh of relief, saying, "That's acceptable." Upon hearing her words, Yicheng buried his head into her neck, saying, "Stay with me tonight." Yinshi, a large-scale social embarrassment. Yet, Yicheng resolutely stated, "Let's go to the space tonight and have him help set up a tent inside." Yinshi swallowed hard, attempting to negotiate as she spoke. "I have yet to fully recover. You have consumed well water. Is it possible to prevent him from entering? We could pitch our tent ourselves. I am not accustomed to the presence of outsiders." Yicheng replied nonchalantly, "Then you shall have to acclimate gradually." Yinshi found it utterly impossible to communicate with him. His mind was filled with nonsense. Returning to Chiuza, when he announced his intention to move in with the little female, Aohua and Xiongyu were beside themselves with excitement, curious about how he managed to spend an entire night out and persuade the little female to agree to become his mate. The two followed Chiuza to his tent, inquiring, "Have you mated with that little female?" Xiongyu added, "Did her first mate give you any trouble?" After all, he was their younger brother, who had never been dominated by anyone. To become the second mate of the little female indeed felt like a slight against him. Aohua asked, "Did they mention anything they wanted?" Sending their son to live in that little family seemed akin to marrying him off. Yet they were still expected to present something akin to a bride price to the little female's household. This gesture symbolized a formal acceptance of a male orc as her mate, representing the blessings and affection of the elders, with the hope that the resources would help them lead a better life. Chiuza remained silent, packing his belongings, and as he prepared to leave, he simply stated, "Don't come looking for me. I intend to live with them." "Wait, have you truly mated with the little female?" Aohua grasped the scarf around his son's neck, finding it peculiar. When had their son begun wearing such an accessory? It was clearly the shed skin of a red-bellied snake. My lord, there's still more to this chapter. Please click to continue reading on the next page for even more excitement. However, upon seeing the little female's beast mark on his son's neck, he was left dumbfounded. Chiuza pushed his father's hand away and insisted, "You must not speak of this. I am leaving." With that, he departed, fearing that his father and brother might discover he had become a servant to the little female rather than her second mate, which would bring shame to the White Tiger clan. Yet, Chiuza understood the secret could not be kept for long. One step at a time, he thought. Xiongyu watched Chiuza run off and began to scold, This little brat is becoming increasingly unruly. Father, please don't be angry. Chiuza just needs to grow up." This obsession with doting on his younger brother mirrored his father's affection for him. Aohua interjected, "No, something is amiss. When did your brother start speaking so annoyingly?" He also noted the beast mark on his younger son's neck. If he was not mistaken, it appeared to be a purely human beast mark. Did this mean Yinshi was entirely human? This situation was troublesome. Perhaps after becoming mates with the female, Chiuza had matured? Xiongyu inquired. "So does Chiuza bear the little female's beast mark?" Aohua contemplated for a lengthy moment before nodding. "Yes, but that is not the crux of the matter. Do you truly believe that with his temper, he could suddenly mature?" Xiongyu retorted, "No one should be allowed to mistreat him. If it is the little female, then it is indeed possible." He disagreed with his father's assessment, saying, "Enduring some hardship at the hands of a little female is not such a bad thing. Once she bears him little tiger cubs, any minor disagreements will only add to their charm." Yet, Aohua, the concerned father, insisted, "Although your brother did not mention it, we must still present a gift to the little female. It is customary. Please prepare it." Xiongyu nodded, "Understood, father." As for Chiuza's request for them not to seek him out, they disregarded it entirely. Meanwhile, on Yinshi's side, as evening fell, Yinshi could not resist Yicheng's insistence. As night fell, the three of them finished their dinner, and Yicheng gestured for Yinshi to enter the tent, for it was the only way to access the dark earth space. Yinshi had been haunted by his deathly gaze for an entire day, as if refusing him today would condemn her to a lifetime of misery. She contemplated that perhaps this one concession would restore Yicheng to his former self. Ultimately, she acquiesced. Upon entering the dark earthen space, Yicheng urged her to freshen up. The two of them, being beastmen, quickly set up a tent, and soon everything would be well again. Yinshi hoped they could spend the night together to spare her any embarrassment. As Yicheng contemplated the task ahead, his gaze towards Chiuza was imbued with a hint of mirth. Yet, the chill of that smile was a secret known only to Chiuza. Chapter 49. Would it make her perceive him as childish? He remained oblivious to how this wandering beastman intended to torment him further. However, he was already a slave to Yinshi, and should Yicheng overstep his bounds, Yinshi would undoubtedly come to his aid. Thus, he uttered no words. Whatever he was commanded to do, he complied without question. Yinshi cleanses the verdant tincture from her skin, revealing her naturally fair complexion. Meanwhile, two male orcs have already erected a hide tent. At this moment, they turn to behold Yinshi, now restored to her original hue. her skin radiating with a luminous white, causing their eyes to gleam with admiration. Yicheng approaches her, placing a gentle kiss upon her forehead, and states, "I shall take my leave for a moment." Chu Zhe, however, stands rooted, gazing blankly at his own outstretched toes, ultimately halting his advance. His master had not beckoned him forward, and the wandering orc would not permit him to approach either. Thus, he remained stationary, his gaze fixed upon the distant, seemingly glowing female, a profound yearning welling up within him. He watches as the wandering orc pulls his coveted master into the tent. As she enters, she glances back at him with a hint of concern. Chu Zhe responds with an innocent smile, his expression adorably naive. Once the tent flap descends, all his aids dissolve. His icy gaze fixates upon the very tent he had assisted in constructing. In this moment, the wandering orc finds an opportunity with his master. He hears the increasingly deliberate sounds emanating from within, meant to taunt him. Internally, he sneers, aware that the wandering orc has not truly acted, but rather seeks to provoke him. Thus, he feigns indignation, yet his heart remains unfazed. He scoffs inwardly, "If you have the courage, then act decisively." Such trivial theatrics, did they truly believe they could rattle him? How juvenile. Inside the tent, Yanxi observes Yicheng performing a solo act. Her expression, one of exasperation. Truth be told, she finds his words insincere. Yet, it appears as though the two men are in sync. For Yicheng is not satisfied until he witnesses Chu Zhe's despondent demeanor outside. Yanxi leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "Shall I step outside and leave the space for you all?" Yicheng paused, feeling somewhat awkward. He turned to look at her, his face inevitably tinged with a hint of crimson. Would his actions make her perceive him as immature? Yet, the man's innate desire for competition stirred within him. He yearned for Chu Zhe to recognize that in Yanxi's heart, he held the foremost position. Yanxi indulgently accepted Yicheng's every childish whim. She asked, "Do you truly mean what you say?" Upon hearing her words, Yicheng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he lunged forward, leaving her no need to elaborate further. Yanxi felt an overwhelming sense of regret. How could she have been so impulsive? As her consciousness began to return, she heard Yicheng mention taking them to the dark soil realm. Yanxi, mustering her spirit, led the two of them out of the dark soil space. Yicheng bestowed a gentle kiss upon her forehead, whispering, "Sleep well," before departing. As Yanxi's consciousness drifted away, she heard Yicheng instruct Chu Zhe to stand guard at the tent entrance until she awoke, while he went to prepare food for her. Chu Zhe remained silent, likely nodding in acknowledgement. The air was imbued with a subtle fragrance from the two of them, allowing Yanxi to sink into a peaceful slumber. When Yanxi eventually awakened, it was already afternoon. The moment she stirred, Chu Zhe recognized her return to consciousness. He rose, contemplated for a moment, and then approached Yicheng, who was exchanging medicinal herbs with other male beast men, saying, "Master, she has awakened." Yicheng paused, glancing at the simmering food on the stove and reflecting that it had been cooking for the entire morning. Ensuring the meat would be tender enough for Yanxi to consume, he instructed, "Please fetch a ceramic pot and pour the hot water from beside the stove to help her freshen up. Let her come out once she feels more awake to avoid catching a chill." Chu Zhe hesitated, pondering, it is the vibrant afternoon of spring. How could she possibly catch cold? Is hot water truly necessary? Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his doubts and proceeded to follow Yicheng's instructions. As he entered the tent with the pot filled with hot water, he found the young female still seated on the animal hide, her eyes closed, exuding an adorably drowsy charm. Sensing his presence, she reached out her hands, pouting playfully, and said, "Hold me." Chu Zhe was taken aback. Just the night before, he had felt confident and had even mocked Yicheng's naivety. Yet, only he knew the extent of his own inner turmoil. Stealing a glance back at Yicheng, who was still engaged in the exchange of herbs with the male beast men, he mused, does that wandering beast man realize how the young female appears when she awakens? Regardless of Yicheng's awareness, Chu Zhe found himself quite fond of the young female's request. He set down the pot filled with hot water, knelt before her, and embraced her. Yanxi leaned against the newcomer, only to furrow her brow in confusion. This was not the scent of Yicheng. She stepped back and opened her eyes, only to find Chu Zhe's adorably dazed expression, relishing the closeness between them. Yanxi, the sleepyhead, immediately awoke. She awkwardly remarked, Chu Zhe, is that you? Where's Yicheng?" Chu Zhe remained silent, leaning in and resting his large head against her, relishing the moment as he pressed his face close to hers. Yanxi felt a slight itch and gently nudged him, saying, I must get up now. I need to freshen up, and I am hungry." If Chu Zhe were to be seen like this by Yicheng, the person she had just managed to soothe last night, it was likely that he would become irritable once more. Thus, Yanxi hurriedly climbed out of bed and dressed herself. However, as she attempted to put on her shoes, Chu Zhe steadied her to prevent her from nearly falling. Yanxi, still unaccustomed to the surroundings, donned her shoes with haste. She busied herself with a ceramic pot, filling it with cold water from the large storage vessel nestled in the corner of the tent. After rinsing her mouth and washing her face, she applied a layer of her homemade skincare cream. Subsequently, she retrieved a few mint leaves from a leather pouch, preparing to concoct a verdant medicinal paste to coat her body before venturing outside. Chu Zhe observed her as she searched for a container, intent on crushing the leaves to extract their essence. The scent of these leaves was familiar to him. It was reminiscent of the green medicinal paste found on the petite female. He had witnessed Yi Cheng preparing this very remedy before. Thus, he approached and gently took the leaves from Yin Shi's grasp, rubbing them in his hands until they swiftly transformed into a green elixir. Yin Shi took the mirror, intending to clean her face herself. Just as she was about to express her gratitude, she noticed Qiu Zhe had already taken the initiative, applying the green medicinal liquid to her face. Yin Shi held the mirror, wishing to evade the situation. She said, "I'll handle it myself." If Knight Cheng were to see this, both of them would encounter significant trouble. However, Qiu Zhe disregarded her words and smeared the green liquid from his palms onto her neck. Yin Shi attempted to evade his grasp, yet found herself unable to match his strength, which only seemed to invigorate him further. When Knight Minister entered, he beheld the sight of the two entangled within the confines of the tent. As Yin Shi caught sight of Yi Cheng entering, she was inclined to rush towards him. However, Yi Cheng merely lowered the tent's fabric curtain and ushered her inside. Qiu Zhe observed Yi Cheng's arrival, instinctively stepping back 2 paces to yield his position. Clasping his hands behind his back and refraining from offering any explanation, Yi Cheng, too, remained silent, taking several additional mint leaves from the spot where Yin Shi had just been, crushing them in his palm. The atmosphere grew heavy, each harboring a smoldering fire within. Chapter 50. If the female has yet to satiate her hunger, can the male beastmen find sustenance? It was only when Yi Cheng had coated Yin Shi's skin with the juice that he spoke. This liquid repels mosquitoes. Yin Shi's skin is delicate and susceptible to the blood-sucking creatures. Applying this juice will prevent her from being drained. The liquid bore a refreshing scent that masked her alluring fragrance. Thus it was imperative that she be thoroughly coated before venturing out each day. Upon finishing his instructions, he instructed Yin Shi to turn around, swiftly gathering her hair and securing it with a clip at the back of her head. This position allowed Qiu Zhe a clear view. After completing this task, he took Yin Shi by the hand and led her out of the tent to partake in a meal. Inside the tent, Qiu Zhe blinked in surprise. Was that wandering beast man instructing him on how to care for a female? Indeed, regardless of whether the young female accepted him as her mate, he would forever be her servant. Caring for the mistress and nurturing his female were fundamentally the same. Yet, he had not anticipated that the wandering beast man would willingly share the intricacies of female care with him, demonstrating it in practice. He had not forbidden himself from approaching the young female, implicitly allowing such familiarity. With a heart full of conflicting emotions, Qiu Zhe emerged from the tent to find the wandering beast man ladling a savory broth from a pot over the fire into a bamboo container. He then took 2 wooden sticks, placing the container and sticks into the young female's hands, beaming as he watched her eat. When she took a bite, her eyes sparkled with delight. She picked up a morsel from her bowl and offered it to the wandering beast man, inquiring if it was to his liking. The beast man nodded in agreement. With his heart still in turmoil, Qiu Zhe approached slowly, crouching behind the young female. Yin Shi observed him approaching and remarked, "Qiu Zhe, the broth that Yi Cheng has prepared contains a unique seasoning, obtained in exchange for a person known as garlic. Do give it a taste and see if it pleases your palate." Yin Shi finished speaking and took a sip of the soup in the bowl, utterly content. The mere enjoyment of garlic-infused meat broth nearly brought her to tears. Qiu Zhe was momentarily taken aback. The female had yet to satiate her appetite. Could the male beastmen indulge as well? Yet, it seemed that Yi Cheng could read his thoughts, for he remarked, She has a small appetite. Go ahead and eat." Upon hearing Yi Cheng's words and witnessing him ladle a bowl for himself before presenting it to Qiu Zhe, the latter was filled with astonishment. What did this wandering beast man mean by this gesture? When he had struck him, he had shown no mercy. Was he now attempting to befriend him? But why? As the foremost mate of the petite female, Qiu Zhe held absolute authority to discipline other mates or slaves. He had no need for such niceties. It was entirely unnecessary. However, Yi Cheng extended a hand of camaraderie, and despite his lingering doubts, Qiu Zhe hastily accepted the offering, uttering a bewildered expression of gratitude. Yi Cheng nodded in silence, noticing the Yao Kuan from the mountain goat tribe seated at their stall, casting furtive glances in their direction. He said, "Don't you enjoy discussing cultivation with Yin Shi? Why not come over and savor the flavor of this garlic?" Yi Cheng's words were clearly directed at Yao Kuan. The latter was taken aback. Today, he had not approached seeking reprimand. Yet, Yi Cheng had beckoned him over. Had the sun risen from the west? Regardless of the sun's trajectory, at Yi Cheng's call, he promptly set aside past grievances and entered the tent of the mountain goat tribe, bringing forth his bowl to join Yin Shi and the others in partaking of the meat broth. Upon catching the aroma wafting from the bowl, his eyes lit up. He turned to Yin Shi and inquired, "Yin Shi, is there any more of this plant called garlic? I wish to cultivate it." Yin Shi turned to gaze at Yi Cheng. The items were procured by him, and she was curious if there were any excess, as she wished to plant them in her black soil space. In her black soil realm, she had cultivated an abundance of medicinal herbs. However, she had only planted the water celery, wild green onions, and the potatoes and ginger acquired from the Yao clan, along with this garlic. Yi Cheng smiled at Yin Shi and remarked, "We have exchanged for quite a bit." Yin Shi nodded slightly and said to Xiao Qian, "Once we finish eating, I shall teach you how to cultivate." Xiao Qian eagerly nodded. After savoring a bowl of meat soup, he refrained from eating further. A mere taste sufficed. How could he possibly contend with the female for food? Moreover, the two red-gifted male orcs beside Yanxi appeared amiable. Their agreeable demeanor, however, did not guarantee genuine kindness. As Xiao Qian awaited Yanxi to finish, following Yi Cheng's direction, the two proceeded to gather garlic, excavate the soil, place it in the wooden frame, plant it, and water it adequately. Yanxi said to the Yao Sun, "This season is perfect for plants to thrive. Soon, green sprouts will emerge. When you prepare your meals, you may only pluck the green parts, leaving the roots intact for continued watering. Once the garlic has fully grown its leaves, the portion below can also be peeled and stir-fried. Additionally, this part can be used for further planting." The Yao Sun nodded in understanding and expressed gratitude as she escorted her back to their tent. Xiaozhe, having finished washing the dishes, noticed Yanxi's return. He set aside the utensils and glanced at Yi Cheng, who remained silent. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Shall we not plant the garlic heads? The little female possesses a planting space and enjoys dishes made with those garlic heads, so we should cultivate more." Yi Cheng, putting down the herbs in his hands, took Yanxi to wash her hands, stating, "We shall plant them before we retire for the night." This implied that when they went to the tent to sleep, they would also enter the dark soil space to cultivate. Xiaozhe nodded, acknowledging that the little female's gifted space should not be known to outsiders. He had nearly been killed by Yi Cheng for inadvertently discovering it. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the riveting content. Reluctantly, he signed a master-servant contract with the little female. Yi Cheng finished washing Yanxi's hands, then asked her, "Would you like to take a stroll and inquire about the powerful tribe?" Yanxi inquired, "Is it just the two of us?" Yi Cheng replied, "Let's bring Xiaozhe along. We can have Rao Kuan assist us in overseeing the booth." Yanxi smiled and inquired, "So, was it you who summoned him to partake in the meat soup?" Yi Cheng chuckled in response, choosing silence as a form of acquiescence. Ultimately, the trio entrusted their stall to the care of Yao Qian and proceeded onward in single file. As they advanced, Yanxi's gaze fell upon an elevated platform from which the remnants of human architecture were discernible, albeit in a state of disrepair. A crescendo of fervent shouts echoed from that very height. Yanxi inquired, "What is that place?" Yi Cheng remained silent, instead directing his gaze towards Xiaozhe behind him. Xiaozhe was taken aback. Upon noticing Yi Cheng's look, he contemplated the moment, realizing this was an opportunity for him to speak. Observing the arena ahead, he recalled having visited it a few days prior and replied, "That is the arena of the ape beastman tribe. Currently, various clans are gathering here, temporarily repurposing it for competitions to showcase their skills." Yi Cheng then leaned down to ask Yanxi, "Do you wish to see it?" Yanxi shook her head and said, "Forget it, I shall not go. The arena, as its name suggests, is a battleground for male orcs. It is inherently a gathering of brawny and simple-minded beasts. When they engage in combat, it is undoubtedly a scene of brutal ferocity, where every blow lands with devastating force. It is hardly a spectacle to behold. Rather, it invokes a sense of dread and trepidation within her." Yanxi harbored a profound fear of these matters, and she dared not gaze upon them. Instead, her curiosity was piqued by the tribe they were destined to join, prompting her to inquire of Yi Cheng, "Where do you intend to seek out the tribes of formidable strength?" Yi Cheng straightened his posture and replied, "There is no need to venture far. There should be someone nearby who possesses knowledge of these circumstances." Yanxi, filled with confusion, inquired, "Who?" Chapter 51. Yanxi disrupted the traditions of the shamanic profession. She glanced around, realizing that only the three of them were present, and she certainly had no knowledge of the matter. Yi Cheng, being a wandering beast man, had never paid attention to such things and was equally uninformed. Thus, only Xiaozhe remained. Noticing that both of them were looking at him, Xiaozhe recalled Yi Cheng's unusual behavior towards him earlier that morning, as if he had accepted him being close to the young female. He was not the type to be ungrateful, and as they inquired, he felt compelled to share everything he knew. Hesitantly, he asked, "Are you looking to join a powerful tribe?" Yi Cheng led Yanxi towards the stream they had visited previously, addressing Xiaozhe behind him, as a male beast man of the White Tiger tribe. "You should be aware of these matters. You understand Yanxi's uniqueness. We must find a tribe that can ensure her safety before the arrival of the rainy season, the windy season, beast tides, and the snowy season, so that she may be protected from danger." Xiaozhe recognized the validity of Yi Cheng's statements and understood that his intentions were indeed the most sensible. After pondering for a moment and weighing several tribes, he responded, "If we are to consider the most suitable place for female beastmen to reside, it would be the Guanzhong Plain, inhabited by the lion beastmen." "Why do you ask?" Yi Cheng turned to him, gesturing for him to step forward and walk alongside them. Xiaozhe complied, aligning himself with the two, and continued, "Ahead lies an expansive plain backed by towering mountains, offering both offensive and defensive positions. It is also a convergence point for several major prey herds and a crucial migratory route for them, ensuring that food will be abundantly available among the tribes." "The Guanzhong Plain? Is that not where we encountered the Beastman tribe that invited us?" Yanxi remarked, recalling that the phrase Guanzhong Plain was not unfamiliar to her. Yi Cheng nodded in acknowledgement, surprised that she remembered. Xiaozhe frowned and asked, "Have you already encountered the lion beastman? Did you happen to see a lion beastman who always wears a sour expression?" Yanxi shook her head, and Yicheng cast a glance at Qiuzhe without uttering a word. Noticing their attention directed towards him, Qiuzhe explained. The Lion Beastman tribe is situated not far from the White Tiger tribe. The Lion Beastman clan resides in the Guanzhong Plain, while the White Tiger clan inhabits the Guanzhong Mountains to the rear of the plain. Yicheng inquired, what relevance does this have to the Lion Beastman you mentioned? Qiuzhe replied with a shake of his head, it bears no significance. I merely feel pity for him. It has been quite some time since I last heard news of him, so I thought to ask. He, too, is a male beastman with a red affinity, possessing a unique ability in earth-based powers. Since childhood, the elders of both tribes have compared us, though we have scarcely met, leading us to become adversaries. Later, a civil strife broke out within the Lion Beastman tribe, resulting in his father's demise, while his mother aligned herself with the new chief of the tribe. I have heard that in recent years he has become a formidable warrior for the Lion Beastman tribe. I do not wish to be compared to such a beastman. I have refrained from participating in the contest between our tribes, which has allowed the Lion Beastman tribe to barely scrape into the lower ranks of the 5 great tribes. In terms of combat prowess, the Lion Beastman tribe pales in comparison to our White Tiger tribe. Yet, that young man deserves sympathy. He has chosen not to contend for such hollow accolades. Yanxi remarked, has the internal strife among the Lion Beastman tribe come to an end? If it has not, it would be prudent for us to refrain from involving ourselves in their conflicts, conveying a clear reluctance to associate with the Lion Beastman tribe. Qiuzhe furrowed his brow and replied, that leaves us only with the 8 Beastmen tribe. Although conditions here are far from ideal, wherever there are beastmen, there exists discord. I heard from my father that recently, at your stall, some beastmen sought trouble, instigated by a shaman from the 8 Beastmen tribe, who dispatched those vagabond beastmen that had joined their ranks. Yanxi exchanged a glance with Yicheng, both unaware that they had unwittingly caught the attention of the shaman from the 8 Beastman tribe. Yanxi, perplexed, inquired, why do the shaman of the 8 Beastman tribe trouble us? Qiuzhe replied candidly, you have disrupted the customs of the shamanic profession. Yanxi, filled with confusion and indignation, inquired, what rules have I transgressed? Nighting, possessing some knowledge of the matter, replied, the medicinal herbs we sell are whole plants. The shaman only provides the orc patients with medicinal packets, refraining from specifying which ailments the herbs correspond to, nor do they offer the complete plant, nor disclose to the patients the names or effects of the herbs. The shaman's traditions are exceedingly conservative and exclusive. They impart no medical knowledge to outsiders. The inheritance of this craft is confined solely to their own progeny. Should their descendants perish without an heir, this invaluable art risks being lost to time. Yanxi has articulated all of this, diligently advising on any dietary restrictions during treatment, to preserve their air of mystery and power. Shamans do not disclose these matters to their patients. This is precisely why Qiuzhe claimed that Yanxi had breached the sacred codes of the shamanic practice. Hearing Nighting's words, Yanxi couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. She remarked, it is truly amusing that in the future, no one studies traditional Chinese medicine, and here, no one teaches shamanism. The survival of traditional Chinese medicine into later generations is indeed a miracle. Her grandfather had once said that in his time, if any young person desired to learn traditional Chinese medicine, he would teach them, regardless of their aptitude. If everyone were to study traditional Chinese medicine, how could Western medicine thrive so audaciously? The profound and mystical arts left by our ancestors are incomparable to those foreign practices. Unfortunately, it is she, a mere novice in traditional Chinese medicine, who has traversed to this place. If her grandfather had come instead, he would surely dazzle those with titanium alloy eyes. Feeling frustrated, Yanxi picked up a branch and angrily struck the flourishing wild grass by the roadside. However, after just one blow, she felt a pang of remorse for the grass she had just struck. This, after all, is a ginseng plant. The story is not yet finished. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. The seedlings have been interrupted by her actions. Yanxi discarded the stick and crouched down to begin digging in the earth. Yicheng observed her as she carefully excavated the soil and approached her, saying, allow me to assist. Her sudden decision to kneel and delve into the ground surely indicated that she had stumbled upon something of great interest. Throughout their journey to the 8 Beastman tribe, he had witnessed such behavior far too many times. Yanxi, with a cheerful smile, remarked, be cautious. This treasure can be a lifesaver in critical moments. Yicheng chuckled, you say that about every herb. Yanxi stuck out her tongue, still urging him to be cautious. For those studying traditional Chinese medicine, high-quality herbs are akin to life itself. A tall, robust male orc squatted beside a petite female, meticulously digging in the soil. A sight that left Qiuzhe feeling somewhat disillusioned. Be careful, do not damage its roots. They possess fine, delicate fibers. And these tiny tendrils are treasures in their own right. Do not break them. I told you to be careful. Look, you've snapped one. Yanxi, incessantly chattering, finally provoked Yicheng, who retorted, breaking one strand is of no consequence. There are still plenty left. Take it back and plant it. It will undoubtedly thrive. Outside, he refrained from mentioning the dark soil space, choosing instead to express himself in this manner. Yanxi rested on his back, pinching one of his ears as she remarked, "These are all precious. Losing even one is a significant loss, so be cautious. My nails are quite sharp." As you well know, Knight Chung did not turn his head, but listened to Yanxi's complaints, carefully excavating the pit with utmost caution. Qiuzhe could no longer bear to watch and suggested, "How about I take over?" Both Knight Chung and Yanxi looked up at him, their expressions mirroring one another perfectly. Has their partnership lasted so long that their expressions have become so alike? Knight Chung stood up, carrying Yanxi on his back, and turned to her, saying, "The claws of felines are more agile than my hands." Chapter 52. There's a fish. A magnificent fish. Yanxi leaped down from Yi Cheng's back and said, "Well, Qiuzhe, you must be very careful." Before Yanxi could finish her words, Qiuzhe plunged his claws into the soil, 50 centimeters away from the base of the ginseng seedling. He then excavated a circular area, forcefully pulling upwards. A complete ginseng root, encased in a circle of earth, emerged from the ground. He remarked, "Is this method not likely to damage the roots?" Yanxi exchanged a glance with Yi Cheng and suddenly burst into laughter. On their journey to the ape beastman tribe, they had been meticulously digging, never considering the idea of excavating the earth in its entirety. At this moment, they found amusement in their own foolishness. Qiuzhe, perplexed, inquired, "Is it not feasible?" Yi Cheng, rarely smiling at Qiuzhe, responded, "It is indeed possible. It is precisely this way, crude yet efficient." The expanse of Yanxi's black soil realm has more than doubled since her contract with Qiuzhe, and the well has also increased in size, its water substantially more abundant. The water now flows freely from the well's opening, creating a meandering stream within the black soil space, which in turn nourishes the flora, allowing it to flourish even more vibrantly. The area available for cultivation within this realm has expanded significantly, making it possible to dig a perimeter and plant with ample space. Yanxi, regardless of their cunning ways, urged, "Hurry, hurry, there is more here, keep digging." In the eyes of ordinary beasts on the beast world continent, shamans are revered figures, almost untouchable. However, their knowledge of medicine and herbs is quite limited, often overshadowed by Yanxi, who possesses a more profound understanding. This expertise enables Yanxi to effortlessly locate medicinal herbs. Ginseng grows abundantly along the roadside, yet its medicinal value remains unknown to the locals. Moreover, it flourishes in clusters, each exceptionally large, with ages ranging from hundreds to even thousands of years. Such wild herbs possess immense medicinal properties, but regrettably, very few beasts on the continent are aware of this. At this moment, however, they have all found their way into Yanxi's black soil space. Yanxi spotted a medicinal herb and eagerly beckoned them to come and dig it up. Along the way, she encountered a variety of excellent medicinal plants, waiting for them to arrive. Bored by the riverside, she plucked a blade of grass and began playfully dipping it in the water. Both Yi Cheng and Qiuzhe felt reassured by her proximity, believing that she would be safe. However, their unwarranted confidence allowed a fish to drag Yanxi into the water. The two men, engrossed in their task of harvesting herbs, were startled by Yanxi's sudden scream. When they looked up again, all they could see was her falling into the river. Ignoring the herbs, Yi Cheng swiftly leaped into the water to rescue her, while Qiuzhe watched from the shore, observing where the fish had taken Yanxi. In just a moment, Yi Cheng emerged from the water. His serpentine tail wrapped around Yanxi, who was joyfully cradling a fish that was half her height. She beamed and exclaimed, "Look, a fish. A huge one. I caught it." The two male beastmen were left in a state of bemusement, torn between exasperation and relief. They had been deeply worried for her safety, only to find her delightfully clutching a fish. They were thankful she was unharmed. Otherwise, it would have been a disgrace for the proud male beastmen to fail in protecting their female right under their noses. "Quickly, get to the shore. It's going to escape," Yi Cheng exclaimed in frustration, launching her and the fish in a graceful arc onto the bank. Qiuzhe, quick-witted and agile, was ready to catch the drenched Yanxi as she landed. Yanxi tightly clutched the fish, refusing to let it go, exclaiming, "Look, we have a fish. Let us feast on it tonight. We possess water celery, ginger, and scallions, ingredients that can effectively mask its fishy aroma. I have a yearning for fish this evening." Qiuzhe gazed at the small female, still holding on to the fish, and remarked, "This spiny creature is inedible. It is fraught with sharp spines that could choke a beast. Be a dear and release that fish, and I shall procure other meat for you." Yanxi shook her head and said, "It is merely that you lack the skill in cooking, Yi Cheng. I desire fish for dinner this evening." At that moment, Yi Cheng, irate, climbed ashore and retorted, "You must not forget how you fell ill after spending just a brief time in the river last time. Do you still wish to plunge into the water again, seeking yet another bout of illness?" Yanxi blinked her sparkling eyes at Yi Cheng. At times, Yi Cheng felt an overwhelming urge to swat her bottom, yet he found himself unable to do so. With a sigh of resignation, he conceded, "Very well. You gather the herbs, and we shall return to prepare the fish." Yuanxi nodded with a smile, delighted by the prospect of a fish dinner that evening. She glanced around, hoping to spot other orcs nearby. Yi Cheng reassured her, stating that there were no orcs in the vicinity, urging her to hasten her collection. With his words, Yuanxi swiftly gathered her belongings, ensuring not to be overly hasty. She carefully stowed all the medicinal herbs into the black soil space, while her garments, comprised of snake shed and a skirt, were nearly dry. Nevertheless, the two male orcs remained concerned about her health. They insisted she refrain from carrying the fish and instead transformed Qiuzhe back into his beast form, allowing Yuanxi to perch upon his back. With effortless ease, Yiqing hoisted the fish with one hand and prepared to head back. Yanxi said, "Let us take care of the fish here before we return. They have to replenish their water supply in the tent every day. It would be better to handle it here to avoid the lingering smell of fish when we get back." Yiqing inquired, "Aren't you cold?" Yanxi gently tousled Qiuzhe's fur and remarked, "Qiuzhe's back is quite warm, not cold at all." "Very well. Now, what do you propose we do?" When it comes to food, Yanxi becomes quite talkative. She continued, "First, we should knock it out, then scrape off the scales from tail to head. After that, we will open its belly and discard the innards into the water. Yicheng, your nails are sharp. Please divide the fish into 2 halves, leaving the spine and head intact for later use in our soup base. We must carefully remove the bones from the flesh on either side. Then slice the fish meat into delicate thin pieces, wrapping them in large leaves. We can enjoy the fish slices once we return. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The best is yet to come." As she spoke, Yanxi had already swallowed several times, her mouth watering excessively. If only we had some chili as a seasoning, this fish dish would become even more delectable. The fish, towering to half a person's height, yielded about 10 pounds of meat after such meticulous preparation. Yanxi could not consume such a large quantity, yet she was uncertain about everyone else's preferences. Thus, she decided to prepare just one for the time being, intending to catch more if they expressed a fondness for it during the next occasion. On the journey back, Yanxi was filled with excitement. Upon reaching their stall, she found the diligent Huan Huan attentively managing their booth, selling medicinal herbs. Yanxi called out from afar, "Xianjin, there is a delightful feast awaiting us tonight." Upon seeing the girl seated upon the back of the white tiger, excitedly beckoning him, Xianjin rose to his feet and waved back with a smile. However, after only a couple of gestures, he was met with the intensely threatening gazes of 2 male beastmen across from him. Xianjin's smile faltered, and he lowered his hand. In the past, it was only Yicheng who had been his protector. Now, with the addition of the red-gifted Qiuzhe, Xianjin felt a sense of despondency, uncertain if he still had a chance to become Yanxi's beast husband. Yet, considering Qiuzhe's status as Yanxi's servant, he found a glimmer of hope. As he awaited the approach of Yanxi and her companions, she presented him with the fish meat wrapped in leaves. Xianjin pondered and inquired, "Is this the flesh of the river's spiny beast? But why does it lack spines?" Yanxi smiled and said, "Let us remove the thorns in advance, then slice the fish in this manner. Once we prepare the broth, we shall enjoy hot fish slices for dinner." Chapter 53. Establishing a good rapport with a wandering healer is something they fervently desire. As Yanxi spoke of the delightful dishes, Anan, who had not seen her for several days, found himself gently embraced by Xinghua, whose delicate form seemed almost fragile. Following closely behind was Aoyao. As the trio approached, Anan remarked, "If Yanxi claims the food is delicious, it must indeed be exquisite. I wonder if there will be a portion for me?" Yanxi spoke generously, "Indeed, indeed. Those who witness shall partake. We have caught one today, and if you enjoy the feast, we shall venture out again tomorrow." There is a peculiar charm in the atmosphere of everyone gathering, eagerly awaiting a dish to be served. Perhaps this is the essence of every true foodie. Yanxi was simultaneously directing Yicheng to chop vegetables and instructing Yao Yi on how to sort the base ingredients. She also had to remind Qiuzhe not to let the heat be too high or too low. The atmosphere was bustling with activity. Although the flavor was somewhat lacking when using a clay pot to sort the base, they managed to prepare it adequately and poured in water, covering it with the lid crafted by Yicheng. She remarked, "Once the water reaches a boil, we can blanch the slices of fish. The flesh is quite tender, and a brief dip in the scalding broth will suffice for consumption. Those who wish to indulge should prepare a wooden bowl and chopsticks. Soon, everyone will have the chance to savor the delicacy. For the other eager diners, please bring your own bowls and chopsticks." Yanxi's words were directed at the orcs who were eagerly stretching their necks, inhaling the tantalizing aroma of their food. Over the past few days, Yanxi and her companions had become quite familiar with the orcs at the nearby stalls, as most of her herbs were exchanged with them. These orcs harbored their own motives, seeking to cultivate a favorable relationship with Yanxi. In the beast world, there were many orcs who consumed raw meat, which often led to various ailments. Thus, establishing a rapport with a wandering healer was something they greatly desired. Moreover, Yanxi's generosity was genuine. She would freely share the properties and uses of entire herbs, making them even more inclined to foster a connection with her. Previously, the delectable aroma of grilled meat wafted from Yanxi's stall, leaving the orcs to swallow their saliva while they feasted on their own rudimentary roasted meats. Now, with her magnanimity allowing them to have a taste, she was presenting them an opportunity to build goodwill. They eagerly exclaimed, "We were just waiting for your invitation. Little female, the food from your stall has been the most enticing these days. It's truly been tormenting us. Today, I must have a bite. Yes, yes. I too must have a taste. Just for that exquisite aroma. Little female, share your recipe with me, and I shall offer you 10 bone coins. I can trade you for clay pots if that suits you. I have all sizes of pots available. I have salt to offer in exchange. I can barter. Such voices rose in chorus, each fearful of missing out on a morsel of food. Indeed, it has been proven that many relationships deepen over the shared enjoyment of a meal. Yanxi smiled and said, prepare your bowls and chopsticks. It's first come, first served. Let us line up one by one. Observing the substantial catch of fish, each orc in attendance received a piece, leaving many without even a taste. Even Yanxi was fortunate enough to have a bowl saved for her by Yi Cheng, while the remaining fish and soup were entirely distributed. Unexpectedly, this spiny fish was incredibly delicious. We should catch a few more tomorrow for cooking. However, even if we tried, we could not replicate Yanxi's culinary prowess. We could trade items with her. She was remarkably generous, readily sharing the names and effects of medicinal herbs. The herbs we exchanged with her proved to be far more effective than the exorbitantly priced ones we obtained from the shaman. Indeed, this little female was truly generous. Unfortunately, the red-gifted orc by her side was overly protective. Otherwise, I would have loved to introduce my son to her. If you have a son, why not give it a try? Who knows, Yanxi might take a liking to him. After all, an orc husband cannot prevent a young female from befriending other orc males, can he? However, you must also consider whether your son possesses the requisite talents and looks that could rival those two striking red-gifted orcs beside her. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing to even approach her. There are only a handful of red-gifted male orcs in this beastly world, and in terms of appearance and strength, few could compare to those two. They are self-aware enough to understand this. The group of orcs spoke candidly, none taking it too seriously, and soon erupted into hearty laughter. After thanking Yanxi, they dispersed, planning to catch more spiny fish tomorrow and bring items to exchange with Yanxi for techniques on how to process them. The male orcs busied themselves with cleaning and washing the dishes. Yi Cheng pulled Yanxi into the tent, placing the bowl of fish he had saved for her into her hands, saying, eat this before coming out. She had barely had a few bites earlier. Seeing her delight at the sight of the fish, it was clear she relished fish meat. Furthermore, this fish was notably tender compared to the game he usually hunted. It required little cooking time for her to enjoy. He planned to have Qiuzhe watch over Yanxi while he went to the river to catch a few more fish she adored, ensuring that by morning, she would awaken to a delightful meal of fish. Yanxi held on to Yi Cheng and said, you haven't eaten either. Let us finish our meal together before heading out. She picked up a piece of fish and offered it to his lips. Yi Cheng was momentarily taken aback, as if something had filled his chest to the brim, bringing him an unexpected sense of comfort. He opened his mouth and accepted the piece of fish she had presented. However, just as they had taken a bite, the tent flap was suddenly lifted from outside. Qiuzhe, observing the scene within the tent, contemplated making his exit. Yanxi called out, Qiuzhe, come quickly. The fish we painstakingly brought back has almost disappeared without us having savored it, but Yi Cheng has left behind a bowl for us to share. Qiuzhe was taken aback that the little female was willing to divide such a meager portion of fish with him. He contemplated declining, for she too had barely eaten any, and it was evident she had not satisfied her hunger. Yet, recalling that Yi Cheng had partaken just moments ago, and considering the invitation extended to him, he felt it inappropriate to refuse. He glanced at Yi Cheng, who harbored a hint of displeasure, for that bowl was indeed meant for Shishi. Nevertheless, understanding that he would need Qiuzhe to protect Shishi that night, he reluctantly said, come in. With Yi Cheng's tacit approval, Qiuzhe felt no further reservations and stepped inside, where the three shared the solitary bowl of fish. In truth, they barely consumed a few bites, yet the atmosphere among them had undeniably warmed compared to before. Qiuzhe took the empty bowl, stating, I shall wash it. Yanxi nodded and handed him the bowl and chopsticks. Nicheng contemplated for a moment and said to Yanxi, would you prefer to stay in the tent for a while, or would you like to step outside for a bit? I shall prepare some hot water for your ablutions. Yanxi, missing Anan whom she hadn't seen for a few days, expressed her desire to speak with her. She said, I will go find Anan to spend some time together. Yi Cheng nodded in agreement and cautioned, do not wander too far this evening. Yanxi stepped out of the tent and said, let us stroll around the gathering. Everyone here is familiar. After contemplating, Yi Cheng nodded in agreement. He watched her head towards the neighboring tent of the goat tribe to play with the female orc. He then took out a ceramic pot specifically designated for boiling water for Yanxi. Qiuzhe approached after washing the dishes, glancing at Yanxi playing with the female orc in the goat tribe's tent, but he did not pay it much mind. Tonight, you will watch over Shishi while she sleeps. I will go catch a few more fish so that when she wakes up tomorrow, she can enjoy a meal. Yi Cheng instructed. Qiuzhe paused, somewhat surprised that Yi Cheng entrusted him with the responsibility of keeping the little female orc company while she slept. Did this imply that he could engage in some playful antics with her? He felt a mix of excitement and apprehension, standing there somewhat flustered. He wanted to inquire whether he could do something to win her over, but he ultimately lacked the courage, still haunted by Yi Cheng's formidable presence. All right, he replied. A single word that conveyed his current exhilaration, which Yi Cheng could easily discern. Internally, Yi Cheng grappled with conflicting feelings. He was reluctant to have other male orcs notice his little female orc, yet circumstances compelled him to act otherwise. Xiaozhe, however, remained blissfully unaware of Yi Cheng's emotions. His mind was solely occupied with the prospect of spending the night alone with the little female orc, especially since Yi Cheng had granted him permission for some minor liberties. He believed that, with Yi Cheng's approval and their subtle connection, he could swiftly win her affection and convince her to become his true mate. This would grant him a measure of authority within this household, rather than always having to feign submissiveness, which he hardly desired. Yet, given Yi Cheng's superior strength, he had no choice but to bow his head. Meanwhile, behind the tent of the goat tribe, Old Goat walked ahead, followed closely by Lian Qian. Upon reaching a large tree, Old Goat came to a stop and turned to sit down. Lian Qian, struggling to maintain his composure, asked, "Father, have you brought me out here for a specific reason?" Old Goat sighed and said, "Lian Qian, sit down. I have a few words to share." After a moment's hesitation, Lian Qian joined Old Goat by his side. Old Goat paused for a while before continuing, "Lian Qian, do you know why our goat tribe's female orcs possess remarkable potential, yet our numbers remain few?" Without a moment's thought, Lian Qian replied, "Because we lack sharp teeth and claws, and our combat prowess is weak. When faced with danger, other races can resist, while we goats can only passively endure. Such endurance often costs us our lives." Old Goat nodded. "Indeed. We can only survive in this harsh world by banding together." Lian Qian lowered his head in silence. Old Goat continued, "You are the only goat orc in our tribe with ancestral blood, and your potential was green from birth. It is said that our ancestor, Lian Qian, had 2 eyes on his back. When you were born, you also bore these 2 eyes. We old ones were elated, believing our tribe would flourish. However," Old Goat sighed at this point. He went on, "I know you harbor feelings for Yanxi, but if you were an ordinary goat orc with average potential, I would not impose too many expectations on you regarding pursuing your desires. Yet now, I must advise you to temper your feelings. You two are incompatible." Lian Qian, initially nervous that his father was aware of his feelings, felt his heart sink at the implication. His fists clenched tightly, yet he refrained from arguing. A part of him resented the notion. Old Goat, noticing his reaction, sighed again and elaborated, "Yanxi possesses no potential whatsoever." Lian Qian looked up in astonishment. How? How is that possible? Even the least gifted female orcs possess green potential. How can there be a female orc with no potential at all? He understood what it meant for a female orc to lack any potential. It implied a complete absence of fertility. As the most gifted male orc with ancestral blood in the tribe, his kin would undoubtedly wish for him to propagate their lineage. However, if Yanxi lacked fertility, the tribe would never allow him to become her mate. Between him and Yanxi, there loomed 2 great mountains, and now a third had arisen. "Father is not deceiving you. I have never lied to you. It was Yanxi's mate, that wandering orc, who disclosed this information," Old Goat explained. Lian Qian shook his head. How could someone so powerful share such personal matters with you? Seeing his son still in disbelief, Old Goat continued, "He is indeed powerful. But precisely because of his strength, he refrains from mingling with other orcs. His knowledge is limited." That day, he inquired about various matters and expressed his desire to take Yanxi to join a strong tribe. "I did not think much of it at the time. But after observing your growing closeness with Yanxi, I realized I needed to intervene." Lian Qian's face turned pale. He was already deeply involved. Moreover, he had no desire to extricate himself. He pondered the possibility of following in Xiaozhe's footsteps, first becoming Yanxi's servant and gradually winning her affection to become her mate. As Old Goat's son, Lian Qian's thoughts were not lost on him. He patted Lian Qian's shoulder and said, "Do not entertain thoughts of becoming her servant, even if it costs me my life. I will never agree to that unless you renounce me and our tribe." After speaking, Old Goat stood and walked towards the tent. With each step, his back seemed to bend further. In the darkness, Lian Qian felt as though he were being dragged into an abyss, shackled by unseen chains that obscured the light and kept him from the shore. Yet, even in such a dire situation, he felt powerless. He gazed towards the tent where Yanxi and the others were, filled with laughter and joy, but devoid of the female orc he cherished. At that moment, it seemed no one could rescue him. Suddenly, thrust into the adult world, Lian Qian felt an inexplicable fear. Meanwhile, Yanxi and Anan were engaged in their own activities. Yanxi observed Anan's extravagant display of consuming food, which appeared somewhat alarming. She inquired, "Did you not have enough to eat this evening?" Although the fish she had prepared was scarcely touched by anyone, including herself, the beastmen would surely find sustenance upon their return. However, Anan's fervent chewing, coupled with her relentless stuffing of food into her mouth, was indeed disconcerting. One could easily gain several pounds in a single night. Yet, Anan dismissed her concerns nonchalantly, stating, "I am preparing for the gestation of my young." Io mentioned that the gestation period for their female ape beast men is approximately 200 solar days, which exceeds that of our horned sheep by 60 solar days. "I fear the challenges of bearing young, and I am also concerned about the scarcity of food during the rainy season. Hence I am storing energy within my body in advance." Yanxi, filled with astonishment, turned her gaze towards Anan's abdomen and inquired, "Are you expecting a baby? It has only been a few days. Even if a Yao and Xing Bai are harmoniously entwined with your life each day, Such swift knowledge of pregnancy seems implausible. Anan chuckled softly and replied, I am uncertain whether I am indeed carrying a young one. For now, I am merely storing energy as the rainy season is swiftly approaching. If I were to discover my pregnancy during that time, with scarce food available, I would have to rely on the energy I have accumulated to nurture the little one within. Yenshi clicked her tongue, pondering whether Anan's early preparations were truly advantageous. The reserves stored within her body were merely fat. Could they be utilized by then? She remained somewhat oblivious to the intricacies of the beast world. Yet, perhaps it was indeed feasible? After all, there existed unremovable beast markings, spatial anomalies, and extraordinary abilities. What else could possibly be deemed impossible? Thus, it was wise to remain silent and show respect for their beliefs and practices. In Chapter 55, after retrieving someone, if you seek retribution, I would willingly sacrifice my life for you. Anan paused her chewing and inquired of Yenshi, have you conceived a cub? It seems you rarely engage with your male counterpart. I have yet to hear any sounds emanating from your tent. Shouldn't your beast husband be in heat? Do they not desire your company? Yenshi felt a sudden jolt throughout her body, as she only registered Anan's words. Are you pregnant with cubs? The rest of the conversation faded into oblivion. Was she truly with child? She and Yi Cheng had seemingly never taken precautions. Yet, deep down, Yenshi believed it was impossible for her to bear Yi Cheng's offspring. After all, she was acutely aware that two distinct species would experience reproductive isolation. The notion of conceiving Yi Cheng's child was utterly inconceivable to her. Their chromosomal structures were incompatible. Moreover, the thought of a human carrying a serpent made her shudder with horror. As a mammal, what could she possibly produce alongside an oviparous creature? A serpent-human hybrid? Or perhaps a beast-man? Or maybe even some other bizarre entity? The mere contemplation made her uneasy. Hastily, she took her pulse, hoping to ascertain whether there was any possibility of pregnancy. After all, she and Yi Cheng had never employed any contraceptive measures. In this beastly realm, how could one even practice contraception? Not detecting any signs of a positive pulse, Yenshi exhaled a profound sigh of relief. She was confident that the scientific principle of reproductive isolation held true. Give me your hand, she instructed, so I may check your pulse and see if you are with cubs. Anan, filled with excitement, eagerly extended her hand and inquired, Yenshi, can you truly discern my pregnancy just by feeling my pulse? Her voice, rather loud, attracted the attention of several beastmen nearby, who turned to observe the two of them. Yenshi felt a sense of embarrassment and hurriedly pulled Anan away a little further. The orcs in this beastly continent had such booming voices. With Anan's exclamation, there was a chance that tomorrow's gossip about her would multiply. Chiozei had mentioned just today that they were previously targeted by the sorcery of the shaman from the ape beastman tribe. If someone took Anan's shout and embellished it further, it would only lead to more trouble for her. Oblivious to Yenshi's concerns, Anan continued to question her with suspicion. Yenshi, why are you running? Did you not wish to join a powerful tribe? With your own strength, those formidable tribes would surely welcome your inclusion. Anan's words did seem reasonable. Yenshi replied, let us set aside those matters for now. Allow me to check your pulse. Anan eagerly extended her hand to Yenshi. Yenshi pressed 3 fingers against her pulse, feeling for a sign of life. Yet, she detected no discernible rhythm. It might simply be that the time was still too early to ascertain any signs. However, considering the frequency with which Anan, Yao, and Xingbai engaged, conceiving a child seemed rather unlikely. She remarked, if you are eager to have a little one, perhaps it would be wise to refrain from such frequent attempts. Excessive frequency may not be conducive to conception. She continued, it's not that we're in a hurry for a child. It's just that, as you know, I have come of age and have entered my heat. While Yao and Xingbai are also in their respective heats, the discomfort during this period is rather challenging. Anan's bold and forthright expression of her interactions with her 2 beast husbands caused Yenshi's cheeks to flush a deep crimson. While the speaker remained unperturbed, the listener found the conversation somewhat overwhelming. Noticing Yenshi's renewed shyness, Anan inquired, are you not experiencing the same? Indeed, during my heat, I have an overwhelming desire to be with a male beast. Yenshi, what is your species? Why do I feel as though I have never witnessed you in heat? Nor have I heard any sounds from you and your beast husband during the night? Yenshi was rendered speechless by Anan's inquiry. Reason dictated that she should keep her purely human nature a secret from everyone. She could only feign shyness, saying, I am feeling bashful. I shall not disclose anything further. I must take my leave now. Yenshi, in a flurry of panic, hurried back, fearful that Anan might catch up and inquire about her lineage. She ran with great speed, ultimately managing to evade Anan. As she slowed her pace, she noticed a few orcs bustling about the gathering. While most of the orcs at the stalls had retreated to their respective tents, the beast world offered little in terms of entertainment. Those without partners sought rest, while those with companions seemed to find their fleeting pleasures diminished during this season of blossoms. The night air, eerily silent, brought an unexpected chill to Yenshi. A sudden yearning for the cool embrace of Yi Cheng washed over her, as did a longing for the soft, irresistible fur of Chiozei. Abruptly, her thoughts drifted back to Anan's mention of pregnancy. Being a pure-blooded human, she faced reproductive isolation from all orcs in the beast world. She pondered whether, should she be unable to bear a child for Yiqing, he would harbor resentment. After all, the very reason male orcs dedicated themselves to female orcs was to ensure the continuation of their lineage. If she were incapable of giving Yiqing an heir, would he remain by her side? The notion of his potential departure had never crossed her mind. If that day were to come, how would she navigate life in the beast world? Though he currently seemed genuinely interested in her, emotions can wane. When the novelty fades and their connection loses its luster, would he continue to cherish, indulge, and protect her as he does now? She felt a moment of uncertainty. She halted her steps, lifting her gaze to the desolate and expansive gathering, momentarily unsure of her path ahead. The way back seemed irrevocably lost, and the long, unseen road before her appeared daunting. A sudden wave of panic engulfed her, as if the boundless night were the gaping maw of a colossal beast poised to devour her. Her vision blurred, eyelids drooping. She turned and traversed the gathering area, heading towards the adjacent dark forest. At this moment, Yiqing noticed Anan returning alone, while his little female companion had yet to arrive. His eyelids twitched sharply. An unsettling thought crept into his mind. He grasped Anan's arm and inquired, "Where is she? She did not accompany you back?" Anan paused in surprise, responding, "She hasn't returned? That's impossible. I saw her heading this way. She was running ahead of me. She should have arrived before me." Upon hearing this, Yiqing's anxiety intensified. He turned to Qiuzhe and asked, "Can you sense her whereabouts?" Qiuzhe, aware that Shi was missing, focused inwardly to discern her location. However, their connection was enigmatic, typically reliant on Shi's emotional state for clarity. At present, she exhibited no discernible feelings. Qiuzhe shook his head and replied, "She may have been knocked unconscious. No emotions are reaching me." Yiqing inhaled deeply. His fist clenched tightly, his voice icy. "Search for her. Find her." With that, he dashed from the stall. At this juncture, Anan also began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Shi, a fragile female, had yet to return, leaving the others to ponder the myriad of possibilities that could arise. The most dreadful thought was whether she might have been captured by the exiled orcs. This notion weighed heavily on the minds of all present. Anan, with reddened eyes, declared, "Nightchung, I will go too. Shi was with me when we got separated." Nightchung viewed everyone with suspicion, perceiving them as potential threats, and was in no mood to engage. His cold, bloodthirsty gaze fell upon Anan, causing her to retreat several steps in fear. Yet, Yao Xingshi and other companions shielded her silently, offering their protection. Yao understood the connection between this situation and his sister, for it was she who had taken Shi out. Anxiety gripped him. With one already missing, he could not allow anything to happen to his sister as well. "Our priority is to find Shi. Once she is safe, I will bear the consequences," he vowed. Chapter 56. Words you can write? Anan felt a surge of panic as she grasped the arms of her two beast husbands, turning her gaze to her brother, standing protectively in front of her. He had grown up, now aware of the need to defend her. Old Jiaoyang, upon hearing his son's words, sighed deeply. "The entire Jiaoyang tribe shall heed my command. Elders, females, and children shall remain behind. All others must venture forth to locate Shi. We must bring her back, or else my son and daughter may pay the ultimate price." Anan watched as all the adult male beastmen of the Jiaoyang tribe mobilized, including her two husbands, and guilt washed over her. She had never anticipated that Shi could get lost on such a short journey. The gathering was not vast, and she had been walking right in front of her. She could hardly believe that such a small distance could lead to Shi's disappearance. Nightchung warned, "You had better pray that nothing has happened to Shi. Otherwise, I cannot fathom the extreme measures I may resort to." With that, he transformed, his serpent tail appearing as he swiftly departed. Qiuzhe also transformed, using all his strength to catch up with the serpentine beast man, who was not particularly adept at speed. "Shi's beast pattern is still with us. She should not be in any immediate danger," he reassured. Nightchung abruptly halted, his hand brushing against the beast pattern of Shi on his neck. In his panic, he had almost forgotten this crucial detail. As he caressed the pattern, a deep sincerity enveloped him as he made a vow to the beast god. If only he could retrieve Shi safely and unharmed, he would dedicate his heart to the beast god as his sole faith. Qiuzhe, caught off guard by Nightchung's sudden stop, found himself having to run back to see him staring intently at the moon, as if making an important decision. For the first time, he sensed that Shi held a significance for Nightchung that surpassed even life itself. This concern was unlike his own instinct to claim a female based solely on scent. Thus, he recognized himself as the interloper who disrupted their harmony. It struck Qiuzhe that he had intruded upon their tranquility, rendering himself superfluous. Had he known earlier, he might have also recognized Shi as the only female worth pursuing. After searching for so many years, he had not found a single member of his own tribe appealing until now. He had always been competitive and believed no beast man could surpass him, until he encountered Nightchung. Suddenly, Qiuzhe reverted to human form and remarked, "Shi is experiencing emotions." Nightchung turned sharply, inquiring, "What emotions?" He felt a surge of relief at having allowed Qiuzhe to form a master-servant contract with Shi, ensuring he could glean some information about her condition. Furrowing his brow, Qiuzhe replied, "It's chaotic." Her spirits are quite low. Is she hurt? Naiching asked anxiously, gripping Chiozei's arm. It doesn't seem like an injury. I attempted to reach her with my thoughts. After saying this, Chiozei closed his eyes, striving to connect with Yinshi through the ethereal bond of emotions. In that moment, his efforts jolted Yinshi, who had been under someone else's control, awake. As she regained consciousness, she found herself bound to a wooden post, facing a table adorned with a piece of animal hide, and in her hand, a charred stick resembling a charcoal pencil. Scanning the hide, she noticed it was filled with her scrawled words, but only 2 characters stood out, Naiching. Dropping the stick, she looked around, bewildered. Where was she? Her last memory was of walking towards the gathering, feeling increasingly despondent, before everything faded into darkness. Just moments ago, a voice had called to her, reminiscent of Chiozei's. Upon awakening, her eyes met a gaunt old man clad in animal hide standing before her. He sighed, lamenting her premature return to consciousness. He seized the hide, noticing the unfamiliar characters, and trembled with excitement, as if struck by a fit of Parkinson's. Words. You can write? Do you understand how scarce written language is in the beast world? You must be the emissary sent by the beast god to save our realm. With that proclamation, he knelt before Yinshi, bowing fervently, causing her to jump in surprise. Still grappling with the situation, Yinshi instinctively sensed the immense malice emanating from the old beast man. She was not foolish enough to claim any role as a messenger. She retained a modicum of awareness regarding her perilous circumstances. I am no emissary. I am merely an ordinary female beastman. Truly, I am powerless. Yinshi expressed her feelings of vulnerability, suggesting that they could easily extinguish her life with a mere hand. Upon hearing her words, the elder pondered for a moment and replied, "The words of the envoy carry profound meaning. You are indeed a messenger sent by the Lord of Beasts." After saying this, he began to bow fervently before her. Yinshi, she now wishes to retract her previous statement, uncertain if it still holds any weight. Once the elder finished bowing, he turned to the young Kalami behind him and instructed, "Go summon the chieftain. I must formally announce to him, to the members of the ape beastmen, and to all the denizens of the beast world that the great beast god has dispatched a messenger to enlighten and save our realm." "Hurry," young Kalami exclaimed in response, calling out as she dashed out of the cave to seek assistance. Yinshi wished to argue a bit further. She said, "I truly am not the messenger sent by the great beast god. I am just an utterly ordinary female." At that moment, the cave was occupied solely by the old man and Yinshi. He turned to her, chuckling softly, and remarked, "I am well aware that you are merely an ordinary female, but not only that, you are a completely talentless one. A female devoid of any talent signifies a total lack of fertility. How could you possibly be the envoy dispatched by the great beast god to the beast realm?" Yinshi narrowed her eyes and remarked, "So you were deliberately speaking for the benefit of those orcs just now? Indeed, without them, how could anyone possibly recognize your uniqueness? As there are no other orcs present now, I shall speak candidly. No shaman could endure such a flagrant breach of tradition. Thus, you must perish." The old man's voice, as he uttered these words, resembled that of someone being throttled by an unseen hand, sending a chill down Yinshi's spine. Yinshi was indeed filled with trepidation. These orcs are unbound by the constraints of law, devoid of morality. This insufferable shaman, who presumptuously claims to be a messenger of the beast god, is utterly oblivious to his own demise. Who dares to assert that the orcs of the beast world are uncivilized and lacking in intelligence? She was the first to rise in defiance. Is this not the epitome of cunning? Masterfully employing others as instruments of her own demise. From a lofty moral standpoint, he proclaims that by sacrificing her, he will bestow numerous benefits upon the beast world. Even if such promises remain unfulfilled, she will be reduced to nothingness. And in that moment, who will remember her? Yinshi feigned calmness and said, "I have a beast husband. He is a male orc with a red talent. And I also possess a red talent slave. If they learn that you have harmed me, they will not spare you." "So what?" The elder replied, "I am the shaman of the ape orc tribe. Would they dare to oppose us?" At that moment, a series of thuds echoed behind him as several bodies thudded to the ground. The orcs who had just gone to summon the ape orc chieftain now lay sprawled on the ground, their bodies twisted and motionless, oblivious to their fate. Yinshi recognized these orcs. They were the same ones who had previously caused trouble at their stall. Startled, the elder quickly drew a bone knife and pressed it against Yinshi's neck, eyeing the 3 powerful male orcs surrounding him, each radiating their unique talents. The one in the center, a male orc named Yi Chung, possessed red hair and a serpent's tail. With each foot he moved forward, the ground beneath him froze. His aura was both terrifying and formidable, extending 6 meters. To his right was Chiozei, surrounded by a swirling ribbon-like stream of water. To his left stood Yonghe, who was enveloped in crackling arcs of white lightning, a sight that was equally deadly. Seeing Yonghe among these 3, the elder felt a surge of hope. "Yonghe, quickly, kill those 2 orcs. Our tribe has received the messenger of the beast god. They have come to steal the messenger from us. If we sacrifice her to the beast god, our ape orc tribe shall ascend to unparalleled strength and nobility on this continent." Yonghe frowned, clearly skeptical of such foolishness. "Old shaman, release that female. I do not wish to make enemies of two orcs with red talent, especially one from the White Tiger tribe. If our ape-orc tribe were to oppose the White Tiger tribe, it would lead to our destruction. The old shaman's eyes widened. Yonghe, you are an ape-orc. Do you dare defy my orders? Yonghe replied coolly, you are merely a shaman, not the chieftain. I listen only to the chieftain. The elder realized that the current situation offered him no advantage. He reversed his grip, cutting the ropes binding Yin Shi, granting her freedom. He watched helplessly as she ran towards the wandering orc. This young female is knowledgeable about herbs, skilled in healing, and understands ancient scripts. I suspect she is purely human. If you examine the necks of her two husbands and observe their beast patterns, you will discern her true nature. If she is indeed purely human, she is a treasure of the beast world. No one may claim her for themselves. I only discovered her mystery and brought her back to ascertain her race. Only pure humans possess no talents. He turned his gaze expectantly toward Yi Cheng and Qiu Zhe, seeking confirmation of his hypothesis about Yin Shi's identity. If it could be confirmed that she was indeed human, his suspicions would be validated. Qiu Zhe, upon hearing that Yin Shi was a female devoid of any talent, looked surprised and turned to Yi Cheng. The atmosphere around Yi Cheng grew colder, and he refrained from explaining himself. His eyes narrowed as he regarded the elderly shaman, his aura intensifying. The old shaman knew too many of Yin Shi's secrets. He must die. Without the elder speaking, Yonghe stepped in front of him, blocking Yi Cheng. You have saved the girl. She is unharmed. Please leave. Yi Cheng held Yin Shi in one arm, sharp icicles forming in his other hand. He must die. Yonghe's lightning crackled more fiercely. This is the ape or tribe. Do you truly wish to kill the tribe's shaman? Do you want her to spend her life as a fugitive like you? Yi Cheng paused, glancing down at the frightened Yin Shi, who nestled silently in his embrace. He did not want her to endure such a fate. Nevertheless, he remained resolute, stating, if he lives, he will bring endless trouble to Yin Shi. With this admission, Yi Cheng indirectly acknowledged Yin Shi's identity as a pure human. If the shaman lived tonight, he would surely reveal her identity to the entire beast world by dawn, which would spell disaster for her. Yonghe gazed at the small female nestled in Yi Cheng's arms, as if making a decision. If you trust me, take her away now. I will handle the rest. Yi Cheng hesitated, surprised by Yonghe's words. In that moment, the two men seemed to reach a silent agreement. Yi Cheng retracted his powers, cradled Yin Shi, and turned to leave. As long as you handle this matter well, there will be a chance for you to find us alive. What that entailed remained a secret between the two men. Seeing Yi Cheng spare the elder, Qiu Zhe glanced around before deciding to follow him. He caught up to Yi Cheng, asking, are we not killing that old fool? Given Yin Shi's uniqueness, even the combined strength of our entire White Tiger tribe may not be enough to protect her. Furthermore, he could reveal her human identity to my father, who is tight-lipped. But this so-called shaman is not trustworthy. I believe it would be best to eliminate him to avoid future troubles. Yi Cheng gently stroked Yin Shi's back. Yonghe will help me deal with him. Qiu Zhe was taken aback. How do you know? Yi Cheng sighed, feeling reluctant to part with his small female. Yet, he realized that Yonghe would need to survive for that to happen. If Yonghe died, then it would not count as a breach of his promise, would it? With that thought, Yi Cheng felt a sense of relief as he carried Yin Shi back. Meanwhile, in the cave, Yonghe faced the old shaman, who had overheard their cryptic exchange. With everyone gone, he sensed an unprecedented danger. Grasping his bone knife defensively, he stared at Yonghe, who had turned to face him. Yonghe, what do you intend to do? You are an ape-orc. Do you dare to kill me? Yonghe's eyes were filled with a tangle of emotions. Having grown up in the tribal lands, he was one of the few young beastmen nurtured under the watchful gaze of the old shaman. Although his father succumbed to illness due to the shaman's negligence, he never doubted the shaman's medical skills. It was only upon witnessing Yin Shi's ability to save countless lives that he grasped the truth. His father's condition had been delayed. He was aware that within the beast world, deaths occurred daily, be it from illness, old age, conflicts between tribes, or the hunt. He had grown accustomed to this reality. However, he should not have set his sights on the young female. He stated, I have given you chances. Recently, I have had the chieftain assign you tasks to keep you occupied, to prevent you from causing trouble for her, yet you have chosen your own demise. No one can save you. With that, Yonghe raised his hand and unleashed a bolt of lightning capable of shattering a beastman's skull. The thick lightning struck the old shaman's head, instantly reducing it to a pulp. Chapter 58. Yonghe kills the old shaman. This gruesome scene was witnessed by Emma, a female beastman who had come to collect medicine from the shaman. With a piercing scream, she drew the attention of more beastmen. Trembling, Emma pointed at Yonghe and exclaimed, Yonghe has killed the old shaman. The onlookers were bewildered. How could someone as affable as Yonghe possibly commit such an act? Yet, as Yonghe turned around, the blood and brains from the shaman's exploded head painted a horrifying picture. Yonghe indeed resembled a beastman risen from the depths of hell. The chieftain of the beastmen soon arrived, and upon witnessing Yonghe's fearsome appearance, commanded his kin to restrain him. The chieftain declared, First, detain him. We shall hold a trial after this gathering. Yonghe was swiftly subdued and bound by the advancing beastmen. He did not resist. He had already prepared himself for the worst outcome when he made this decision. Meanwhile, At the stall, Yinshi and her companions were present. Upon seeing Yi Qing carry Yinshi back, Anan was about to approach with concern when Yao stopped him. Yi Qing's expression was far from pleasant. Since they had retrieved Yinshi, it was best not to provoke him further, especially as he was clearly in a furious state. At the tent's entrance, Yi Qing instructed Qiuza, "Bring in hot water." Qiuza nodded and turned to fetch a pot of boiling water from the stove. Observing that Yi Qing was cradling Yinshi without entering the black earth space, he poured the hot water into Yinshi's usual large basin, mixing in cold water until it reached a suitable temperature. He then announced, "The water is ready." Without lifting his gaze, Yi Qing commanded, "Stand guard at the entrance. No one is to enter." Qiuza complied and exited. Yi Qing lowered his head, resting his forehead against Yinshi's, murmuring, "Take a bath and sleep. All that has transpired today will soon fade away." Yinshi lifted her head, forcing a stiff smile as she replied, "All right." Yi Qing assisted her in rising. Observing as she entered the clay pot, without even removing her clothes, entirely oblivious to the situation, Yi Qing furrowed his brow, his mind preoccupied with the sudden events of the evening, devoid of any romantic inclinations. He watched as Yinshi scrubbed the stains and the green medicinal liquid from her body. It was only when her skin revealed its natural hue that Yi Qing inquired, "Is the water getting cold? Should you come out?" Yinshi nodded obediently, prompting a frown from Yi Qing. She was unusually compliant tonight. He handed her a set of clean clothes to wear. Just as Yi Qing was about to summon Qiuza to fetch some water, Yinshi grasped his wrist. As Yi Qing turned to explain that he merely wished to call Qiuza for the water, Yinshi's kiss suddenly met him. He paused, feeling the tremor that coursed through her. Wrapping his arms around her, he deepened the kiss. As the atmosphere grew increasingly heated and the scent emanating from her intensified, even Qiuza outside caught a whiff. He poked his head in and remarked, "Move to the space, not here." Yi Qing released Yinshi, both of them panting for breath. He rested his forehead against hers and said, "Let us go to the space." Yinshi embraced his waist, and with a thought, the two of them vanished instantly within the tent. Qiuza let out a sigh of relief, continuing to guard the entrance of the tent, preventing anyone from approaching even a step closer. Inside the space, Yi Qing sensed Yinshi's initiative. He was aware that her actions were somewhat inappropriate. Yet certain matters are beyond his control. Afterwards, the man tenderly kissed the forehead of the young girl in his arms, reluctant to leave even the slightest mark on her porcelain-white face. However, just as Yi Qing wished for her to have a restful sleep, he noticed her stirring once more. He grasped her hand and planted a gentle kiss on it, saying, "Let's leave it at this for today. You need to rest well now." Yinshi slowly opened her eyes, gazing at Yi Qing with a look that seemed to contain 1,000 unspoken words, yet ultimately condensed into a single, feather-light utterance. "All right." As her eyelids fluttered shut, Yi Qing frowned. Her demeanor tonight was profoundly unsettling. He had assumed she was merely frightened and that comforting her would suffice, but clearly, the situation was far more complex. He didn't know what had transpired during her abduction to leave her in such a state. He disliked this version of Yinshi, submissive, cautious, and fragile. He missed the vivacious, mischievous girl who once brightened his days. Yet tonight was not the time for words. She needed rest. After tending to her, he gathered her into his arms, enveloping her completely, cradling her as she slept. Yi Qing remained awake the entire night, watching over her. Throughout the long hours, the girl in his embrace tossed restlessly, sometimes weeping, sometimes pleading, at other moments laughing like a carefree child. By dawn, when she stirred awake, Yi Qing still held her protectively, his arms a steadfast sanctuary. The moment her eyes opened, they met his devastatingly handsome face. Yet, after a lingering glance, she averted her gaze, withdrawing into herself. Yi Qing had intended to greet her with a smile, but her sudden evasion unsettled him. Gently but firmly, he tilted her chin upward, compelling her to meet his eyes. The hesitation in her gaze sent a pang of alarm through him. She was hiding something. He knew it. This reticence reminded him painfully of their earliest encounters, a regression he refused to accept. Without another word, he leaned down and captured her lips in a kiss. Yinshi paused for a moment, her initial vigilance gradually dissipating as she seemed to reflect on something. However, her willingness to comply did not bring joy to Yi Qing. Instead, it only heightened his irritation. With a mind troubled by unrest, Yi Qing's movements lost their gentleness. Yinshi furrowed her brows in pain but refrained from vocalizing her discomfort. Yi Qing felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He halted his movements, resting his forehead against hers, and implored, "Tell me, Shishi, what has transpired? Please don't keep it to yourself. I cannot fathom it. Share it with me so that we may confront it together." Yinshi raised a forced smile and said, "It's nothing, just a bit tired." Yi Qing paused, lifting his head to gaze at Yinshi beside him. I am not as perceptive as you. I cannot fathom your thoughts. If you tell me, I will act upon it, and I assure you I will do it well. I lost you last night. Punish me as you wish, just not like this. I sense your unhappiness, and when you are discontent, I can't help but wonder if I have fallen short in some way, causing your sorrow. Or perhaps you simply do not favor a wandering beast man like me, preferring someone like Qiuza, who embodies warmth when you need it. If that is the case, I can depart. I merely wish for your happiness. For you to smile as you once did, carefree and anticipating the delightful encounters each new day brings. Whatever burdens you bear, please share them with me. No matter the matter, I am here to listen. Only by knowing can I assist in alleviating your troubles. The young woman raised her hand to cover her face, silent tears slipping through her fingers. The more she listened to him, the more she felt her own sensitivity was excessive. She had not always been this way. Initially, she simply felt that she could not navigate the beast world alone and sought the support of a steadfast companion, regardless of the manner or conditions. After all, he would protect her in the future, but this rested on the condition that she could bear him children, ensuring his unwavering dedication to her. Yet, what if she could not conceive? They belonged to two distinct species, separated by reproductive barriers. She could never carry his child. Fear gripped her as she pondered how she would survive alone in the beast world should he leave her. She could endure solitude, but the agony of withdrawing affection after having given it would be unbearable. Indeed, humans are the most greedy of creatures. She sniffed, removing her hands from her eyes. Her tear-stained gaze fell upon the man beside her, who appeared flustered by her weeping. She understood that, regardless of what lay ahead, this man at this moment was sincere in his feelings for her. Chapter 59. Why did Yi Cheng become a wandering beast man? Seeing her in such distress, Yi Cheng felt no other thoughts but quickly enveloped her in his embrace, soothingly saying, "Do not cry. Whatever it is, share it with me, and I shall resolve it. If I cannot, we will find a way together, shall we?" Yanxi lifted her gaze to him, contemplating the notion that an early death might lead to a swift rebirth. There must be a conclusion to this turmoil, lest she be plagued by incessant thoughts that tormented her spirit. "Did you hear what that old shaman said?" she inquired. Yi Cheng paused, surprised that she had finally found the words to communicate. He racked his brain, recalling the utterances of the ancient beastman, trying to discern which statement had struck a nerve with Yanxi. Ultimately, he extracted three salient phrases. One was the old beastman declaring her to be an envoy sent by the beast god to the beast realm. The other was his suspicion regarding Yanxi's humanity. In truth, there was little cause for concern regarding these points, for the beastman named Yonghe would assist him in eliminating the old shaman. Only the dead possessed the most unyielding of tongues. Furthermore, the band of rogue beastmen who aided the old shaman had been dealt with in the initial stages, alleviating any worry on that front. The moment Yi Cheng locked eyes with Yonghe, he understood that Yonghe's willingness to assist stemmed from his regard for Yanxi. Thus, he had uttered those fateful words. "As long as you handle this matter well and have a chance to survive, I will agree to your request." This statement may have been lost on Qiu Zhe, present at the time, but Yi Cheng was certain that the male beastman named Yonghe understood its significance. His agreement to take on another beast husband for Yanxi was not made blindly. Rather, it was influenced by Yonghe's lightning attribute ability. In the hierarchy of abilities, male beastmen with the same innate talent but differing powers are worlds apart. It was akin to Yi Cheng possessing a mutated ice ability within the natural realm, while Qiu Zhe merely wielded a water ability. Despite both having red talents, Yi Cheng could easily surpass Qiu Zhe. This was also related to his past efforts to suppress his own talent. Yonghe's lightning attribute, like his ice ability, was of a mutated nature, which is inherently more potent than natural elemental powers. If Yanxi were to have the most exceptional male beastmen as her husbands across this continent, she would command respect and fear, rendering her untouchable. Thus, Yanxi wrestled with the old beastman's assertion that she lacked talent and, consequently, the capacity for reproduction. This statement bore significant implications, as it suggested that the male beastmen of the beast realm revolved around their female counterparts, whose primary role was to bear their offspring. If Yanxi lacks talent, then she is devoid of fertility, rendering her incapable of bearing his offspring. She fears that if she cannot conceive his progeny, he may harbor discontent, become enraged, or abandon her, failing to offer her protection. Ultimately, it stems from her own inadequacy in providing herself with a sense of security. Yi Cheng pondered for a moment and said, She, do you know why I became a wandering beastman?" Yanxi stared at him in a daze, shaking her head. Yi Cheng took a deep breath and said, "Serpentine beastmen are emotionally detached. They only show kindness to their females, and even their offspring are abandoned once they have gained the ability to survive independently. I was cast aside by my father in the forest, becoming a wandering beastman." Yanxi, astonished, covered her mouth and thought, "Is there truly such a heartless father in this world?" Yet, Yi Cheng comprehended his father's actions and remarked, "In truth, I do not blame him. The red-bellied pit viper is an extraordinary species. Should they reach maturity, they inherit memories of the entire journey of their parents' acquaintance. Upon growing up, they can hardly distinguish whether they are the offspring or the father, often perceiving their mother as their mate. My father abandoned me for this very reason. However, when he cast me away with my elder brother, I managed to return, only to be met with brutal punishment. After several attempts, I dared not venture too close to my original tribe, nor did I wish to stray too far, for that was where my parents resided. Eventually, upon reaching adulthood and acquiring my father's inherited memories, I ceased to revisit the tribe of my birth. I remain uncertain whether my elder brother can discern who is the son and who is the father within his inherited memories. Yet, I am fully aware of my identity as the son. Thus, upon maturing and understanding the circumstances, I never returned. He feared that the tenuous familial bonds of the serpent-like beastmen would erode entirely. When Yi Cheng recounted his past, it felt as though he were narrating another's tale. However, upon uttering the word mother, he paused momentarily. Having lost maternal care at such a tender age, he harbored a sense of regret. After sharing his story, Yi Cheng lowered his gaze to Yan Shi and said, "The reason I share this with you is to convey that I do not concern myself with your ability to bear offspring. I have heard that in your realm, pure humans only mate with their kind, never with beastmen. The thought of a pure human like you bearing a child of a beast man must be daunting for you. Therefore, for me, your potential or fertility holds no sway over our bond or my resolve to be your beast husband, protecting you for a lifetime." Yan Shi felt a surge of tears welling up within her. She said, "Then you must be at a loss. You will never have offspring. The old witch doctor was right. I cannot conceive your child because we are two different beings. My studies in biology taught me that even if two species mate, reproductive isolation persists. The greater the chromosomal divergence between us, the more pronounced the reproductive barriers. Thus, I shall never bear your child, nor that of any other male beast man. My dear," she continued, "this chapter has more to unfold. Please turn to the next page for a more thrilling continuation. It matters not, truly. Whether or not we have offspring does not alter my feelings for you, regardless of what the future holds. I shall protect you and fight for you until my last breath." Yi Cheng vowed in his heart to safeguard Yan Shi, pledging his life to her. To deny being moved would be a falsehood. Yan Shi leapt forward, embracing Yi Cheng's neck, weeping profusely. From the previous night until now, she had been consumed by worry over this matter. She was uncertain how to communicate her situation to him, fearful that speaking would drive him away, yet also concerned that silence would be unfair to him. Ultimately, their relationship had become strained. She understood that forcing Yi Cheng to make such a sacrifice would demand an immeasurable toll from him, yet her fear of death rendered her powerless. At her core, she was selfish, wishing to keep him by her side for her own protection. In this beastly world, she lacked the courage to navigate alone. Although she could not repay him by bearing children, she still sought to reciprocate in whatever way possible, and thus she bestowed upon him a tender kiss. When they re-emerged in the tent, it was already the afternoon of the following day. Chiozei had prepared a meal, waiting for them to emerge from the black earth space. Upon their return the night before, he had sensed Yan Shi's low spirits without needing to employ telepathy. Seeing her smile now brought him joy, yet her increasing indifference to his gestures of affection left him feeling inexplicably uneasy. Meanwhile, after Yan Shi finished her meal, Yi Cheng suggested she return to the tent and rest a little longer, as he had matters to discuss with Chiozei. Chapter 60. The White Tiger clan learns that Chiozei is merely Yan Shi's servant. Yan Shi nodded, aware of what he intended to discuss with Chiozei, and refrained from interjecting as she turned and entered the tent. Outside, at the entrance of the tent belonging to the Kangal tribe, the creature known as the Yaotian sat, gazing longingly at Yan Shi, who offered no glance in return, leaving him with an inexplicable sense of disappointment. The sighs of his father echoed in his ears, prompting Yaotian to withdraw his gaze. Meanwhile, Yi Cheng and Chiozei sat by the fire, awaiting the boiling of water to prepare for Yan Shi's awakening. Yi Cheng tossed a log into the makeshift stove, observing the flames as he whispered in a tone audible only to Chiozei. "You heard the old shaman proclaim that Yan Shi possesses not a shred of talent as a female beastman. Indeed, she lacks any potential for reproduction, unable to bear offspring of our kind. I had refrained from directly addressing this matter with you, assuming your pursuit of her was genuine. It was my selfish desire for us to jointly safeguard her, allowing her to thrive in this beastly realm. She only learned of this yesterday, and it struck her profoundly. She fears I might abandon her for her inability to bear my progeny. Yet, I swore to the beast god that I would never forsake her," which brought a smile to her face. "If you seek a female to bear your offspring, I suggest you find another companion. Your bond with her is merely one of master and servant, permitting you to seek other female beastmen as partners, albeit you must reside in the same tribe as us. Rest assured, I will not impose unreasonable demands upon you simply due to your status as Yan Shi's servant. We shall coexist as neighbors, allowing you the freedom to pursue other female beastmen without interference. However, I require you to vow to the beast god that you will never disclose Yan Shi's true identity." Upon hearing such definitive words from Yi Cheng, Chiozei felt the last flicker of hope extinguished within him. He replied in frustration, "How can she be devoid of any talent? Even the least gifted females in this beastly realm possess a shade of blue talent. Even with blue talent, they exhibit some reproductive capability. After all my efforts to find a suitable female, to discover she is utterly talentless is disheartening. I am a male beastman of the White Tiger clan with red talent and water-based abilities, the strongest in combat. The prospect of being left without descendants is something I cannot accept. My partner must meet my standards, otherwise, I would not have searched for so long without settling for just any female. Must I ultimately choose one devoid of any talent? Furthermore, to be her servant? The mere thought of sharing either of these truths with my clan would provide them with endless amusement at my expense. Returning to the White Tiger clan in such a state would subject me to a lifetime of ridicule, and I would rather perish than face that reality. At that inopportune moment, his father and elder brother arrived to present him with a token of partnership. Chiozei had yet to inform them that he and Yen-shi were not bound in partnership, merely that he was her servant. Thus, when Yen-shi was summoned, the White Tiger clan members noticed the absence of the White Tiger markings upon her, causing the expression of the proud tiger to turn pale with disbelief. With a dismissive wave, he departed, and Xiongyu, observing his brother's embarrassment, sighed and followed suit, even leaving behind the token of partnership that the White Tiger clan could no longer bear to reclaim. Yen-shi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Unable to lift her gaze to meet Chiozei's, Chiozei rubbed his head, realizing he no longer wished to pretend. He said to Yen-shi, "You may keep these items for now." He found himself unable to return to his former life, bound to be Yen-shi's servant for eternity, unless he could become her beast husband. Yet, therein lay another conundrum. Even if he became her beast husband, she would not bear his offspring. What a truly paradoxical dilemma this was. Yen-shi, however, was somewhat reluctant to accept, feeling that if she did, her guilt towards Chiozei would only deepen. On the other hand, Yi Cheng suggested, "He will become our neighbor in the future, and there isn't much space here for these items. Let us store them for now." This implied that Yen-shi should first place them into the Black Earth space. The betrothal gifts brought by the White Tiger tribe were indeed substantial. 2 large beasts, a dozen well-prepared and ready-to-use animal hides, along with a variety of fruits and provisions. After all, Chiozei was the most formidable warrior and the most gifted male beastman of the White Tiger tribe. They certainly would not skimp on his betrothal gifts. The 3 of them moved the hides and provisions into the tent, where Yen-shi stored the items in the Black Earth space. The 2 other beasts were skinned, and once the hides were prepared, they yielded 2 large animal skins, while the meat would serve as dinner for the evening. In the meantime, the sky had darkened. Everyone began preparing the evening meal. Anan, from the Horned Sheep tribe, had been observing from the tent for quite some time. Seeing Yen-shi alone, she hesitantly approached her side and called out, "Yen-shi." Yen-shi turned around and saw Anan gazing at her with reddened eyes, as if he had just wept. Yen-shi, with a look of astonishment, exclaimed, "Anan, who has wronged you? Tell me, and I shall have Yi Cheng assist you in seeking retribution." Upon hearing her words, Anan rushed forward, embracing her and weeping uncontrollably. Yen-shi was taken aback. The scene shifted to 2 females seated beneath a grand tree behind the tent, while Chiozia and Io stood guard nearby. After the events of yesterday, neither dared to leave their female companions alone to converse. Thus, they assigned the 2 male orcs to keep watch, providing them with a sense of security, although it rekindled fearful memories. "I still must inquire. What caused your sudden disappearance yesterday? You had returned right before me. Upon my arrival, I found you missing, and you cannot fathom the look of murderous intent in Yi Cheng's eyes. I genuinely feared for your return. It was not the threat of his wrath that troubled me, but rather the dread of losing a friend I had just managed to find. Do you comprehend the guilt that weighed upon my heart?" As Anan recounted the tale, tears welled up in her eyes once more. Yen-shi patted her shoulder and said, "It's all right, it's all right. Indeed, it was quite terrifying to think about it last night. I was captured by the shaman of the ape beast men." Yao was taken aback, and his abrupt demeanor caught the attention of the other 3 individuals. Yuanshi was taken aback upon realizing that Yao was a beast man of the monkey tribe. Yao, noticing the expression on Yuanshi's face, hurriedly waved his hands in explanation. "I am not a beast man of the old shaman faction, but rather of the chieftain faction. To clarify, I am currently a male beast man of the horned goat tribe." Although Yao's words were somewhat jumbled, Yuanshi grasped the essence of his message. Chiozei recalled that Yong had mentioned last night that he was also a beast man of the chieftain faction of the monkey tribe. He inquired, "Did something happen with Yong last night?" Yao nodded, saying, "Yong killed an old shaman of the monkey tribe last night and is now imprisoned. The chieftain stated that he would be dealt with after this gathering. He found it perplexing why someone as powerful as Yong would resort to killing the old shaman. However, upon learning that Yuanshi had been taken away by the old shaman, he began to understand Yong's motives. Surely, the old shaman had posed a threat to Yuanshi, prompting Yong to risk his own safety to eliminate that threat. Yao had not anticipated that someone as composed as Yong would go to such lengths for a female beast man. Chiozei, upon hearing Yao's words and recalling the cryptic statement made by Yi Cheng last night, suddenly comprehended the situation. They had indeed been scheming. His gaze fell upon Yuanshi, filled with a myriad of complex emotions. Chapter 61. The possible punishment for Yong last night. Yong had also heard the old shaman declare that Yuanshi lacked talent and reproductive capability. Yet, he still bore the immense burden of blame to help Yuanshi, all for an elusive chance at becoming a beast husband, with no guarantee of attaining such a status. Most critically, this female had no reproductive ability. Were all these red-gifted male beastmen blind? Each and every one of them. He, too, was among those blind, red-gifted male beast men. With a sigh, Chiozei resigned himself to his fate. He softened, allowing his head to slip from Yuan-Shi's arm, resting it on her thigh, startling her. She pushed him away vigorously, but he closed his eyes, disregarding her protests, and embraced her waist. He thought to himself, if they are blind, then let them be blind. After all, he was not the only one afflicted with such blindness. There were many male beast men accompanying him in this folly. Yanqi still wished to inquire about Yonghe from Ayao, but Chiozei's large head intruded, refusing to budge no matter how much she pushed, and he even wrapped his arms around her waist, making it even more impossible to escape. Frustrated by her inability to move him, she ultimately conceded. How much confidence could she possess to compete in strength against a male beast man? She raised her head to ask Ayao, what sort of punishment will Yonghe face in this situation among the ape beast men? Ayao pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I'm not certain. The tribe will evaluate his contributions to them before reaching a decision. Meanwhile, Chiozei, with his eyes closed in Yanqi's embrace, inhaled her refreshing and pleasant scent, remarking, the lighter consequence would be becoming a rogue beast man, while the severer fate would be death. The act of slaying a tribal shaman yields only these two outcomes, regardless of the perceived contributions to the tribe. Upon hearing Chiozei's words, Yanqi's complexion turned pale as she cast a glance at Ayao, eager to discern his thoughts. Noting that Ayao offered no rebuttal, a sense of urgency surged within her. She pushed against Chiozei's head, urging, get up. I shall seek out Yi Cheng to discuss this matter. Yet, Chiozei remained unmoved, continuing to embrace her waist, indifferent to her attempts to push his head away or tug at his hair. In a languid tone, he replied, it would be futile to consult Yi Cheng. He has already negotiated the terms. If Yonghe desires those conditions, he shall bear the blame for the demise of that tribe's shaman. What conditions? What have they discussed? Yanqi inquired. Chiozei pondered for a moment, then lifted his gaze to her, saying, kiss me, and I shall divulge the details, right here. He pouted playfully. Get away. Rise, your head is far too heavy. Yanqi exclaimed, exasperated by his obstinate demeanor. Previously, it was well known among them that she lacked any talent and the ability to bear offspring. She had resigned herself to the thought of living a life with Yi Cheng, believing that he, a fool in this beastly world, would not mind her inability to provide him with serpent offspring. Consequently, she had maintained a distance from Chiozei. It seemed he too was perplexed by the situation, choosing not to approach her. However, inexplicably, he had drawn near once more, positioning himself intimately beside her. Yanqi found herself at a loss in the face of his shameless antics. Upon hearing her lament about her numb legs, Chiozei stood and effortlessly swept her into his arms, carrying her toward the tent while chiding. You are truly helpless. How can your legs go numb after such a brief duration? How late did you accompany Yi Cheng last night? Don't think I'm oblivious. If you could spend that long with him, surely you can indulge me with a moment's rest. Do not be so biased, little female. My father has bestowed the betrothal gifts upon you, and since you have accepted them, we are officially recognized as partners. Yanqi struggled in his embrace, fuming. Didn't you say I should keep it for now? Chiozei chuckled. Our pact is well understood to be one of master and servant. Yet you have accepted a betrothal gift. I shall not concern myself with the specifics. Since you have accepted the gift, I am now your beast husband. I will not press you before you have acknowledged me, but fairness dictates that what Knight Cheng possesses, I too shall claim. As Chiozei concluded his declaration, he had already carried the pouting Yanqi to the stall. Knight Cheng observed their return, noting the quarrel between them. Though Yanqi appeared irate, her spirit seemed notably more vibrant than the previous night. He bore no resentment towards Chiozei. Taking a damp beast hide, he gently wiped Yanqi's hands, his tone unperturbed by Chiozei's closeness to her. Shall we freshen up? Let us retire early tonight. It's rather noisy outside. You can rest in the space. And I won't disturb you. Tomorrow marks the final day of the gathering, and I hear there will be a bonfire in the evening, along with roasted meat. They have also requested you to prepare that exquisite fish dish once more. I've collected the ingredients they wish to learn from you, so I must trouble you again to showcase the method of handling and preparing the fish. Yanqi felt a lingering hesitation as she recalled how Chiozei had carried her back, avoiding the gaze of Yi Cheng. At this moment, upon hearing him mention that tomorrow would mark the final day of the assembly, she expressed her surprise, inquiring, is tomorrow truly the last day of the gathering? Previously, she had thought the duration of the assembly was excessively long. Now, with its conclusion imminent, the prospect of parting from the familiar faces among the beastmen filled her with a sense of reluctance, particularly regarding Anan. She was the first female beastman friend Yanqi had made in the beast realm, and in this underdeveloped land, arranging a meeting between friends was no trivial matter. Moreover, they had not yet determined which tribe they would settle in, and Anan's group, the Horned Sheep tribe, was a nomadic one without a fixed dwelling place. The likelihood of their paths crossing again seemed as daunting as climbing a mountain. Anan approached with a yowl and remarked, the annual Beastman Assembly, which occurs once during the flowering season, lasts for 10 days in total. By the time you arrived, several days had already passed. Hence tomorrow marks the final day of the gathering. On this last day, A ceremony involving the exchange of female beastmen among tribes would take place, followed by a ritual in which the beast god bestows blessings upon all attending female beastmen. After this ceremony, the males would engage in courtship rituals. As evening descends, everyone would gather around bonfires to feast on roasted meat, and the entire day would be filled with merriment, especially during the concluding segment. Yanshi, I recommend you take your 2 males to join in the festivities. It promises to be quite enjoyable. Anan, being part of a nomadic tribe that participated in the assembly annually to procure essential supplies for the year, possessed considerable knowledge about the event. While Yanshi reveled in the allure of the festivities, her own troubles were unrelenting, prompting her to adopt a more low-key approach. She assured them that she would contemplate the suggestion. Subsequently, as the assembly dispersed, Anan and Ayao returned to their tent in the Horned Sheep tribe. Yanshi, however, seized Yi Cheng's arm and inquired, I have heard that he has been apprehended for slaying the shaman of the Ape Beast tribe. Is this crime severe? What punishment might the Ape Beast tribe impose? Could it result in his death? Upon hearing her mention Yonghe, Yi Cheng recalled that one of Anan's beastly companions belonged to the Ape Beast tribe. He likely had already learned of Yonghe's capture for the murder of the old shaman. He replied, he has rendered us assistance, and I have agreed to his terms. When he is able, he shall come to claim what is owed. You need not worry. Yanshi, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, aren't we going to save him? Can't you assist him? Yi Cheng sighed and gently tousled her hair, replying, I can save him for a moment, but I cannot ensure his salvation for a lifetime. What does that mean? Yanshi still did not comprehend. However, Xiaozhe elucidated for her, regardless of whether the Yeren tribe betrays him and drives him into exile or takes his life, as long as he remains alive, he will have severed ties with the Yeren tribe. If he survives this ordeal, whether in exile or wandering, he will be free, no longer burdened by the shackles of racial honor. Were I not a white tiger of the White Tiger clan, I too would yearn to be a wandering beast. How liberating that would be. Yanshi was not anxious about this matter. She inquired, isn't it said that the exiled orcs are exceedingly ferocious? If he were to become an exiled orc, would he transform into a creature solely driven by the desire to kill? Xiaozhe furrowed his brow and replied, who has misled you with such notions? Yanshi paused and turned to Yi Cheng. Chapter 62. Xiaozhe, let us step outside. Yi Cheng cleared his throat and said, I did not state that, did I? I merely mentioned that the exiled orcs tend to engage in robbery and possess a fierce disposition. What difference is there between what you said and my understanding? Xiaozhe replied with a smile. It is indeed true that exiled orcs have a propensity for thievery, but that is a consequence of their exile. Ordinary orcs drive them away and regard them with disdain. They cannot procure what they need through legitimate means. Commerce is often denied to them, leaving them with no choice but to resort to theft. As for their ferocity, that too is a product of their circumstances. However, he continued, the exiled orcs experience a periodic surge of innate abilities, known as Heaven's punishment, which is indeed real. Those who survive this ordeal are far from ordinary beings. Perhaps this has led to the exaggeration of their nature among the orc populace, causing even more ordinary orcs to keep their distance. Yi Cheng cast a glance at Xiaozhe and remarked, you must convey this to her with gravity, otherwise, her kind heart might lead her to believe that exiled orcs are redeemable. Upon hearing Yi Cheng's words, Xiaozhe turned to Yanshi, grasped her shoulders, and with a serious expression said, you must not extend your sympathy to the exiled orcs. They are the forsaken of the beast god. While it is true that some exiled orcs may have been compelled to resort to robbery, the male orcs who become exiles have undoubtedly taken lives, perhaps of their own kin, or even of others, and they may have coerced female orcs. They are far more disorganized and devoid of principles than ordinary orcs. Especially during their annual surge of innate abilities, they can be ruthlessly violent, often harming themselves in the desperate hope of surviving Heaven's punishment. Once their powers are depleted, they become exceedingly vulnerable. One small beast could end their life. Thus, following their surge, they seek refuge in a place of absolute safety until their innate abilities have fully restored. Only then do they emerge. This little female of ours possesses a heart too pure and an innocence too profound, which undoubtedly weighs heavily on the hearts of us male orcs. Noticing Yanshi's silence, Xiaozhe shook her shoulders gently and insisted, did you hear me? Not a single exiled orc is virtuous. Do not harbor any sympathy for these wretched beings. Yanshi felt uncomfortable from his shaking, frowning as she nodded. Turning to Yi Cheng, she inquired, if Yonghe were to become a wandering beast man, would he also be a beast man forsaken by the beast god? Would he resort to robbery? Or unleash his innate abilities in rebellion? Would he be so feeble that a mere beast could take his life? Yi Cheng found himself momentarily speechless, uncertain of how to elucidate the matter to Yanshi. After all, her assertions were grounded in truth. However, Xiaozhe interjected, he is a male beast man with a red innate talent, possessing lightning attributes. The ape beastman tribe would not be foolish enough to allow Yonghe to become a wandering beastman, especially given his formidable potential. There are very few within the tribe with such strength. So rest assured, he will merely be contributing his labor to the ape beastman tribe for a few years without becoming a wanderer. While it was true that aside from Yonghe, there were a few other male beastmen with red innate talents in the tribe, the strength of their abilities still varied. It is akin to how Yucheng could easily overpower him, despite both possessing red innate talents. Yanxi gazed at Yucheng and inquired, "Is it truly so?" Yicheng pondered for a moment before replying, "His innate abilities are indeed formidable. Were I the chieftain of the ape beastman tribe, I would not relinquish such a potent male warrior. After all, the efficacy of a healer with uncertain remedies pales in comparison to the prowess of a robust male beastman. This is a truth universally acknowledged among beastmen." Upon hearing Yucheng's words, Yanxi felt her concerns for Yonghe subside slightly. After all, it was due to her that he had encountered trouble, leaving her with a sense of guilt towards him. Once this matter was addressed, she turned her attention to the events planned for the following day. Noticing her interest, Yicheng remarked, "If you are keen, I shall have Qiuzhe take you to observe. However, be warned that the courtship rituals of those male beastmen can be rather crude. It would be prudent for you to maintain your distance and avoid attracting any unruly male beastmen. We can partake in the evening's bonfire and barbecue, as that will also be the time when the tribe seeks to recruit wandering beastmen. We shall assess the strengths and weaknesses of each tribe before deciding to which we shall pledge our allegiance." Yanxi nodded slightly, indicating her understanding. However, she was genuinely curious about the grand matchmaking event in the beast world. Her innocent and naive expression prompting her to inquire, "How is it that those male beastmen pursue their mates in such a straightforward and crude manner?" Qiuzhe was taken aback by the little female's interest in this topic. When she was innocent, she was truly innocent, and when she was bold, she was undeniably daring. With a mischievous grin, he replied, "Not quite. Come to the tent, and I'll reveal what they do." "Why must we go to the tent? Can it be discussed here?" Yanxi, with her clear and naive demeanor, was overwhelmed by curiosity and yearned to learn more. When Qiuzhe was pursuing her, he had turned her life into a chaotic mess. She found it perplexing that two individuals with such different personalities and interests would be thrust together to pursue love. It seemed utterly unrealistic. It reminded her of the matchmaking events in her own world, which she found awkward to contemplate. She was eager to understand what this equivalent of a matchmaking gathering would entail. Observing her interest, Qiuzhe urged her toward the tent, saying, "Come to the tent. I will enlighten you." Night Cheng, feeling exasperated from behind, cautioned Qiuzhe, "Don't frighten her." Qiuzhe dismissed the concern. "You didn't scare him. So I certainly won tea. Besides, she ought to be somewhat prepared for such matters." As he spoke, he had already ushered Yanxi into the tent. If Yanxi still did not grasp the meaning of this straightforward and crude approach at that moment, then her 18 years had been in vain. She turned to leave, but Qiuzhe obstructed her with his towering frame, saying, "Weren't you just quite bold? The female beastmen at the ceremony won't be as timid as you are." From Qiuzhe's demeanor, it was evident that he harbored no good intentions. As Yanxi yearned to step outside, Qiuzhe encircled her slender waist from behind. With his heated form pressed against her back, Yanxi felt her entire body freeze in place. In a soft murmur, she implored, "Qiuzhe, let us go out." The gentle tone of her voice stirred something within Qiuzhe. He found her appeal irresistible, as she consistently left him reluctant to tease her, holding her rigid frame close. He had no intention of releasing her, and with a low chuckle, he remarked, "Those female beastmen, they will scrutinize their prospects. Too plump, too short, lacking in distinction, or simply unpleasing to the eye, they shall not accept." Yanxi's cheeks flushed as she asked in a voice as delicate as a whisper, "How do you know all this?" "I went to observe, and I even offered suggestions to those female orcs, selecting a few male orcs for them. They expressed great satisfaction after their encounters. Even my brother, whom I introduced to a lifelong companion, is now deeply grateful for my assistance." Qiuzhe recounted his past accomplishments with pride. Inside the tent of the White Tiger tribe, Xiongyu, troubled by his thoughts, suddenly let out a loud sneeze, startling the nearby Ao Hu. With a swift smack on his son's head, he scolded, "Can't you be a bit quieter? You startled me." Xiongyu pondered why he was always the one to suffer. It was his younger brother who inexplicably became the servant of a female, and yet their father blamed him for not taking better care of the younger one, subjecting him to such unfair treatment. Xiongyu felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Is my younger brother really a white tiger orc in need of my care? He thought bitterly. If he didn't drive the poor fellow to despair, it meant he was in a good mood. Chapter 63. Yanxi is a matter of pure humanity. To be kept concealed within the White Tiger tribe. Ao Hu stood up and declared, "No, I still don't trust your younger brother. Tomorrow, during the final recruitment segment of the gathering, you will persuade that wandering serpent tribe orc to join us. After all, he is a male orc with a red talent. And despite our reluctance to accept outsiders into our tribe, we must make an exception for your younger brother and his female companion. As for your brother, we can endure a little annoyance. The priority is to ensure he does not suffer any more grievances, or else your mother would be restless in her grave. Especially concerning the female being purely human, this must remain a secret within the White Tiger tribe to better protect their little son." Xiongyu felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Did his father not feel a pang of conscience? Claiming that the red talent qualifies one for their tribe. Wasn't he that a bit disingenuous? The few with red talent in the White Tiger tribe weren't exactly exemplary. And it had been so many years since their mother passed, yet their father still brought her up. It was clear his resolve regarding Choza was unwavering, otherwise he wouldn't invoke her memory. Reflecting on how relieved the tribe members had been at the prospect of Choza leaving the White Tiger tribe, he imagined their joy turning to despair with each passing moment. He knew without doubt that the tribe would internally lament the peculiar White Tiger Choza. Wishing he would not return, they could not bear him. Yet disappointment was inevitable, for they were a stubborn lot, determined to uphold their decisions regardless of the challenges. Returning to the gathering, Yinshi finally found a moment to escape from the tent after being teased by Choza. She ran into Yicheng's embrace, seeking solace. Yicheng had anticipated Choza's intentions when he brought Yinshi into the tent and had refrained from intervening, tacitly approving. Now, as Yinshi emerged seeking refuge, Choza followed closely, unabashedly displaying his desire for her in front of Yicheng. Yicheng raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Will your father approve of you having no offspring?" Choza's actions at that moment indicated his wish for Yinshi to be his mate. However, Yicheng had made it clear that Yinshi possessed no talents and would never bear any offspring from male orcs. If Choza insisted on making Yinshi his mate, he too would be destined to have no descendants, mirroring Yicheng's fate. Would he still wish to unite with Yinshi under such circumstances? Choza lounged confidently across from Yicheng, while Yinshi turned to see what he would say next. Choza casually remarked, "I detest offspring. They are noisy and demand the prime resources of the tribe. I have no interest in supporting or caring for them. It would be better if there were none to contend with." Though Choza spoke lightly, Yicheng discerned an absence of disdain in his tone when he mentioned the offspring competing for his resources. Male orcs in the beast world, particularly those raised within tribes, are instilled with values of respect for the elderly and care for their females and young. How could Choza, having grown up in such an environment, genuinely dislike offspring? He simply chose Yinshi over the prospect of having children. This considerable sacrifice earned Choza some acknowledgement from Yicheng, allowing him to indulge in harmless teasing of Yinshi. Whether Yinshi would eventually accept him and truly become his partner remained a matter of fate. Yinshi was taken aback by Choza's words and stole a glance at him, only to find him smiling at her with a flirtatious gaze. She buried her head deeper into Yicheng's embrace, resigning herself to the situation. She had never contemplated the prospect of a second beast husband. Yet Yicheng's warnings lingered in her mind. Though her heart resisted the notion, reality proved to be merciless. Such circumstances could easily lead a woman to suffer from gynecological ailments. Furthermore, in this backward era, hygiene was often overlooked, resulting in many females unknowingly afflicted by such conditions. They paid little heed until the discomfort became unbearable. It remained uncertain whether this world acknowledged the existence of infectious diseases, if such maladies were present. The open nature of the beastly continent could facilitate rampant transmission, potentially affecting entire clans. In this medically deficient beastly realm, treating infectious diseases was no simple task. Thus, for the sake of her own well-being, she firmly resolved against acquiring another beast husband. As for Choza, she believed that if he faced enough setbacks, he would ultimately withdraw. She could only hope he would choose to step back voluntarily. Recently, he had grown increasingly brazen, seemingly oblivious to the concept of decorum. Had he maintained some semblance of propriety, she could have articulated her rejection more emphatically, shaming him into retreat. Yet, it seemed he was utterly ignorant of shame, disregarding her refusals as if they had never been uttered. She found herself at a loss when confronted with such shameless individuals. Meanwhile, in the corner of the Corner Sheep tribe's tent, the orc, Quan, observed the increasingly harmonious atmosphere among Yinshi and her two companions by the fire. A pang of bitterness striking his heart. Just days prior, he had seen Choza struggling to integrate with the two, and now he noted their camaraderie had blossomed. As the male orc who had appeared beside Yinshi before Choza, he could only hide and watch her from the shadows, feeling like a coward. Despite his affections for the female, he could not pursue her. When she was in danger, he flailed about like a headless fly, ultimately failing to find her. Indeed, he realized his inadequacies. Burying his head in his knees, despair enveloped him. The sighs of his father echoed in his ears, and he felt as though the atmosphere was suffocating him. Unable to bear it any longer, he contemplated rising and distancing himself for a breath of fresh air. However, just as he was about to get up, a hand fell upon his shoulder. Looking up, he saw his sister, Anan, sitting beside him and patting his shoulder. "Quan," he murmured softly. Anan ruffled her brother's hair and turned to their father, Old Corner Sheep, saying, "Father, let Quan pursue the female he likes. As for the future prosperity of the Corner Sheep tribe, I shall take on the responsibility. I will accept several powerful beastmen to fill the void left by Quan's pursuits." Old Corner Sheep sighed. "If that young female had even a modicum of fertility, I would agree, but alas, she possesses none. Your brother will have no offspring." "Then I shall give him one of mine," Anan responded. "I have already discussed it with A Yao and Xingbai. If Quan is without progeny, I will offer one of our children to him as his heir. When he grows old, he shall be cared for." Quan was taken aback and turned to his sister. Anan smiled at him and continued, "Father, perhaps we should consider joining a powerful tribe? Our corner sheep tribe has lost too many young male orcs during the last snow season. We can no longer afford to wander alone. If Yinshi and her companions are joining another tribe, we should follow suit. This way, Quan can spend more time with Yinshi. Considering Quan's talents, I believe Yicheng and the others will gradually accept him. In their tribe, Quan was the most gifted. Yet, in the presence of Yicheng and the others, his talents seemed insignificant. They could only adopt a long-term approach, allowing Yinshi to grow accustomed to Quan's presence, gradually integrating him into their small family. Old Corner Sheep surveyed his children and the other members of the Corner Sheep tribe around him. The elderly were aged, the young were few, and only Anan represented the young adult females. The remaining young females were immature, and among the young adult males, counting Xing Bai and the newly joined Yao, there were merely 4. Relying solely on these 4 young males, the Corner Sheep tribe could not thrive. As for Old Corner Sheep himself, he was aging, and several elders were even older than he. Their combat prowess and mobility had diminished, and if they continued, they would only burden the tribe. The few immature younglings were the last hope for the Corner Sheep tribe. With the imminent arrival of the monsoon season lasting 60 solar days, they could not survive the impending deluge alone. Perhaps joining a powerful tribe was their only path to survival. Old Corner Sheep turned to his elder companions and asked, Big Corner Sheep, do you think we should join a powerful tribe? The elder sighed, let us not weigh them down. This is the era of the youth. Let them make their own decisions. This implied they should heed the younger generation's choices. Old Corner Sheep sighed heavily once more. An older female orc gazed at him and suggested, Brother, we should choose to join a powerful tribe. These children are still too young. If we perish, they have yet to witness much of this beastly continent. We must consider their futures. Although Old Corner Sheep was the leader of the Corner Sheep tribe, he often heeded this particular female orc's counsel, who possessed some medical knowledge. Their relationship was not one of close kinship, but rather that of distant cousins. Her mate had perished defending the tribe, along with her son. Among the few immature younglings were her 2 grandchildren. Her words stemmed from a desire for her descendants to survive. Old Corner Sheep sighed heavily once more and declared, Since our elder sister has spoken thusly, then tomorrow, Quan, you shall accompany Yanxi and her companions to see which tribe they choose to join. We shall follow them. Quan's eyes brightened, and he felt a surge of gratitude. His sister, father, and the other orcs were willing to join a tribe for his sake. It was important to understand that by joining another tribe, they would no longer be known as the Corner Sheep tribe, but merely as the Corner Sheep orcs of a certain tribe. They had dwindled to the point of needing to join another tribe, a humiliating reality. Yet, for his sake, and perhaps for more than just him, he could pursue the one he longed for and accompany her for a while. Even if he could not become her mate in the end, striving for his heart's desire would leave him with no regrets. That night, Qiuzhe forced his way onto the bed shared by Yinshi and Yicheng. He wished to sleep beside Yinshi, but she was uninterested in his proximity. Ultimately, he ended up next to Yicheng, and after a while, he felt that sleeping next to a male orc was less desirable than sleeping alone, prompting him to leave the tent altogether. Yinshi watched him leave, a victorious smile gracing her lips as she nestled into Yicheng's embrace and closed her eyes. Yicheng shook his head, bemused by the childish antics of the two. He expertly adjusted the animal hides for Yinshi and also succumbed to slumber. However, once Yinshi drifted into sleep, Qiuzhe quietly entered, intending to lie on the opposite side of her. Yicheng opened his eyes, observing the stealthy approach of Qiuzhe. With a cautious demeanor, Qiuzhe settled beside Yinshi, careful not to disturb her. Yicheng chose not to speak, withdrawing his arm that had been her pillow and turning away from them both. Seeing Yicheng's acquiescence, Qiuzhe felt a surge of joy as he enveloped the petite female in his embrace. As a male beast man with fur, he was precisely what female beastmen adored. His high body temperature and fluffy exterior offered an irresistible warmth, especially during the snowy season. Yet, Qiuzhe had overlooked a detail. It was not the snowy season, but rather the season of blossoms. Although the nights were not excessively cold, the need for such an expansive furnace enveloping her was unnecessary. Yinshi was awakened by the heat, drowsily pushing away the source of warmth and turning to search for Yicheng. In such weather, snuggling under a blanket with the air conditioning on was the epitome of comfort, until she found herself embracing Yicheng's pleasantly cool body. Yinshi nuzzled against his back a couple of times before drifting back into slumber. Yicheng, unable to sleep due to the crowding issue, turned when Yinshi wrapped her arms around his waist. Observing her instinctively seeking him in her dreams, he felt an overwhelming fondness. He glanced at Qiuzhe, pouting in dissatisfaction, and remarked, It's not cold yet. When the chill sets in, she will surely enjoy sleeping in your embrace. During the cold season, when one's body resembled a frozen sculpture, no female would relish the thought of cuddling with an ice statue. Thus, Qiuzhe still had a chance to become Yinshi's beast husband. Of course, he was aware of this. However, as it was the blooming season now, he might have a slight opportunity in the forthcoming rainy season, though it wouldn't be as cold as winter. He pondered whether Yinshi would enjoy sleeping next to him then. It was his first experience in beast life, and he eagerly anticipated the damp and drizzly rainy season ahead. The following day, Yinshi was awakened by the cacophony outside. Still enveloped in slumber, she was not in the best of moods. Rolling about within the fur, covering her ears proved futile. just as this chapter had not yet concluded. A gentle reminder urged readers to turn the page for more captivating content. Chiyoze, hearing sounds from within the tent, brought in hot water for her ablutions. Noticing her still tangled in the fur, he set down the water, leaned in closer, and playfully remarked to the small female within, "If you don't come out, I shall have to come in." Before he could utter more, Yinshi abruptly flung aside the fur, colliding her head against Chiyoze's nose, producing a dull thud. Both of them instinctively clutched their respective injuries, wincing in discomfort. Yinshi, still irritable from waking up, was further disturbed by Chiyoze, who pretended to be in pain. With a noticeable irritation, she exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Chiyoze, despite his own discomfort, fortunately not bleeding, noticed the young female rubbing the back of her head. He stepped forward, disregarding any resistance from her, and pulled her into his embrace, inquiring, "Where does it hurt? Allow me to massage it for you." Yinshi urged him. "There is no need for you." Chiyoze held the person tightly in his embrace and replied, "Do not be troublesome. Nightchung is busy tidying up the stall and will not be setting up today. He has no time to assist you. He called for me, do you hear? It was he who permitted me to come and aid you. He has already consented to my role as your beast master, yet you remain in disagreement." Yinshi struggled and said, "He agrees, but I do not." Upon hearing this, Chiyoze pressed her down onto the bedding and said fiercely, "If you do not agree, I shall resort to force." Yinshi, undeterred, remarked, "If you dare to impose upon me, Nightching will not spare you, and you shall become a wandering beast." Chiyoze chuckled, responding, "The little female has grown wise, even using the threat of becoming a wandering beast against me." He paid her words little mind, pouring her some water for her cleansing, while he retrieved the skincare products she used for her face. Yinshi, having completed her grooming, expressed no gratitude for his attentiveness and remarked, "I am quite capable. I am well versed in many customs and rules of your beast world continent." The more she comprehended these customs and rules, the better she could thrive in the beast world. Chiyoze smiled silently, waiting for her to finish applying her skincare cream. Once she was done, he took out mint leaves and crushed them in the palm of his hand, transforming them into a vibrant green medicinal juice. Intending to apply it to her skin, Yinshi stepped back and said, "I can manage this myself." "No, you won't be able to reach the spot on your back. If those mosquitoes feast on you, your petite frame won't withstand even a few bites." Chiyoze would certainly not let such an amusing opportunity to tease her slip away. Yinshi yearned to escape, but she knew she could never surpass the might of the male beastmen of the beast world. Just as despair threatened to engulf her, Yicheng finally arrived. She hastily pushed Chiyoze aside and rushed to Yicheng, wrapping her arms around his neck and tearfully imploring, "Yicheng, please intervene. He is being disobedient. Make him leave." Chapter 65. Is it appropriate to speak of such an awkward matter? Chiyoze, with an innocent expression, rose to his feet and remarked, "Yinshi, do not wrongfully accuse me. I was merely applying medicine to you to prevent the mosquito beast from draining your blood." Yinshi turned to look at him. Had his face not borne that infuriating expression, she might have genuinely believed she had misunderstood him. She turned back, wrapping her arms around Yicheng's neck, and gazed up at him with a pitiful look, saying, "Yicheng, let it be just the two of us, shall we? I do not wish for anyone else." Yicheng felt a deep fondness for Yinshi's wholehearted reliance on him. Yet he was acutely aware of the harsh realities of the beast world. When natural disasters struck, he could not guarantee that a beast would be able to protect her effectively. At that moment, Yinshi's discomfort with Chiyoze was merely temporary. When the snow season arrived, and she experienced the advantages brought by the furred beastmen, her aversion to Chiyoze would likely fade. By that time, all he hoped was that she would not forget him. He replied, "I shall apply the medicinal ointment for you. As for the rest, would you allow Chiyoze to assist you? I need to tidy up the stall and clear this space, as the bonfire will be lit here for the evening gathering." Yinshi stared at him with wide eyes, his words seemingly infused with an invisible courage for Chiyoze. Chiyoze, already audacious, felt emboldened by Yicheng's tacit approval, leaving him uncertain of where to seek assistance. Once Yicheng had meticulously tended to her, she begrudgingly settled onto the animal hide, permitting Chiyoze to style her hair. In truth, she could have accomplished the task more swiftly herself. Yet, Chiyoze was eager to learn how to care for a female, and Yicheng had also tacitly allowed him to approach Yinshi. Thus, the scene unfolded with Yinshi's reluctance while Chiyoze playfully tangled his fingers in her lustrous curls. Occasionally, he inquired, "Yinshi, why are the ends of your hair curled while the roots remain straight?" Could she confess that after graduating high school, she had wished to embrace the freedom of university life, unburdened by rules regarding attire? That she had spent a small fortune on those languid curls, aspiring to be a refined girl in college? No, she chose to remain silent, enduring the discomfort as he tugged at her scalp without uttering a word of protest. Eventually, the pain became unbearable. She forcefully pushed Chiyoze away, clutching her hair, tears welling up as she exclaimed, "It hurts so much." Chiyoze stumbled back in surprise, momentarily dazed. However, upon witnessing her tear-streaked face, an inexplicable pang of guilt surged within him. He hastily rose to console her, yet she continued to wail, "I'm in pain. I don't want you to style my hair. I can do it myself." Her fingers danced deftly, and she swiftly arranged her hair, unwilling to allow anyone else to witness her vulnerable tears. She curled up, embracing her knees, burying her face in them, silently weeping. As she trembled, Chiyoze felt a deeper sense of remorse. He crouched before her towering frame, at a loss for words. I may not know how to style a female's hair, but I wish to care for you. Once I have practiced on my own hair, may I try again? He aspired to be her beastly husband. Such responsibilities were essential. He believed he had been gentle enough, yet he had inadvertently caused her pain. She continued to weep, unwilling to acknowledge him. Yiqing tacitly accepted his proximity. She felt as though she were the solitary, forsaken soul in this scenario. She despised the assertiveness of Chiyoze and resented his intrusion into her life with Yicheng. She relished the simplicity of her existence alongside Yicheng, an arrangement she deemed perfectly satisfactory, and had no desire to introduce another beast into the mix. The intentions of Chiyoze, coupled with Yicheng's silent acquiescence, perpetually placed her on the precipice of moral transgression. Her 18 years of upbringing had instilled in her the conviction that such behavior was improper. Yet, the allure of these beasts was undeniably potent. She was merely an ordinary individual, not a saint. Overwhelmed by temptation, she found herself wavering. Contemplating a transformation akin to those openly lascivious female beastmen filled her with shame. She recoiled at the thought of crossing that threshold, as if it were an irrevocable descent into perdition. Those around her, however, failed to grasp her conservative and reserved perspective. She lacked such steadfast resolve. More than anything, she feared betraying the genuine affection of Yicheng, who had accompanied her through the most harrowing moments of her life. As her mind wandered through tumultuous thoughts, she ceased her tears. Chiyoze, too, began to reflect on whether his assertiveness had frightened the young female. Yet, observing Yicheng's behavior, he questioned why he could not do the same. Yicheng, a wandering beast man, had initially been less poised than himself when he first engaged with Yanxi. If Yicheng could succeed, why could he not? He reassured himself that he would exercise greater caution and attentiveness in the future, as long as the young female continued to grant him the opportunity to draw near. When Yanxi's thoughts dissipated, she felt that Chiyoze was still by her side. A sense of frustration enveloped her. She contemplated switching to a secondary account, as even her primary one felt somewhat burdensome. Why was he not leaving? After waiting a little longer, she observed that he showed no intention of departure. Yanxi raised his head abruptly, startling Chiyoze before him, who instinctively recoiled and fell onto the ground. Yanxi smiled in a rather unkind manner, only allowing a brief smile before quickly suppressing it. She stated, "Do not follow me." With that, she rose and dashed out of the tent. Yicheng contemplated entering to assist Yanxi, but he considered it essential for her to acclimatize to Chiyoze. Thus, he refrained from entering while remaining vigilant about the happenings within the tent. Observing her flushed cheeks and the urgency etched on her face, he surmised her intentions. Recalling her disdain for the orc's designated area for waste disposal, he set aside his belongings and approached her, inquiring, "Would you like me to accompany you to a cleaner location?" Yanxi shook her head and said, "No, I shall go on my own." After Yanxi finished speaking, she turned and ran away. Yicheng felt a twinge of concern. Upon seeing Chiyoze emerge, he contemplated for a moment and said, "Yanxi needs to relieve herself. Perhaps you could assist her." Chiyoze was taken aback, his brow furrowing in mild disdain. Observing his reaction, Yicheng's expression darkened as he retorted, "I would be more than willing to go. After all, she is not averse to my presence." With a resigned sigh, Chiyoze replied, "I shall go." He then turned and hurried off in pursuit of the fleeing Yanxi, catching up to her and lifting her into his arms, heading in another direction. Yanxi pressed her abdomen and said, "Chiyoze, what are you doing? I need to go over there." Although the sanitation of the orc's restroom left much to be desired, she could no longer hold it. It was merely a matter of 1 or 2 minutes, and she could swiftly return. Chiyoze replied, "I will take you to a cleaner place. Just hold on a little longer." After speaking, he leapt forward, guiding her along with a playful bounce. Yanxi, filled with impatience, yearned to release her burdens. As the jolting continued to test her resolve, just when she felt on the verge of breaking, Chiyoze led her to a lush riverside, enveloped by thriving trees. He gently set Yanxi down and, displaying his claws, skillfully excavated a small pit in the earth, just large enough to accommodate her. With a playful tone, he instructed her, "Position yourself with your back to the river. The waste you produce will be carried away by the water, rendering it odorless." Yanxi felt as if she were about to fracture under the weight of embarrassment. Could such a mortifying incident be shared aloud? Yet, she had reached the precipice of despair, managing only to utter, "Turn around." She lifted her skirt and squatted down. As the floodgate opened, a torrent rushed forth. In that moment, she was immensely grateful that she had never found suitable material for delicate undergarments. Otherwise, she would have surely soaked her trousers. Chapter 66. She feared disappointing him, as well as Night Chung. Chiyoze smirked, initially contemplating how overly dramatic she was even in the act of relieving herself. However, his body obediently turned away, and he heard a sound distinct from the flowing river, a sound of release. The biting retort he had prepared evaporated as he realized she merely wished to relieve her bladder. Yet, seeing her in such a state of urgency, it was evident she had been holding on for far too long. For the first time, the sharp-tongued Chiozei refrained from making a caustic remark. Once the sound of release ceased, a small female voice echoed from the pit. Chiozei, could you please return to Night Chung and fetch my small bag? It contains soft leaves made of fibers. Have Night Chung bring me that leaf. Once she had relieved herself, she discovered she still had a slight urge to go further. The tissues she had brought were exhausted, and for the larger needs, she typically soaked the leaves used for fire starters, dried them, and utilized them in place of proper tissues. However, in her haste, she had forgotten those leaves inside the tent. Noticing that Chiozei had remained silent for an extended period, Yanxi looked up to find him squatting above the pit, observing her. Yanxi felt utterly overwhelmed. Her face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a monkey's rear, as she covered her face and exclaimed, "Go away. You must not look." Perhaps in her fervent outburst, she lost control, and an overwhelming sensation surged forth. Recently, everything she had consumed seemed to conspire to emerge at this most embarrassing moment, leaving Yanxi unable to maintain her composure. "Yanxi, please, grant her a fissure in the ground, I implore you. Bestow upon her a split in the earth." After the large release, she could not help but let out a resounding flatulence. She was utterly petrified. Chiozei held back for as long as he could, but ultimately, he succumbed and let out a soft chuckle. Yanxi contemplated ending her life. She rose to her feet and leapt into the river behind her. There was no chasm beneath her, only the flowing water. She wished to die, and no one was to hinder her. Chiozei, taken aback, sprang into the water as well, rescuing Yanxi, who desired to succumb to the depths without a struggle. Yanxi said with a sigh, "Let me go, I want to end it all." Chiozei raised the corner of his mouth, managing to suppress a laugh as he replied, "Isn't it just releasing gas? I can do that too." As he spoke, Chiozei let out a loud fart in the water, creating a large bubble that surfaced behind him. Yanxi has awakened, her hands busily exploring the contours of Chiozei's body. Chiozei lifted her gently, allowing her to rest upon his arm. Yanxi covered her nose and disdainfully remarked, "How foul. What have you consumed?" Chiozei replied irritably, "Everything you've eaten recently. I have too. And yet you complain about the odor of my flatulence, while your own waste is hardly fragrant." Yanxi gritted her teeth, raising her hand to grasp Chiozei's handsome face as she exclaimed, "Could you refrain from mentioning such vulgarities? It is quite embarrassing." Chiozei lowered his body, submerging her entire bottom in the water to cleanse it, and replied, "After nature calls, one must cleanse oneself to avoid any unpleasant odor. Allow me to fetch some water plants for further cleansing." Yanxi, flustered and desperate, attempted to push him away. This beast, once he uttered his intentions, would undoubtedly see them through. Ultimately, given Chiozei's strength, she was unable to escape his grasp. However, Chiozei too was thwarted, for he was defeated by the sound of her piercing scream. Yanxi washed her hands clean in the water, inhaling the scent of only aquatic plants, devoid of any trace of gold or bronze, before rising. She wrung out the garment made from the serpent skin that Night Chung had crafted for her. The attire fashioned from serpent skin dried remarkably swiftly. Yanxi was unconcerned about catching a cold after such a brief interval. Meanwhile, Chiozei had also come ashore, transforming into his beast form. Utilizing his extraordinary abilities, he swiftly absorbed the droplets of water from his fur. With a swift motion, he tossed a large water sphere into the water, creating a splash akin to that of a stone being thrown into a lake. Yanxi stared in astonishment, her mind racing with the thought, is it possible to utilize supernatural abilities in such a manner? Chiozei, noticing the shock etched on her face, stepped closer and placed his hand on the fabric of her skirt. In an instant, he extracted the moisture from within, rendering the garment completely dry. Yanxi swallowed hard. This is simply a human-shaped dryer. During the plum rain season or winter, one need not worry about washed clothes remaining damp. Chiozei smiled, pulling her into his embrace, his hand resting on the delicate fabric of her back, drawing out the moisture trapped within. This time, instead of forming it into droplets, he skillfully maneuvered the water, letting it glide across Yanxi's skin like silk ribbons. His voice, laced with temptation, whispered, "Am I not impressive? Accept me as your beastly husband, and I shall assist you in countless ways." Yanxi raised her gaze to the sun-kissed and charming Chiozei. Indeed, he was strikingly handsome, yet she resolutely resisted temptation. Clinging to the remnants of her femininity, she relied on the last vestiges of her rationality. Pushing Chiozei aside, she remarked, "We have been out long enough. Yicheng must be worried." Chiozei discarded his previous demeanor and caught up with Yanxi, stating, "I brought you out. He will not be concerned. You have witnessed the practicality of my abilities and are aware that I am a red-gifted white tiger beast man. Upon reflection, I believe that someone as useful and appealing as I am should not be spurned by you. Please provide me with a reason. Tell me why you refuse to accept me." Yanxi glanced at him and said, "I cannot bear male orc offspring. Are you not aware of this?" Chiozei replied, "Does that imply I do not desire offspring? What do your father and your kin think of this?" He paused for a moment, realizing that his father was still unaware of the situation. The thought of his father discovering that he had become a small female servant was already embarrassing enough. If he were to remain without offspring, it would likely infuriate his father. Yet, he was not the type to consider changing his female partner. Moreover, it was he who initially sought out Yin Shi, so it would be unreasonable to abandon her simply because she could not conceive. If he were to forsake his female partner for such a trivial reason, what would that say about him, Qiuzhe? Furthermore, Yin Shi's beast mark had already appeared on his neck. Although this mark was merely that of a master and servant, it did not impede his future partnerships or progeny. Ultimately, he had resolved to commit himself to Yin Shi, desiring her as his female partner for life. Qiuzhe grasped Yin Shi's arm to halt her forward momentum, and in a moment of instinct, she turned and collided into his embrace. Yin Shi was seized by him, just as she was about to raise her head in anger. She noticed him gazing intently into her eyes. In that instant, the words she was about to utter were swallowed back. He leaned closer, bringing his face nearer to hers. Yin Shi could perceive the intoxicating scent that enveloped him, mingling with the warmth exhaled from his nostrils. She struggled momentarily, only to find that Qiuzhe had no intention of releasing her. Raising her gaze to meet his, she implored, "Qiuzhe, please let me go." This predicament threatened to erode the last fragments of her rationality. Yet Qiuzhe spoke with earnest conviction, "For your sake, I have forsaken my own lineage. Therefore, Yin Shi, I beseech you, do not utter the words 'let me go' again." Should a male orc resolutely choose a female counterpart, and if that female does not reciprocate his feelings, he is doomed to a life of solitude. Not to mention, I am still your servant. A servant cannot abandon their master for a lifetime. Having encountered such a magnificent female, he knew it would be nearly impossible to find another as radiant as she. The prospect of a solitary existence was no trifling matter. As his lips drew ever nearer to Yin Shi's, he uttered his final words, and his soft lips gently brushed against hers. Their connection was fleeting yet imbued with the resolute choice reflected in his eyes, which sparkled with unwavering determination. Yin Shi, however, dared to cast a glance at him. Her eyes evasive. She feared disappointing him, as well as letting down Yi Cheng. Qiuzhe noticed her silence and lack of rebuttal, her expression devoid of any overt displeasure. Bowing his head, he pressed his lips against hers once more, deepening the kiss. Yin Shi felt his breath enter her, and for reasons unknown, she closed her eyes. Meanwhile, at the gathering of the orcs below the hillside, Yi Cheng gazed up at the couple entwined in a passionate embrace. His fists clenched and then relaxed, only to clench once more, yet ultimately, he refrained from interrupting them. Chapter 67. The Blessing of the Beast God at the Altar of the Ape-Orc Tribe. On her way back, Yin Shi was consumed with regret, pondering how she had allowed herself to be so bewitched. Why had she not pushed Qiuzhe away when he kissed her? Now, she found herself feeling guilty towards Yi Cheng, while simultaneously uncertain about how to confront Qiuzhe. Upon encountering Yi Cheng, she noticed that he had already tidied up the beast's stall, and all their belongings had been moved into the tent. Yin Shi felt an overwhelming sense of shame. She rushed over and embraced Yi Cheng from behind. She felt remorse towards Yi Cheng. She considered herself a sinner for allowing others to kiss her. Most importantly, she had not pushed away that beast. She deemed herself a grave sinner. Yi Cheng had long heard Yin Shi's footsteps. He too was curious to see how she would react in this situation. It proved that he was quite satisfied with her manner of handling things. It mattered not how many beastly husbands she had. As long as she returned and considered his feelings, that was sufficient. He turned around to face the little person in his arms and lowered his gaze upon her. Yin Shi's eyes brimmed with tears as she looked up at him, filled with remorse. Noticing the slight tear at the corner of her mouth, bruised and swollen from Qiuzhe's bite, Yi Cheng's gaze narrowed slightly. In his embrace, Yin Shi instinctively shivered, immediately sensing his anger. She tightened her hold around his waist. Murmuring apologies, vowing to resist temptation and not succumb to Qiuzhe's allure in the future, Naicheng felt a pang of sympathy for the remorseful Yin Shi in his arms. However, his ire was not directed at her, but rather at Qiuzhe for having hurt her. Gazing at the seemingly cheerful Qiuzhe, whose grin nearly reached his ears, Naicheng raised his hand and delivered an invisible blow to Qiuzhe's face. Qiuzhe staggered back several paces before regaining his balance, his temper flaring. He looked up at Naicheng, challenging him. "On what grounds do you strike me? It was you who summoned me to accompany her. You must know that being with her would lead me to act. You simply cannot bear to see her close to another male beast man. Yet I have resolved to be her beast husband. What right do you have to treat me this way?" Qiuzhe was genuinely enraged. It was Naicheng who had tacitly allowed this, after all. Instead of taking action concerning his own female, was he to pursue another female beastman? Naicheng regarded him coldly, and Yin Shi, nestled in his arms, was taken aback. She seldom witnessed Naicheng's anger, but since Qiuzhe's arrival, his outbursts had become increasingly frequent. Her grip around his waist tightened, a mix of fear and dependence swirling within her. The surrounding beastmen began to glance their way, including Anan and other beastmen from the Horned Sheep tribe, anxious that a confrontation might ensue. Naicheng sensed Yin Shi's grip growing tighter. Suppressing the ire that sought to manifest, he addressed Qiuzhe, "You have injured her." Qiuzhe paused, his fury extinguished in an instant. He hurried forward, extricating Yin Shi from Naicheng's embrace to inspect her closely. At last, he noticed a small abrasion at the corner of her mouth. Frowning, he leaned down and gently blew on the wound, asking, "Does it hurt? I was too forceful just now. I had no idea your skin was so delicate. I shall be more careful next time." Thus, this battlefield devoid of gunpowder, sparked merely by a minor injury to Yanxi's lip, was swiftly quelled. Yanxi was taken aback as Yi Cheng grasped the object with a heavy hand and then set it down gently. She felt somewhat uncomfortable with Qiuzei's assertiveness, and thus pushed him away, returning to Yi Cheng's side. Upon her arrival, Yi Cheng, still harboring remnants of anger, pulled her into the tent. Once inside, he enveloped her in his arms, his kiss fierce and possessive, as if he sought to consume everything about her. He aimed to erase all traces of other male beasts from her essence. He had no desire to share her with anyone. He wished to keep her all to himself, hidden away from the eyes of other male beasts. Yanxi looked up and willingly complied. When Qiuzei once again detected the delightful fragrance emanating from Yanxi outside the tent, he promptly entered and said, "Do not kiss." The scent on Yanxi has intensified. "Where is the leaf of that green medicinal juice?" She just relieved herself by the river and washed up, and much of the green juice has been washed away. As Yanxi was just released by Yi Cheng, she overheard Qiuzei broaching the embarrassing matter once more. She exclaimed, "Could you refrain from mentioning the incident by the riverside?" Her outburst startled those around her. However, since they were within the confines of the tent, the other orcs remained oblivious to the unfolding events. This is one of the peculiarities of orc society. All matters that can be discussed openly occur outside the tent, while those that must remain private are contained within, free from prying eyes. When Yanxi emerged from the tent again, she had reapplied the green medicinal paste. Seated in a huff, she watched as Qiuzei and Yi Cheng moved their last few belongings into the tent. This tent would only serve its purpose for one more night. Thereafter, it would no longer be needed. Yet, as the property of the ape-orc tribe, they could not take it with them. Such a hide tent was rather cumbersome and not particularly suited for travel. It was far less convenient than the parachute she had used for skydiving. If she had the time, she could fashion the parachute canopy into a tent. The fabric was sufficiently large, and once completed, it would surpass the size of the tent they currently occupied. Noticing that Yanxi was idly sitting, Anan approached her and invited her to join him at the altar of the ape-orcs. Yanxi, filled with doubt, inquired, "What is the purpose of going to the altar?" She held a profound apprehension towards the supernatural phenomena of the beast realm, particularly the witch doctor who possessed the uncanny ability to manipulate her emotions, rendering her inexplicably unconscious, a truly terrifying occurrence. To this day, she remained perplexed by the methods employed by that individual. It was neither a mere sedative nor true hypnosis. Yanxi indeed felt a genuine fear. Thus it was prudent for her to maintain a respectful distance from such altars dedicated to the beast men. Yi Cheng approached as well, stating, "Yanxi lacks any innate talent. She does not require the blessings of the beast god from the altar of the beastmen tribe." Yanxi was once again perplexed. What connection did this have with talent? Observing her bewildered expression, Qiuzei, who stood behind Yi Cheng, elucidated. The blessing of the beast god at the altar selects a female to ascend to the altar, where a tribe of shamans prays to bestow upon her a unique blessing, one that is random in nature. It could potentially elevate her talent by a tier, or it may manifest as something entirely different. Yanxi expressed her skepticism and inquired, "Is such a fortunate occurrence truly possible? Is it due to her limited education? It feels rather reminiscent of a pyramid scheme." Qiuzei responded, "Indeed, such altars do exist. I have only encountered two, one belonging to the ape beastmen tribe and the other to the lion beastmen tribe. However, the altar of the lion beastmen tribe is not as grand as that of the ape beastmen tribe. Would you like to see it?" Yanxi exchanged a glance with Yi Cheng, ultimately shaking her head. It was wiser for her to endure. Her life was of paramount importance. Anan wished to persuade her further, emphasizing that such a rare opportunity came only once a year. Although she might not be selected, abstaining would guarantee no chance at all. Yanxi lacks talent. However, if she were to seize this opportunity, bestowed upon her by the esteemed beast god, who is to say she might not discover her own gifts? Alas, Yi Cheng has already spoken, stating, "If you do not wish to go, then so be it. Let us instead venture to the riverbank to catch some fish, and in the evening, we shall demonstrate the art of preparing sashimi." Given her identity as a pure human, it is prudent for Yin Shichuan to avoid frequenting places populated by orcs, lest she attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Her presence at the orc gatherings, where she sells entire medicinal herbs, is already quite conspicuous. Standing out excessively brings no advantages. As for her desire to explore the writings left behind by ancient pure humans, she shall await the opportunity to engage with such relics in the future. Upon hearing that there would be fish for dinner, Yanxi eagerly nodded her agreement. Her interest in food far outweighed any fascination with the blessings of the beast god. Meanwhile, Qiuzei was already balancing the largest clay pot they had traded for on one hand, awaiting their departure together. Two individuals accompanied by their beasts ventured harmoniously towards the riverbank. Chapter 68. How did the previous human civilization disappear? Jiang Sun watched the trio depart, contemplating for a moment before turning to head in another direction. Meanwhile, Yanxi and her companions, having set off towards the riverbank, soon encountered members of the ape beastman tribe who were clearing the debris from a building that had collapsed days earlier due to a wall being pried away by Yicheng. This effort was aimed at preparing the space for the newly joined vagrant beastmen to reside in. Upon hearing this, Yanxi immediately grasped Yicheng's arm. She desired to inspect the discarded items, hoping to find something that could still be of use. Even if it were unusable, she wished to keep it as a memento. Understanding her intentions, Yicheng approached the ape-like beings to inquire about their refused disposal site. The trio first ventured to the designated area where the ape-like creatures discarded their waste. Yicheng instructed Qiuzhe, "Stay vigilant. Should any beastmen approach, alert us." Qiuzhe, utterly oblivious to their intentions, merely nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Yicheng held Yanxi close as they sifted through the heaps of refuse. Yanxi discovered a dilapidated diesel generator amidst the refuse, crumbling at the slightest touch, and decided to take it. She also found a pristine mirror, embedded in the wall and shrouded in dust. Furthermore, she came across a dozen plastic drinking water barrels. These plastic items are among the most challenging to decompose, yet remarkably, they had endured without deterioration all this time. Yanxi also gathered items into the black soil space. Additionally, there were some poorly preserved hardwood tables and chairs. A gentle knock revealed their surprising sturdiness, so she collected them as well. With a bit of time and effort devoted to restoration, these objects could still possess some utilitarian value. Furthermore, there were some dusty iron fitness equipment, now regarded as antiquities. Yanxi dared not move. Her hands swept over these items, all of which were collected into the black earth space. Additionally, she discovered 3 diesel generators, which were certainly no longer usable. Yet this did not hinder Yanxi from rummaging through the debris for any scraps. There were no other usable items to be found. Yicheng inquired, "Shall we continue searching?" Yanxi sat upon his arm, shaking her head. Her gaze swept across the debris surrounding her. She remained oblivious to the circumstances that led to the extinction of the previous human civilization. What calamity had befallen this planet? One thing was certain, an unimaginable disaster had undoubtedly occurred. Perhaps it was the Third World War, or perhaps an invasion from extraterrestrial beings. A once glorious civilization had vanished in merely a few centuries. And what of the existence of beings like Yicheng, those hybrids of human and beast? No one could provide a satisfactory explanation. The remnants of humanity had been all but eroded by time. This collapsed edifice suggested to Yanxi that it must have been constructed at least 500 years ago. As the steel that once supported the structure had decayed into dust, she understood that the degradation time for steel was approximately 5 centuries. Thus, what had transpired on this planet 500 years prior? Ironically, the modern civilization and advanced technology that had once been a source of pride, along with the entirety of human culture preserved on paper and in cloud storage, had dissipated into nothingness within a few short centuries. The notion that preserving civilization through stone inscriptions was a fool's errand had now been met with a harsh reality check. For in just a few hundred years, the written remnants of humanity's existence in this once thriving locale had dwindled to an astonishingly small number. Thousands of years ago, humanity's ancestors had paid a tremendous price to emerge among countless species, ultimately placing humankind at the pinnacle of the planet's biological hierarchy. Yet, in the mere few centuries following the Industrial Revolution, they had ravaged the very world that sustained them. Perhaps humanity had indeed erred. They had never grasped the crucial truth: the planet would thrive in the absence of humankind. Conversely, humanity could only meet its demise upon abandoning the world that nurtured its existence. From what Yanxi could perceive, she felt she could piece together a rough narrative of the fate that befell the last of humanity here. The only enigma remained: the existence of beings like Yicheng. Those hybrids of man and beast. Were they the products of advanced technology, or perhaps the results of biological experimentation? Had humanity lost control of them, only to be subsequently vanquished? These questions lingered, shrouded in uncertainty. While Yanxi was lost in thought, Qiuzhe issued a warning. Yicheng said to Yanxi, "Someone is approaching, we must depart at once." With that, he scooped Yanxi into his arms and leapt, swiftly joining Qiuzhe as they made their hasty exit. As they traversed the path to the riverbank, Yanxi remained contemplative, and the two men refrained from disturbing her musings. Upon reaching the riverbank, Yicheng gently set Yanxi down, and she finally realized they had arrived. Gazing at the tumultuous waters flowing by, Yanxi inhaled deeply. Regardless of the events that had transpired in human civilization, they bore little relevance to her present circumstances. With her own survival at stake, she had no desire to delve into the remnants of a bygone era. Indeed, her interest in the inscriptions left behind in the beast realm had waned, as she recognized that whether she examined them or not, they provided no assistance or impact on her current life. Thus, it seemed prudent to focus on living well in the present. Recalling the sizable fish she had encountered before, weighing over 10 pounds, she pondered how little she would actually get to eat among so many beastmen. This evening, there would likely be even more beastmen eager to sample their catch. And given that the appetite of the inhabitants of the beast realm was generally substantial, it was imperative that they catch a greater quantity of fish today. Qiuzhe filled a large ceramic jar halfway with water, set it on the shore, and prepared to enter the river to catch fish. Yanxi called him to a halt and remarked to Yicheng, "Instead of painstakingly catching them one by one, Let us craft a fishing net. A single cast will capture many. A fishing net? The male beastmen from the two beastly continents had never encountered such a concept. However, under Yanshi's guidance, the exceptionally skilled male beastmen busied themselves gathering vines. Meanwhile, Yanshi contemplated creating a fishing rod. Although this method may not be as expedient as a net, fishing is fundamentally about the patient anticipation of the catch, along with the joy and sense of achievement that comes when a fish is finally hooked. Recalling the last fish she caught, which was nearly half her height, Yanshi selected a sizable tree branch adorned with sharp barbs. Given her delicate hands, she knew she could not manipulate this branch alone, so she summoned Yi Cheng to assist her in shaping it to her liking. She then found a straight stick to serve as the rod, and for the fishing line, they would utilize the vines they had gathered. Testing the resilience of the vines proved promising. They seemed unlikely to snap under the struggle of a fish. With a vision of her ideal fishing rod in mind, she fashioned one to her satisfaction. With the rod complete, the next task was to procure bait. What could suffice as bait? Spotting some unfamiliar wild fruits along the roadside, which Yi Cheng had previously mentioned were edible, she learned they were called earth fruits, growing close to the ground. This area was abundant with earth fruits, albeit trampled by the beastmen who had passed through earlier. At this moment, she picked up an earth fruit, threaded it onto her bait, and hoisted her sizable fishing rod, preparing to head to the riverbank to fish. Meanwhile, Xiaozhe and Yi Cheng had already gathered a considerable amount of vines. Yanshi set down her fishing rod and began to explain the intricacies of crafting a fishing net, allowing them to follow her guidance thereafter. With her rod still in hand, she proceeded towards the riverbank, her heart a blend of anticipation and trepidation. Her attempt to cast the bait into the water lacked finesse. Yet she dismissed the importance of aesthetics. If she were to catch a fish, the manner of her casting was inconsequential. As a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, her instinct was to collect medicinal herbs whenever she encountered them. 10 seconds ticked by, followed by 30, yet no fish had taken the bait. She pouted, reflecting inwardly. Indeed, my haphazard approach yields no results. Turning her gaze towards the two men skillfully weaving the fishing net, she nodded appreciatively and mused to herself about the remarkable craftsmanship of the male beastmen in this primal realm. In less than a minute since she had cast her bait, they had already fashioned a fishing net with a diameter of 5 or 6 meters. Lost in admiration, she suddenly felt a tug on her rod, pulling her forward. Yanshi, unprepared, swiftly turned around and grasped the fishing rod with fervor. With excitement, she exclaimed, "There's a fish, a fish. It's hooked, come help me." The two orcs, noticing her being pulled towards the river by an unseen force, darted to her side in an instant, each taking hold of the fishing rod, one on either side. And Yanshi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "There's a fish. Quickly pull it up." The three of them grasped a single fishing rod. Two male orcs exchanged a glance and, in unison, exerted their strength to pull back. With a sharp crack, the rod could not withstand the strain and snapped in two. As the broken rod threatened to be dragged away by the fish in the water, Yanshi anxiously cried out, "It's getting away. It's getting away." Xiaozhe activated his special ability, attempting to encircle the fish with water, while Yi Cheng encased the severed fishing rod in ice, exerting his strength once more to fling it back. A fish, towering to the height of a man, was forcefully pulled onto the shore, landing on the ground and thrashing about. Yanshi leaped with joy upon spotting such a large fish. "What a magnificent catch. This is the fish I caught. Did you all see it? This is my prize." Knight Chung retracted his powers, and Xiaozhe also straightened his posture, remarking, "Impressive. I didn't expect a female to be capable of catching a thorny beast. However, your strength seemed a bit lacking. You almost got pulled into the river by that thorny creature." Yanshiba cast a sidelong glance at him, feeling that even compliments could not be delivered sincerely, and chose to ignore him. She then turned her gaze towards Yi Cheng, who, with a fond smile, raised his hand to gently tousle her hair, saying, "Cece is truly remarkable. She is becoming increasingly splendid." Upon hearing Yi Cheng's praise, Yanshi's eyes gleamed with delight. However, Yi Cheng continued with a subsequent remark, "The strength of the thorny beasts is considerable. We shall craft fishing nets to capture them, while you may simply observe from the riverbank." Yanshi was acutely aware of her own capabilities and nodded in acknowledgement. The fact that she had managed to catch such a sizable fish today was sufficient to boast about for quite some time. The remainder of the task could be entrusted to Yi Cheng and Xiaozhe. Meanwhile, Xiaozhe had already placed the fish that Yanshi had caught into a large ceramic jar. Upon encountering the water, the fish began to thrash about vigorously, splashing water everywhere within the jar, yet it could not escape. Eventually, it settled down. Yanshi refrained from attempting to fish again. Instead, she observed as the two men wove their fishing net to a length of 20 meters and a width of 5 or 6 meters before they paused. Each man grasped one end of the net and proceeded towards the river. Yanshi stood by the riverbank, filled with anticipation for the bounty their net might yield. The two men merely tugged at the fishing net, their bodies swaying slightly from the force. Deep down, they both understood that fish had indeed entered the net. However, they did not rush to retrieve it. Instead, they lingered a moment longer, watching as the splashes in the water grew increasingly vigorous. Yi Cheng called out, "Haul it in." In unison, the two men exerted their strength, pulling the net towards the shore. Yanxi gazed at the cascading water trickling from the fishing net, which had yet to reveal its full form. As nearly half of the net emerged from the surface of the water, Yanxi could clearly see the fish thrashing within the net. She danced on the shore, exclaiming with excitement, "So many fish! We've caught so many!" The two male orcs exerted considerable effort to drag the net ashore. Only when they had pulled it to a distance where the fish could no longer leap back into the river did they release their hold. With a splash, the net was fully unfurled, revealing a splendid array of fish, white, red, black, and every hue in between. The smallest fish were half her height, while the largest loomed as tall as two of her. The haul was so vast that it could not be contained even in the large ceramic pot they had brought, which was capable of holding 4 or 5 people. Yanxi expressed her concern, saying, "There are far too many fish. The ceramic jars we brought cannot accommodate them all." Yi Cheng replied, "If they cannot fit, we shall process the fish here first." However, she countered, "Isn't it our task to teach the orcs how to handle the fish? It is precisely because these fish are so bony that the orcs are reluctant to eat them. They need to learn how to deal with the bones." Qiuzhe suggested, "Let us keep 1 or 2 fish to process tonight and handle the rest now. This way, our jars will contain only the fish meat, and they should suffice." Yanxi sighed and remarked, "A clay pot full of fish. I hope it will suffice for dinner. However, with so many fish and only the 3 of us to handle them, it may take quite some time." Qiuzhe scratched his head and suggested, "Shall I return and summon a few more members of the White Tiger clan to assist us?" Yet, Yiqing remained silent, already immersed in his task. He retrieved the fish that Yanxi had caught earlier from the clay pot, tossing it onto the pile of fish, then poured out the water from the pot and rinsed it, preparing to store the fish meat. Next, he swiftly scaled one of the fish, gently slicing open its belly with his nail. As the belly split open, he reached inside to extract the entrails, ready to discard them into the river. Yanxi hurriedly said, wait a moment. The internal organs within the fish's belly are also edible, and the swim bladder can be used for medicinal purposes. The fish liver can be refined into oil, resulting in cod liver oil." Qiuzhe approached, observing Yanxi's reluctance to discard even the entrails, and remarked, "If we are to utilize the internal organs as well, how long will it take us to process the fish?" Yanxi looked at him with a pitiful gaze and said, "I desire these items." As a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, she felt an irresistible urge to collect any herbal material she encountered. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Qiuzhe was utterly charmed by her expression. With a smile, he replied, all right. Anything you wish for is fine." Yanxi chuckled softly as she surveyed her surroundings. She mimicked the action of retrieving items from a large clay pot, and from the dark soil space, she produced 2 smaller clay pots, placing them beside Yi Cheng, urging him to place the cleaned entrails into one of them. Meanwhile, she extracted the swim bladder and liver of the fish for her own purposes. The other cleaned entrails could be savored in a hot pot later that evening. Qiuzhe observed as Yi Cheng, during a brief interlude in their conversation, had already filleted a fish, tossing the flesh into the large clay pot. He held up the fish bones and head, inquiring where to place them. Yanxi glanced around once more, continuing to feign rummaging through the large earthenware pot, and retrieved a slightly larger jar from the dark soil space. Unable to extricate it, she was about to call for assistance when a hand appeared behind her. Yi Cheng pressed against her back and took the jar from her grasp. Yanxi turned her head and beheld Yi Cheng, whose muscles bulged with exertion. In that moment, her heart surged with desire, and she rose onto her tiptoes, longing to plant a kiss upon him. However, he was too tall. Despite her efforts, she could not reach his face. Yi Cheng paused, noticing her disappointment as she lowered her head. A smile graced his lips as he leaned down and softly urged, "Hurry and kiss me. I have matters to attend to." Yanxi raised her head, her eyes sparkling with laughter, and quickly bestowed a kiss upon his face, reminiscent of a child who has just indulged in a sweet treat. Yi Cheng's gaze was filled with adoration. Meanwhile, Qiuzhe, having finished preparing a fish, turned to find the 2 locked in a gaze that seemed to weave an invisible thread between them. He complained, "Yi Cheng, you take so long to fetch a pottery jar. Are you feeling weak? If you are, just say so. I can assist." Yi Cheng straightened up, carrying the pottery jar towards him, and replied in a nonchalant tone, "Get lost." Chapter 70. Picking flaws in an egg. Qiuzhe, unfazed, winked at Yanxi and said, "Yanxi, I've prepared a fish here as well. You can select the items you need." Yanxi nodded slightly and approached. This area was filled with their joyful laughter and cheerful chatter. After some time, the 3 of them immersed themselves in their tasks, leaving the conversation behind. Though they fell silent, others among the orcs had much to say. A group of male and female orcs rushed towards them. From a distance, it appeared that a dozen or so male orcs were pursuing 2 female orcs in courtship. Yanxi gazed upon the grand courtship scene of the beast world, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She whispered, Look, it's an impressive courtship display." Qiuzhe, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "What makes you want to witness such a spectacle?" Yanxi struck him on the head and remarked, "Work more, speak less." Yi Cheng merely cast a glance in her direction before returning to his task, diligently continuing his work. Qiuzhe, unperturbed by her blow, persisted in processing the fish before him. His hands were adept at handling heavier tasks, yet he struggled with filleting fish, unable to achieve the finesse and thinness that Yicheng effortlessly demonstrated. After attempting to fillet several fish, he abandoned the endeavor. Instead, he focused on scaling the fish and slicing open their bellies to clean out the innards, discarding them into the earthenware jar that Yanxi required. He then removed the fish heads and bones, eliminating the spines, leaving the remaining flesh for Yicheng to fillet. This method indeed proved to be more efficient, eliminating the need for him to summon assistance. Yanxi carefully placed the fish bladder and fish liver into a ceramic jar, her gaze drifting toward the nearby grand courtship display. Before her, a group of robust male orcs, varying in height and ethnicity, brandished their tokens of affection. Some were aesthetically pleasing, others delectable, and some were flowers, intended for 2 female orcs. These females appeared to belong to the gorilla orc tribe. The thought of the gorilla orc females reminded her of Emma's courtship with Yong. In that moment, one of the female gorilla orcs accepted a gift from one of the male orcs, prompting an expression of sheer delight on the latter's face as he approached her, eager for her appraisal of his offering. The female's astonishment was palpable, her jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Nightching subtly shifted his position, obstructing her line of sight. Yanxi, upon noticing Yicheng obstructing her, offered an awkward smile. She explained, I am merely curious about how the male beastmen court in the beast world continent. Qiuzhe scoffed, it seems your gaze is nearly glued to that male beastman. You claim it's merely curiosity. Yanxi turned her head and tightly grasped Qiuzhe's neck, shaking him vigorously. With indignation, she exclaimed, I am merely curious. Why is it that others can court openly in public, yet I cannot observe? Qiuzhe, struggling against her grip, stubbornly retorted, if you wish to watch, both Yicheng and I can provide a demonstration for you. However, it would be prudent to avoid gazing at other male beastmen, lest they misconstrue your interest in them. Yanxi, she had not noticed just now, as she was obstructed by Yicheng. Instinctively, she cast another glance in that direction. She observed the female beastman, who had just received something from the male beastman, returning the item to him. The male beastman received the returned item with a sense of dejection, remaining in place without pursuing the 2 females any further. Other male beastmen, however, had not given up, and continued to chase after the 2 females. Yanxi bore witness to a scene on the beastly continent where a male orc was outright rejected in his courtship attempts. Suddenly, she felt a pang of sympathy for the male orc. It seemed that the orc sensed her gaze and turned to look at her, revealing a vibrant green female crouched beside 2 male orcs as they dealt with a spiny beast. Upon seeing Yanxi, the male orc's eyes flickered with a struggle, and he attempted to approach them. However, as he took a single step forward, Yicheng and Qiuzhe both rose to their feet, commanding him with a fierce, leave. The overwhelming pressure of their formidable red innate abilities surged forth, causing the male orc to flee in terror, reverting to his true form as he scurried away. Yanxi gazed at the male beast man, who had transformed back into his beast form and was hopping away, and inquired, is that a kangaroo? Qiuzhe squatted down and replied, I told you to refrain from casting glances at the male beast men, lest they misconstrue your interest in them. It matters not what it is. There are plenty of fish entrails in the earthen pot. Hurry and select what you need. Yanxi nodded slightly, choosing to disregard the others. They still had a considerable amount of fish to attend to. Yanxi, while picking fish bladders, remarked, today, many male orcs are destined to return empty-handed. Should we not collect the gifts they intended for the female orcs that they discarded? In her world, it was common to see videos online during the Qixi festival of those who faced rejection tossing their gifts casually into the trash, only to be salvaged by others. Qiuzhe shot her a glance and said, those 2 orc husbands with red talents are not merely for display. If you desire anything, just tell us, and we shall certainly retrieve it for you. She paused momentarily, reminiscing about the peculiar gifts Qiuzhe had bestowed upon her during his courtship. A faint blush crept upon her cheeks as she cleared her throat and remarked, I do not underestimate you all. It's just, oh, never mind. Forget I said anything. She merely wished to take advantage of the situation, for she did not desire the ceremonial gestures, yet the items themselves were indeed beautiful or practical. It seemed wasteful to her to let them go to waste. Upon hearing her words, Yicheng recalled the time they had seized opportunities in the rabbit beastman tribe. He replied, if we come across any, I shall gather a few for you to play with. Yanxi's eyes sparkled as she turned to him and smiled, thinking to herself, Nightching truly understands her. Qiuzhe, observing the exchanged glances between her and Nightchong, pouted and remarked, Yanxi, you are indeed biased. Nightchong may be your first beast husband, and I will concede to him for now, but in the future, you must also pamper me as you do him. Otherwise, I shall not permit you to have any other beast husbands. Yanxi's pupils trembled with emotion as she sorrowfully exclaimed, I could have been content with just Yicheng. If you have nothing pressing, there is no need for you to relentlessly pursue me. Qiuzhe, exasperated, retorted with fervor, you wish. I am bound to you for life. Do not entertain the thought of shaking me off. Yanxi shrugged nonchalantly, inwardly thinking, let's wait and see. Qiuzhe, observing her indifferent demeanor, felt an increase of irritation and tossed the prepared fish to Yicheng, grumbling, can't you be quicker? There are still so many fish waiting for you to fillet. Yi Cheng remained unfazed, employing ice to suspend the fish in midair, swiftly filleting the 2 pieces Qiu Zhe had just thrown to him. He then discarded the icy fish into a large earthen jar, retorting, "I'm done. It's you who is slow." Qiu Zhe gritted his teeth, hauling over the largest fish to continue scraping off its scales. Damn it, he had just struggled with filleting the fish himself. And now he was stuck with the least enviable task. While he was still brooding over his misfortune, the voice of the demon beast, Hongua, echoed nearby. Upon hearing the voice of the creature, Yanxi stood up and beheld the figure approaching, clutching something in its arms. The creature halted before Yanxi and exclaimed, "Yanxi, I have searched for you tirelessly. I have discovered the chili pepper you mentioned. Pray, take a look and see if this is it." Yanxi gazed at the plant nestled in the arms of Yao Qian, resembling a sphere with its smooth exterior. Uncertainty flickered within her as she reached out to grasp it, only to be pulled back by Qiu Zhe, who regarded Yao Qian with a watchful eye. "Surely, this is not what you intend to use for courtship?" he inquired. Chapter 71. The discovery of chili peppers. Yao Qian was taken aback. Noticing Yanxi's wary gaze directed at him, his cheeks flushed a deep crimson as he hastily shook his head in denial. No. I recall Yanxi mentioning that fish soup would be infinitely more delicious with the addition of chili peppers. I, too, have a fondness for cultivation. So I set out to find some. Today, fortune smiled upon me, and I brought this to Yanxi to confirm whether it is indeed a chili pepper. It is not a token of courtship. I am not yet of age and feel no urgency. Besides, such a simple item cannot suffice for courtship. Yanxi deserves something far more exquisite. Qiu Zhe pondered for a moment before releasing his grip on Yanxi's hand. "You make a valid point," he conceded, before returning to the task of preparing the fish. Meanwhile, Yi Cheng cast a discreet glance at Yao Qian, ultimately refraining from hindering Yanxi from accepting the plant from Yao Qian's hands. This was the very item Yanxi had been seeking. Her delight mattered to him, and he would later procure other items to exchange with Yao Qian. However, he would never concede that Yao Qian could deceive him with something as trivial as a mere chili pepper to win over his cherished female. Yao Qian sensed the weight of 2 formidable presences dissipate, allowing him to exhale in relief. Indeed, he had intended to offer this chili pepper as a gesture of courtship to Yanxi. Yet the overwhelming strength of the male beast man beside her rendered him too intimidated to express his true feelings. Nevertheless, the prospect of providing the object of his affection with something she desired brought him a sense of fulfillment. Yanxi held a green, round plant the size of a table tennis ball, inhaling its fragrance for confirmation. She pinched a small piece and placed it in her mouth, savoring the flavor. A burst of pungent spiciness exploded in her palate. It was exceedingly hot. Yanxi nodded with delight at Yao Qian and said, "This is chili. Where did you find it? Is there more? It would be best if we could obtain the plant itself. That way, we can cultivate it and have our own supply of this seasoning in the future." Yao Qian, seeing her confirmation, smiled bashfully and replied, "I traded with another beastman. I wasn't certain if this was chili, so I wanted to confirm with you first. Since you have identified it as chili, I will give these to you. I will go back to that beastman and inquire if he has the plant, and then I will trade for the rest of the chili he has." Yanxi nodded vigorously and said, Very well. You must hurry there and back. The items for the chili will be on us." With that, Yi Qian turned and waved her hand, not responding to her words, and dashed away. Yanxi held 7 or 8 chili peppers, smiling brightly as she pretended to wash them in water, while in reality, she was secretly stowing them away in the black soil space. Qiu Zhe inquired, "Can you plant those directly in the black soil space?" Yanxi shook her head uncertainly and remarked, "This is green. The green chili peppers are still unripe, and the seeds within may not have matured. If they are not mature, they will not sprout. However, even the most wilted plants in your black soil space can thrive with just a little water from that well, can't they?" The last garlic bulb, along with the potatoes and ginger you mentioned, could all be cultivated successfully despite their size. Qiu Zhe had a vivid recollection of that garlic bulb, as he quite enjoyed its flavor. Yanxi elaborated, "Garlic can indeed be cultivated using its cloves, which, when planted in the soil and provided with a modicum of water, will thrive. The same holds true for potatoes and ginger. However, what about chili peppers?" Qiu Zhe, lacking interest in farming, remained indifferent. Yet Yanxi's enthusiasm prompted him to inquire further. Yanxi shook her head and said, "I am uncertain. We shall see how things unfold. If it proves impossible, we must rely on the Yao Jin, hoping they might procure seeds or plants for cultivation. If we obtain seeds and plants, I am confident I can nurture them successfully." Qiu Zhe curled his lip, displeased at the thought of other male beast men fetching items for his little female. Yi Cheng shared his discontent. However, recognizing that each has their own expertise, he admitted his lack of proficiency in agriculture. Even when assisting Yanxi in foraging medicinal herbs, he often faltered, occasionally damaging the precious ginseng she cherished. Thus, it seems they must indeed depend on the horned sheep beast men for plant seeds and specimens. Those beast men of non-combatant tribes excel in scavenging far more than their battle-ready male counterparts. Upon their return to the gathering site, reeking of fish, The trio was greeted by a transformed scene. The previously bustling marketplace, filled with stalls, had been cleared to create a spacious area. At the very center of this open space loomed a towering bonfire, reaching heights of approximately 10 meters, as beastmen continually added more firewood to its growing pile. With dusk yet to fall, the stacking continued, and it was anticipated that the fire would be ignited once night descended. This was Yanshi's first encounter with such an imposing bonfire, and a sense of anticipation washed over her. Surrounding the bonfire, a circle of various beastmen prepared delectable dishes for the evening's feast. When Yanshi and the others returned, Anan waved to them and said, "Yanshi, we have prepared the firewood for you to cook your meals." Yanshi and the other two were momentarily taken aback, as if they had truly forgotten to gather firewood. Today, the pot of fish and meat was substantial, necessitating a considerable amount of firewood. Yanshi expressed her profound gratitude to Anan for considering this matter. She leaned in closer. But Anan frowned and covered her mouth and nose, saying, "The odor emanating from you is overwhelmingly strong. Did you fall into the den of a thorny beast?" Yanshi caught a whiff of the fishy scent lingering on her clothes and chuckled. "The three of us have prepared an enormous pot of fish meat. It should be sufficient for everyone today." Anan, who had greatly enjoyed the sliced fish from their previous encounter, lamented that there had been too little to satisfy her appetite. Now, upon witnessing the ample amount of fish they had processed today, she quickly offered, "Our stall specializes solely in grilled meat, requiring very little water. You may use all the water we have on this side." Ignoring Anan's disdain, Yanshi clasped her arm and expressed her gratitude, stating, "Thank you so much. We need to handle the fish and meat. And I had no idea we would also require firewood and water." Anan waved her hand dismissively and replied, "No need for thanks. This evening, all the food from the orc tribes is provided free of charge, and I am eagerly awaiting your sliced fish." Each tribe and stall would present a unique dish, making this event akin to a gastronomic festival, which delighted her immensely. Meanwhile, Yi Cheng and Xiaozhe had already set down the ingredients they had gathered, with some scrubbing pots and others tending to the fire. The previous broth had been prepared by Yao Chuan, although Yanshi could also manage it. She lacked the strength of a male orc, especially since they had a considerable amount of ingredients to cook tonight. She inquired, "Where has Yao Chuan gone?" Anan nonchalantly responded, "He mentioned he was off to find some chili peppers, claiming he couldn't locate the orc he had previously exchanged them with. He has been gone all afternoon." Yanshi mused to herself, observing the little ram with a certain seriousness. Just then, she heard the excited voice of Huantian echoing from a distance. He sprinted towards Yanshi, carrying 2 leather bags, and came to a halt before her. Setting the bags down upon the ground, he exclaimed, "Yanshi, I have exchanged all the peppers from that male beast man. Look, here are the red ones and the green ones. However, alas, he mentioned that there are no seeds or plants available." Yanshi opened 2 leather pouches. One contained vibrant red peppers. She picked up a red pepper, split it open, and observed the plump seeds within. She remarked, "The seeds inside these red ones are fully developed, so we shall use them as seeds. Tonight, we will utilize the green peppers from this pouch, while reserving the red ones for planting. Later, I will instruct you on how to germinate them." Chapter 72. "You are too weak," Zhao Jin nodded, lifting the 2 leather pouches and handing them to Yi Cheng, who took only 1 red pepper with him. Yanshi saw that he had only taken 1, and called out, "Yao Jin, it was you who prepared the broth for the fish last time. If you have some time, could you come over and assist with the cooking again?" Upon hearing Yanshi's request for help, the weariness from a long afternoon's run vanished instantly from Yao Jin's face. He eagerly nodded and replied, "Sure, I'll come after I set aside the chili." Night Cheng noticed that Yanshi had already summoned Yao Jin to prepare the broth, so he too had no choice but to entrust the task of stirring to Yao Jin while he went to wash the other ingredients required for the broth, such as chili, ginger, water celery, and scallions. Preparing these ingredients also consumed a considerable amount of time. Fortunately, with Yanshi's unique black earth space facilitating rapid cultivation, the scallions and ginger thrived splendidly, though they were still not abundant enough. Nevertheless, the seasonings for tonight's fish dish were sufficient. As Yao Jin stirred the broth, he conversed with Yanshi, saying, "All the food for today is complimentary for the beastmen. Once we finish here, we can go and sample the ingredients prepared by other beastmen. Let us see if they have any seasonings that you desire. If you find something delectable, inquire whether they have any surplus seasonings that we could exchange for, allowing us to cultivate more delicious seasonings ourselves." Yanshi was astonished by the swift ingenuity of Hu Jian regarding food. She gave him a thumbs up and said, "I must give it a try to see if I can exchange for more spices to cultivate ourselves." Hu Jian appreciated her use of the word we. He smiled and nodded, choosing not to speak further as he continued to stir the base ingredients. When the fish bones were nearly ready, they awaited the spices from Yi Cheng, which were soon tossed into the earthenware pot. The sizzling sound resonated, and Hu Jian swiftly sought the mixture. Before long, the pungent aroma of chili permeated the air. All the beastmen near the pot, including Yanshi, began to sneeze uncontrollably. Xiaozhe, unable to tolerate the scent, remarked, "Isn't it about time? Let us add some water." Hu Jian nodded in agreement. "Then let us add water." As the liquid was poured in, The sharp odor diminished considerably, yet many continued to sneeze. Yi Cheng then covered the pot with a large lid. Hu Jian turned to Yan Shi and suggested, "Shall we prepare a mild version? This flavor may not be palatable for all beast men." Yan Shi pondered for a moment before nodding. When Yi Cheng heard their conversation, he went into the tent to wait for Yan Shi to come in. Outside, they had only placed 2 large earthen pots. One was currently used for boiling soup, while the other was the one Yan Shi had brought into the tent for bathing. Naturally, she could not use the pot designated for bathing to cook food. Thus, she would have to retrieve another large pot from the black soil space. Of course, to outsiders, it would appear as though they were taking it from the tent. Yan Shi entered the tent and found Yu Chen already waiting for her. With a smile, she stepped closer and wrapped her arms around Yu Cheng's waist, saying, "How did you know I was coming in?" Yu Chen looked down and placed a gentle kiss on her lips, replying, "I am the worm in your belly." Yan Shi smiled, her eyes curving like crescent moons, as she retrieved yet another large ceramic pot from the dark earthy space. They had exchanged numerous pots, both large and small, totaling 2 or 3 dozen. Among these, they had swapped 5 or 6 of the larger ones, allowing them the luxury of casually selecting one for use. Chiozei had also heard their conversation and had begun to kindle a fire at a nearby location. Crafting a stove, he awaited the moment when Yi Cheng would finish cleaning the large ceramic pot and place it over the flames. Meanwhile, the chef continued to prepare the next batch of mild soup base. Having already sautéed twice, he was now adept at using the large ceramic pot, his wooden spatula dancing through the air, while the muscles in his arms flexed with exertion. Yan Shi playfully poked his bicep and remarked, "You actually have muscles. But aren't you still a minor?" Upon being prodded on the arm, Rao Xin nearly dropped the wooden spatula he was holding. He hurriedly tightened his grip on it, his face turning as red as a monkey's backside, while the white fur gradually took on a rosy hue. Yan Shi gazed in wonder, her curiosity piqued by the color-changing fur, but was swiftly pulled back by Chiozei. "Alas, Yan Shi, it seems I have pricked my hand on a thorn. Would you be so kind as to take a look?" He cast a reproachful glance at Chiozei, yet upon meeting his gaze, he froze, ultimately refraining from voicing his thoughts, and resumed his task of simmering the broth. When he signaled Yi Cheng to add the seasonings into the earthen pot, Yi Cheng leaned closer and remarked, "You are far too weak." A sense of helplessness enveloped Yan Shi, as if bound by an invisible force. Chiozei, unfazed by the unfolding drama, urged, "Hurry and stir. Otherwise, the broth will scorch." Regaining his focus, Yan Shi hastily continued his work. When the broth neared completion, he silently stepped back, allowing Yi Cheng to add water. Both pots of broth were ready. All that remained was to kindle the fire, and once it boiled, they could introduce the fish and meat and commence their feast. The other stalls had also prepared their ingredients. At that moment, a voice rang out from the crowd of beast men, "Light the bonfire." The woodpile was quite high, necessitating multiple ignition points. As the flames were ignited, a resounding cheer erupted from the beast men, echoing across the gathering. In the beastly realm, devoid of gasoline, the somewhat damp wood took longer to ignite. Yet, the beast men had discovered turpentine, a flammable substance, which ensured the fire blazed steadily. As the flames encircled the gathering, the entire venue was illuminated as brightly as day. As Yan Shi beheld the flames of the bonfire rising, an inexplicable excitement stirred within her. She had never encountered such a grand gathering in her past life. All eyes were fixed upon the fire, as if they were gazing at the light within their own hearts. In the eyes of Yi Cheng, the light was embodied by a being named Yan Shi, a female from another realm. After a moment of contemplation, the beast, Hu Tian, mustered the courage to invite Yan Shi, saying, "Yan Shi, shall we venture forth to taste the delicacies of other tribes? If we discover something delightful, we could trade for more spices." Yan Shi, upon hearing about the seasonings, nodded eagerly. She turned to Yi Cheng and Chiozei, saying, "I shall accompany Rao Qian to savor some delicacies from others, and shall return shortly." With that, she exited alongside Rao Qian. Yi Cheng exchanged a knowing glance with Chiozei, who then rose with a smile and declared, "Yan Shi, wait for me. I shall join you." Rao Qian, noticing Chiozei's pursuit, felt a twinge of resignation, aware that the moments of solitude he cherished with Yan Shi were fleeting. As they wandered, they indeed discovered 2 familiar items that Yan Shi recognized. One was star anise, and the other, yellow soybeans. Additionally, they came across a vegetable that bore a striking resemblance to cabbage, along with some seeds. Yan Shi exchanged bone coins for these ingredients. Around their stall, a circle of orcs had gathered, watching Yi Cheng as he prepared the spiny beast. Upon noticing the ample items in Yan Shi's hands, one of the orcs inquired, "Yan Shi, Yi Cheng mentioned that you used several spices to concoct this broth. Could you spare some for us? We would like to try cultivating them ourselves and see if we can grow them." Yan Shi nodded with enthusiasm, expressing her agreement. The diversity of culinary delights necessitates a collective effort. She eagerly anticipated the upcoming orc gathering next year, hoping that during the final banquet, everyone would bring forth an array of delectable dishes to share. In Chapter 73, The Dance of the Ram Orcs During Courtship, she presented dozens of spice packets to the orcs. She suggested that throughout the year, they should seek out seeds for food materials or edible plants in their familiar territories. At the next orc gathering, They could exchange these seeds with her, allowing her to cultivate them and subsequently distribute even more seeds among them, ensuring that all could enjoy a greater variety of delicious food. The orcs were keen to establish a good rapport with Yin Shi, the wandering healer, and readily agreed to her proposal. It was a simple task for them to gather a few plant seeds, and they were more than willing to contribute. After watching Yi Cheng handle the spiny beast, they each filled their containers with some of the fish slices from their stall before departing. Those who had tasted their fish were unanimous in their praise, declaring it the most distinctive and delectable dish of the gathering. It was rumored that those whose culinary offerings received unanimous acclaim would ultimately be rewarded with a mysterious gift from the ape-orc tribe. Yinshi's fish fillets have garnered unanimous praise. As a result, this year their stall received a mysterious gift bestowed by the Beastmen tribe. Yinshi glanced around, observing that this was merely a lion's head, polished to a bright red sheen, situated before the entrance. Alas, this object appeared to be even less practical than the pile of scraps she had salvaged from the ape-man tribe. She wondered if it could perhaps be cultivated. In the future, she might experiment with planting it in the black soil space to see if it could thrive. The cautious demeanor of the person who had given her these 2 walnuts amused Yin Shi, though she ultimately suppressed her laughter. Yi Cheng, perplexed, also regarded the item as precious, suggesting that she should store it for now, and later they could study it together. Yin Shi longed to convey to him that these were merely 2 walnuts. Observing their polished appearance, one might feel that the beastly folk were being deceived, unaware of the true nature of these objects. With so many people present, it was not the right moment to speak. Thus, Yin Shi ultimately concealed the 2 walnuts. The bonfire feast continued, and as everyone indulged in food and drink, entertainment was bound to follow. In the beast world, bonfire gatherings also featured performances. The male orcs directly showcased their combat prowess, while the female orcs exhibited a more spirited and fiery demeanor, some even engaging in dance. Though not particularly graceful, it served as a source of merriment nonetheless. Remarkably, Ainin transformed into her beast form and took the stage to perform a dance. There was an indescribable charm about it that left Yinshi utterly captivated, for the form of the ram beast was simply exquisite. As she elegantly touched the ground with her 4 legs, Yinshi felt as if she were witnessing the graceful steps of a swan. Once her performance concluded, Ainin shyly exited the stage, and the gazes of her 2 beast husbands were filled with immense pride. In that moment, they seemed eager to proclaim to all orcs that she was their female. Ainin bashfully approached Yinshi and sat beside her, beaming with genuine joy. Yinshi added firewood to the campfire, where a ceramic pot was placed, simmering the fish liver she had collected that day to produce fish liver oil. It was imperative to process the fresh fish livers promptly to prevent spoilage over time, which would result in waste. Upon seeing Ainin return, she turned her head and inquired, "What kind of dance is this? It is truly beautiful." Ainin replied with a smile, "Do you really think it is lovely? In truth, I only know a bit of it. It is Yao Qian who knows it all. Do male orcs also dance?" Yinshi asked with a look of surprise, instinctively glancing at Yao Qian, who happened to be gazing back at her. Upon meeting her gaze, his face flushed, and his fur turned a shade of pink. Yin Shixin remarked, "Yao Qian is exceedingly shy. Whenever he feels bashful, his entire coat of white fur transforms into a lovely shade of pink. I simply adore that hue." Ainin elucidated to Yin Shi, "This is the courtship dance of the Horned Sheep tribe's orcs. Females typically do not need to learn it, but the males must master it, performing it to perfection. Many male orcs in our tribe win the affection of female orcs through this very dance, thus gaining acceptance as partners, despite our limited combat prowess. It is truly beautiful and elegant," Yinshi expressed sincerely. "I wish to witness the entire performance. However, I am aware that this is the courtship dance of the Horned Sheep tribe's males, and regardless of my curiosity, I cannot ask Yao Qian to perform it for me." Ainin leaned closer to Yin Shi and inquired, "Yin Shi, would you like to take the stage and present a performance?" Yin Shi shook her head and said, "I shall pass. I possess no musical talent, my limbs are uncoordinated, and I am utterly inept. I would rather not embarrass myself on stage. With so many orcs around, do I not have enough troubles of my own?" The number of orcs performing dwindled, leading to the next segment dedicated to talent recruitment. This segment resembled a modern job fair, where powerful orcs are sought after like prized commodities. Take Yi Cheng, for instance. Although he already had a female companion, fortune smiled upon him as she lacked a stable tribe. Should they join a tribe, it would significantly bolster that tribe's combat prowess. Hence, the first to approach Yi Cheng was the chieftain of the ape-orc tribe, the hosts of this gathering. Despite the incident involving Yong He and the old shaman's death, this information remained confined within the ape-orcs, with few others being aware. Even if they were aware, they would refrain from mentioning it before others, out of respect for the tribe. However, Yi Cheng declined the chieftain's invitation. The 3 of them understood the reason, but the chieftain remained oblivious. He extended numerous generous offers. Yet Yi Cheng remained unmoved, ultimately sighing and departing. He had presented all his sincerity, but this wandering orc was unwilling to accept, leaving him at a loss. It can be said that no other tribe could offer better conditions than he did at this orc gathering. The White Tiger tribe arrived alongside the lion orcs, being old acquaintances of Yin Shi and her companions. However, seeing their rivals still sparked a few sharp remarks. Xiong Yu engaged in friendly banter with Yi Cheng and Yin Shi, as their family Xiuzhe was a servant to the female orc. Regardless of whether their brother could become the female orc's mate in the future, they were still considered family. Family ties indeed facilitate communication and collaboration. The lion orc tribe was represented by the familiar figure of Ensnared, accompanied by a taciturn young lion orc who did not even lift his eyelids. In front of them stood a robust lion orc, presumably the tribe's leader. As the leader, Shan Shi took his position. He observed the familiarity between the White Tiger tribe and the red-gifted wandering orc, realizing his side had no advantage. Particularly, the White Tiger tribe shamelessly utilized the chieftain's son to pursue the wandering orc's female, even going so far as to humiliate themselves by making a gifted White Tiger male into a female servant. Shan Shi couldn't help but wonder if male orcs had become so base in their pursuit of females. He glanced at Ensnared behind him and shook his head. Although Ensnared had just ascended to red-gifted status, his age might deter younger females from showing interest. His gaze then shifted to the silent Zhang Xiao, causing him to lose hope. Despite Zhang Xiao being young and possessing red-gifted abilities along with earth-based powers, his personality was such that he failed to endear himself to the females of the lion orc tribe, let alone others. He might as well let Zhang Xiao attempt to charm the young female orc, hoping to win the heart of that red-gifted wandering orc, thus avoiding any potential mishaps. Chapter 74. Xiuzhe boasts to his rival about his female. Shan Shi remained silent, waiting for the White Tiger tribe to initiate conversation with the wandering orc and the young female. This recruitment was not a matter of who approached first. Otherwise, the powerful ape orc tribe, with their superior offers, would have already secured the wandering orc and the young female if they sought better conditions. He was in no rush. He wished to listen more, to discern what the wandering orc truly desired. Xiong Yu continued to extol the virtues of the White Tiger territory to Yi Cheng and Yin Shi. Xiuzhe, however, paid little heed. His primary concern was to accompany Yin Shi wherever she went. He was more interested in flaunting his newfound female to his longtime rival, Zhang Xiao. Pulling Yin Shi into his embrace, he addressed his rival, who stood like a statue and uttered not a word. Zhang Xiao, do you see? This is my little female. I assume you still lack one. The females of your tribe must avoid you like the plague. Let me tell you, no female in this world can compare to mine. You, with your wooden demeanor, shall never experience such affection. Upon finishing, Xiuzhe pecked Yin Shi's small face, causing her to blush fiercely, though her face was obscured by green juice, rendering the redness invisible. Although others could not see her embarrassment, she felt thoroughly humiliated by such public display. She felt it appropriate to grant Xiuzhe a modicum of respect in front of so many onlookers. She understood that men occasionally require women to bolster their reputation in certain social situations. However, he ought to refrain from engaging in any petty antics in such a public setting. Maintaining decorum is paramount. Even playful banter is unacceptable. She reached out, pinching the soft flesh at Xiuzhe's waist, and whispered softly in his ear, "Do not let it unravel, all right?" Xiuzhe stiffened momentarily, tightening his embrace around her, burying his face in the crook of her neck, and theatrically lamented, "Oh dear, Yin-Shi, you're pinching me too hard. With all these beastmen around, let us retreat to the tent later." Yin-Shi felt as though she might shatter under the weight of the words spoken by Xiuzhe. What sort of vicious rhetoric was this? What had she done? Regardless of her actions, she found herself inextricably stained, as if she had leapt into the yellow river. Yi Cheng took a deep breath. His fists clenched tightly as he struggled to suppress his rising fury. Beside him, Xiong Yu, who had been attempting to persuade him to join the White Tiger clan, could clearly sense the tempest of anger within Yi Cheng. He truly worried for his younger brother. How could he dare to touch a ferocious beast in such a manner? Did he not fear for his life? Yi Cheng cast a warning glance at Xiuzhe, who merely smirked, refraining from uttering anything more explicit. It was Zhang Xiao, standing at the back, whose voice resonated like a deep bell in the night sky, delivering words that could strike like a fatal blow. He remarked, "She bears no beast mark of yours," implying that he had yet to reach such an intimate stage with this young female. Xiuzhe's declarations were nothing but bluster. Unwilling to concede, Xiuzhe lifted Yin-Shi's chin and pressed a kiss upon her lips, his gaze defiantly challenging Zhang Xiao. Before Yin-Shi could muster a protest, he enveloped her in his embrace and taunted, "I can kiss this female. Can you?" Yi Cheng, unable to contain himself any longer, delivered a sharp slap to Xiuzhe's head, a reprimand long overdue. Should this reckless behavior come to the attention of other male beastmen, what would become of Yin-Shi's reputation? Xiuzhe, undeterred by Yi Cheng's strike, knew he had to assert his dominance before Zhang Xiao. Yet, regarding Yi Cheng's blow, he felt compelled to retort, "I know my limits. Refrain from striking me without cause, or I shall retaliate." Yin-Shi secretly pinched his soft flesh and whispered, "Please refrain from speaking." His words often provoked a desire to strike him. Xiuzhe lowered his head and affectionately placed a kiss on Yin-Shi's forehead, saying, All right. I shall heed the little female's wishes. Upon finishing his sentence, he teasingly glanced at Zhang Xiao, his eyes sparkling with triumph. However, Zhang Xiao, after uttering those words and witnessing Qiu Zei's affectionate gesture towards the little female, once again lowered his head, reverting to his silent demeanor. As if nothing could capture his attention, Shanshur observed that the little white tiger from the Baihu clan, Xiongyu, had exhausted his words. The red-gifted wandering beastman from the snake clan remained unyielding. He patted the shoulder of the Baihu clan leader, Ao Hu, and cheerfully sat down across from Yicheng, extending his utmost goodwill. Esteemed snake clan beastman, greetings. I am Shanshur, the leader of the lion beastman tribe in the Guangzhong Plain. Our tribe is situated near several major hunting grounds and migration routes. Throughout the year, we in Guangzhong need not worry about food scarcity. Furthermore, we reside adjacent to the Baihu clan in the Guangzhong Mountains, and our two tribes share a cordial relationship. Qiu Zei and our Zhan Xiao grew up together, akin to brothers. Zhan Xiao possesses a gentle temperament, is not talkative, yet is reliable in action and possesses formidable combat prowess. He is the strongest lion beastman in our tribe, blessed with a red gift and earth-based abilities. Qiu Zei interjected. Are you introducing your tribe or extolling the virtues of Zhan Xiao? I absolutely refuse to allow Zhan Xiao to become my female's mate. Moreover, my female lacks any gifts. She cannot bear offspring of male beastmen. Do not harbor any intentions towards her. The moment these words escaped Qiu Zei's lips, they stunned everyone present. Ao Hu and Xiongyu were hearing for the first time that the little female in Qiu Zei's arms bore no gifts whatsoever. Xiongyu swallowed hard and turned to look at his father. Ao Hu gazed at Qiu Zei, exasperated with this rebellious offspring. After all, he had finally chosen a female, only to discover that she possessed not a shred of talent. A female beastman devoid of gifts implied a complete lack of fertility. This signified that despite Qiu Zei's exceptional gifts, there would be no descendants to inherit them. Indeed, how could he have forgotten? 300 years ago, that male pure human had left no descendants. Beastmen and pure humans could not produce offspring together, were it not for the presence of others. He would have dearly liked to chastise this ungrateful son. Sensing his father's rising anger, Qiu Zei felt a rare pang of guilt and held Yanxi, who trembled slightly in fear, even closer. I simply love her and wish to be her partner. The absence of offspring is not of great concern. At worst, my elder brother can have little tiger cubs with Lan Su and let them provide me with a child for my old age. Ao Hu pointed a trembling finger at Qiu Zei, gritting his teeth. You. Yet, he said nothing further and simply stood up to leave. He could no longer deal with this rebellious son. Continuing would only shorten his own life. Chapter 75. Joining the Lion Beastman tribe, Xiongyu watched his father walk away in silence, feeling somewhat conflicted. Should they continue with this recruitment after today? However, knowing that Qiu Zei's little female bore no gifts, he cast a glance at Yanxi and Qiu Zei's arms and sighed, speaking to his younger brother. You must understand. A male beastman without offspring will face a miserable old age. You know this well. Qiu Zei hung his head, resting his chin atop Yanxi's head, nodding. I understand. But I still want Yanxi. Xiongyu sighed again and stood up, saying, I will go check on father. If you wish to join the Baihu clan, come find me. Qiu Zei nodded in understanding and turned his gaze towards Yicheng, who, however, did not return it. Shanshur realized that the little female of the wandering beastman lacked any gifts, which meant she had no fertility. This posed a bit of a dilemma. He could not think of anyone suitable for seduction. Those with great strength were too precious to him, while those too weak might not be appealing. After all, he did not want his tribe's few red-gifted male beastmen to become extinct. Seeing the lion beastman leader in a quandary, Yicheng spoke. If we were to reside in your esteemed tribe, I could abide by your tribe's rules and lend a hand in times of danger. However, I have a few conditions. Shanshur, eager to hear from the one who held the final decision, quickly replied, Speak, please. Yicheng took a deep breath and said, I require a sufficiently large area for habitation, free from the presence of lion beastmen or other beastmen. Additionally, we will not participate in your tribe's hunts, nor will we share in your spoils. Essentially, we would be nominal members of your tribe, but remain merely neighbors. You may seek my help in times of danger. And should we face threats I cannot resolve, your assistance will be equally unhelpful. Can you agree to such terms? Shanshur pondered for a moment and deemed it acceptable. They would not have to sacrifice much. Merely designating a space would grant them a red-gifted, exceptionally strong ally, an incredible stroke of luck from the beast god. He quickly replied, That is all acceptable. However, during the season of beast tides, I would appreciate your assistance in defending the tribe. Rest assured, any prey you capture will be yours alone. Does this arrangement suit you? Yicheng considered the proposal, then turned to Yanxi, who seemed to be dozing off in Qiu Zei's embrace. He gently asked, Shishi, shall we reside in the Guangzhong Plain? It is sheltered by mountains, with vast grasslands in front. The water resources are ample, and the variety of food is abundant. I have compared several locations and selected this tribe. What do you think? Shanshur was astonished. He had not anticipated that someone who appeared so formidable could gently seek the opinion of a little female. He glanced at the green-haired little female in Chioze's arms, feeling somewhat disillusioned. Could it be that this female, devoid of gifts and fertility, possesses even greater capabilities? If so, Shanshur quickly organized his thoughts. Ultimately, he fixed his gaze on the motionless Zhang Xiao nearby. If all else failed, he would still have to assign Zhang Xiao to the task of seduction. After all, this hulking, taciturn male beastman would remain single if he were not designated a female. His mother had continually urged him to find Zhang Xiao a mate. Not necessarily one who would bear children, but simply a companion who could care for him and understand his needs. Thus, even without the prospect of descendants, having a partner would suffice to appease his mother's concerns for Zhang Xiao. Yanxi raised her head to scrutinize the three members of the Lion Beastman tribe. The leader, who had spoken the most, maintained a relatively courteous demeanor towards them, displaying sincerity. Notably, his demands were modest. He merely requested that they coexist as neighbors. In stark contrast, the Ape Beastman tribe had imposed a significant requirement right from the outset. They demanded that he allocate a sufficiently large area for their habitation, a request that was unfeasible. The Ape Beastmen resided in a valley, restricting their ability to designate a substantial territory for Yi Cheng and the others. This alone was unacceptable, particularly given Yanxi's unique status and her purely human identity, which must remain concealed from other beastmen. Furthermore, her concealed space, the Black Earth, was a secret that could not be revealed. Both Yi Cheng and Chioze were wary of taking any risks. Thus, they required a dwelling place that was as expansive as possible to safeguard Yanxi's secrets from the prying eyes of other beastmen. Turning her attention to Ingshi, she recalled having encountered him during a previous assembly at the Ape Beastman tribe. He had kindly warned them that a wandering beastman traveling with a female was perilous in the beast world, suggesting they consider joining his tribe. His warning stemmed from a rare benevolence. Additionally, Chioze was eager to compete with the formidable Lion Beastman warrior. Beneath his golden, shoulder-length hair lay a pair of piercing golden eyes that exuded a sense of intimidation when directed at others. His imposing stature and robust physique seemed almost destined for battle, radiating a potent masculine aura. However, his habitual downward gaze lent him an air of gloom, creating a juxtaposition of qualities that made Yanxi perceive a contradiction within this beastman. Yet, this was not the crux of her observation. She noted that while he kept his head lowered, his chest instinctively puffed out. Yanxi turned to look at Yi Cheng, smiling as she said, "You may make the decision." She then nestled back into Chioze's embrace, finding a comfortable position, and closed her eyes. Having established a habit of retiring early in the beast world, she felt fatigued after a day filled with labor, especially with the campfire burning late into the night. With Yanxi's approval, Yi Cheng nodded at Shanshur, stating, "Very well, we shall join the Lion Beastman tribe, and we hope the chief will honor his promises." Shanshur, filled with excitement, eagerly nodded, "Absolutely. Our Lion Beastmen primarily possess earth-based abilities." As he spoke, he pulled Zhang Xiao forward, saying, "Zhang Xiao is the most formidable among our tribe in terms of earth abilities. Once you arrive at our tribe, you can directly request his assistance in constructing earth houses. These dwellings are remarkably sturdy, impervious to rain and resilient against strong winds, and even during the snowy season, they provide warmth, ensuring that your little females do not suffer from the cold. Zhang Xiao will be at your service free of charge. Simply call upon him, and he shall come." Yi Cheng glanced at Zhang Xiao, who appeared somewhat stiff and uncomfortable after being pushed to the forefront, and nodded, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you." Zhang Xiao, still rigid, replied in a low voice, "You're welcome." Upon confirming their allegiance to the Lion Beastman tribe, Old Horned Goat approached with his kin, greeting, "Esteemed chief of the Lion Beastmen, we are the Horned Goat tribe, and we also wish to join your esteemed tribe. Is there a possibility for this?" After speaking, he brought forth his pair of offspring, saying, "My daughter has just reached adulthood, possessing an orange talent as a female beastman, and she has earth abilities. She is married to a male ape beastman with green talent, and another male horned goat beastman with orange talent. My son, born with green talent, carries a trace of the mythical beast's bloodline from the Yeren, and his eyes are yet to open. Once they do, his talent will surely elevate to at least a red level." Old Horned Goat detailed his family situation, hoping that the Lion Beastman tribe would accept them. Upon hearing Old Horned Goat mention the trace of Yeren bloodline, Shanshur became intrigued, closely examining the young beastman, and indeed spotting the two unopened eyes on his back. With a joyful smile, he said, "Our Lion Beastman tribe warmly welcomes the Horned Goat tribe's beastmen." Observing the close bond between Anan and the little female nestled in Chioze's arms, he inquired, "Will you also require a parcel of land for your own habitation?" Old Horned Goat shook his head, smiling, "That is the privilege of esteemed red talent beastmen. We do not yet have any red talent males, so we shall naturally live alongside the Lion Beastman tribe." Shanshur, looking at Anan, replied, "Excellent. Our tribe has many males with high talents. Horned Goat tribe females can choose from among them for protection." Anan, taken aback, nodded with a somewhat stiff smile. Old Horned Goat added, "With powerful males protecting Anan, I too feel reassured." The atmosphere was harmonious, and matters progressed in a direction that met everyone's expectations. The chief of the lion beastmen achieved his desired outcome and politely bid farewell, departing with his companions. Yanxi emerged from Qiuzhe's embrace, clutching Ainan's arm as she inquired, Ainan, are you also planning to join the lion beastman tribe? I had not heard you mention it before. Ainan sighed softly and replied, in our goat tribe, we suffered the loss of too many adult male beastmen during the last snow season. This decision is one we had to make. However, I am genuinely pleased to share a tribe with you, Yanxi. Yanxi smiled and remarked, I am truly delighted to reside in the same tribe as Ainan. You are my first friend of the same gender in this beastly world. What is a friend? Ainan inquired. A friend is someone with whom one shares a deep bond. Two individuals who enjoy each other's company immensely, Yanxi endeavored to explain in simple terms. Ainan nodded, affirming, yes, you are my best friend as well. In the background, the beast man Hu Zhang observed Yanxi seated with his sister, his heart swelling with joy at the prospect of accompanying her once more. However, Yicheng cast a sidelong glance at Hu Zhang, making it clear that any male beast man lacking the red talent should not dare approach his precious female companion. In the nocturnal realm of the Black Earth, Yanxi utilized a plastic water bucket salvaged from a refuse heap to store the fish liver oil they had painstakingly extracted that evening. Aspiring to become a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in the beast world continent, she understood that these medicinal herbs required her diligent collection and careful preparation. After sealing the oil meticulously, she set it aside for future use. Yanxi took a moment to freshen up in the dark soil space. After sharing an intimate moment with Yicheng, she fell into a deep slumber. Yicheng tidied her up, then emerged from the tent with a piece of beast skin to find Qiuzhe. Qiuzhe was consumed by his longing for power. He excavated a channel at the wellhead, allowing the water to flow out and create a small river within the space, thereby alleviating the need to water the plants manually. The water from the well would nourish all the flora within the realm. He had already cultivated the garlic, ginseng, and the peppers that Yanxi adored, which he had not had the chance to plant earlier. At that moment, upon seeing Yicheng approach with the piece of beast skin, Qiuzhe huffed, what? Is my torment not sufficient for you? Yicheng dismissed his retort, stating, extract the essence belonging to Yanxi from this beast skin and mold it into a water sphere. I require it. Irritated, Qiuzhe took the beast skin, harnessed his unique abilities, and shaped Yanxi's essence into a water sphere, which he tossed to Yicheng. Yicheng swiftly encased it in ice and tossed the ice sphere back to Qiuzhe, instructing, take this to Yonghe. Qiuzhe paused, suddenly comprehending Yicheng's intention. He exclaimed, are you intent on having that foolish ape-like beastman perish? Yonghe had taken the blame for the death of the shaman for Yanxi, and the best outcome would be decades of unpaid labor for the tribe, while the worst could lead to his demise. Yicheng wished to spare him from the torment of revealing Yanxi's secret in the days to come, for that would merely bring about a slap for a jujube. The scent of Yanxi is akin to that of a jujube, Yicheng casually remarked. I merely wish for him to have a glimmer of hope to cling to during his moments of anguish. Qiuzhe shook his head, finally grasping the true terror of Yicheng, not his physical aggression, but rather his cunning schemes. Such a treacherous and sly beastman juxtaposed against his innocent and pure little female. It is no wonder she was so thoroughly subdued by him, fearing even the slightest displeasure from Yicheng, spending her days striving to please him. Qiuzhe grasped an ice ball and inquired, what do I stand to gain? Yicheng raised an eyebrow, perplexed by his meaning. In matters of mutual benefit, what further gains were necessary? Qiuzhe continued, the next time I draw close to Yanxi, you must not cast her a foul look, making her feel guilty as if any closeness with me could cost her life. And you mustn't strike me. I will take care of her. Yicheng chuckled, draw close to her. Have you found a suitable place? Qiuzhe faltered, a wave of despondency washing over him. He knew only that when he kissed her, she emanated a delightful fragrance. This scent, while exquisite, was faint in her everyday presence. It was masked by the minty essence, only discernible when he was closely near her. It was this very reason he had struggled to deepen his relationship with Yanxi. To voice this would be met with disbelief among the beasts. Yet, he was reluctant to bow to Yicheng and seek his counsel. Before Yicheng, he maintained his composure, stating, just leave it be. You need only promise me that when I draw near to Yanxi next, or even progress further, you must not display your emotions before her, revealing your anger. Did you not notice how she spent the entire day trying to appease you? I am not oblivious to your significance in her eyes, but I have already entered your world of two. I must advance with her. If every time she draws near to me, she must turn back to soothe you for a day or even several, how are we to continue living? If that is the case, why did you tacitly allow me to pursue her? I understand your thoughts, but one day I shall become her true partner. I do not wish to see her constantly anxious over your moods, living each day merely to placate you. Furthermore, she is my female. I wish for her to see more of me. Yicheng was deeply moved by Qiuzhe's words, recognizing their truth. He was not unaware of the validity in Qiuzhe's perspective. This was the beast world, where the environment was unforgiving. The conditions for monogamy, as in Yanxi's era, were absent. What Qiuzhe spoke of would inevitably transpire. From Qiuzhe's viewpoint, his actions were entirely justifiable. However, there were certain elements beyond his control. Having developed feelings for her, he yearned to possess her entirely, desiring her undivided attention, free from the gaze of any other beast. He felt a surge of elation. He had nearly succumbed to despair, believing he would never have the chance to express himself again. Yet, after heeding the counsel of his elders and making minor adjustments, he was unexpectedly liberated, filling him with joy. In chapter 77, it is only natural for a male to treat the female he desires with kindness. Just as he had tacitly accepted Qiuzei's pursuit of Yinshi, he reminded himself that occasionally, he must let go, allowing Qiuzei to experience some sweetness. So he would join him in protecting Yinshi. However, when he witnessed Yinshi not rebuffing Qiuzei, a sharp pang pierced his heart. As if something was relentlessly pricking at it. He longed to tear apart any male beastman who dared to covet his little female. His gaze turned distant, murmuring softly, "When you can truly sense my current confusion and despair, you will comprehend the torment I endure." "What do you mean? I do not understand your words," Qiuzei pressed. Yicheng inhaled deeply and replied, "Consider my relationship with Yinshi. You are merely a beast here. What are your thoughts?" "I wish to join," Qiuzei replied candidly. Yicheng's lips twitched in response. "Did you not consider pushing me aside to take my place? That would indeed be ideal, but Yinshi is certain to prioritize your feelings. I reluctantly accompany you." Qiuzei recognized that in Yinshi's heart, he held less significance than Yicheng. Yet, Yinshi was shy, allowing him neither to hear nor see her. He could only transform his desires into the strength to cultivate the land. "Leave," Yicheng retorted, turning to stride toward the tent. As the number of male beast men around Yinshi increased, he would not be foolish enough to squander his time. Qiuzei pursued him, saying, "You asked me to deliver something. Surely, Yinshi should first see me out." Yicheng scoffed and went to rouse the drowsy Yinshi, instructing her to escort Qiuzei out of the dark earth space. Yinshi squinted her eyes and nodded, grasping Qiuzei's hand to escort him out of the space. However, Qiuzei did not immediately release her, embracing her waist. He spoke in a seductive tone, "Yinshi, my dear, tell me, how can I be like you and Yicheng? Bowing to my own female is far preferable to bowing to Yicheng." Yinshi did not even open her eyes as she pushed his handsome face away and vanished onto the beast's skin. Qiuzei inhaled deeply, furiously turning around and exiting the tent in search of Yonghe. Meanwhile, when Qiuzei found Yonghe, he was seated like a statue at the entrance of a cave devoid of guards, gazing up at the moon. Was this the treatment of a prisoner? Why did he feel more like a master? Yonghe sensed a disturbance in the air and turned to see Qiuzei landing silently and gracefully. He expressed his surprise, asking, "What brings you here?" Without a word, Qiuzei tossed an almost melting ice ball to Yonghe. Yonghe caught it, glancing at the ice sphere with confusion about its contents. He inquired, "What is this?" "You need not worry about my revealing anything. I shall honor my word since the deed is done." Qiuzei gestured toward the ice ball, saying, "The gathering has concluded, and we shall depart from the ape beastmen tribe tomorrow. This is something that will fortify your resolve." Yonghe glanced at the ice sphere again, nodded, and remained silent. Qiuzei observed his calm demeanor with some perplexity and asked, "Why would such a powerful male beast man like you drive himself to the brink for a female? Do you have any regrets?" Yonghe had heard the old shaman's words that day, that Yinshi possessed no talent as a beast man, implying she would never bear offspring for any male. So why was Yonghe willing to kill that shaman for Yinshi? Had he hesitated at that moment, he might not have resolved to become her mate, forsaking progeny. With a gentle expression, Yonghe replied, "Were you not also willing to become her slave to be her mate? Do you now regret your bond with her?" Qiuzei delved into his memories of Yinshi. Initially, it was her delightful scent that compelled him to seek her as his female. He felt a deep need to possess her. After sensing her rejection and her loyalty to the wandering beastman Yicheng, he found himself envious. He had never witnessed a female beastman so devoted to a male. In this world, polyandry was deeply ingrained in their minds. The environment rendered females weaker than males, making those that survived increasingly precious. In his youth, he dreamed of finding a female who belonged solely to him. Even as an adult, he held on to that hope. Yet, after years of searching, he had not found a female willing to forego the protection of multiple males to be with just one. Until he met her, alas. Her heart belonged to another. Yet, he craved the loyalty she offered to her mate, wishing to receive it himself one day. Thus, he shattered her resolve, bringing conflict to both of them. However, he felt no regret. He desired her to see him, to not need exclusivity, just the ability to acknowledge his presence. He longed for her to think of him one day, even if just occasionally, whether in light or darkness. He wished to be etched in her heart and to leave his mark upon her, becoming her true mate. "I do not regret it," Qiuzei asserted firmly. Indeed, he had experienced moments of doubt, but he had never regretted his connection with Yinshi. She had become so significant in his life. "I find it curious, though, that you, having never interacted with her or understood her temperament, can go to such lengths for her." Yonghe pondered for a moment, scratching his head, and replied, "Isn't it natural for a male to treat the female he desires well?" Qiuzei. Well, he truly was Navi. Naicheng had given him an ethereal verbal promise, and he intended to stake his life on it. It was astonishing. The psychological strength of this male ape beast man was something he could not compare to. He said, "Then remember the scent within the ice ball. It belongs to the little female. When you live to stand before her, I can graciously offer you a place by her side. After all, Yonghe was a red-gifted male beast man with lightning abilities, capable of protecting Yanxi well. Yonghe watched Xiao Zhe's departing figure, then glanced at the palm-sized melting ice ball. He raised his hand, applying pressure to shatter the sphere. A delightful aroma, unlike anything he had ever encountered, rushed into his nostrils. Yonghe inhaled deeply, eyes widening with brilliance. His body, which had never responded to a female before, stirred with newfound sensations. He chuckled softly, running a hand across his forehead, laughter swelling until he released a triumphant roar to the heavens. Chapter 78. The unicycle. He was a normal male beast man. He was normal. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, activating his powers, surrounded by crackling silver lightning. Something within his gaze solidified with determination. Just as he reveled in his newfound bodily response to a female, a voice interrupted his elation. "Yonghe, what are you laughing at?" inquired the chieftain of the ape beastman tribe. The chieftain was, in fact, Yonghe's elder. In recent days, worry over Yonghe's slaying of the shaman had turned his hair white. Yet here was Yonghe laughing as if possessed. He approached, intending to have a heart-to-heart conversation with him. There were no guards present, as they all knew a male beast man like Yonghe would never attempt to escape. Thus, his living arrangements remained unchanged over the past few days, and no one had troubled him. After all, Yonghe was the most formidable male beast man in the tribe, and no one had yet emerged capable of challenging him. The lingering scent had yet to dissipate completely. The chieftain of the ape beast tribe detected the presence of a female and inquired, "Has a female been here recently?" Yonghe paused for a moment, then slowly sat down and replied, "Does Ima count?" Upon hearing Ima's name, the chieftain assumed she had visited and dismissed the thought. He continued, "In my efforts on your behalf these past few days, the tribe has reached a final conclusion. You are to work for the tribe free of charge for 20 years. During this time, you are forbidden to leave, and you must mate with Ima, ensuring she bears a child who will inherit your talents. In return, your earlier transgression of slaying the shaman will be overlooked." At the mention of 20 years, Yonghe furrowed his brow. After 2 decades, he would be aged and frail, seeking out young females to assume the role of their beast husband. Moreover, to be bound to a female he held no interest in was utterly impossible. Rising to his feet, he bowed to the chieftain and declared, "Chieftain, I wish to maintain my original stance." The old chieftain was taken aback, exclaiming, "What did you say? Do you comprehend the implications of your choice?" Yonghe nodded affirmatively, "I do. To become an exiled beast man means I can never again claim to be a male of the ape beast tribe. The annual divine retribution, devoid of female restraint, would ultimately reduce me to a mindless beast, reviled by all for my savagery. There is also the peril of being easily slain and devoured by any creature in the jungle due to my weakened state after a talent-induced upheaval. Will you still insist on your original verdict? Am I merely a jest in your endeavors?" The old chieftain, visibly exasperated, retorted, "You are the sole offspring of Adi. How am I to face the beast god in the afterlife if you abandon your kin?" Yonghe hesitated but reiterated, "I am sorry, but I stand by my decision." The chieftain, trembling with indignation, pointed a finger at him. You, I shall not concern myself any longer. Go where you please." Thus, when all the other tribesmen departed from the ape beast tribe, Yonghe bore the brand of exile upon his forehead, cast out from his clan, a tale for another time. Meanwhile, Yanxi was roused early in the morning by Yi Cheng, who, without allowing her eyes to fully open, proceeded to wash her, dress her, and prepare a mint concoction. Setting her aside as they made the final preparations to leave the ape beast tribe, their scattered belongings had already been placed in Yanxi's black soil space, but some items, having been seen by outsiders, had to be displayed for appearance's sake. Yanxi sat upon a stone, observing with a hint of worry as Yi Cheng and Xiao Zhe laden themselves with an array of burdens. So many items to carry on their journey. What a hassle it would be. Yanxi instructed them to set aside their burdens and to construct a unicycle. They then placed the items they had been carrying into 2 large ceramic jars, one nested within the other, ultimately leaving only a single jar for appearance's sake atop the unicycle, creating a simple and convenient solution. It was certainly preferable to their previous comical state of being laden with various items. The male beasts of the beast world were adept craftsmen. For instance, their earlier creation of a fishing net had proven quite successful, and it still lay in Yanxi's black soil space, preserved for potential future use. At this moment, the other assembled beasts observed with curiosity as Yanxi and his companions not only refrained from tidying up, but also abandoned their luggage to engage in woodcutting. They were eager to see what would unfold, for the creations of Yanxi and his team had often been both delicious and useful. When Yi Cheng and the 2 beasts returned with timber, he skillfully used his sharp claws to carve the wood into blocks the size of an arm, which would serve as part of the cart. Xiao Zhe followed Yanxi's suggestion to create a wheel. Soon, each of them completed their respective tasks, and together they assembled a single-wheeled cart. They placed all their items within a large ceramic jar and secured it atop the unicycle. With one person directing the path and another pushing from behind, the endeavor proved remarkably effortless. The remaining beasts watched the entire process of Yanxi and his team constructing the unicycle, noting its simplicity and practicality for transporting numerous items with ease. "Young master, There is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, for what follows is even more exhilarating. They all expressed a desire to exchange this technique with Yin Shi, acknowledging that since it was their invention, a form of tribute was indeed warranted. Yin Shi wished to refuse. Yet Qiuzhe shamelessly accepted the items, tossing them into the clay pots they had just placed upon the unicycles. Thus, what he had collected, he began to teach others. Before long, the gathering area was filled with unicycles, with each tribe possessing at least one. The Horn Sheep tribe was the second to create these unicycles, crafting them larger due to their greater number of people. Once they completed their work, they allowed the younger orcs to ride alongside the elder orcs, thus enabling the vehicles to transport individuals. The assembly of minds bore fruit, and some compassionate male orcs permitted their females to ride on the unicycles as well. In an instant, the unicycles found widespread application. Once all tasks were completed, it was time to part ways. Gradually, familiar orcs exchanged farewells as they prepared to depart. Yin Shi and his companions converged with the orcs of the Lion Beastman tribe, accompanied by the orcs of the White Tiger clan. Qiuzhe, aware of his own capriciousness, felt himself reduced to a mere servant to Yin Shi, sharing company with barren females, thus bringing shame upon the White Tiger clan. He presented the large unicycle he had crafted to his elder brother, stating, "The old orcs have grown weary. Let them take a seat. The younger orcs may push it along while I return." Ao, who, having been incensed by his younger son, turned his head away, ignoring the gesture, thus indicating his genuine displeasure. Once Qiuzhe departed, he cast a longing glance at his son's retreating figure, reflecting, "This insufferable boy. Can't he just humble himself before his father and acknowledge his faults?" The White Tiger clan was situated at a considerable distance from the wandering orcs, and as they had not ventured to observe, none had come forth to utilize the unicycle. Chapter 79. The Journey Without Lunch, Seeking Attention, Adding to the Bookshelf. Comments urging updates. Anything helps. At this moment, Qiuzhe delivered a unicycle, prompting Lan Su to nudge Qiangyu's arm in delight, exclaiming, "Qiangyu, I wish to sleep beside you tonight. May I have a turn on this unicycle?" Qiangyu anticipated that his younger brother's gift would yield such an advantage. He looked up at his father with hopeful eyes. Lan Su, having previously borne a litter of tiger cubs, had left her offspring behind to attend the orc gathering. Now, as she entered her heat cycle, increased interaction with her could potentially lead to a new pregnancy. If she bore more cubs, he could even gift one to his younger brother. Ao, who, noticing his elder son's glance, comprehended his unspoken thoughts. He declared, "The females who are weary may take a seat. The male orcs shall take turns pushing the cart." The fortunate females who received this privilege joyfully ascended the cart to experience it. Qiangyu, eager to spend the night with Lan Su, was the first to volunteer to push the cart. This unicycle seemed to captivate the orcs of the beast world, who were enchanted by their newfound toy. Members of the Lion Beastman tribe also endeavored to learn the art of crafting unicycles, and at this moment, they loaded the newly acquired goods onto the cart. While the females could eventually ride, initially they lacked that privilege. However, having sampled the benefits of a unicycle, restless orcs began to construct more of them along the journey, allowing the female orcs to recline on the carts, enjoying a nap as their husbands pushed them along. The Lion Beastman and White Tiger clan orcs resided in the central region, thus sharing the initial stretch of their journey together. Anin and others had joined the Lion Beastman tribe, ensuring they traveled in unison. Yin Shi initially did not sit on the unicycle. As they journeyed back, everyone carried numerous items, their pace considerably slowed. Thus, she sought to gather more familiar herbs, wild vegetables, and condiments along the way. If she could discover other staple foods, it would be even more delightful. Anan and Yao Jin accompanied Yin Shi in her search. Yi Cheng trailed behind the group, serving as their protector. Qiuzhe pushed the limited amount of supplies they had left outside. The earthen jars atop the unicycle were rather elevated, unless the beastmen intentionally looked. They would remain oblivious to the quantity of items contained within. On the first day, Yin Shi discovered a variety of wild vegetables along her journey. She carefully uprooted them, intending to replant them in the fertile black soil, discarding the excess roots. After traversing for an entire morning, she noticed that her companions showed no signs of halting. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Night Chung approached and lifted her, allowing her to rest upon his arm. Yin Shi leaned against his shoulder and inquired, "Isn't it noon? Won't everyone take a break to eat?" Yi Cheng paused for a moment and asked, "Are you hungry?" In truth, he had prepared food for Yin Shi in the morning, but observing that these orcs did not pause during their journey, he surmised they would likely not stop for lunch. Zhan Jin retrieved 2 fruits from his bosom and presented them to Yin Shi, saying, "If you're hungry, have some fruit. We won't halt our pace at noon. If you feel famished, just nibble on something until we stop to rest in the evening." Yin Shi took the fruit handed to her by the Hu Tian, her brow furrowing in discomfort. Her legs ached from the journey, and she longed for a brief respite. Yi Cheng, aware of his little mate's penchant for afternoon naps, suggested, "I shall empty the pottery jar. Would you like to rest inside it? There is no need to empty it entirely. Simply placing the contents at the bottom will suffice." He understood her intention. She could transfer the items within the jar to her dark soil space. However, during their travels, it was inconvenient for her to enter that space. thus her suggestion to use the items as a cushion instead. Yi Cheng instructed Qiuzhe, who was pushing the cart, to halt. And he organized the items in the jar, laying down some animal skins for Yin Shi to rest upon. He then covered her with another layer of fur, whispering to her, I have placed some food in the dark soil space. Seek it out and eat your fill before you sleep. Yin Shi raised her head to gaze at the night sky outside the earthen jar and inquired, what did you have for lunch? Qiuzhe leaped onto the unicycle, glancing at Yin Shi with a dismissive smile, and replied, just take care of yourself. We certainly won't let ourselves go hungry. Unlike Yin Shi, who appeared fragile, they could easily hunt and consume their prey raw. Throughout these days, they had accompanied her in finishing cooked meals before venturing out to hunt and satiate their own appetites. Yin Shi nodded slightly, choosing to disregard them. She seated herself within the earthen jar and began to eat. Yi Cheng and Qiuzhe leapt down from the unicycle. Engaged in a discussion, I shall search for provisions, while you keep watch over Yin Shi, Yi Cheng declared, his keen gaze directed towards the forest. Qiuzhe thumped his chest confidently and replied, rest assured, I will ensure she does not suffer even a scratch. Yi Cheng, trusting in Qiuzhe's abilities, nodded and transformed, his tail resembling that of a serpent, before swiftly disappearing into the woods. When Yin Shi awoke within the jar, she found herself disoriented, uncertain of the time. Rising to her feet, she peered above her neck, surveying the twilight sky. The sun hung low in the west, revealing that she had inadvertently slept until evening. Lowering her gaze to the one pushing the cart, she noticed it was now Yi Cheng. Upon seeing her awaken, he halted the cart and inquired, would you like to come out? Yin Shi nodded gently, and Yi Cheng effortlessly lifted her entire being, placing her upon the ground. Yin Shi glanced around. Noticing that Qiuzhe was absent, she turned to Yi Cheng and inquired, where's Qiuzhe? Yi Cheng replied, he has gone hunting. Come, take a seat in the cart, and I shall push you along. Yin Shi nodded. Once she had settled into the carriage, Yi Cheng began to push it forward. The vehicle was under his steady control, gliding smoothly without any jolts or tilts. Yin Shi glanced back at the procession, observing the horned sheep tribe behind them, where Anan and the young orcs were resting peacefully on their unicycles. However, there was no sign of the elusive Yao Jin. After a short while, the leading group called for a break, indicating that they would halt their journey for the day, camping here until dawn. Qiuzhe soon returned, shouldering a prey that was larger than himself, already prepared for the evening. Yi Cheng retrieved a large earthenware pot from Yin Shi's sleeping vessel to assist Qiuzhe with the catch. Once the prey was placed, Yi Cheng picked up another pot and said, I shall fetch some water. They would need it for cooking their meal that night, as well as for Yin Shi's ablutions. Yin Shi was not idle either. She went to the side and moved 3 stones to create a simple stove. Meanwhile, Qiuzhe returned with firewood, and upon seeing Yin Shi struggling to maneuver a stone that could only roll along the ground, he hurriedly set down the firewood to assist her. You sit still and let me and Yi Cheng handle this. If you feel hungry, eat some fruit first. In her black soil space, there were plenty of fruits, and she certainly didn't need his prompting. If she were hungry, she would pick and eat them herself. However, we are in this together, aren't we? While you all are busy, it would be unreasonable for me to remain idle. Although she had traveled all day and felt somewhat fatigued, she had secretly drunk from the well in her black soil space, which quickly alleviated her exhaustion. After a nap in the afternoon, she was now brimming with energy. Moreover, with so many male orcs around, she felt no fear of danger. It was perfectly fine for her to lend a hand. This was the first time Qiuzhe had encountered a female actively engaged in work. He arranged the stones and stacked the firewood, saying, if you're working, does that not leave us males with nothing to do? I may not be able to handle the heavy tasks, but I can manage the lighter ones. Qiuzhe glanced at the 3 stones on the ground and remarked, this is quite laborious for you. Yin Shi pursed her lips and replied, but I can still make things happen. Qiuzhe raised his hand and gently ruffled her hair, saying, don't be so stubborn. I will go borrow a spark. Just stay put and wait. Upon hearing Qiuzhe mention borrowing a spark, Yin Shi hurriedly grasped his arm and said, I can start a fire. There is no need for you to borrow one. Qiuzhe was taken aback. Standing to the side as he watched Yin Shi retrieve a small bamboo tube from her person, she opened the lid and blew gently into the contents, which promptly emitted thick smoke. In less than a moment, a bright flame flickered to life within. She lowered the flame beneath some slender twigs, and soon enough, a fire was kindled. The surrounding beast men, witnessing her effortless display, gazed at her in astonishment as if they were witnessing a mere spectacle. Yin Shi carefully tended to the fire, placing slightly larger dry branches upon it, patiently waiting for the flames to grow more robust. When she lifted her gaze, she found all the beast men staring at her, which startled her. Why are you all looking at me like that? Anan voiced the question that lingered in everyone's minds. Yin Shi, how did you accomplish this? How is it that you can preserve the embers? Yin Shi suddenly realized and recalled that Yi Cheng had previously been astonished by her actions. She explained, this is a fire starter, quite simple to make. It consists of a type of leaf, combined with reeds, rosin powder, and charcoal. When wrapped in these leaves, it burns exceptionally well, lasting 2 to 3 days without extinguishing. When needed, simply open the lid and give it a gentle blow to ignite. When not in use, cover it again. There There are holes on the bottom and sides for air circulation, preventing the leaves inside from dying out. These leaves are fibrous, somewhat akin to cotton, yet not as soft, and extracting the fibers is rather tedious, making them unsuitable for clothing, but they are perfect for fire starters. After being boiled and dried, they can also serve as makeshift toilet paper, albeit not as soft as actual tissue, yet preferable to nothing. As Yi Cheng returned with water, he discovered a throng of orcs surrounding his fire pit. Frowning, he approached and noticed their expressions of amazement. One orc exclaimed, "I have seen these leaves before, but I never imagined that combining them with reeds, rosin powder, and charcoal could preserve a flame so easily. This means that when we venture further afield, we need not struggle to maintain a fire. A fire starter will suffice." Indeed, this was remarkably convenient. Yanxi, can this discovery be shared with our tribe? Moreover, for our White Tiger clan, dear female, our Chiuze is now your servant. You may utilize him as you wish, even to the extent of beating him if it displeases you. Would you be willing to share this discovery with us? The members of the White Tiger clan were unabashed in their willingness to betray their kin. Chiuze delivered a swift kick, toppling the White Tiger. The individual, known as Luohu, paid no heed and, rising to his feet, implored Yanxi once more. As Yanxi was about to respond, Yicheng interjected sharply, "Leave. If you wish to borrow fire, take it and do not linger here. Should you desire to learn how to create torches, have the clan leader bring an orc to teach you. Once you have mastered it, let that individual instruct you." Upon seeing Yicheng's return, the crowd hastily borrowed the fire and departed. Yicheng set down the water jar and cast a stern glance at Xiuzhe, instructing him to attend to the meat chunks first. He then approached Yanxi, taking her small hand in his, gently squeezing it as he spoke. In the Beast World continent, if the orcs discover something and others wish to learn, it must be contingent upon your consent. Should you refuse, even if certain orc clansmen come seeking knowledge, it cannot be imparted casually. They must either offer equivalent prey in exchange or provide you with something you desire. Do not naively agree without asking for anything in return. The certain orc clansman Yicheng referred to included Xiuzhe, who inhaled deeply several times, attempting to dispute this. However, it was true that there had been members of the White Tiger clan among the crowd. Moreover, had Yicheng not returned, Yanxi might have genuinely acquiesced. He felt somewhat guilty for his silence and continued with his tasks. Yanxi furrowed her brow and remarked, "That item is rather simple, and the materials are readily available in these woods. Is it not somewhat excessive to accept gifts from others for such a trivial thing?" Although the beast world does not concern itself with issues of copyright, there exists an understanding that if one wishes to learn something that another possesses, it must be exchanged for prey. This is far superior to the rampant piracy in my former world. No matter how trivial the item, one should not casually undervalue it for other beasts. After all, some beasts are exceedingly greedy, and once they obtain one thing, they yearn for more. Yicheng spoke with gravity, hoping that the kind-hearted Yanxi would not merely listen but take heed. At that moment, Hushin approached, holding a skewer of perfectly roasted potatoes, and said, "Indeed, Yicheng is quite right. Yanxi, do not be overly benevolent." As he spoke, he retrieved a freshly roasted potato from a branch and offered it to Yanxi, saying, "It's no longer hot. Please enjoy." Yanxi naturally accepted the potato, raising it and saying, "See, while you provide me with sustenance, I shall impart to you a simple yet convenient knowledge that could benefit us both. It is a mutual exchange, and there is nothing detrimental in that." The beast man, seeing her effortlessly accept his offering, felt a surge of joy within him. He replied, "The worth of this item pales in comparison to the value of your fire starter. Thus, if we, the horned sheep folk, wish to learn about your fire starter, we must present something of equivalent value in return. What do you plan to prepare for dinner this evening? Would you like my assistance in cooking?" Yanxi wanted to continue speaking about the fire starter, but was interrupted by the abrupt interjection of the beast. Yanxi cast a glance at the meat being prepared by Xiuzhe. She remarked, "If only we had starch, even the toughest meat could be marinated, and I would not need to resort to stewing it." "What is starch? Where can it be obtained?" asked Yizhen. He would go to great lengths to procure anything that Yanxi desired. The mere mention of food piqued Yanxi's interest. She lifted the potato in her hand and explained, "Potatoes contain starch, but it requires processing to extract it, and a considerable quantity of potatoes is needed to yield a small amount of starch. We have plenty of potatoes back home, and I have also planted some in a wooden basin. It won't be long before we can harvest another batch. These should suffice to produce a little starch. Yanxi, how should we proceed?" "I shall prepare it for you." The prospect of preparing food for her intrigued Yizhen as well. Naicheng exchanged a glance with Xiuzhe, each harboring a thought. This sticky situation is one they are unlikely to escape. Moreover, they were unfamiliar with the concept of starch that Yanxi mentioned. Yanxi spoke at length, but they seemed oblivious to most of the vocabulary. While the figure of Yao Ji appeared to comprehend it all, perhaps this exemplifies the adage that every profession has its own expertise, where one can overpower others with sheer prowess. Ultimately, Yao Ji concluded, since potatoes contain starch, might it be possible that cooking them alongside meat could render the meat more tender and less tough, thereby making it more palatable? Yanxi widened her eyes. her beautiful orbs swirling thoughtfully as she nodded in agreement. We can give it a try. Subsequently, the two, intrigued, leaned in together to prepare a meal. Chapter 81. Between satiating hunger and men, she honestly chose the former. Chiozei seated himself beside Yi Cheng and murmured, "That horned sheep beast man is exceedingly bothersome. Can you comprehend what Yanxi is saying?" Yi Cheng inquired of Chiozei. Taking a deep breath, Chiozei shook his head. "Not at all. I listened attentively to every word, yet I cannot grasp how to proceed. I am also oblivious to what they mean by grinding paste or sediment." Yi Cheng rubbed his forehead in exasperation, admitting that he too had not understood. Thus, it seemed that only the horned sheep beast man had comprehended their discourse. This was indeed a considerable blow to their spirits. Noticing Yi Cheng's dismay, Chiozei remarked, "Are we really going to allow that horned sheep beast man to get so close to Yanxi? Damn it, I haven't even had a taste of my meat yet. And another male beast man is already eyeing my little female. I absolutely cannot permit this." Yi Cheng pondered for a moment before asking, "How much longer until we reach the lion beast man tribe? Once we arrive, let us establish our dwelling in a location distant from the tribe. Considering how attached he is to Yanxi, do you think he won't go to great lengths to speak with her about planting? All male beast men are relentless in their pursuit of females. Who doesn't know their little schemes? Then we must find him some tasks to occupy his time, preventing him from seeking out Shishi," Yi Cheng concluded. "What tasks?" Chiozei struggled to conceive of any suitable assignments for the horned sheep beast man. With a sigh, Yi Cheng suggested, "That old horned sheep seems to be against their most gifted horned sheep beast man forming a bond with Yanxi, fearing a lack of offspring. We could exploit this angle." With Yi Cheng's guidance, Chiozei's nimble mind quickly devised a plan. "In our white tiger tribe, we have a female who has yet to take a mate, and she possesses a green talent. I will introduce her to that horned sheep lad. She would surely be eager to pursue him. While it may be challenging for males to court females, when a female beast man desires a particular male as her mate, it is merely a matter of beckoning with a finger." Yi Cheng nodded in approval, acknowledging, Chiozei's intellect is indeed sharp. Rising, Chiozei declared, "I shall attend to this matter immediately." Yi Cheng nodded, watching him dash away. Yuan Shi, filled with curiosity, inquired of Yi Cheng, "Where has Chiozei gone?" "It is nearly time for dinner." Yi Cheng, casting a glance at the proud little princess standing beside Yuan Shi, replied with a smile, "He has some matters to attend to at the White Tiger tribe, but he will return shortly." Upon Chiozei's return, he was accompanied by a haughty little lady named Bai Ling. She had been captivated by Chiozei's tales of a culinary adept among the horned sheep beast men, who also possessed the ability to perform a captivating dance. This dance was reminiscent of one previously witnessed at a bonfire gathering, where a female horned sheep had performed, albeit not in its entirety. At that time, she had been enchanted by the dance, only to later discover it was a courtship dance specific to the horned sheep tribe, reserved for the beloved female beast men. This revelation had left her disheartened for quite some time. To her surprise, today she would meet a soon-to-be adult male horned sheep beast man, the most gifted among them. Upon hearing this, Bai Ling wasted no time in declaring her desire to meet Yuan Shi. This delighted Chiozei, who readily agreed to let her savor the culinary delights of the horned sheep beast man that evening, promising they would far surpass the fare of the White Tiger tribe. Thus, at that moment, Bai Ling caught a whiff of the enticing aroma wafting from where Yuan Shi was cooking, and she mused, Chiozei truly did not deceive her. This time, he is remarkably reliable. When Bai Ling finally laid eyes on the real deal, there was no need for Chiozei to introduce them. She dashed over, embracing one of Yuan Shi's arms, exclaiming, "Sister Yuan Shi, I am Chiozei's younger sister, Bai Ling. It is a pleasure to meet you, brother Yi Cheng, brother Yuan." Bai Ling's exuberance prompted Yuan to respond in kind, and he nodded, saying hello. It was his first encounter with such an assertive female, leaving him a bit bashful and inclined to speak less. Yet, Bai Ling had come specifically for him, and she would not let him fade into the background. The scene unfolded with Yuan Shi and the two brothers enjoying their meal, while Bai Ling nearly extolled Yuan to the point of euphoria. She would shower praise upon any wooden bowl he crafted, commend his chopsticks, and rave about his spoon. The moment the first morsel of food graced her lips, her eyes narrowed in delight. She praised Yuan to the heavens, declaring him a rarity that one could scarcely encounter in this world. By the end of the evening, Yuan was left floating on air, thoroughly flattered by the incessant compliments from a female. Even Yan Shi, despite her simplicity, discerned the evident affection Bai Ling harbored for Yuan. She leaned closer to Chiozei and inquired softly, "Is Bai Ling a member of the White Tiger tribe? Does she have a beast partner?" Chiozei replied, "Indeed. She is a female of the White Tiger tribe, currently without a mate. Her standards are notably high. After witnessing Anan perform a portion of a dance last night, she became enamored with the courtship dance of the ram beast man. It is said that the young ram is quite the culinary talent, which piqued her interest. She implored me to introduce her to Yuan, clearly smitten by him. This lad possesses remarkable charm. To captivate the prideful female of our White Tiger tribe with merely half a dance speaks volumes of his potential. Yanxi, you should facilitate a connection between Bai Ling and Yuan. I believe they have promising prospects." It is far simpler for a female to pursue a male, otherwise. A bold advance would surely lead to success. Yanxi blinked her eyes and remarked, "It seems that the Yao gene has yet to reach maturity, hasn't it?" Qiuzhe immediately responded, "Lack of maturity implies it does not experience estrus, yet that particular attribute is still functional." Yanxi coughed violently, caught off guard. Today marked yet another day of enlightenment. Upon witnessing Yanxi's distress, Qiuzhe and Yicheng hurriedly fetched water, each offering assistance in their own way. Meanwhile, the creature known as Yao Jun noticed the commotion. Observing the two male beastmen encircling Yanxi, he felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Realizing he had no time to attend to his own affairs, shoveling food into his mouth, he declared, "I am full, you may take your time." With that, he rose and made his way towards the corner where the ram beastman lingered. Bai Ling, torn between her appetite and her interest in the men, glanced between the delectable food and Yao Jun's retreating figure. Ultimately, she chose the former, prioritizing her hunger over romantic pursuits. Qiuzhe, exasperated, urged, "Go after him. Aren't you trying to win him over?" Bai Ling, with a pitiful expression, replied, "But I haven't finished eating yet. Wait until I am satisfied." Qiuzhe. For the first time, he felt the weight of his father's gaze upon him, a look akin to observing a decayed log. Bai Ling, still a young female, found herself entranced by the delightful feast, unable to move. Nothing could compare to the allure of exquisite food, not even the male beastmen. Thus, once her hunger was sated, she felt inclined to rest, leaving no time to forge a connection with Yao Jun. Qiuzhe. Yicheng turned to observe him, contemplating. Qiuzhe is a foolish ally, and he has managed to recruit another foolish ally. He himself was equally dim-witted for entrusting this matter to Qiuzhe. Yanxi had finished her meal and glanced at Yicheng and Qiuzhe, inquiring, "So, is that Bai Ling the one you brought to introduce to Wan Jin as a female?" Qiuzhe was momentarily at a loss for words, turning to Yicheng for support. However, Yicheng deliberately averted his gaze, seemingly intent on shifting the entire burden onto Qiuzhe. Chapter 82. The parachute as a tent. Qiuzhe gritted his teeth and after a moment of contemplation replied, "Yes, it is Bai Ling. She has an interest in the Capricorn beastmen and asked me to bring her to meet them." Yanxi chuckled softly, shaking her head. The little girl from the White Tiger tribe merely fancied a dance. Her affections were not directed towards the male beastman, Yao Qian. She remarked, "This is someone else's affair. Just introduce me and refrain from meddling further to avoid unnecessary trouble." Qiuzhe dismissed her words lightly. However, he soon grasped the meaning behind Yanxi's caution about inciting trouble. The White Tiger beastmen pursuing Bai Ling had discovered that Qiuzhe was the one who introduced external male beastmen to her, and they all converged upon the tribe's leader, demanding an explanation. The adult female beastmen of the White Tiger tribe were already scarce, and now there were beastmen who were actively introducing their females to outsiders. Qiuzhe was summoned back to the White Tiger tribe, where he received a stern reprimand. Feeling thoroughly defeated, he returned to Yanxi and Yicheng, his spirit utterly deflated. He regretted heeding Yicheng's ill-fated suggestion. Yet, Yicheng steadfastly denied that it was his idea, claiming he merely provided a thought. Infuriated, Qiuzhe contemplated confronting Yicheng, but he knew he was no match for him. Ultimately, he suffered a humiliating defeat at his hands, but that is another tale. After dinner, the other beastmen prepared for slumber. Yet, Yanxi feigned rummaging through a clay pot. From her space of black earth, she retrieved the parachute she had used for skydiving, along with a bone needle, intending to remove all the strings from the fabric to fashion a makeshift tent. After all, the material was waterproof. Observing her extract items from her world, Yicheng approached, taking the fabric from her hands and inquiring, "What do you intend to create?" "A tent for sleeping at night. This parachute fabric is larger than the tent we previously used in the ape beastman tribe. If we convert it entirely into a tent, it should be even bigger, accommodating 3 of us." As Yanxi's voice dwindled, she glanced up at Yicheng. Noticing his gentle smile and lack of anger, she relaxed as he took the fabric from her, settling by the fire to unfold the parachute, contemplating how to sew it. Yuanqi observed that Nicheng was not angry, so she decided to involve Qiuzhe as well, to ascertain the extent of the situation. The parachute was indeed quite large, taking on a circular form, with a fully extended diameter of 5 meters. However, there were vent holes on the canopy that needed to be sewn shut in order to create a complete fabric. The other orcs also noticed the non-leather material that Yuanqi and the others were pulling, but with Nicheng present, they dared not approach to inquire. Knowing such questions would yield no answers, it was Anan who approached to ask a question. She inquired, "Yuanqi, what is this?" Yanxi contemplated for a moment before speaking. "This is fabric, crafted from a blend of resin and several other materials. I lack the skill to produce it myself. I merely stumbled upon this piece. We intend to use it for a tent, allowing us to sleep within it at night." Anan ran his fingers over the smooth texture of the material Yanxi referred to as fabric and remarked, "It is lighter than animal hide and possesses a delightful silkiness. If fashioned into garments, it would surely be quite comfortable." Yicheng, who was still engaged in sewing, lifted his gaze towards Yanxi upon hearing Anan's words. If Yanxi desired to transform this into clothing, he could still make adjustments. Yanxi shook her head and remarked, this fabric could indeed be fashioned into garments. Yet it is far too unattractive for my liking. I would prefer it be transformed into a tent instead. Furthermore, I am clad in the serpent skin of Yicheng, which dries swiftly when dampened, proving far superior to this non-breathable material. I have a distinct preference for garments made from Yicheng's serpent skin. Upon hearing her words, Yicheng's lips curled into a smile as he continued to focus on sewing the tent. Once he had completed the tent, the only orc still awake in the camp was a male sentinel, while the others succumbed to slumber. This night, no peculiar sounds echoed through the night. For the orcs understood that in the wilderness, it was prudent to remain vigilant. One could never know how swiftly danger might strike. The vigilant male orc had dispatched a dozen beasts, both large and small. As Yicheng and Xiaozhe utilized ropes detached from the parachute canopy to suspend between two branches, they erected a makeshift tent. Yicheng then invited Yanxi to enter the tent and rest. Yanxi gazed at the male orc on watch not far away as he felled another wild beast. A hint of concern evident in her voice as she inquired, will there be such beasts invading our camp throughout the night? Is it dangerous? Yicheng affectionately ruffled her hair and reassured her, you need not worry. Xiaozhe and I will ensure your safety. If you truly find it difficult to sleep soundly, you may retreat to the spatial realm for rest. It is secure there. But what about the two of you? Yanxi wished to invite both of them to join her in the black soil space for slumber. Xiaozhe interjected, currently, we are on watch. It would be unwise to leave the tent unattended. If something were to occur and others came to summon us, discovering that no one is here would blatantly signal that we have a backup plan, would it not? Therefore, you may enter the space alone. Yicheng and I will take turns guarding the tent. You resting alone in the spatial realm poses no issue, even if all of us were to enter. Yanxi shook her head and said, I shall not enter. I will sleep in the tent, and you may call me if needed. Xiaozhe chuckled. If it's something we cannot resolve, calling you would be futile. In the event of true danger, the wisest course of action would be to hold you and flee swiftly. Yicheng turned to Xiaozhe, speaking earnestly, if peril arises, you should carry Yanxi away first, while I cover our retreat. Xiaozhe paused, his playful demeanor dissipating as he nodded in agreement. Although Yicheng possessed greater strength, their foremost duty remained the protection of Yanxi, a sentiment Xiaozhe wholeheartedly endorsed. Throughout the night, despite the relentless assault of countless beasts upon the camp, they were ultimately subdued by the vigilant male orcs on guard. The creatures vanquished during the night became sustenance for all by morning, and Yicheng and his companions received a portion as well, for they had lent their aid the previous night. On the following day, Yanxi awoke, still somewhat drowsy. Xiaozhe assisted her in freshening up, applying a green medicinal ointment to her. Yanxi no longer harbored the same aversion as before. Xiaozhe cherished her current disposition, dazed and still in slumber's embrace, making it all too easy to tease her, as she remained oblivious to any resistance. Once she fully awakened, seizing such opportunities would become far more challenging. He meticulously applied the medicinal ointment across her body, then proceeded to tie her hair at the back. In this moment, he exercised even greater caution than during the application of the ointment. He recalled that his previous attempts at this had drawn her disdain and even brought her to tears. Thus, he remained in a phase of practice, treading carefully. Yanxi suddenly gasped, prompting Xiaozhe to halt his actions and inquire, did that hurt? His cautious demeanor brought a smile to Yanxi's face. She replied, in truth, I can manage it myself. No, he insisted, if Yicheng can assist you, so can I. I shall improve swiftly. Though it may still cause you discomfort, I will practice diligently until I can do it without causing you pain. Xiaozhe was a tenacious individual, unwilling to concede defeat. He was determined to achieve perfection in every task he undertook. Yanxi waited for him to secure his hair with a clip, fastening it neatly at the back of his head. She turned to observe him. His white hair gradually transitioned to a deep black at the tips. His medium-length hair cascaded loosely down his back. Although it wasn't as lengthy as Yicheng's hair, it must still be somewhat bothersome, she thought. Allow me to style your hair, she offered. Chapter 83. The Battle of the Lion Beast. Xiaozhe hurriedly shook his head, saying, I believe I shall forego that. Yanxi remarked, Yicheng's hairstyle is precisely the way I taught him to style it. Just look at how handsome he appears. I can also style your hair to look equally striking. Xiaozhe was momentarily taken aback, surprised to learn that Yicheng's hairstyle was her creation. Did her teaching him to style his hair imply that he held some significance in her heart? He settled down, allowing her to work her magic on his hair. Before long, Yanxi had fashioned a high ponytail for him, leaving a strand of hair behind his ear, which she braided and let cascade over his shoulder. The sight of such a rebellious young man captivated Yanxi, who mused, it seems that every male beast man from this savage world possesses an undeniable charm. Her faint sense of feminine decorum was on the verge of crumbling. Xiaozhe relished the way she gazed at him, utterly transfixed. Leaning closer, he whispered in a husky voice, do you wish to kiss me? Feel free to do as you please. His words rendered Yanxi's face crimson as she quickly turned to put on her shoes, muttering, form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Form is precisely emptiness. Emptiness is precisely form. Having completed her task and donned her shoes, She stood and made her way outside. Xiaozhe, however, was not about to let her slip away so easily. He grasped her hand, pulling her back, and placed a kiss upon her lips, saying, "Now we can go out." She shot him a glare, her cheeks flushed, before dashing outside. There, she found Yicheng seated beside the fire, preparing a meal. She hurried over and leaned against his back. Yicheng quickly reached out to support her, saying, "Be careful." He took her hand, drawing her into his embrace. While his gaze remained fixed on the cooking fire, Yanxi, with her soft and endearing gaze, looked up at Yicheng and said, "Yicheng, do you not wish to kiss such a lovely me?" Yicheng lowered his head to regard her, his slightly cool fingertip brushing against the corner of her lips as he replied, "That little brat Xiaozhe's saliva is still lingering at the corner of your mouth. Are you certain you want me to kiss you now?" Yanxi paused for a moment, shrinking her neck in a fluster. Yicheng sighed softly, then lowered his head to bestow a gentle kiss upon her lips before asking, "Is everything well now?" Yanxi cautiously looked at him and asked, "Are you not angry?" Yicheng grasped her hand and pressed it against his heart, saying, "It may feel uncomfortable here, yet I lack the strength to protect you completely. I must admit that I have tacitly allowed Xiaozhe to draw near you. Therefore, in the future, I shall strive to adjust myself. However, could you refrain from seeing only him in your eyes? Would you consider placing me in the foremost position? I am, after all, your primary beast husband." Yanxi reached out and embraced his neck, realizing that Yicheng was equally apprehensive about their relationship. Her muffled voice emerged. "I truly wish for no one to intrude upon our bond." It was evident that she had not contemplated this at the outset. Yicheng held her tightly in return, responding, "I understand. It is entirely my fault. If I were a bit stronger, you could pursue whatever you desire without hesitation. This cannot be blamed on you. It is simply that my affection for you intensifies daily, creating an overwhelming desire to monopolize your heart. Yet, the more I feel this way, the stronger my urge to prevent you from engaging with other male beastmen becomes. I will strive to manage this sentiment. Until I am sufficiently powerful, I shall entrust your care to them, but once I attain that strength, you shall belong solely to me." Yanxi was oblivious to the significance of the word they uttered by Yicheng. She tightened her embrace around him, a sudden wave of compassion washing over her for this Yicheng. How deeply must he love her to utter such humble words? Yet, she felt as if she were a heartless woman, falling for every admirer that came her way. Initially, she had little affection for Xiaozhe, but after witnessing his clumsy attempts to express his feelings, she found it increasingly difficult to cast him aside. She instinctively began to prepare 3, even 4 portions of meals and accommodations, as she occasionally thought to leave a share for the elusive Yao Wu. Indeed, she was a heartless woman. When Xiaozhe emerged, he was met with the sight of the two entwined in each other's arms. The atmosphere between them stirred a disquieting sensation within him, not out of a desire to separate them, but rather from the feeling that his intrusion into their bond was nothing short of despicable. Yet, he hesitated to let go. Relinquishing the slightest sense of happiness he had just begun to grasp felt unbearable. He stepped forward, seizing one of Yanxi's hands from Yicheng's embrace, intertwining their fingers. This was sufficient. He asked for little more than this. Yanxi felt her hand ensnared within a warm palm, distinct from the chilling touch of Yicheng. A shiver coursed through her, prompting her to bury her head deeper into Yicheng's embrace. She was somewhat apprehensive, fearing that her indecisiveness might inflict harm upon both of them, particularly upon Yicheng. This peculiar yet harmonious scene was witnessed by 2 other beasts. One was the Yao, who had just returned from outside with a treasure intended for Yanxi, while the other was Zhang Xiao, who had concealed himself within the branches of a grand tree. Having kept vigil throughout the night, he gazed intently, lost in thoughts unknown, until the team announced their departure, at which point he leaped down from the tree and joined the rear of the group, treading silently. As morning wore on, Yanxi regained her vigor and enthusiasm for foraging. She and the Yao resembled 2 spirited little beastmen, darting to the front of the line, then to the middle, and occasionally to the rear, where Yicheng and Xiaozhe forbade her from venturing. Thus, they often found themselves near the back of the group, only to scamper once more to the forefront. Throughout the morning, they gathered an ample assortment of wild vegetables. Yanxi spotted small bamboo by the roadside and recalled that crafting fire sticks required numerous pieces of bamboo of such suitable size. She also noticed an abundance of bamboo shoots and engaged in a fruitful harvest with Yao Jun, gathering many shoots and instructing him to carry them back with animal hides. Before summoning Xiaozhe to join her, she envisioned planting some bamboo in her dark earth space, ensuring a continual supply of fresh, tender bamboo shoots for her enjoyment. Furthermore, these diminutive bamboos held numerous other utilities. She crafted the shells for her fire sticks using smaller bamboo tubes. Additionally, the future cultivation of climbing plants, flowers, and fruits would necessitate these small bamboos to serve as sturdy supports. Before Yao Jun could fetch Xiaozhe, she took it upon herself to use a stick to dig into the soil. She pondered that this location might be a rare opportunity to revisit, and thus felt compelled to extract a few bamboo pieces to plant in her dark earth space. However, as she busily dug with her backside in the air, she remained oblivious to the fact that the group had moved on, and Yao Jun had yet to find Xiaozhe. "Oh dear, this one is buried quite deep. I refuse to believe I cannot unearth it," Yanxi exclaimed, undeterred, as she continued her excavation. "What are you doing?" A sudden voice resonated above her. Yinshi was taken aback, turning around to gaze at the speaker, an orc. She had encountered this orc before. During the visit of the lion orc tribe to recruit Yiqing, he was present then as well. His name was Zhang Xiao, and Xiaozhe often regarded him as a hypothetical adversary. This fact made her particularly remember his name. Upon realizing he was also from the lion orc tribe, Yinshi felt less intimidated. Zhang Xiao spoke again. The team has moved on. What are you doing here? Aren't you going to catch up? Chapter 84, Bullying Her Ignorance of the Beast World Continent, What It Means for Males to Carry Females in Their Beast Form. Yinshi stood up, brushing off the dirt from her backside. She glanced at the line of figures that had long since disappeared from view. Then at the small pit she had dug for the bamboo, feeling a twinge of indecision. Where could the elusive Qiuzhe be? She was reluctant to part with this bamboo. Do you intend to excavate this plant? Yinshi nodded vigorously, gazing at the beastly figure before him. He suddenly recalled that Qiuzhe's claws were adept at digging, a trait attributed to his feline nature. Yet, it dawned upon him that lions too belonged to the feline family. Did they not? Yinshi, adopting a charming demeanor, exclaimed, "O mighty lion beast, would you be so kind as to assist me in uprooting a few bamboo shoots? Upon our return, I shall prepare a delectable dish of bamboo shoots as a token of my gratitude, if you would permit." Zhang Xiao tightened his grip at his side, his stiff neck nodding in acquiescence. He then bent down, deftly extracting the bamboo one by one and placing them on the ground. Had Yinshi not called out that it was sufficient, he would have undoubtedly uprooted the entire grove for her. This petite female had requested his assistance, a rarity, as no female had ever dared to approach him with such a request. This particular young lady, undeterred by his presence, sought his help, and moreover, she was the cherished female of Qiuzhe. Were Qiuzhe to discover this, he would surely be consumed with jealousy. Zhang Zhao's heart soared with joy, yet his expression remained as tranquil as still waters, leaving Yinshi feeling somewhat awkward. She mused to herself, he must think I am an unbearable nuisance. Yinshi observed his impatience, as if he intended to strip the entire bamboo grove bare. She hurriedly rushed over and exclaimed, "That's enough, that's enough. No need for so much." However, in her haste, she slipped and stumbled, landing abruptly on the ground with a thud. "Oh dear," she cried out. It was only then that Zhang Xiao paused, noticing the little female sprawled on the ground. He swiftly halted his actions and approached her, crouching down to inquire, "What happened to you?" Yinshi lifted the leg that had just caused her to stumble, only to discover that the sole of her shoe had come apart. Tears threatened to spill from her eyes. "This was the only pair of shoes I possess. If they are damaged, how am I to navigate and survive in the savage world?" She gazed despondently at the peeling sole, feeling a wave of hopelessness wash over her. Upon noticing the little female's broken shoe, Zhang Xiao felt a pang of sorrow, wishing to comfort her. He contemplated offering assistance, yet hesitated, fearing that she might take offense. After much internal struggle, he found himself at a loss for words. Yinshi tidied her emotions, rose to her feet, and shook off the adhesive soles of her shoes. Yet sorrow still lingered within her. How should she navigate the path ahead? Must she truly tread barefoot like the orcs? Her delicate soles would surely suffer from such a fate. She had not forgotten the painful memory of being captured by the exiled orcs, rolling upon the grass, her skin marred by several cuts that bled. The sight of the little female frowning displeased Zhang Xiao. He preferred to see her smile. Even caught in the confusion between the serpentine beastman and Qiuzhe, indecisive about her choice, was preferable to this current state. To him, Yinshi's worry seemed entirely unnecessary. In the beastly realm, which female beastman was not surrounded by multiple male companions, who did not have several males caring for a single female, the entanglement between Yiqing and Qiuzhe posed no issue for him. He stepped forward, lifting Yinshi and seating her upon his arm. The sudden elevation startled her. She quickly reached out to grasp the man's arm, but it was too robust for her small hand to hold. In her moment of urgency, she resorted to clutching his hair to steady herself. Yinshi suddenly realized that she had been lifted into his arms. Her first thought was, he is quite tall. He was only a tad shorter than Yiqing. Yiqing also enjoyed holding her like this, but now, perched on Zhang Zhao's arm, the height was quite impressive. Zhang Xiao, surprised by his own audacity in lifting a female, marveled at his boldness. Moreover, the petite female seemed to harbor no aversion to the gesture. She felt incredibly light, almost weightless in his embrace. Yinshi found herself in a predicament, her shoes having succumbed to wear, while Qiuzhe and Xiaozhen had yet to arrive. With no feasible means to return alone, she reluctantly sought the assistance of the male lion beast man to escort her back to the group. With a hint of embarrassment, she expressed, "Could you kindly take me to Yiqing and Qiuzhe? My shoes are damaged, and it seems I am unable to wear them any longer." As she kicked her leg and gazed at the peeling sole, a trace of frustration crossed her features. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiao felt a surge of excitement within, yet maintained a serious demeanor as he replied, "It's no trouble at all. I shall escort you back now." Yinshi Yang lifted the corners of her mouth and smiled at him, saying, "Thank you. We prepared bamboo shoots for dinner. Please come over to enjoy them." Zhang Xiao pressed his lips together, not responding immediately. Yinshi remarked, "Oh, you are an orc. You might not have a taste for vegetables. That is perfectly fine. Yiqing and Qiuzhe will hunt for you, and they will offer you meat. I can also enjoy vegetables." He spoke quickly, not wishing for the young female to think him difficult to care for. In truth, he was quite easy to please. "You eat vegetables? How splendid. Let me tell you, Fresh bamboo shoots are the most delectable. Ah, my bamboo, could you kindly assist me in bringing some along? I wish to. She intended to say she wished to cultivate them, but considering they were still en route, she pondered that he might question, where would she plant them? Thus, she opted to merely express her desire. Zhang Xiao nodded, cradling Yanxi in one arm while dragging a bundle of bamboo with the other. As they hurried to catch up with the group, they had yet to reach the tail end of the procession when the fierce beast, Jiao Sun, charged towards them from the rear. Upon seeing Yanxi nestled in the embrace of a lion orc, his brow furrowed, and he hastily approached. Yanxi gazed at Yao Yin, her face etched with sorrow as she lamented, Yao Yin, my shoe is broken. And this noble lion beast man has kindly offered to escort me back to the team. Yao Yin nodded and addressed the lion beast man, Zhang Xiao, saying, I am grateful for your assistance in looking after Yanxi. I shall now take her back to the group. Zhang Xiao cast a doubtful glance at Yao Yin's frail figure, questioning whether he could truly carry the young female. Feeling underestimated, Yao Yin transformed into his beast form and declared, place Yanxi upon my back. I shall bear her home. Zhang Xiao furrowed his brows, for he believed that only his own female should ride upon his back, and it seemed that this horned goat beast man was not the mate of the young female. Yet Yanxi was oblivious to these nuances. She felt no resistance towards the snow-white, long-haired beast. Struggling to free herself from Zhang Xiao's embrace, she sought to climb onto Yao Yan's back. Zhang Xiao felt a pang of reluctance but ultimately placed the young female upon the beast form of the horned goat beast man. Yanxi settled herself comfortably, grasping tightly onto the two formidable horns of the beast to prevent herself from tumbling down. With a smile, she leaned forward to gaze into the beast's eyes and asked, Am I heavy, Yao Qin? Will I crush you? Yao Qin replied, Not at all. To carry her in his beast form was a dream he had long cherished. He took advantage of her ignorance of the ways of the beast world. Knowing that for male beast men, carrying a female in this manner was a significant gesture. Had she been aware of its implications, she might not have chosen to ride upon him. Yao Qin calculated silently in his mind. Turning to the lion beast man, Zhang Xiao, he requested, Please assist in carrying the bamboo that Yanxi requires. Zhang Xiao nodded and followed closely behind the pair, while Yao Qin's back remained remarkably stable, causing her to feel no jolt whatsoever. Yanxi, having surpassed her initial curiosity on the back of the creature, gently caressed the eyelids of its two unopened eyes. Beneath those lids, the irises stirred, as if engaged in a playful game of hide and seek with her. Yanxi bent down and pressed her hand on the head of the creature, inquiring, Will the eyes on your back ever open? Chapter 85. You have reached adulthood. Yet can you still advance? The creature shook its head and replied, No, the eyeball inside will always move, but the eyelids simply cannot open. Perhaps my innate abilities are insufficient. Once I progress further, these eyes might finally open. Yanxi, filled with curiosity, inquired, The eyes on your back, are they not cumbersome to use? The creature, unsure, shook its head and replied, My father said that these eyes on his back are not meant for seeing. Then what are they for? Yanxi asked, resembling an inquisitive child as she leaned on the creature's beastly head. I do not know. The horned sheep tribe has no records of other horned sheep possessing ancestral bloodlines. My father and the others are also unaware. We can only wait until I advance and unlock these eyes to discover their true purpose. In truth, he too was somewhat intrigued by the function of these eyes, yet felt his own talent was insufficient. Perhaps these eyes regarded him as too feeble, hence they remained closed. Yanxi nodded slightly. As the three conversed, they approached the rear of the group. It was at this moment that a figure, moving with such swiftness that only a blur could be discerned, darted forward and struck the beast, dragging Yanxi, sending it flying. Yanxi suddenly changed her position. Her pupils trembled, and the disheveled strands of hair by her ears were swept up by the gust of wind. She turned in astonishment to look at Qiuzhe, who had encircled her in his embrace. He had just yanked her down from the grasp of the beast, and with another punch, he sent the creature flying. Yanxi, coming to her senses, exclaimed, Are you out of your mind? Why would you strike the Yaozhan? Qiuzhe gazed at her as if she were a fool and replied, You truly do not know? What should I know? She retorted, bewildered by his frantic approach as he delivered a punch to the Yaozhan. What was there for her to comprehend? Qiuzhe's eyes blazed with fury as he watched the Yaozhan, propelled far away, crashing through several trees before finally coming to a halt. The creature had reverted to its human form, blood trickling from the corner of its mouth as it struggled to rise. You do not know? How could he remain ignorant? In the beast world, a male beast man could only allow his female to mount him. He was taking advantage of you, bullying you without your awareness. His intentions are malevolent. He wishes to have you tacitly acknowledge him as your male. Such a cunning ram beast man, Yanxi, you must avoid interacting with such male beast men in the future. Do you understand? He is truly terrifying. Qiuzhe was deeply troubled for his naive little female who seemed utterly oblivious to the dangers around her. Yanxi gazed in astonishment at the distant figure of the bleeding beast. Could he truly mean that? The beast, under her scrutiny, seemed paralyzed, awaiting her judgment. The leader of the lion-like humanoids, Shanshi, hurriedly arrived to mediate, urging them to communicate calmly and respectfully. Yanxi seemed to recall something and said, It is my shoes that are broken, rendering me unable to walk. The kind-hearted Eugene carried me back. Qiuzhe was nearly brought to tears by the foolishness of his own kind. He remarked, Surely he could have taken on a human form to carry you back. He is far stronger than you, and should have no trouble in doing so. Yanxi listened to Qiuzei's words, casting a glance at Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao remained silent, offering no support to Yanxi or to the tumultuous situation, standing there like a mere piece of wood. Ultimately, it was Yanxi who prevented Qiuzei from pursuing the matter further. Perched upon the unicycle, Yanxi admonished Qiuzei, saying, "Could you perhaps ascertain the situation before taking action? For goodness sake, must you resort to violence at the slightest provocation? Lang Qian had good intentions, yet you left him bloodied. With such disruptions, how am I to maintain any rapport with him?" Upon hearing her words, Qiuzei felt a surge of anger. "Do you still wish to associate with him? He deceived you." Yanxi, momentarily taken aback, pondered for a moment before speaking. "I do not care. It is simply wrong to resort to violence. You must apologize to the one you have harmed." "Impossible," Qiuzei retorted, his temper flaring. "He intends to steal my little female, and I will not hesitate to retaliate." Yanxi delivered a sharp slap to his head and retorted, "What do you mean by stealing? Can you not speak in such a crude manner? The word steal is far too severe. In any case, I shall not go. He is merely coveting you. Do not doubt my words. If you do, you may inquire with Yi Cheng, for he is also aware." As Qiuzei spoke, both of them turned to glance at Yi Cheng, who was mending Yanxi's shoes. Yi Cheng lifted his gaze to the two of them before ultimately fixing his eyes upon Qiuzei's face and remarked, "You should now be able to empathize with my feelings, correct?" Qiuzei was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he could now comprehend the bitterness he had felt when he had intruded upon their relationship. The fact that Yanxi was not siding with him only added to his frustration. "What riddle are you two trying to decipher?" Yanxi inquired. Yi Cheng completed the final touches and approached Yanxi to assist her in putting on her shoes, saying, "It is of no concern. Continue to interact with that little lamb as you did before. The rest of the matters we shall address." Upon hearing Yi Cheng's words, Qiuzei chewed on his retort for a considerable time before ultimately swallowing it down. As Yanxi heard Yi Cheng's words, she dismounted from the unicycle and declared, "I shall go check on the injured Yao Jin. His wounds appear rather severe. I will bring him some medicine." Qiuzei observed Yanxi's concern for another male beast man, feeling a sense of unease rising within him. Watching her depart with the medicine in hand, he turned to Yi Cheng and inquired, "Are you truly willing to allow that horned sheep beast man to become Yanxi's mate? He is utterly despicable. Yet, Yanxi seems to enjoy his company. The more you obstruct them, the stronger their bond may grow in defiance of your interference. What then shall you do?" In addressing Qiuzei's concerns, Yi Cheng also reached a moment of clarity. Yanxi is inherently tender-hearted. She cannot bear to witness the suffering of the world. However, her profound affection extends to a point where she is reluctant to harm any male orc who holds significance in her life. Qiuzei pondered for a considerable time before expressing his discontent, stating, "I still dislike that ram orc. I share your sentiments, yet Yanxi harbors feelings for him. Let us allow nature to take its course. His abilities are quite lacking. We shall see if his strength improves once those eyes of his open," he continued. Yi Cheng spoke with a lightness that belied the turmoil of energy surging within him, indicating that he did not appear as untroubled as he sounded. "Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The story only gets more captivating." Qiuzei seemed to sense Yi Cheng's turbulent aura and inquired, "What troubles you?" Yi Cheng leaped onto the unicycle, leaning against a ceramic jar, and replied, "My powers are in turmoil. It seems I may be on the verge of an evolution, which will require a period of dormancy. During this time, you alone must protect Yanxi. Is that agreeable?" Qiuzei, taken aback, asked, "You are already of age. Can you still evolve? What kind of extraordinary male orc are you? Why can't I?" He had been born with a red talent, and his water-based abilities had always been innate to him. Despite the passing years, he remained of red talent. Hearing that Yi Cheng could still evolve was shocking. In his memory, only underage male orcs could undergo such a transformation. Yi Cheng, being older than him, could still possess this possibility? This revelation genuinely astonished him. After a moment of contemplation, he queried, "How long will it take?" "The rainy season approaches. We may encounter it before reaching the Lion Beastman tribe, and should our journey be delayed by heavy rains, it would pose significant challenges without you. When the torrential rains arrive, the mountainsides are ravaged by floods, capable of sweeping away boulders larger than their bodies. A mountain, once washed by floods, could be left barren. The impending threat of seawater surging back further complicates matters. If they were to face the rainy season, he truly doubted his ability to safeguard Yanxi alone. Thus, he resolved to agree to take another male orc as her mate. But only after waiting for the rainy season to pass and for Yi Cheng to return successfully from his evolution. Upon his return, whether that male orc would be permitted to approach Yanxi would ultimately be his decision. Qiuzei, Yi Cheng, with his cunning heart, was no stranger to such schemes. The affair with Yong he had unfolded in a similar manner. Chapter 86, she cannot push him onto other female orcs simply because she is unwilling to accept him. Qiuzei searched his mind for powerful male orcs, and the first name that surfaced was Zhang Xiao. However, recalling the contentious Zhang Xiao, Qiuzei shook his head vehemently. "No, I cannot endure Zhang Xiao." His thoughts then turned to the Baihu tribe but yielded no suitable candidates. Noticing Qiuzei's frown and head shake, Yi Cheng inquired, "Who did you first think of?" Qiuzei hesitated, then sighed. "Along our journey, considering the few elder red talents, there is only one left, Zhang Xiao from the Lion Beastman tribe. That could work." He seems relatively easy to deceive. Qiuzhe's eyes widened in shock, and he whispered, "Are you serious?" Yiqing looked at him and stated, "You must tolerate him. And clarify that you cannot bond with Yanxi until after the rainy season. Once I evolve successfully, whether he can approach Yanxi will be at my discretion." Hearing this, Qiuzhe clucked his tongue. How rightly they dubbed Yiqing a viper. His calculating demeanor rivaled that of the ram orc. Yet, he found it agreeable. Qiuzhe nodded. "I shall speak with Zhang Xiao. He will surely agree. He was just gathering bamboo for Yanxi earlier. He must be envious of my little female. Wishing to be brothers with me, sharing the role of Yanxi's mate. His fantasies are amusing. Deceiving him will bear no consequence. And I am more than willing to undertake this task." Seeing Qiuzhe's acceptance, Yiqing remained silent, leaning against the ceramic jar and closing his eyes. While his thoughts turned inward, the well within Yanxi's black earth space possesses the ability to refine not only his innate talents but also those of Qiuzhe. By serving as Yanxi's beast handler and regularly consuming the water from that well, there is a likelihood of experiencing several advancements in the future. This current progression marks his very first ascension since birth. As Qiuzhe remarked, every male beastman undergoes a transformation upon reaching adulthood. However, he did not ascend at that time. The legacy of memories imparted to him indicated that compressing one's cultivation to a critical point before advancing would yield unforeseen benefits. Thus, he refrained from immediately evolving into a purple-talented male beastman upon reaching maturity. It was only after sampling the well water from Yanxi's black earth space that he discovered its additional ability to purify his bodily impurities and enhance his innate gifts. Each time Yanxi brought him into the space, he would partake of the water, and Yanxi would also incorporate it while preparing meals. As he consumed more, he found his extraordinary abilities accumulating, leading to an overpowering urge to transcend. During the process of advancement, a tranquil environment or the presence of absolutely trustworthy companions for protection is imperative. The duration of this process can be extensive. Apart from Yanxi, he had no other beastman he could trust. Therefore, he sought a secure location to progress independently. The only drawback was that the torrential rainy season was approaching. He feared that while he advanced, Yanxi might be in peril, and he would be unable to safeguard her. Thus, he was compelled to seek another male beastman to protect Yanxi during this tumultuous period. With a little incentive, he believed that the male would be more than willing to ensure Yanxi's safety through the rainy season. Moreover, upon visiting the Horned Sheep tribe to see Yao Qin, he found Bai Ling present as well. Yao Qin was half-seated on a unicycle, with Anan tending to the blood at the corner of Yao Qin's mouth, while Bai Ling sat nearby. Recounting the various misdeeds Qiuzhe had committed during his time at the White Tiger tribe, Aya was laboriously pushing the unicycle forward. Xingbai was notably absent, possibly off in search of food. Witnessing this scene, Yanxi felt a tinge of embarrassment. Upon noticing Yanxi's arrival, Bai Ling immediately recognized that her disparaging remarks about Qiuzhe might lead to a complaint from Yanxi. She hastily dismounted from the unicycle, exclaiming, "I must take my leave." Anan also descended and approached Yanxi, pulling her forward. Yao Qin, seeing her willingness to seek him out, felt a spark of hope. But the thought that she might be there to confront him caused him to fall into despair. Perhaps this visit was a farewell. If that were the case, he would prefer she had not come at all. Anan, grasping Yanxi's hand, inquired, "What transpired behind you? I heard that Qiuzhe struck Yao Qin. Yao Qin is such an obedient child. How could he provoke Qiuzhe?" Yanxi felt a sense of awkwardness as she spoke. It is Qiuzhe's fault. His temper is excessively irritable, and he resorts to violence at the slightest provocation. I have come to apologize on his behalf and brought some medicinal ointment to assess the severity of the injuries sustained by Yao Jun. Anan recalled how his younger brother had been utterly despondent since his return, sitting silently as if he were a mere shell of his former self. Even when Bai Ling, that little female, approached him to converse, he feigned ignorance. Anan found himself at a loss for words. "Why don't you go and speak with him? He is most inclined to heed your words." Yanxi nodded slightly and approached. Yao invited Yanxi to sit on the unicycle and continued to push it forward. Seeing her seated beside him, Jian lowered his gaze and, after a long pause, remarked, "If you intend to say that you want to search for plants with me in the future, it would be better left unspoken. You may return now, I understand." Yanxi was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Aren't you going to search for plants with me? Yet, your prowess in finding plants far surpasses mine." She realized that such a statement might come across as rather utilitarian, implying that her interest in him was contingent upon his usefulness. Clearing her throat, she continued, "I have come to convey an apology on behalf of Qiuzhe. I am truly sorry for his actions. He should not have struck you." Langsun was startled and turned to face her, feeling a pang of both sorrow and joy. He thought to himself, "This young female is exceedingly kind. I am relieved that she did not say she would avoid seeking me out in the future." Sitting up straight, Langsun replied, "I indeed failed to communicate clearly, and that is my fault. His actions towards me were not entirely unjustified." Yanxi shook her head and said, "It is simply wrong to resort to violence. Is there not a better way to express oneself? I apologize on his behalf. Does your mouth still ache?" I saw it was bleeding at the time. A pang of sorrow pierced through her heart. Qiuzhe was her beast husband, and thus she felt compelled to offer a humble apology on his behalf. Yet, he truly did not require her apology. With a touch of melancholy, he shook his head and remarked, "The pain has subsided. You need not feel remorse. Return now, lest they worry." In the future, when you seek to gather plants, be mindful of the distance from the group. Do not lag behind. For many females have met misfortune by straying from the herd and encountering danger. Yanxi too felt the poignant loneliness of the creature before her. With a note of concern, she remarked, "The efficacy of this medicine is quite remarkable. Once applied, the pain will subside, and the swelling will diminish by evening." Gazing at the female who held his heart, her earnest gaze fixed upon him, the creature ultimately accepted her remedy, saying, "Thank you." Yanxi observed him applying the medicine to his face. Seeing him use her ointment, a sense of relief washed over her. Her tone softened as she inquired, "Bai Ling has been looking for you. She seems genuinely concerned. It appears she holds a certain fondness for you. Are you considering developing a relationship with her? I heard from Chiozei that she is yet to find a beast husband in the Baihu tribe. It seems she wishes for you to be her first beast husband. Once you come of age, you could." "Yanxi, please refrain from speaking further," the low growl of the Yao Jin interrupted, his eyes glistening with emotion as he gazed at her. Yanxi was somewhat taken aback. The beastman was indeed angry. This was the first time she had witnessed such a display of emotion from him. Typically, he resembled a carefree young boy, seemingly impervious to anger. Yet, here he was, visibly upset. What had she said to provoke such a response? It was as though his ire surpassed even the instance when Chiozei had struck him. He pleaded, "I beg you, please stop." She could not cast him aside for the sake of her own reluctance to accept him, pushing him towards other female beastmen. He did not desire that. Chapter 87. It turned out her skin was so fair even if he could not win Yanxi's affection. He had no intention of mingling with other female beastmen. Her jesting tone, equating him with others of his kind, made him feel like a dispensable presence in her life. Despite his efforts to conceal his feelings for her, the pain of her words was becoming unbearable. Would she not cease to slowly carve away at his heart? Yanxi fled in a state of distress, unable to bear the weight of the heavy gaze that the creature cast upon her. The intensity of its stare left her feeling suffocated. Upon returning to her family's unicycle, she expressed her desire to sleep, prompting Yicheng to carry her into the clay jar. Nestled within the jar, she covered herself with animal hides, closed her eyes, and succumbed to a muddled slumber. It was not until the caravan came to a halt that Yicheng gently extracted her from the jar and laid her in the tent that had already been prepared. Noticing her lethargy, he kindly suggested, "Rest for a while. I will prepare some food for you." Yanxi rose, embracing Yicheng's neck. With a muffled voice, she lamented, "I seem to have said something wrong and hurt the Hu Diao. He appears quite upset." Yicheng gently stroked the strands of hair at the back of her head, feeling a pang of sympathy for her constant consideration of others, neglecting her own feelings. In a soothing tone, he reassured her, "That is not the case at all. He was just here, peeling bamboo shoots, intending to prepare them for your dinner tonight." Yanxi hesitantly released Yicheng, gazing at him as she inquired, "Has Yaduan come over to peel the bamboo shoots?" Yicheng nodded and replied with a smile, "Indeed. I estimate that he is nearly finished by now. Tonight, Zhan Shao will join us for dinner as well. If you prefer not to come out, we can prepare everything, and when it's time to eat, we will call you to join us. Does that sound agreeable?" Yanxi pondered for a moment and then shook her head, saying, "I shall rise and assist in preparing dinner. It would be unreasonable for them all to labor while she merely reclined and awaited her meal. Such behavior was improper." Thus, Yanxi donned her attire and followed Yicheng out of the tent, where she discovered that both Yao Jin and Zhan Shao were indeed present. They were able to exchange a few words with Chiozei, and there were no fights, no quarrels, and no flushed faces or raised voices. Yanxi felt a surge of joy within her heart, thinking, "Things have not soured. Everyone is still in good spirits. How wonderful this is." Outside, the three male orcs beheld the little female being led out by Yicheng. She gazed at them with a sincere smile, and they reciprocated with smiles of their own. Yet, beneath their cheerful facade, a silent competition brewed among them. For instance, when one of them peeled a bamboo shoot too vigorously, it inadvertently struck another's face. With Yanxi present, they laughed it off as nothing serious. However, it was only a matter of moments before another bamboo shoot shell would surely fly and hit one of them in turn. As the bamboo shoots were nearly peeled, Chiozei and Zhan Shao busied themselves gathering the discarded shells. Meanwhile, Yuzhan ventured to a nearby lake with a clay pot to fetch water for washing the freshly peeled bamboo shoots. Heeding Yanxi's directives, Yicheng began to slice off some fatty meat from the game derinder oil. Her intention was to extract oil from the meat in the clay pot, followed by salt-ing garlic, then adding the bamboo shoots, seasoning with salt and chili, and finally pouring in water to boil until it was ready to eat. As Yuzhan returned with water to wash the bamboo shoots, Yicheng had already prepared the fatty meat for oil rendering. Only Yicheng's nails were sharp enough to serve as a makeshift knife, so the task of slicing the bamboo shoots was entrusted to him. Yanxi handed the meticulously cleaned bamboo shoots to Yicheng, urging him to swiftly slice them into thin pieces and place them into a smaller ceramic jar for later use. The two worked in perfect harmony, choosing not to revisit the unpleasantness of their earlier departure. Once they had tidied up the bamboo shoot husks, Chiozei deliberately tossed a bamboo shoot into the water-filled ceramic jar, splashing a pool of water onto Zhan Zhao's beast skin skirt, leaving a considerable area dampened. Yanxi stood by, wiping away the droplets of water on her face as she said, "Chiozei, could you be a little gentler?" Chiozei stepped forward, pulling Yen-shi from the midst of the male orcs, and began to wipe the moisture from her face, saying, my apologies, let me dry it for you. In his flurry of wiping, however, he only succeeded in smearing the green medicinal liquid further across her face. Yen-shi pushed him away and said, you peeled the bamboo shoots without washing your hands, and now I have so many bristles from the shoots on my face. It itches. Yicheng shot her a glare, and Xiaozhe quickly picked up Yen-shi and headed towards the lake, saying, I'll take you to wash by the water. Yicheng called out from behind, just wash your face, don't jump into the water. Don't wash off the green medicinal juice on your body, or else the mosquitoes will feast on your blood. Both Huijin and Zhang Xiao overheard this and took note that if Yen-shi did not wipe off the green medicinal juice, she would be susceptible to the mosquitoes' blood-sucking. Indeed, those mosquitoes were dreadful. The skin of female beastmen was thinner than that of their male counterparts, making them more appealing to the mosquitoes. It turned out that Yen-shi's skin was not green, but rather that she applied the green medicinal juice to protect herself from the blood-sucking pests. When Xiaozhe returned, cradling the fair-skinned Yen-shi, he tore off a small piece of beast hide to dry her damp hair. Huijin and Zhang Xiao were astonished to discover that her skin was so pure, resembling the cleanest of clouds or the shell of a freshly laid egg, flawlessly white. Huijin was also pale, but his complexion had a somewhat sickly hue, unlike Yen-shi's rosy white, which exuded a healthy glow. The sound of 2 audible swallows echoed, startling in its intensity. Yen-shi paused for a moment, then turned to the 3 seated individuals and inquired, are you hungry? Yicheng continued his task of slicing bamboo shoots, remarking, the oil should be nearly ready. Zhao Jin promptly rose, exclaiming, yes, it should be about right. I will handle the cooking. Zhang Xiao also regained his composure, hastily lowering his gaze, his heart pounding fiercely as he sat by the fire, concealing his infatuated thoughts. Xiaozhe was quite pleased with Zhang Xiao's reaction, regarding the other horned beastman as merely supplementary. Dear Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading, as the subsequent content is even more thrilling. This evening's meal was undoubtedly the most satisfying one Yen-shi had enjoyed. She had a particular fondness for bamboo shoots. This sentiment resonated among the men, who silently noted to themselves to gather more bamboo shoots for her in the future. Feeling overly full, they knew they could not rest immediately. The expansive lake ahead undoubtedly harbored fish. Shall we catch a few fish for breakfast tomorrow? Yen-shi proposed to Yicheng, knowing he was the expert in fish preparation. Should we use a fishing net? That might require fetching it from the tent, she implied, suggesting that Yen-shi retrieve the net from her black soil space. Yen-shi shook her head and said, no need for a fishing net. A fishing rod will suffice. I will retrieve it from the tent. Previously, she had fashioned several hooks from simple tree thorns and had asked Yicheng to make a few more before leaving the ape beastman tribe, anticipating their future utility. Now, the opportunity had arisen to employ them. Upon hearing her mention the fishing hooks in the tent, Xiaozhe understood she was referring to the black earth space. He playfully draped his arm around Zhang Xiao's neck and remarked, let us find some sticks to craft a fishing rod. Zhang Xiao was about to voice his reluctance to fish, preferring instead to dive into the water and catch fish directly. However, as Xiaozhe tightened his grip around his neck and began to walk away, he found himself inadvertently dragged along. Thus, he had no choice but to accompany him. The Huanduan observed the departing duo and proceeded to tidy up the dishes before washing them by the lakeside. Tomorrow, Yen-shi would need to sleep in the pottery, so it was essential to cleanse it thoroughly. He scooped a bowl of wood ash and carried the pottery to the nearby lake to wash it. Yicheng, not noticing him, awaited Yen-shi's return with several fishing hooks. Upon seeing only Yicheng, she inquired, where are the others? Chapter 88. I promised Xiaozhe and Zhang Xiao had gone off conveniently, while Huanduan was busy washing the dishes. I will make you a fishing rod, Yicheng declared, his face betraying no hint of the lie he was telling. Yen-shi nodded and handed him the fishing hook. Yicheng selected 2 branches to fashion into fishing rods, after which he ceased his endeavors. The others undoubtedly lacked the time to join them in their fishing pursuits. Yen-shi inquired, will you not prepare food for them? In the morning, only her meals were attended to, disregarding the others. The male orcs, who had previously subsisted on raw meat, had begun to indulge in cooked dishes since their companionship with Yen-shi. It is not to say that cooked food was unpalatable. Indeed, they were more than willing to share a meal with her. However, her appetite was quite modest, and what she could not finish, they would consume. After dining with her, they would venture out for additional hunting to satisfy their hunger. They had never disclosed this to her, nor had they allowed her to witness it. Each time they finished a meal, they meticulously cleansed their bodies of blood and rinsed their mouths, ensuring she would not be frightened by the sight. Well then, the 2 of them carried their fishing rods as they made their way to the lakeside, where they encountered a Rakshasa busy washing dishes. Yen-shi handed the fishing rod to Yicheng and approached Yao Jin, inquiring, do you need assistance? Yao Jin looked up at her face, illuminated by the moonlight, appearing even more radiant, and felt an inexplicable blush creeping onto her cheeks as she replied, no need, you may go and enjoy yourself. Upon witnessing her true complexion for the first time, Yao Jin found himself even more enamored with her. The prospect of doing something for the female he admired filled him with joy and solidified his resolve. He said, Yen-shi, would you care to take a stroll with me later? to aid in digestion? He recalled her mentioning that she had eaten too much and needed to walk it off, believing that a stroll could indeed help with that. As Yinchi recalled the scene of their previous parting, she felt an urge to apologize to him. She shouldn't have meddled in such significant matters of his life, especially since he was not fond of it. It was inappropriate for her to jest about such things. Thus, she nodded affirmatively and exclaimed, "All right." After saying this, she dashed back to join Yiqing for a fishing outing. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiao, who had been taken away by Qiuzhe, realized that if he had not recognized Qiuzhe's intention to draw him away at this point, he would be quite foolish. As they moved further from the camp, only a faint flicker of firelight was visible from the lakeside, and the boisterous voices of the orcs were completely inaudible. Zhang Xiao pushed Qiuzhe aside and questioned, "Are you looking for a fight? Why else would you drag me out here?" Qiuzhe, unfazed by the shove, stood firm and gazed at his rival for a long moment before sighing. "Do you wish to become my small female beast mate?" Zhang Xiao was taken aback, his voice stammering. What did you say?" Qiuzhe rolled his eyes at him and replied, "You clearly heard me well. Don't make me think there is something wrong with your hearing, or I might reconsider whether to make you my small female's mate." After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xiao steadied his thoughts and asked, "What is your intention?" "What intention could I possibly have? After witnessing my small female's true appearance today, didn't you feel a longing? Don't you wish to have such a lovely and gentle female as your own? I find it hard to believe otherwise. My Yinchi is the most beautiful female on this beastly continent. Although she cannot bear offspring with a male beast, with your looks, which female would willingly accept you as her mate? You are even older than I am, and I already have a small female while you do not. I pity you. And moreover, your strength is sufficient to help me protect Yinchi." Qiuzhe spoke as if Zhang Xiao had struck a fortunate deal. However, a normal male beast would find it unacceptable that a female could not bear their young. Yet Zhang Xiao was not an ordinary male beast. Having lost his biological father at a young age and having experienced the events in the lion beast tribe, he had grown silent and withdrawn, often speaking not a word for an entire day. While his combat prowess was extraordinary, male beasts feared him, and female beasts were even more terrified. As a result, despite being an adult for quite some time, no female beast had ever been willing to accept him as a mate. Such a tedious and frightening male was hardly appealing to them. Did the small female know this? Did Yiqing agree? He indeed had feelings for Yinchi, the small female. However, Qiuzhe and Yiqing were like sentinels guarding against any male beast attempting to approach Yinchi. Given his unlikable personality, he had resigned himself to a life without a partner. Now that Qiuzhe was willing to introduce his female to him, he naturally wished to make an effort. Who wouldn't he want a female to help them through the trying phases of heat? The ordeal of heat was something he had discovered after reaching adulthood. He had been an adult for several years, and every cycle of heat drove him to the brink of madness, longing to quell the turmoil within him through violence. Each time he tested the limits of his abilities, he feared that one day he might become a beast solely driven by the urge to kill, even less humane than a fugitive beast. At that point, it would genuinely be his time to perish. The violent outbursts of power, without an outlet, could lead to a state of mindless carnage, a fate that only male beasts with red talents needed to dread. Male beasts below green talent, devoid of such powers, had no cause for concern. Yet he was torn between a desire for greater strength and the helplessness inflicted by the tumult of heat. The only remedy for such a predicament was to engage deeply with female beasts. He had contemplated finding a mate several times, but the female beasts of the lion tribe were all terrified of him. Those who had witnessed the ferocious side of his powers were even more reluctant to approach him. Dear Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following parts are even more thrilling. So, when Qiuzhe mentioned introducing his female to him, Zhang Xiao felt a rush of excitement, regardless of whether that small female could bear his young, at the very least. Spending time with her during his heat would alleviate his suffering each year. If this situation persisted for another year or two, he would truly lose control and become a beast solely capable of destruction. Yinchi was unaware, but Yiqing was informed. "I've mentioned you to him. He said your talent is passable, allowing you to assist me in protecting Yinchi when the rainy season arrives. However, you must not become her mate at this time, as females are prone to illness during this season. If you were to engage with her now, and she fell ill, neither Yiqing nor I would spare you." What Qiuzhe primarily intended to convey was that a deeper connection with Yinchi could not occur at present. Zhang Xiao felt a surge of joy, realizing that even Yiqing was aware of him. No wonder they had invited him for a meal today without uttering much, although he had not eaten his fill. Sharing food that the small female enjoyed was a sign of their sincerity. Yet, thinking of how the small female remained unaware of this, he felt a pang of disappointment. He didn't pursue females. They were frightened of him. But it appeared that Yinchi was not afraid. Today, when she sat on his arm, she seemed entirely at ease, chatting and laughing with him. Yinchi, indeed, stands apart from other female beastmen. She harbors no fear of him, thus allowing for a gradual acceptance of his presence. Zhang Xiao remarked, "I can promise not to court her first, but when I engage with her, you must refrain from any malicious intent." He was well aware of Qiuzhe's possessive nature, particularly regarding this petite female. The most arduous part of his mating season was not the current moment. He could endure until Yinchi consented to be his mate. Qiuzhe, not being foolish, responded, "Whatever you intend to do must first receive Yinchi's consent. Until you have her approval, you must not touch her, let alone Zhang Qiao forcefully shoved Chiuza aside, activating his earth-based ability. Walls of soil rose around a beast lurking in the shadows, intent on ambushing them. I agree. Now please leave. For I wish to eat. By instinct, he preferred solitude during meals, away from the presence of other male beast men. Chiuza scoffed and turned to depart. As if he alone possessed abilities. He too had powers, he thought, while swiftly draining the blood from the beast he had caught. Swallowing a large blood orb and shouldering his prize away. He also preferred not to have other male beast men around when he dined. With the exception of meals shared with Yinshi, Zhang Qiu paid him no heed, placing his hand upon the earthen walls and thrusting, piercing the head of the trapped beast within, swiftly ending its life. As he retracted the walls, he beheld the lifeless creature sprawled on the ground, an enormous, furry beast. He intended to skin it and prepare the hide for Yinshi to present to her as clothing for the snowy season once she agreed to be his mate. Zhang Qiao reveled in this thought, elated at the prospect of being a male beast man with a female companion. Just as he finished skinning the beast and was savoring his second meal of the evening, he suddenly lifted his head, golden eyes narrowing as he observed a man and a woman approaching from the lakeside. It was Yinshi, accompanied by the ram beast man with whom she had dined that very night. How could a defenseless ram beast man dare to escort a young female this far into the wilderness, rife with beasts, especially at night? He had just acknowledged Chiuza's words and assumed the role of Yinshi's mate, yet she remained unaware of this. Therefore, it was inappropriate for him to reveal himself as her mate and confront the ram beast man. He understood that if he made his presence known and drove away the ram, it would surely incite Yinshi's disdain. Thus, he chose instead to hastily consume his catch, remaining vigilant and prepared to ward off any lurking beast that threatened the pair. Yinshi followed Yao Jun for quite a distance, and the campfire in the background appeared to have diminished significantly. She felt a tinge of fear. However, Yao Jun seemed lost in thought, utterly oblivious to the fact that they had strayed far from the camp. Yinshi wished to step forward and offer him a gentle reminder. But as her hand merely grazed his arm, Jun turned around and grasped her hand, intertwining their fingers. This unexpected intimacy made Yinshi feel somewhat uneasy. Just as she contemplated breaking free, Jun spoke. Yinshi, he said, you enjoyed the dance my sister performed, did you not? Allow me to dance for you as well. Yinshi was taken aback, just as the words of refusal were about to escape her lips. She found herself unable to utter a sound, her body rendered immobile. What had the beast done to her? Lowering himself, the creature pressed a kiss upon her forehead, releasing her hands that had been entwined with his, transforming into a primal being. The tranquil surface of the lake, illuminated by the moonlight, was gently disturbed by his foreleg, sending forth ripples that shimmered like silver. Circles of undulation spread outward. Yinshi was bewildered by how he danced upon the surface of the water without ever plunging into its depths. Yet, she found herself utterly captivated. Initially, she felt a momentary paralysis, knowing it was the work of the creature, but she bore no resentment. As she watched him glide and twirl on the water, she was struck by a grace she had never witnessed before. It was hard to believe that this mesmerizing dance was performed by a mere ram. She recalled a saying, dance is the language hidden within the soul. To dance is to dream with one's feet, where each movement forms a word. And together they compose the poetry of motion. In that moment, the creature's movements were ethereal, as light as a swallow, soft as wisp of cloud, with hooves that seemed to float. Each step blossomed like a lotus, reminiscent of butterflies flitting among flowers, the gentle flow of a stream. The radiant moon in a secluded forest, the dawn light in a narrow alley, and the dewdrops perched upon lotus leaves, each aspect intoxicating, like a fine vintage. No wonder Anan remarked that in the horned ram tribe, male beast men could win the affection of female beast men through the art of dance, even persuading them to become their mates and willingly bear their offspring. Yet, Yinshi remembered Anan's words about this being the courtship dance of the horned ram tribe. Was this truly something she could witness? Yet, it was undeniably beautiful. Through the dance, she sensed a man's affection and yearning for a woman. The slower segments conveyed a gentle, flowing devotion, while the faster beats expressed an intense desire to become one with her being. She pondered how other female beast men who had witnessed this performance felt. Regardless, she was utterly entranced. She admired those with talent, be they human or beast man. It dawned on her that even the beast men of this world could possess such elegance. In her eyes glimmered a light as she gazed at the horned ram orc approaching her step by step. When he reached her, the tall figure of the horned ram transformed into an orc, panting softly, his gaze filled with affection, seemingly imbued with her very essence. He slowly lowered his head and kissed the female whom his heart yearned for. Yinshi tilted her head back, her hands instinctively wrapping around his neck, as they both became lost in the embrace of that kiss. Just as their lips intertwined, reluctant to part, a powerful force yanked Yinshi backward, sending the creature before them, the Yao Jin, flying with a swift kick. A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the very spot where they had stood moments before. The situation shifted abruptly. Before Yinshi could fully comprehend what had transpired, she found herself cradled in the arms of a beast man, who swiftly leaped away. Out of the corner of her eye, she glimpsed the Yao Jin crashing back into the water, as the tempestuous lightning continued to rain down upon him. Yinshi was taken aback, utterly perplexed by the situation. Her steps instinctively led her towards the direction of the beast. However, the orc behind her swiftly lifted her and hurried towards the camp. Warning, do not approach. He is about to advance. The surge of his powers could harm you. Yanqi lifted her gaze from the embrace of the male orc and discovered it was Zhanxiao. She inquired, "Will this be dangerous for Yao Jun?" "That is indeed the wrath of heaven." Zhanxiao enveloped her protectively in his arms, shielding her from the thunderous fury of the lightning as well as the errant debris swirling in the air. Swiftly returning to the camp, he set her down before stating, "I am uncertain. He is a ram orc, and I do not know what perils may accompany their ascension." The orcs of the ram tribe, upon hearing of Yao Jun's impending advancement, were filled with exuberant excitement, their movements animated with joy. Once their fervor subsided, they produced a variety of peculiar objects, eager to traverse to the opposite shore of the lake to assist Yao Jun in navigating through the tempestuous lightning of his ascension. Yanqi grasped Anan, who was about to move forward, and said, "That lightning will strike down the beast men. Do not go, Anan." Anan, filled with excitement, replied, "It is the Yao Sun who is about to advance. I wonder what has compelled him to do so. We must assist him. Even if it leads to our demise, we are more than willing to sacrifice ourselves." Yanqi grasped Anan's hand, unwilling to let go. Yicheng and Qiuzhe approached, concerned for her well-being. She remarked, "Just now, the creature Yao Sun performed that dance for me. After completing the dance, it was struck by lightning. Could it be due to the dance?" Anan paused, deep in thought, then lifted his gaze towards the distant lake, where Yao Sun stood upon the water, having been struck by the wrath of thunder, evoking a sense of inexplicable worry within her. Chapter 90. Next time, do not look at me with that gaze. I do not wish for you to witness my most unsightly side. The elder female orc from the Horned Sheep tribe murmured. The Horned Sheep tribe has never had a male orc complete that dance, for it is exceedingly difficult. Even we females can only manage a few steps of it. The males may know how to dance, yet none have ever finished it. The female orcs have promised to bond with them. Hence no Horned Sheep orc has ever known what it is like to complete that dance. This is the first instance of a Horned Sheep completing the entire performance. It turns out that finishing that dance leads to advancement and summons the fury of thunder. Indeed, to obtain anything, one must risk their very life. Yanqi grasped the hand of the elderly female orc, inquiring, "Dear grandmother, will the beast pose any danger?" The old female orc gazed at Yanqi and responded, "After he leaped, did he kiss you? Did you reciprocate his gesture?" Yanqi was momentarily frozen upon hearing the inquiry from the elder female orc. Resembling a toy wound too tightly, her body hesitating as she turned to gaze at Yicheng. They had shared a kiss, and she had reciprocated. Had it not been for Zhanxiao intervening, both she and the Yao Sun would have been struck down by the lightning descending from the heavens. Although Yicheng felt a pang of discomfort within, he still managed to smile at her. In contrast, Qiuzhe was far more straightforward, declaring, "I will go and deal with him." Yet, he had barely taken a step before Zhanxiao caught hold of him. Qiuzhe attempted to shove Zhanxiao away, but was firmly restrained. In a low voice, Zhanxiao whispered in Qiuzhe's ear, "The little female is frightened. Do not act rashly." Upon hearing this, Qiuzhe noticed Yanqi trembling, confirming her fear. He recalled how Yanqi had been anxious about her closeness to him, worried about Yicheng discovering their intimacy, needing to soothe Yicheng for an eternity each time. Unable to bear seeing Yanqi in such distress, he stepped forward, embracing her gently, and reassured her. "It's all right. It's all right. These matters are merely between the male orcs. Do not worry. I will not hold it against you." Yanqi gazed through him at Yicheng, the fear in her eyes undiminished. With a sigh, Yicheng stepped forward, drawing Yanqi from Qiuzhe's embrace and leading her into the tent. Qiuzhe pursued for a few strides before being halted by Zhanxiao, pushing him aside. Qiuzhe exclaimed, "What are you doing? I have no time for your games. I need to see Yanqi." Zhanxiao replied coldly, "She needs Yicheng now more than ever." Qiuzhe damned if he didn't know that. It was always this way. She invariably prioritized Yicheng's feelings, leaving him forever in the second place. Anger clenched Qiuzhe's fists as he stormed out of the camp, disappearing into the woods. Meanwhile, Zhanxiao cast a glance at the tent before turning his gaze towards the distant lake, where the storm had subsided. The ram beastmen waded into the water, retrieving the unconscious Yao Jun from the shore. The male beastman, charred and bloodied from the lightning strike, was nearly unrecognizable, save for the knowledge that he was indeed a male beastman. His body was a mass of burnt flesh, emitting a surprisingly pleasant aroma. Thus was Yao Jun brought back. The White Tiger clan leader, Ao Hu, and the Lion Beastman clan leader, Shan Shi, came to inspect. According to the old ram, Yao Jun had already attained the red talent of a ram beastman, but his injuries were too severe for him to greet them. They nodded and departed. Shortly thereafter, Shan Shi returned with the tribe's elder shaman to examine Yao Jun. However, the elder shaman had never witnessed a case like Yao Jun's, especially one struck by lightning. Logically, any creature struck by lightning would be instantly obliterated. Yet Yao Jun had survived and even advanced, leaving the shaman astonished. Observing Yao Jun's battered form, he shook his head and said, "I am powerless here. His fate lies in his own hands." This race, which required the fury of thunder to advance, was unheard of to him. In the past, he would have declared someone in Yao Jun's condition dead without hesitation. But now, with Yao Jun's advancement and continued breath, such a declaration was no longer straightforward. For now, they could only let nature take its course. Anan clutched the hand of the old female beastman. Worry etched on her face as she gazed at Yao Jun's ghastly appearance, her heart aching with concern. The elder female beastman patted her hand and reassured her. Do not fret. The female he loves has responded to him. The beast god will spare his life. Anan slowly nodded, hoping that it would be so. Meanwhile, inside the black earth space, Yanxi found herself pulled back into the tent by Yicheng. He pressed her down onto the stone bed, his movements bordering on rough as he tore away the scant fabric clinging to her. Unprepared, Yanxi felt as though a knife had cleaved her body. Pain coursed through her, and her furrowed brow betrayed the sudden awakening of her dulled senses. Her entire body tensed in agony, and Yicheng was no better off. They held each other tightly, their only sound the harshness of their breaths, devoid of any other movement. After a lengthy silence, Yanxi's voice, raspy and dry, broke the stillness. All right, I am ready. Yicheng propped himself up, caressing her cheek with his hand. In his enchanting vertical pupils, Yanxi saw pain, fury, and an unwavering resolve to annihilate everything. Yet, within his gaze, which held only her, he managed to suppress all those negative emotions. He said, "Do not look at me with such eyes again. I do not wish for you to witness my most grotesque side. But I ache for you. Am I truly a wicked woman? Why have I become this way? Why do I turn so cruel, loving one after another? I am indeed a bad woman." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, her heart heavy with grievance. Though was it not Yicheng who deserved the greater sorrow? What right did she have to cry? At that moment, she herself did not understand why she had not pushed Yao Jun away. Perhaps it was the allure of the dance, or perhaps she sensed his intentions. She simply could not bring herself to reject him. Now, it felt as if it was too late. Once again, she had let Yicheng down. Time and again, she had failed him. Yicheng cradled her delicate face, gently kissing away the tears from her cheeks, finally resting his lips upon her forehead, her nose, and her lips. Yanxi yearned to make amends, responding to him with heartfelt emotion. When words failed to capture her sentiments, she opted for silence. She wished to demonstrate through her actions that, in her moments of clarity, Yicheng was the sole occupant of her heart. Yicheng gazed at the eager Yanxi, who sought to please him, with a look of intricate emotions, ultimately choosing to indulge her. It mattered not. Overthinking was futile. In this instant, she was wholly devoted to him, her thoughts and gaze consumed by him. He accepted it all. He embraced everything, including the notion of her future companions. So be it, he reassured himself, this is enough. Yet, if it sufficed, why did every exertion he made for her cause his heart to ache? What was he to do with her? He found himself at a loss. As the fervor of their passionate affair waned, they lingered in the warmth of each other's presence. Yanxi inquired softly, would you like some more? He had only come once, and the other portion remained taut. Yicheng chuckled softly. Yanxi felt a profound sense of embarrassment, burying her face in his embrace. Yicheng, with a smile, gently pressed his sturdy chest against her forehead. Yanxi felt increasingly embarrassed. Could you please stop laughing? She asked, thinking that perhaps such a moment could evoke a sense of intimacy. However, he continued to laugh uncontrollably, inadvertently highlighting her apparent desperation. Chapter 91. Such deceitful words are music to my ears. Henceforth, I desire to be deceived in this manner. My fault, my fault. But there is something I need to tell you. Yicheng pulled her up and fetched a piece of animal hide for her to drape over her shoulders. From the jar containing his snake skin, he retrieved a newly fashioned skirt, skillfully crafted from the previously treated skin. He unfurled the skirt and said to her, here is a new creation for you. Take a look. Do you like it? Yanxi gently touched the new dress crafted for her by Yicheng. Made from a snake's shedding, it was a charming sleeveless jumpsuit, with the hem gracefully reaching her knees. The waist was elegantly concealed, adorned with delicate ties, each ending in a dangling pearl. The stitching of this dress was far more intricate than that of her previous garments, signifying the considerable time and thought Yicheng devoted to its creation. Yanxi, upon catching sight of the pearl, looked up at Yicheng with a hint of surprise and inquired, did you not mention that this place is quite distant from the sea? How could you possibly possess a pearl? If you call this a pearl, so be it. I obtained it in exchange for some goods with a female orc at a gathering. At that moment, I thought of crafting it into a decorative embellishment for your garments. Within that clay jar lies several sets of snakeskin attire I fashioned for you. You may wear them interchangeably, especially when the torrential rains arrive. Should your clothing become damp, you can change to avoid catching a chill. Chiozei possesses the ability to manipulate water. Have him extract the moisture from your garments. During the rainy season, it is crucial to avoid exposure to the rain, as many females have succumbed to illness and death after being drenched. The rainy season in the beast world lasts for 60 sun days. If it merely drizzles, the party will continue onward. However, should they encounter flash floods or seawater inundating the land, transforming it into a vast ocean, the group will certainly seek refuge on higher ground until the deluge subsides. You possess a spatial pocket, so I am not concerned about your sustenance, but do not disclose to any orc, except Chiozei, that you have food stored within your space. The hearts of orcs are not easily tested, especially those of us newly integrated into the tribe. They are even less inclined to consider our well-being. If danger arises, retreat into your space and await my return to handle those who are aware of your black soil space, understood? Yicheng pointed out to her the clothing he had prepared, indicating where it was stored. Even in his absence, he had made these provisions for her. ensuring she could access them whenever needed. She was somewhat taken aback. She stepped forward, grasping his hand, and inquired, "Why are you telling me this? It feels as though you are making arrangements for a farewell. Where are you going? Can't you take me with you?" Yicheng set aside his garments and enveloped her, along with the animal hide, in his embrace. Lowering his head to rest his forehead gently against hers, he said, "I am about to ascend. Having consumed the waters from the well of your dark soil, I must prepare for my advancement. However, before that, I need to nourish myself. When the moment for my true ascension arrives, I will return to see you once more before I proceed." Shi grasped his arm and inquired, "How long will your advancement take?" The recently ascended Yojin seemed to have undergone a harrowing trial, as if struck by lightning. Upon entering the tent, it appeared that the thunder had ceased, indicating that Yao Jin had likely survived that terrifying tribulation. Yicheng cupped her delicate face and placed a gentle kiss upon it, saying, "I am uncertain as well. This is my first ascension. However, I promise you, when you arrive at the Lion Beastman tribe, I will be there waiting for you. Will you not accompany me?" She stammered, fear evident in her voice. "I dread the thought of journeying alone to the Lion Beastman tribe. What if I fail to keep my promise? What if I perish along the way? I cannot survive in the beast world alone." Yicheng had cared for her so well that, despite her time in the beast world, she remained unaccustomed to its hardships. After walking just a few steps, she would cry out in exhaustion, relying on Yicheng to carry her. Lacking the physical prowess of the beast men, she truly felt incapable. The thought of Yicheng departing filled her with such anxiety that tears threatened to spill from her eyes. Yicheng gently wiped away her tears and reassured her, "Do not worry, Xiaozhe will protect you. Moreover, I have arranged for him to find you a beast husband, namely Zhan Xiao, who will also ensure your safety." Yinshi's eyes widened in astonishment as she stared at Yicheng, stammering, "Zhan Xiao? When did this happen? How was I unaware?" Yicheng chuckled, tousling her hair, his smile devoid of genuine warmth as he replied, "It occurred just while you were indulging in sweet nothings with Yao Jian." Yinsher, upon hearing his words, instinctively shrank back, feeling a wave of apprehension. She cast furtive glances at him, and when she discerned no overt signs of anger, she leaped into his embrace, nuzzling against his chest. "Yicheng, please don't leave me. I promise to be good. I won't bond with them. I will wait for your return. Once your strength has grown, you can drive them away, and we can live together, just the two of us, can't we?" Yicheng lifted her chin, gazing into her eyes, and inquired, "Are you truly sincere? Is this not merely a fabrication?" "Indeed, more genuine than pearls. Just watch. I will absolutely not bond with them. When you return, you will see no other beast marks upon me, and that should convince you," Yanshi asserted earnestly. Yet Yicheng, dismissing her solemnity, chuckled, "Such delightful lies. I adore them. You must continue to deceive me in this manner. I am not lying. I am being earnest." Yanshi insisted with conviction. "Very well. I shall trust you. However, for your own safety, a few additional beast marks would pose no harm. The most important thing is for you to protect yourself until I return to you." She was willing to weave a few deceptions, as it only served to demonstrate her care for him, a desire to shield him from knowing the truth, was it not? Once upon a time, during his days as a wandering beast man, he had endured his estrus alone, never contemplating that he would become such a self-deceiving male beast man. He had never envisioned encountering a female who would occupy such a cherished place in his heart, and this female could reciprocate his love with equal fervor. Although her reflections of affection might not match the depth of his devotion, it was more than sufficient. He felt utterly content. "I will never bond with any other male beast man. You must trust me." Yanshi pounced on him, straddling his form. Yicheng let out a muffled groan. The force and position were somewhat torturous for a beast. Yanshi raised her head to see him furrowing his brow, a wicked thought crossing her mind. She lightly tapped his robust chest with her finger and said, "If you promise to trust me, I shall grant you your wish." In this season of restlessness, how could he withstand such provocation? He swiftly turned and pinned her beneath him, silencing the words that were about to escape her lips. Within the confines of the tent, it wasn't long before the captivating voice of Yanshi echoed once more, enchanting all who heard it. The air thickened with a scent that could drive male orcs to madness, including the tireless and formidable Yicheng. The wind yearned for stillness. Yet the trees continued to sway, with the last vestiges of consciousness. Yanshi was led out of the dark soil space by Yicheng and laid upon the animal hide in the tent to rest. When he stepped out of the tent, the night had significantly progressed. By the fire sat Xiaozhe and Zhan Xiao, their silence palpable. Xiaozhe was preparing breakfast for Yanshi. Upon hearing a sound, Xiaozhe glanced at the peacefully sleeping Yicheng, a pang of sorrow swelling within him. He abandoned the firewood in his hands and stood up, intent on entering the tent. Yicheng grasped his arm, saying, She is asleep." Xiaozhe wrenched free. Retorting brusquely, "I do not wish to disturb her. I merely seek a place where I can engage in a deeper conversation with her. The next time she agrees to something with me, I want to be ready to act." Yicheng held him back, refusing to let him pass, and whispered, "I have something to say to you." Irritated, Xiaozhe continued to resist, declaring, "I have nothing to discuss with you right now," by blocking my way. "Are you also intending to make empty promises like the others, leaving me to toil in vain? That is utterly unacceptable. I will be with her. And you cannot stop me." Yicheng, feeling a headache coming on, forcefully threw Xiaozhe farther away, wanting him out of the tent to avoid disturbing Yin-Shi's slumber. Do you wish to fight? I will not back down. Qiuzhe unleashed his water-based powers, but Yiqing dismissed him, turning instead to Zhan Xiao, stating, I will be away for a time. Please take care of Yin-Shi during my absence. Zhan Xiao, taken aback by the solemn request from Yin-Shi's first beast husband, straightened his back and replied, the rainy season is approaching. If you are not by her side now, she may become frightened. Yiqing nodded, acknowledging the concern. Seeing Yiqing confide in Zhan Xiao rather than him infuriated Qiuzhe, who sulked, if you have something to convey, tell me, not him. I am the second. By your calculation, he is the fifth. Including you and Yong, Zhan Xiao indeed counted as the fifth. Chapter 92, Yiqing departs. Zhan Xiao is bewildered. When had there been other male beastmen around Yin-Shi? He only recognized Yiqing, Qiuzhe, and the ram beastman struck by lightning that night. The latter had been brought back in a gruesome state, uncertain if he would survive, although he had become a beastman with a red talent. Ascension was not a trivial matter, it depended on numerous chances, and with such severe injuries, survival was dubious. After all, in the beast world, sickness or injury could lead to the demise of a beastman, which was all too common. Yiqing acknowledged that his words could be heard by both of them. He stated, I will depart at dawn to seek sustenance before advancing. I will endeavor to reunite with you before you reach the lion beastman tribe. You two wish to ascend? Zhan Xiao asked, surprised. Is ascension so easily achieved? This was the second time he had heard of it that night. Qiuzhe interjected. Once Yiqing ascends, he will become a male beastman of purple talent. Zhan Xiao realized the implications. The more important Yiqing's ascension was to Yin-Shi, the less likely she would still desire them, the red-talented male beastmen. Zhan Xiao grasped this immediately, while Qiuzhe remained oblivious. However, Zhan Xiao only sought a female to help him through his mating season, lacking the emotional entanglements of the others. He assured Yiqing, rest assured. I swear by the great beast god that I will protect her until your return. Yiqing nodded and turned to Qiuzhe. Qiuzhe scoffed. Why do you look at me? I am merely her servant. If she dies, I shall perish alongside her. Yiqing sighed, then go in and check on her. But do not wake her. If she does not awaken by morning, simply place her in a jar and push her along until she naturally stirs. Qiuzhe stood up, grumbling, how long have you been with her to tire her out like this? Despite his complaints, he felt a sense of satisfaction in holding the little female as she slept. Though discomfort lingered in his heart, he could hardly blame himself for developing feelings first. Once Qiuzhe entered the tent, Yiqing turned to Zhan Xiao and added, Qiuzhe acts impulsively. Please keep a close watch on both of them. As for his claim of being fifth, it stems from my prior promise to a male beastman from the 8th tribe. He killed a shaman from the tribe for Yin-Shi and remains in uncertain circumstances. I agreed that as long as he is alive and comes before Yin-Shi, even as a fugitive, he will be granted the position of her beast husband. Regarding Yao, it is up to Yin-Shi to decide. I am aware of some mysterious tribes and their special events that can only be displayed before their females. If Yin-Shi favors Yao, I will not oppose it. And I hope you will respect her choices. Zhan Xiao nodded. I understand. You can rest assured. After conveying his instructions, Yiqing fell silent and took over Qiuzhe's task, continuing to prepare breakfast for Yin-Shi. Meanwhile, within the tent, Qiuzhe gazed at the sleeping female enveloped in the animal hide, resentment gnawing at him, yet he refrained from waking her or forcing any interaction. He scorned the notion of using force. Still, frustration simmered within him as he lay down, embracing her, allowing her to rest in his arms. As Yin-Shi drifted into slumber, feeling a slight chill, a familiar warmth unexpectedly enveloped her. She nestled comfortably in Qiuzhe's embrace, surrendering to a deep sleep. Observing her adorable countenance, Qiuzhe felt his heart melt. Gently pinching her delicate face, he murmured, I truly owe you so much. With a soft chuckle, he leaned down and planted a tender kiss upon her lips, then closed his eyes, surrendering himself to a peaceful slumber as well. Yin-Shi awoke from the swaying ceramic pot only after midday. The moment she stirred, Yiqing noticed her presence. He gently lifted her from the pot and leaped to the forefront of the procession, ascending a great tree which lay along their necessary route. He pointed in a particular direction and stated, I have inquired, and the Lion Beastmen tribe is heading that way. Once the rainy season is past, you shall journey to the Lion Beastmen tribe, and I shall be there awaiting your arrival, ensuring that the moment you set foot in the tribe, you will see me. Upon awakening, Yin-Shi heard his farewell words, and a wave of sorrow washed over her, threatening to bring forth tears. She rummaged through her belongings in the dark soil space, but despite her efforts, she found nothing suitable for him. Ultimately, she presented her identification card to him, her voice trembling with emotion. I am unsure of how I can assist you, but here's my ID. In our country, it symbolizes my identity. Keep it with you. Whenever you miss me, take it out and look at it. My photograph is on it. She glanced at the card, noting it bore a picture taken a decade ago. Overcome with emotion, she continued, this is a photo from 10 years ago, and I hardly resemble that person now. Perhaps I should give you my phone, which contains many pictures of us together. However, it requires charging, and if it runs out of battery, it will be inaccessible. She reached out, embracing Yiqing's neck, burying her face in his chest as she wept. I cannot bear to part with you. The latter part of her unspoken plea, asking him not to leave, remained lodged in her throat. She understood that Yiqing's departure was to grow stronger in order to protect her. Yet he was the first beastman she encountered upon arriving in this world, and she felt an innate reliance on him. The sudden realization of his impending absence, whether for days or months, filled her with profound reluctance. My dear, the chapter continues, urging readers to turn to the next page for more captivating content. She wished for a single day without separation from him. Yicheng's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He too did not wish to leave her side. He gently wiped away her tear-streaked face. The green medicinal ointment applied earlier now washed away by her tears, leaving her visage resembling that of a calico cat. Yet, she paid no heed, clinging to Yicheng and weeping uncontrollably. No amount of consolation from him could soothe her sorrow. Eventually, the group reached the tree beneath which they had paused, and with a heavy heart, Yicheng entrusted her to Qiuzhe and Zhan Xiao before turning away. Disappearing from sight, Yanxi took a step forward but was halted by Qiuzhe. She pushed against his restraining hand. Calling out towards the direction of Yicheng's departure, Yicheng, wait for me. I want to go with you. I cannot bear to be apart. Unable to stop him, she resolved to follow him, regardless of the dangers they might face, even if it meant death. Concealed behind a large tree, Yicheng's vertical pupil shimmered with unshed tears, his heart aching as though clawed by a cat. Meanwhile, Qiuzhe held Yanxi close, attempting to comfort her as they followed the group. Zhan Xiao, pushing a unicycle, turned to catch a glimpse of a strand of her red hair dancing in the wind from behind the tree. He mused. The romantic entanglements of these beastmen are truly tormenting. A sense of inexplicable fear mingled with envy coursed through him as he observed Yanxi struggling against Qiuzhe, demanding to be released. He sighed inwardly, aware of the burdens he himself bore. As the journey continued far into the night, the group made camp once again. Yet Qiuzhe had still not managed to coax a single morsel of food into Yanxi's mouth. She silently resisted, yearning to find Yicheng. Unwilling to remain among these beastmen, time and again, she gazed back at the trail, hoping for Yicheng's sudden return, bringing news of his successful advancement and a promise to traverse the beast world together. Each whisper of the wind, every fragrant scent wafting through the air, made her believe he had returned, only to be met with disappointment as she withdrew her gaze, leaving behind tears of solitude. She cried and refused to eat. Qiuzhe's attempts to console her had worn his lips raw, resorting to bringing Anan, her mate, to comfort her. However, Anan could only manage a few words before succumbing to tears alongside Yanxi, feeling nauseous in response. Another day passed, and Qiuzhe, nearly frantic, still could not persuade her to eat or drink. Chapter 93. Then I no longer wish for him to be my slave. Yicheng's departure seemed to drain her of all vitality. Ultimately, it was Zhan Xiao who could no longer bear the sight. Snatching the food from Qiuzhe's hands and forcing it into her mouth, one spoonful at a time, as it was merely broth and would not choke her. Yanxi struggled, yet ultimately, food found its way into her mouth. She choked, and once her coughing subsided, Zhan Xiao remarked, I am neither Yicheng nor Qiuzhe. My promise to be your beast husband stems from my desire for your assistance during my mating season. I lack the patience to endure your incessant weeping and refusal to eat, which adversely affects my mood. Should you persist in this manner, I shall heedlessly engage in copulation with you. Regardless of your consent, Yicheng and Qiuzhe have acquiesced to my role as your beast husband. My sole concern is ensuring your survival through the torrential rains. How you choose to live or perish is entirely up to you. Yanxi gazed at Zhan Xiao with the intensity reserved for a bitter enemy, her eyes brimming with tears. She sought no aid. Her determination to survive was unwavering. She longed for sustenance and awaited the return of Yicheng. She had pledged to Yicheng that she would not mate with any male beast man, even under duress. She yearned for Yicheng to return and, when he did, she wished for him to exact vengeance upon her tormentor. Yanxi, tears streaming silently as she ate, cast a vigilant glance at Zhan Xiao. Qiuzhe, noticing that she had finally begun to eat, hurriedly brought forth the food he had prepared. This esteemed lady. It was a relief to see her partake in nourishment. As long as she consumed enough, it mattered not how much, so long as she did not starve herself. Yicheng remained watchfully in the shadows, his own peace of mind tethered to her recovery. Until she improved, he found no solace in departing. Yanxi believed that Yicheng had departed early, yet in truth, Yicheng had been quietly observing her, following them all the way until he confirmed that Yanxi was willing to eat on her own. Unable to bear it any longer, he ultimately chose to leave. He needed to advance, requiring a substantial reserve of sustenance within his body, and sought a secure location to patiently await the moment of his evolution. As a serpentine beastman, he was undeterred by the torrential rains flooding the seas. Even submerged in water, in a state of dormancy, he could refrain from eating or breathing for years. However, now preoccupied with thoughts of Yanxi, he found himself unable to take his time. He needed to ascend swiftly and then seek out Yanxi and the lion beastman tribe. Once he found her, he vowed never to depart from her side again. Sensing the disappearance of a particular gaze, Zhan Xiao turned his attention to that direction, pondering for a considerable time. Qiuzhe approached, carrying the bowls and chopsticks Yanxi had finished using, and softly inquired, "Has he left?" Zhan Xiao nodded. At present, Yicheng had become a taboo for Yanxi, a subject that must never be broached in her presence. In the following days, whatever Qiuzhe offered for Yanxi to eat, she accepted without hesitation, no longer exhibiting picky behavior or making demands. When asked what she wished to eat, she simply replied, "Anything will do." Qiuzhe felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness regarding Yanxi's ineffective communication. While he felt sympathy for her, he also grieved for himself. Here he was, a formidable male beastman from the White Tiger tribe, renowned for his exceptional talent and combat prowess, yet unable to console a single female, which left him feeling quite defeated. Especially since her sorrow stemmed from another male beastman. Days passed in this manner. One morning, the day had been bright for quite some time. Yet the sun did not emerge, the sky was overcast, and the atmosphere grew stifling. It seemed as if rain was imminent. Upon reaching this juncture, it was time for the White Tiger tribe to part ways. Although both the Guangzhong Plain and the Guangzhong Mountain Range were referred to as Guangzhong, the region was vast, encompassing both plains and mountains. The extensive mountains were the territory of the White Tiger tribe, while the plains belonged to the Lion Beastman tribe. The Lion Beastman tribe also possessed a mountain ridge, designed to shield them from the flooding rains of the sea. The Guangzhong Mountain Range was expansive, and the White Tiger tribe had not contested the mountain ridge with the Lion Beastman tribe. However, beyond that ridge lay the domain of the White Tiger tribe. The two tribes had tacitly agreed upon this territorial division. Now, as the two tribes prepared to part ways, Ao, who had finally met his young son, with Yuqing absent, the decision fell to his own son. When he spoke, it was clear that with Yuqing gone, he was allowing Qiuzhe to escort Yin Shi to stay temporarily in the White Tiger tribe until Yuqing returned to the Lion Beastman territory, at which point he would fetch Yin Shi and Qiuzhe would accompany them. Yet Yin Shi was unwilling. She had promised Yuqing that she would go to the Lion Beastman tribe. If he succeeded in his evolution and she did not make her way to the Lion Beastman territory, they would miss their chance to reunite. The beastly world was vast, and without a means of communication, their chances of encountering one another again were exceedingly slim. Yin Shi felt a profound reluctance. She descended from Qiuzhe's back and approached the unicycle pushed by Zhang Xiao. Casting a glance at Qiuzhe, she spoke with an indifferent expression. Let Qiuzhe accompany you. I must go to the Lion Beastman tribe. She was determined to fulfill the promise she made to Yicheng. Ao, who furrowed his brow and remarked, Qiuzhe is your slave. He cannot be separated from you for more than 30 solar days. Allowing him to leave alone is akin to sending him to his demise. Do you comprehend? Regardless of circumstances, when Yicheng departed, Qiuzhe did not let you go hungry or treat you harshly. My son has never served me in such a manner. If you were to take him as a mate and consummate your bond, I would feel assured. Yet, you bear no beast mark of his, which indicates you have not engaged with him. Keeping him in such a state benefits you but offers him no advantage whatsoever. As a female, you must not mistreat my son. Would you not agree? Yin Shi felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Her voice trembled as she said, Then I no longer wish for him to be my servant. Tell me, how can I release him? I will do it immediately. Once freed, he shall go with you. I no longer want him. It was solely because of these orcs that she and Yicheng had been embroiled in misunderstanding and discord time and again. Had it not been for these orcs, she would have long since left with Yicheng. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn the page to continue reading, as the story becomes even more captivating. It was all due to Qiuzhe's interference that prevented her from pursuing Yicheng. As Yin Shi spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks, yet she immediately raised her hand, defiantly wiping them away. She refused to allow them to witness her vulnerable side. She would await Yicheng's return, anticipating the moment he would seek retribution for her. Zhang Xiao sighed and gently patted her shoulder in an attempt to offer comfort, only to have Yin Shi brush his hand away. This male beastman was also a rogue. She desired no one but Yicheng. Ao, who was about to speak when Qiuzhe bellowed, Enough. Yin Shi is the female I chose for myself. I have willingly accepted the role of her servant. For the rest of my life, I shall be her servant. Wherever she goes, I shall follow. He knelt down, bowing his head 3 times before Ao, who then rose and enveloped Yin Shi in his embrace. Yin Shi, filled with indignation, struck and kicked him, finally sinking her teeth into his arm. Qiuzhe, however, held her tightly, refusing to let go. Turning his back to Ao, who, he declared, Father, this is the female I have chosen. To disrespect her is to disrespect me. If you refuse to acknowledge her, then your son shall visit the White Tiger tribe less frequently. When she wishes to return with me, I shall go back. Following his declaration, Yin Shi ceased her biting and instead buried her face in his embrace, weeping softly. Ao, who, taken aback, pointed at Qiuzhe, his fingers trembling with anger. You ungrateful son. You're driving me to the brink. Just then, a figure darted forward, swiftly snatching Yin Shi from Qiuzhe's arms and delivering a slap that sent Qiuzhe flying. The events unfolded so rapidly that Yin Shi caught the familiar scent and looked up to see the person she longed for. Her eyes filled with tears once more as she leapt up and clung to his neck, biting her lip and sobbing quietly. Yicheng lifted his beloved female, settling her upon his arm. In chapter 94, females are truly capricious. Yicheng, with an air of authority, gazed down at Ao, who with disdain. A slave is but a slave, and a slave must behave as such. I struck him. What can you do about it? As soon as Yin Shi issues her next command, he could explode in a fit of rage. Care to test that? His voice dripped with menace as he continued. Who gave you the audacity to bully my female in my absence? With that, Yicheng unleashed an overwhelming aura akin to a purple talent, causing all present, including those of red talent, to buckle under its weight, collapsing to the ground. I am on the verge of advancing. Upon success, I shall become a male beast of purple talent. Should I return and find Yin Shi still subjected to your bullying, not even the beast god will be able to save your lives. This is a promise from me, Yiqing. With a commanding presence. He withdrew his pressure and vanished into the crowd, taking Yin Shi with him. Yiqing arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, leaving all the beastmen astonished. Even those of red talent, including Zhang Xiao and other red talent warriors of the White Tiger tribe, could do naught but kneel before Yiqing's might. What kind of terrifying entity was Yicheng? Xiaozhe had long known that Yichu was the foremost among those of the same rank. Although Yiqing had struck him upon his arrival, he had held back, inflicting no harm, indicating that he had shown restraint. Perhaps due to Xiaozhe's defense of Yin Shi. Rising from the underbrush, Xiaozhe approached Ao Hu and assisted him to his feet, saying, "Father, you should leave. I will return to visit when I can." Ao Hu's heart ached for his son, yet he felt helpless. A slave could not be away from their master for more than 30 solar days, lest they risk an uncontrollable surge of power, becoming a mindless beast of slaughter. Thus, he could not take his son back with him. With a heavy sigh and a sense of despair, he ultimately led his kin away. Meanwhile, the lion beastmen continued down another path. As for Yin Shi and Yiqing, they found themselves resting atop a grand tree. Yin Shi embraced Yiqing, wishing not to part for even a moment. Though she did not wish to weep, the sight of someone dear to her stirred tears within. Yiqing, feeling her sorrow, gently wiped away her tears and held her tightly. In their silent exchange, all emotions were conveyed without words. The longing they felt for each other seemed so profound that they wished to merge into one another, taking the essence of each other wherever they went. Yet, as the beastmen approached ever closer, Yiqing reluctantly released her. Startled, Yin Shi immediately lunged back into his embrace, unwilling to be separated from him for even an instant. Those beastmen were wicked, intent on tormenting her. She did not wish to be among them. Yiqing gently patted her back and said, Shi, listen to me. I want to listen. Yin Shi protested, pressing her lips against his in a sudden, almost forceful kiss. Yiqing paused, but ultimately held her tightly, reciprocating her kiss. It was as if they intended to exhaust the very air in their lungs before relinquishing each other. Breathless, Yiqing finally spoke. I have returned to formally say goodbye. I promise I will come back to find you before the rainy season ends. Regardless of whether you reach the lion beastmen tribe first or not, I will come to fetch you, all right? Are you leaving again? Have you not yet succeeded in your advancement? Yin Shi looked up at him, tears flowing relentlessly, her pitiful expression causing Yiqing's heart to ache sharply. I only went to feed, to gather sustenance for my advancement. But where will you store your food? You have no space. Yiqing chuckled softly, patting his belly. Right here. Yin Shi was taken aback, stepping back slightly to gaze at Yiqing's belly. Wiping away her tears, she reached out to gently caress his abdomen, exclaiming in surprise, Yiqing, are you expecting a baby? Your belly has grown quite a bit. Although there are still muscles, it resembles that of someone who is pregnant. Yiqing, in a state of amused disbelief, replied, my belly can hold a considerable amount of food. After a hearty meal, I can go a long time without needing to eat again. This is also a preparation for my advancement, ensuring that I won't go hungry during the process. Yin Shi gently caressed his ample belly, chuckling softly. She remarked, it truly resembles the signs of pregnancy. Upon witnessing her laughter, Yiqing felt a sense of relief wash over him. He declared, tonight, I shall stay by your side, but as for tomorrow, he trailed off, leaving the mention of tomorrow hanging in the air. Yin Shi understood his meaning clearly. He was truly leaving tomorrow. Yiqing cradled her face and said, promise me. This time eat well, take good care of yourself, and live life to the fullest. When I return, I want to see a plump and healthy Shi. Do not let me discover that you have lost weight, all right? How do you know I haven't been eating properly? Did you see me? When she saw that Yiqing did not respond, she indignantly continued, were you watching me from the shadows? If so, why didn't you come out to comfort me? You know how heartbroken I am and how much I will miss you. How can you be so cruel? Yin Shi, fuming with indignation, contemplated striking him, yet found herself unable to do so. Instead, she embraced his waist, resting her head against his chest. After a prolonged silence, she declared, I shall await your return. And I promise to take good care of myself, so you must come back soon. I assure you, before the torrential rains have passed, I will return. I possess a premonition that this ascension will occur swiftly. As Yiqing observed the departure of the lion beastman tribe's contingent, he stood up and transformed, manifesting 2 legs. Yin Shi glanced down and noticed that his lower body was completely bare. Hastily, she retrieved a beast skin skirt from the dark earth space and wrapped it around him, saying, remember to wear this beast skin skirt. You belong to me, and no one else shall gaze upon you. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The subsequent content is even more thrilling. Yiqing chuckled softly and replied, all right, I shall certainly remember this in the future. Unbeknownst to her, he produced her identification card and remarked, I have kept this quite well, too. Yin Shi took the identification card from his hand and remarked, there is a saying among our people, the most unflattering photograph of one's life is often the one on the ID card. I was merely 8 or 9 years old when that picture was taken, and I bear little resemblance to that child now. Yiqing retrieved her ID. Gazing at it as he commented, indeed, you appeared quite youthful, like a little cub. Even now, you still seem like a cub, stubborn as one. Not at all. I am very well behaved and obedient. My grandparents and parents all praise me, saying I learned traditional Chinese medicine swiftly and that I will undoubtedly become a renowned angel in white. Yanxi replied with a touch of pride. Yiqing then tucked away her ID, scooped her up, and leaped down, landing squarely on the unicycle pushed by Zhang Xiao. He gently tapped the edge of the pottery jar before jumping to the ground, spinning around while holding Yanxi, and seated her atop the unicycle. He assumed Zhang Xiao's position, pushing their unicycle forward, which carried his female companion and all their belongings. The scene was remarkably harmonious. Qiuzhe pouted and approached Yanxi, feigning a pitiful demeanor as he said, Yanxi, just now Yicheng used me to establish his authority, and my face still hurts. If you could just blow on it, I'm sure the pain would vanish. Yanxi gazed at Qiuzhe's pitiable demeanor and took out some medicine to assist him, gently applying it while saying, You have worked hard, Qiuzhe. Qiuzhe paused, and upon seeing her finally smile, he felt that the pain he had endured was worth it. Moreover, having her tend to his wounds made it even more worthwhile. Zhang Xiao was taken aback, not realizing the significant difference in their little family with or without Yicheng. Previously, when the little female refused to eat, his threats almost led him to believe that both he and Qiuzhe were her adversaries. However, now that Yicheng had returned, surrounded by the same people, she appeared to be able to get along with everyone. Females truly are capricious. As a side note, this book had undergone scrutiny before, with much of the content revised, almost leading to the decision to cease updates. Now that it has passed review, the data is not as favorable as before. Readers, please leave your comments after finishing, so that more can see it. Additionally, feel free to encourage more updates and provide opinions and suggestions. I will respond to all. Thank you. Thank you. Chapter 95. The rainy season approaches after dinner. Qiuzhe willingly stepped aside to allow Yiqing and Yanxi some time together. They exited the tent and entered the dark soil space. As the fire blazed, the storm began to abate, and Yiqing prepared her for a journey out of the dark soil space. Yanxi did not wish to let him go, but ultimately released him from the dark realm. Night Cheng, embracing the exhausted yet still reluctant Yanxi, helplessly coaxed, Aren't you tired? Did you not say you could not withstand it any longer? Yanxi Tsai, regardless of his nonsensical ramblings, kept her eyes wide open, nestled in his embrace, reluctant to let him go. Yiqing sighed softly and said, Sleep now. Yanxi shook her head and said, What if you leave as soon as I fall asleep? Yicheng paused. Indeed, that was his intention. It was certainly preferable to the last time when she had to witness his departure, weeping inconsolably, subsequently resorting to fasting in a fit of temper, as if all her vitality had been drained away. That was not the image Yicheng wished to behold. Yanxi, seeing his silence, understood that he truly intended it this way. Her eyes brimmed with tears once more. Night Cheng, feeling a pang of heartache, embraced her tenderly and whispered, What shall we do? Lacking formidable strength, I cannot protect you as I wish. Moreover, I plan to take you back to the Qingyu tribe when my talents ascend to the purple level, so you may meet my father and mother, and show them my beloved. Yanxi was taken aback. Are we to meet your parents? I am not yet prepared for that. Yicheng, perplexed, inquired, Parents? You mean your father and mother? I must address them as father and mother. That is how we refer to them in our region. Yanxi elucidated for him. Yicheng nodded in understanding. Indeed, I do wish to take you back to the Qingyu tribe. It is the place of my birth, a realm I remember as one of sheer cliffs and precipices, home to the aerial beastmen. Situated at the far eastern edge of the Beast World continent, it is adorned with numerous islands and towering cliffs. In my youth, I honed my survival skills amidst those cliffs, and when I had acquired the strength to fend for myself, my father brought me here. The distance from the far eastern Qingyu tribe is such that even the flying beasts require a month and a half to traverse it. By land, the journey spans over half a year. Yanxi, astonished, remarked, So your father abandoned you, and you wandered alone for over half a year before returning to the Qingyu tribe, only to be cast out again by him? Yicheng nonchalantly nodded. That was quite a long time ago. Your father truly possesses a merciless heart. Did your mother never speak of him? I have scant memories of my mother. She had numerous beast husbands to tend to, along with their many offspring, leaving little time for us, the few she bore with my father. As for my recollections of the Qingyao tribe, they have faded considerably, primarily preserved through my father's inherited memories. Is there a place you long to visit? Listening to Yicheng speak of his parents, it seemed they had treated him poorly, yet he bore no resentment towards them. This left her in a state of confusion. Not exactly. I merely wish to take you to see it. After we've visited, we shall return here, and in the future, we will have no further contact. Yanxi, his parents exhibited a rather indifferent affection towards their offspring, and Night Cheng reciprocated a similar sentiment toward them. Is this the feeble bond of kinship characteristic of serpentine beastmen? She found herself grappling with this notion. Yet, considering her lack of prospects for motherhood with Night Cheng, she felt relieved that she would not have to endure the heart-wrenching task of sending her offspring away once they reached independence. Such a thought tugged at her heartstrings. Consequently, the absence of children appeared to be a fortuitous circumstance, alleviating her from the anguish of separation. As they conversed, Yanxi's eyelids grew heavier, ultimately succumbing to slumber. When Night Cheng emerged to allow Qiuzhe to keep her company, Qiuzhe grasped his arm. Are you truly going to leave before she awakens? If she stirs and finds you gone, she will surely weep again. I nearly lost my voice trying to soothe her last time. She wouldn't heed my words. This time, she promised to eat and sleep well. Qiuzhe, when did Night Cheng become so naive? Could innocence be contagious? Night Ching patted his shoulder, saying, I entrust Shi to you. I shall return as swiftly as I can. I apologize for today's events. Chiozei, startled by the apology, quickly shook his head. No, it's fine. If you are well, Yanxi will be well. If she is well, I shall be well. Just ensure you return soon, for without you, her laughter will fade. Night Ching nodded and turned towards Zhang Xiao. Thank you for safeguarding Shi today. I will remember your kindness. Zhang Xiao shook his head. I did little. Just don't hold me accountable for having to compel her to eat last time. Night Ching understood. I wouldn't dream of it. The rainy season is fast approaching. Her constitution is frail. Please keep a close watch on her and do your utmost to prevent her from falling ill. She is a healer, capable of tending to her own ailments. But she can be rather lethargic. I would appreciate your assistance in her daily care. Rest assured, I shall exercise ample patience, Zhang Xiao pledged. Night Ching nodded, casting one last lingering glance at the tent before reluctantly turning away. Zhang Xiao watched him depart, raising his gaze to the overcast sky, his brow furrowing slightly. He mused, the rainy season is upon us. Meanwhile, within the confines of the tent, Yanxi sensed a shift in the warmth that enveloped her, distinct from what she had previously felt. Tears streamed down her cheeks even in slumber. Chiozei, feeling a pang of sympathy, tenderly wiped the tears from her eyes, cradling her gently and patting her small shoulder, soothing her to sleep as one would a young cub. This chapter was not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue exploring the enthralling narrative. He had never shown such patience even while caring for the little white tiger of his clan. Unexpectedly, the greatest patience was bestowed not upon a cub, but upon his beloved female. Nevertheless, he remained unwavering and unrepentant. She was his mate, and also his cherished one. The prospect of having their own offspring was unattainable for him. Given her delicate stature, he treated her as he would a cub, thus fulfilling his own dream of parenthood. The two embraced in slumber. When Yanxi awakened once more, she found herself still within the earthen jar, though the opening was obscured by some object, casting dim light upon her surroundings. The soft patter of rain echoed outside, and the air had grown humid. Yanxi stood up and touched the object covering the earthen jar. It was a makeshift tent crafted from her parachute by Yi Ching. As she lifted a bit of the fabric, she noticed a gentle rain beginning to fall outside. At that moment, Zhanxi was pushing a unicycle, his hair dampened by the rain, giving him a somewhat disheveled appearance. The absence of Chiozei was palpable. And as for Yi Ching, it was needless to mention, she had anticipated that upon awakening, he would be nowhere to be found once more. Upon catching sight of the small head peeking out from the jar, Zhanxi felt a flutter in his heart. He thought to himself, what an adorable female. She will undoubtedly belong to him in the future. He cleared his throat and remarked, we can't go out to play today. It's raining outside. Yanxi nodded slightly, setting aside the fabric, and turned her gaze towards the front of the procession. The pace of the march had slowed compared to before, as most of the orcs seemed oblivious to the rain, resolutely forging ahead. However, the females and their young were treated with greater care. They sought out large tree barks to shield them from the downpour, preventing the chill of the rain from causing illness. Yanxi set aside the rain tarp and returned to her earthen pot, whether it was a figment of her imagination or not. She felt a slight chill after Yi Ching departed. She wrapped herself tightly in animal hide and slowly lay down. Not long after she settled in, the rain tarp was lifted from outside. A damp, large head peeked in. It was Chiozei. Chapter 96. What can be said? Yi Ching is not a forbidden zone in my heart. Noticing that she had awakened, Chiozei handed her the food he had kept warm throughout his journey. It's raining, and cooking is impractical. This was prepared before dawn, stored in a small earthen jar. I was afraid it would spill if left in the pot where you slept, so I carried it with me to keep it dry. Please eat quickly, and later, when we find a sheltered place from the rain, you can come out to play. Yanxi rose to take the small and the spoon, yet she remained unmoved. Chiozei, noticing her reluctance to eat, assumed she intended to starve herself again, and with a hint of urgency in his voice, he remarked, when Night Ching departed, he instructed you to eat well. Yanxi raised her head to glance at him, her vision inexplicably becoming somewhat blurred. Chiozei felt a sharp slap on his thigh as he stood atop the unicycle. He turned his head to inquire of the cart-pushing Zhang Xiao. Why did you hit me? Zhang Xiao took a deep breath and lowered his voice, saying, do not mention Yi Ching at this moment. The mere utterance of the name Yi Ching had become her forbidden zone, a territory that would explode at the slightest touch. Chiozei turned back to observe Yanxi within the earthen jar, only to find her wiping away tears once more. He realized he had once again misspoken. Seeing her bow her head to dry her tears, a wave of agitation washed over him. Despite his earnest efforts to care for her, she still wept. What could he possibly do? Should he lay his heart bare for her to see? As Yanxi dried her tears and picked up a spoon to eat, Chiozei was taken aback, muttering to himself, she can eat? Yanxi nodded without speaking. She had promised Yi Ching that she would eat and take care of herself while waiting for his return. Chiozei, seeing her manage to eat on her own, broke into a broad smile and said, what else would you like to eat? I can go find something for you, and I will prepare it for you in the evening. Yanxi shook her head gently, taking small bites of the food, saying, anything is fine. Chiozei felt the scope of this request broaden, considering that Yanxi could not eat meat. He pondered whether he should catch some fish to prepare a delicate fish dish for her in the evening. Yet, the broth for that dish had previously been made with the help of the slumbering Yao Jun. who was currently incapacitated and unable to assist him in preparing the broth or cooking the fish. Qiuzhe regretted not having observed Yao Jun closely while he was preparing the broth. And he lamented his own laziness when it came to mastering the technique of slicing fish thinly. If he had practiced, he would not now be at a loss regarding the preparation of the broth or the slicing of the fish. He set down the rain tarp, hopped off the unicycle, and said to Zhang Xiao, "Keep an eye on Yin Shi while I go catch some fish. I must learn to provide for her. If she doesn't eat, it will only add to my worries." Fortunately, she was willing to eat something at the moment. Zhang Xiao inquired, "Has she eaten?" "Yes. But when I asked her what she wanted, she said anything is fine. This ambiguity makes it difficult for me to gauge her preferences." Zhang Xiao mused. She probably still isn't keen on eating. Ever since Yu Qing left, she has seemed despondent. I understand. However, since she is willing to eat something while waiting for Yi Qing's return, that is a positive sign. I will catch some fish. Please ensure she doesn't get drenched in the rain. The rain tarp needs to be lifted periodically to prevent the accumulated water from soaking into the clay pot, which is her only dry refuge. Qiuzhe, still anxious, reiterated his instructions. Zhang Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. Hurry back. He too feared that he might struggle to care for this delicate female. At least she was more familiar with Qiuzhe, and seeing him would provide her with a greater sense of security than his own presence, given that he had once threatened her. Qiuzhe nodded, transformed into his beast form, and dashed away. That afternoon, Yinshi sat in the clay pot, listening to the sound of the rain, feeling drowsy and devoid of energy. Though Qiuzhe had not yet returned, Zhang Xiao had brought her water in bamboo tubes twice, and she had drunk a little each time. However, he dared not speak to her, fearing it might frighten her further. Eventually, the group discovered a natural cave where the lion beastman chieftain, Shan Shi, declared they would rest for the night. The journey ahead was pressing, as they needed to reach a previously selected temporary dwelling before the flooding and sea surges occurred. This location was atop a higher peak, where they would remain sheltered from mountain floods and encroaching seawater throughout the rainy season. Only after this deluge subsided and the dry season arrived could they continue their journey back to the lion beastman tribe. Yin Shi was somewhat taken aback. She was aware that heavy rain could cause flooding. However, she had never heard of seawater backflow, let alone being able to fathom such a severe natural disaster. When she recalled Shan Shi mentioning that a higher elevation had been chosen for temporary shelter, she did not dwell on it too much. She was carried out of the earthen pot by Zhang Xiao and placed on a stone to sit. The humidity in the air made her feel a bit chilly. Zhang Xiao promptly draped an animal hide over her shoulders. Yinshi nodded slightly to him and said, "Thank you." Zhang Xiao paused momentarily, but quickly resumed his actions, securing the animal hide for her and stating, "Qiuzhe has gone to catch fish for you. I will start the fire first." Yinshi, upon hearing his request to ignite a fire, deftly produced a firebrand and offered it to him, saying, "Use this to light the fire, and let us ignite the flames together." Zhang Xiao, having witnessed the remarkable efficacy of her firebrand before, accepted it without hesitation. Previously, Yinshi had imparted this skill to the lion beast men in the White Tiger clan. However, after a day of incessant rain, the firebrands of the other beastmen were likely dampened and extinguished. In contrast, Yinshi had remained sheltered within an earthen jar, preserving the dryness of her firebrand, which was still functional. Their fire was soon ablaze, yet the damp fire would produce an abundance of smoke. Zhang Xiao urged the other beastmen to join them for kindling. Grateful, the beastmen thanked Yinshi and borrowed embers from their fire to ignite their own piles. As the number of fires multiplied, the smoke from the burning would fill the spacious cave, creating a dense haze. Yinshi felt discomfort in her eyes from the smoke. She stood up and said to Zhang Xiao, "I will wait by the cave entrance for a while to see if Qiuzhe has returned." Zhang Xiao was collecting rainwater to boil. He replied, "Do not wander too far." Yinshi nodded slightly and approached the cave entrance. The humidity outside was even more pronounced, yet at least it was not as stinging to the eyes as within the cave. As the night deepened into darkness, she finally discerned the silhouette of a large white tiger, its fur a striking blend of black and white, swiftly approaching while clutching several fish in its mouth. Qiuzhe, noticing a figure standing at the cave's mouth, moved closer and recognized it was Yinshi. Even in the rain, he transformed into his beastly form. His body glistened with moisture, prompting Yinshi to frown. She removed the animal skin she had draped over herself in an attempt to cover Qiuzhe's lower half as he approached her. Seeing her intention to shield him, Qiuzhe quickly replied, "I'll remove the water droplets first." With a surge of his abilities, he expelled all the raindrops clinging to his form, gathering them into a sphere of water which he then tossed into the downpour. Yinshi helped him don the animal hide, securing it around his waist. Rising to her feet, she noticed he was holding several small fish. He lifted the hand that bore the fish for her to see and remarked, "The fish from this mountain are not as large as those from the rivers or lakes, yet I have removed all the bones. Soon, I shall prepare the fish for you to enjoy, though I may not slice them as thinly as I would like. Please bear with me. I shall certainly practice and perfect the art of filleting them delicately for you in the future." Yinshi understood that the person Qiuzhe mentioned was Yi Qing. She slightly curled her lips and softly remarked, "It is permissible to speak of him. Yi Qing is not a forbidden topic in my heart. He is my beloved. And you may utter his name." His name often echoed in her ears, intensifying her longing for him. When they reunited, she would share with him how many times she had whispered his name, how often she had heard it, and how many times he occupied her thoughts during his absence. Chapter 97. Where is the heart? Those two characters lingered on Chiose's lips for a long while, yet remained unspoken. He finally said, however, I sense your unhappiness. Since he left, you seem to have lost your joy, and no matter what I do, it appears you cannot find happiness. Yanxi was momentarily taken aback. Lifting her gaze to Chiyoze, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Chiyoze longed to press his forehead against hers, yet Yanxi stepped back, reminding herself of her promise to Yicheng. Undeterred, Chiyoze embraced her tightly, resting his forehead against hers and imploring, Yanxi, do not reject me. For you, I would do anything. Yicheng is merely away for a time. When he returns, he will be stronger, ensuring he will never leave you again. I will not depart either. We can forge a life together. I do not seek your constant worry or remembrance for me as you do for him, but I ask that you also see me. I am striving to care for you. I have never cared for anyone in this manner before. I wish to treat you well, to see you happy, to witness your laughter, just as it was in the past. Your smile is truly beautiful. Yanxi listened in a daze. Her reluctant form ultimately nestled into his embrace, gently wrapping her arms around his waist. Zhang Xiao had initially come to find Yanxi, but upon seeing her engaged in conversation with Chiyoze, he silently accepted the fish from Chiyoze's hand and turned back towards the cave. Refraining from interrupting their tender moment, Chiyoze was also too preoccupied to concern himself with Zhang Xiao, after all. Yanxi had only just begun to draw closer to him since Yicheng's departure, and he needed to seize the opportunity. Yet, he understood that haste would not yield favorable results, so while he held her, he refrained from further actions. Nevertheless, the rising warmth of his body betrayed the thoughts swirling in his mind at that moment. Yanxi truly finds herself at a loss. While she remains here, consumed by melancholy, he is able to think of those matters. Pushing him away, she strides towards the cave. Chiyoze, with a reluctant expression, hastens to catch up and says, I do not wish for this either, but the scent that clings to you elicits a reaction of its own. I cannot be held accountable for that. Yanxi cast a sharp glance at him before turning away to continue her walk. Upon returning to the fire, she settled down. Unwilling to engage with Chiyoze attempted to offer an explanation, but Zhang Xiao interjected, asking, I have prepared the fish. How should we proceed with the seasoning and broth? He, too, was at a loss. The mention of broth brought to Yanxi's mind the Yao Jun. She turned her gaze towards the fire pit occupied by the horned sheep folk. A Nan was present, Xingbai was there, a Yao was around. And the elder horned sheep was also in attendance. All the horned sheep were gathered, save for one Yao Jun. In times past, Yao Jun would have sought her out long before now. Yet, at this moment, he had yet to make an appearance. Yanxi turned to Chiyoze and inquired, what about the Yao Jin? Chiyoze, feeling a twinge of bitterness at the mention of the horned beastman, replied, he is likely nearing death. Yanxi paused for a moment before standing up to inquire about Anan. Chiyoze grasped her arm and said, first, let us retrieve the seasonings. I intend to prepare dinner for you. Yanxi furrowed her brow, contemplating whether to retrieve something from the large clay pot where she had been resting. When her hand emerged, she discreetly passed the seasoning from the black earth space to Chiyoze, who was providing her cover from behind. She then turned her gaze towards the horned sheep tribe, but after a moment's reflection, feigned a need to gather items from the pot and retrieved some medicinal herbs from the black earth space before making her way to the fire at the horned sheep tribe. Upon seeing Yanxi approach, Anan beckoned her to sit beside the fire. With a smile, she remarked, have you finally regained your composure? Yanxi smiled gently. And as the conversation continued, she inquired, what about Yao Qian? Where has he gone? Upon hearing this, Anan sighed. Realizing that Yanxi had finally recalled her foolish younger brother, he turned to glance into a large clay pot. They had mimicked Yi Cheng and the others, confining Yao Qian within a sizable pot and transporting him in a wheelbarrow. Yanxi, in confusion, stood up and walked towards the large pottery jar that Anan was observing. Anan, grasping her from behind, remarked, it is unwise to gaze upon the current state of Yao Jin. What has happened to him? Yanxi inquired, perplexed. Anan sighed once more and explained, after he was struck by lightning that day, his body was left in a wretched condition, every inch of him marred. And he carries a peculiar, charred scent. Those unaware might mistake him for a piece of delectable meat. The shaman of the Lion Beastman tribe has examined him and declared that only he can save himself, though he has ascended to the red tier of talent. His body remains unhealed, and he has yet to awaken. Thus, we have decided to transport him, as we did with you, placing him into the pottery jar and carrying him on a unicycle. Yanxi paused for a moment. Today it was indeed raining, yet their clay pot remained uncovered. A body struck by lightning would undoubtedly suffer severe burns. How could it possibly come into contact with water? What if the wound became infected? Would that not be a path to certain death? Yanxi approached the ceramic jar, leaning in to peer inside. However, the jar was quite tall, and even on tiptoe, she could only glimpse a small portion of the interior. The darkness within obscured her view completely, yet she could faintly sense the dampness that lingered inside. Yanxi turned to Anan and said, find someone to bring the injured Yao Jun out. His wounds must not come into contact with water. Even a drop could cause them to fester. If they become infected, it could be fatal. Anan was taken aback and promptly heeded Yan-Shi's words, instructing his fellow male orcs to lift Yao Jun from the clay pot. Soaked and wet, he left a water mark on the ground as he was placed down. The crowd stepped back, creating a path for Yan-Shi. As they parted, Yan-Shi observed that Yao Jun's once pristine white fur was now entirely absent. His skin was marred by extensive blackened areas. The burns so severe that the skin appeared at least 5 or 6 centimeters thick. As the onlookers lifted him, fresh crimson blood seeped from his body, mingling with the rainwater on the ground to form a delicate pink hue, reminiscent of the color of his fur when he had been shy. Not a single patch of healthy flesh remained on him. With such grave injuries, one could only imagine the excruciating pain he must endure. Yan-Shi turned to Anan and said, "Go fetch Qiuzhe." Anan nodded anxiously, her heart aching for her brother as she prepared to seek out Qiuzhe. Xingbai interjected, saying, "I will go call him." Having grown up together, Xingbai understood the significance of Yan-Shi to Anan. They were at a loss as to how to assist Yan-Shi, but it was evident that Yan-Shi knew precisely how to help. The old goat herder approached Yan-Shi, tears streaming down his face, and implored, "Yan-Shi, if you can save Yan-Shi, I will never speak of your relationship with him again. Please, I beg you, save him." Yan-Shi found herself in a predicament. Given the severity of the burns and the scarcity of medical resources in this beastly realm, her confidence waned. The shaman of the Lion Beastman tribe, accompanied by the chieftain, Shanshur, approached her. The shaman remarked, "Little female, with such extensive burns, his recovery relies solely on his own strength. We cannot administer any medicine in this situation. Under normal circumstances, I would have declared this horned sheep beastman deceased, yet his kin are unwilling to relinquish hope, so I refrained from voicing such grim tidings." Yan-Shi was also aware that it was inadvisable to administer medication externally. She remarked that applying a soothing burn ointment could serve to clear heat, detoxify, alleviate pain, and promote healing. She contemplated whether the materials in her dark earth space would suffice. However, the shaman of the Beastman tribe gazed at Yan-Shi in astonishment and inquired, "Can you truly concoct such a remarkable salve? Little female, this cannot be a jest." Yan-Shi nodded and said, "I can do that. I need to return and check whether I have sufficient medicinal herbs." The shaman of the Lion Beastman tribe exclaimed with excitement, "If you find your supplies lacking, come to me. I possess a variety of herbs." "Thank you. I will first see if my stock is adequate. If not, I shall seek your assistance," Yan-Shi replied. "Ah, yes. Very well." The chief of the Lion Beastmen, Shanshur, found it perplexing why the old shaman was so enthusiastic about Yan-Shi. However, the old shaman grasped Shanshur's hand and led him toward their tribe. Once they had distanced themselves, he excitedly remarked, "Shanshur, among the new beastmen you recruited for the tribe, perhaps the most formidable is not the battle-ready male beastmen, but this little female." Chapter 98. Shanshur teaches Zhan Shao to be more proactive. Shanshur expressed his astonishment, saying, "But she is a female without any talent, lacking even reproductive capability. I was initially attracted to the red talent of the wandering serpent male beastman, and with the addition of Qiuzhe from the white tiger tribe, who is her slave, our tribe gains 2 male beastmen with red talent. If the ram male beastman survives this time, we will have 3 male beastmen with red talent in our lion beastman tribe, all of whom I recommended. This creates a bond of kinship." The old shaman, too sure, shook his head, saying, "While the combat prowess of a tribe is undoubtedly important, the support from the rear is equally vital. The combat capability of male beastmen is predetermined from birth, but a shaman, a healer, can learn and continuously improve through experience. That little female possesses knowledge that perhaps even I do not, and she may indeed be the treasure our lion beastman tribe has discovered this time." Shanshur, taken aback, grasped the old shaman's hand and asked, "Are you certain, old shaman?" Tushur nodded, sighed, and replied, "The Lion Beastman tribe has been thrown into chaos by Shanja and his followers, with factions proliferating. Upon your return, you may employ strong measures against anyone. But this little female and her husbands must be treated with respect. In crucial moments, they may assist in stabilizing your position within the Lion Beastman tribe." Fortunately, Zhan Shao had verbally promised to become the mate of the little female. "You must discuss this with Zhan Shao. After all, you are like a second father to him. Having cared for his mother for so many years, he will likely heed your advice. Ensure that he secures his status as her mate, as it may encourage the little female to assist our Lion Beastman tribe out of loyalty to Zhan Shao." Shanshur pondered for a moment and nodded. "I will speak to him, but his demeanor does not endear him to female beastmen." He too was troubled by this matter. Tushur considered and said, "Isn't Zhan Shao living alone in the back mountain? That place boasts splendid scenery, and during high tides, it only floods slightly. Perhaps we could allocate that mountain for the little female and her companions. If she resides there, Zhan Shao will be compelled to relinquish his own mountain, allowing them to live on the same peak. The more they meet, the greater the chances." Shanshur reflected for a long while, sighed, and remarked, "It seems I must resort to the tactic of seduction. I need to find him and offer some additional counsel, lest he dismiss the matter. His slow-witted nature makes me anxious for him." Hearing Shanshur's words and recalling Zhan Zhao's temperament, Tushur laughed. "Just a few suggestions will suffice. The child has grown. He cannot abide his elders nagging. As his second father, having raised him from a young age, he would not dare disregard my words. As Shanshi spoke, he turned and departed, determined to find Zhang Xiao and impart his wisdom. At the very least, he needed to teach him how to court his female companion, as he must learn to be more charming with his words. He also needed to take a more proactive approach. Such male beast men are the ones that female beast men tend to favor. Meanwhile, Yanxi returned with the medicinal herbs, and Qiuzhe stood beside the Yao Xian, displaying an expression of impatience. Yanxi gently tugged at his arm and whispered, "Be cautious while extracting the water from the Yao Jun. Do not mistake its blood for mere liquid. That is beyond my capability," Qiuzhe retorted, "for blood is also a liquid, and I can only draw away liquids." Yanxi furrowed her brows as she gazed at him. Qiuzhe, under the weight of her scrutinizing gaze, found himself utterly defenseless. He could only respond, "I shall give it a try, but I will certainly draw some of the blood. Just be cautious," Yanxi advised, gently patting his arm. Qiuzhe grimaced slightly. Placing his hand upon the Yao Jin, activating his special ability, water began to flow from the Yao Jin, coalescing into a droplet. A small amount of crimson blood was also extracted, but it was negligible, merely what had recently seeped from the wound, drawn away alongside the water by Qiuzhe. He raised the droplet triumphantly, declaring, "All done." With that, he stood to depart and called back to Yanxi, who was still preoccupied, "Make haste and return for dinner. Do not let yourself go hungry." Yanxi nodded without looking back, which could be interpreted as her acquiescence. Qiuzhe, feeling helpless, stepped outside the cave and cast the water droplets away. He then overheard the Lion Beastman clan leader, Shanshi, advising Zhang Xiao to pay more attention to his little female companion and to be sweeter in his words, suggesting that a more proactive approach would endear him to her. Qiuzhe, unperturbed by the conversation, wrapped his arm around Zhang Zhao's neck and said, "Uncle Shanshi, our Yin she is not comparable to those inferior female beastmen. She has her own criteria for choosing a mate, and I fit her standards quite well. Zhang Xiao is merely acceptable. You needn't worry." Shanshi, the little cubs of the White Tiger tribe are known for their sweet tongues. If Zhang Xiao possessed even half the eloquence of Qiuzhe, he would not need an older male beastman to instruct him on how to win the affection of a young female. Shanshi pushed Qiuzhe away from Zhang Xiao and embraced his shoulders as they walked back into the cave, exclaiming, "Little Qiuzhe, I have watched you grow up. You scarcely lay eyes on me once a year, yet you dare to say such a thing." Qiuzhe promptly interrupted him. "But Uncle Shanshi, I did hold you when you were a child." Qiuzhe smirked, but did not counter this claim, as it was indeed true. Shanshi continued, "As for Zhang Xiao, although he is not loquacious and his temperament may not be appealing, you both played together in your youth. I recall you once saying you wished for Zhang Xiao to be your female partner. The adults admonished you that you were both male beast men and could not be together. Which made you cry?" Qiuzhe's pupils dilated in shock as he glanced at Zhang Zhao's towering physique and vehemently protested, "Impossible. That is absolutely impossible. How could I, a valiant and magnificent male of the White Tiger tribe, have uttered such foolishness? I favor delicate and gentle females, like Yanxi." Shanshi punctured his stubbornness, stating, "In your childhood, the two of you were both delicate and soft, resembling little females." Qiuzhe shivered in denial, asserting, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Shanshi sighed, I did not come to discuss that. What I meant to convey is that you have shared a bond since childhood, and now fate has intertwined your lives again. As a male partner, you ought to assist Zhang Xiao. He struggles to assert himself, and without your help, he may not even approach the young female. Thus, if you agree to assist your uncle in helping Zhang Xiao, I will allocate a mountain for you both to reside in the Lion Beastman tribe. I know of a picturesque location where Yanxi will surely be pleased, and when the tides come, it will remain unaffected. Once you construct a home there, you won't need to relocate during the rainy season, for there is even a hot spring nearby. Imagine, during the snowy season, you could take your little female to soak in the hot spring. Wouldn't tea that inspire some romantic escapades? The ambience of the hot spring is perfect for such pursuits. Wouldn't you agree? The beautiful imagery crafted by Shanshi successfully captivated Qiuzhe's heart. Chapter 99. He, a single beast, could not contend against over 300 lion beast men. He jovially patted Shanshi on the shoulder, proclaiming, "Uncle Shanshi, I believe you are correct. Having grown up with Zhang Xiao and now sharing a female partner, I shall certainly assist him. That mountain you mentioned must be reserved for us." Shanshi's heart brimmed with joy. That mountain was originally designated for Zhang Xiao's dwelling as an adult beast, and he would gain Qiuzhe's promise without any cost. Why would he not relish this opportunity? Zhang Xiao observed Qiuzhe's naive acquiescence to Shanshi, even as he helped him count the bone coins. He pondered that Qiuzhe should learn a lesson. Furthermore, he was amenable to having the young female reside on his mountain, despite the potential noise from additional male beast men. However, the presence of a female to help him through the challenging heat of mating season made the noise seem bearable. Meanwhile, Yanxi returned after applying her homemade burn salve to the beastman. Upon seeing her return, Qiuzhe hurriedly urged her to sit down, serving her fish meat in a bowl, cooling the soup and meat before placing it in her hands. Noticing she was not eating, Qiuzhe frowned and inquired, "Shall I feed you?" Yanxi cast him a sidelong glance before lowering her head to indulge in her meal. Qiuzhe, witnessing her appetite, felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had tasted the dish, though it did not rival the exquisite flavors crafted by the horned sheep beast man. It was still quite palatable. The meat was cooked to perfection, tender and succulent, requiring little effort to chew before it smoothly slid down. As long as she was eating, Chiyoze would brave any peril, scaling mountains or traversing flames, to ensure her satisfaction. I have also prepared some potatoes. They should be ready as well. Would you care for some? Chiyoze recalled how the horned sheep beast man had roasted potatoes for her, which she had relished. He retrieved the potatoes from the fire, brushed off the ash, and began to peel them. Yinshi slowly finished a bowl of fish and meat, shaking her head as she said, I am full. Chiyoze held the peeled potatoes up before her, and upon hearing her words, a wave of disappointment surged within him. Yinshi felt a twinge of embarrassment and said, Please, do eat. Have you had anything to eat tonight? Chiyoze replied, You need not concern yourself with us. Just make sure you nourish yourself. We can hunt for our own sustenance outside and will return only after we have feasted. Zhan Xiao, he has yet to eat. Chiyoze had spent the entire afternoon walking, leaving him no time to hunt. Yinshi turned to look at Zhan Xiao, who had entered the cave with her. He likely had not eaten. She said, Chiyoze is full, so you may have this. The fish meat would turn fishy when cold and would be unpalatable. I shall go see if I can find the Yao Jin. The two men watched as Yinshi walked away. Chiyoze then noticed Zhan Xiao picking up the bowl and chopsticks that Yinshi had just set down. He quickly snatched them away and remarked, Are you truly eager to consume the food I hunted for Yinshi? Have you no shame? Zhan Xiao was left speechless. He merely wished to wash a bowl who would desire his food. Dismissing Chiyoze's remarks, he stood up, intending to go hunt and satisfy his hunger. Suddenly recalling something, he turned back and said, I will go hunting. You keep an eye on her. The rainy season is approaching, and we must stockpile some provisions for our temporary dwelling. Chiyoze paused, irritably scratching his head as he replied, Understood. As Zhan Xiao departed, Chiyoze found himself troubled. He had always loathed the rainy season, with its incessant dampness. Though his ability was water-based, he typically utilized it for his own convenience. During his training to control water, he spent countless days immersed in it, developing a rebellious aversion to the rainy season, which seemed to extend for days on end. Now, having to travel during this season only added to his discontent. Furthermore, when seawater flooded in, it was likely that hundreds of beast men would be crammed into a single cave, which would be unbearable. He imagined that Yinshi would share his sentiments, making the situation even more troublesome. That night, as they prepared for sleep, Chiyoze pulled Yinshi close, adjusting the animal pelts around her. Sleep well, he said, for we must journey again tomorrow. This damp weather is quite vexing. Yinshi turned around, gazing through the flickering flames of the fire, and inquired, May I offer that well water to the Yao Sun? She had been grappling with this dilemma. The well water within the Black Earth realm possesses restorative properties, undoubtedly beneficial for the Yao Sun. Chiyoze placed a hand over her mouth, cautioning, Do not invite trouble upon yourself. If Yu Qing were present, he would undoubtedly oppose this as well. He had previously tasted that water and was well aware of its advantages. However, at this moment, he alone was there to protect Yinshi. While the worthiness of Zhan Xiao remained uncertain, she must refrain from complicating matters. He, a mere beast, could hardly contend with over 300 lion beastmen. Yinshi rested her head against his chest, refraining from further discussion on the subject. She was aware that Chiyoze was concerned for her. Yet the extensive injuries inflicted upon Yao Jun by the thunderous strike would not heal easily. He was undoubtedly in great pain. Although she possessed the means to assist, she felt powerless, which weighed heavily on her conscience. As Chiyoze began to drift into slumber, Yinshi inquired, Is it possible to place Yao Jun into a large ceramic jar? I wish to remain by his side. We have a rain tarp to shield us from the rain, and his wounds must not be exposed to water, as that could lead to infection and complicate matters further. Chiyoze hesitated, contemplating a refusal. But the sight of her despondent demeanor compelled him to reconsider. The thought of her refusing to eat again was troubling. Ultimately, he acquiesced with a nod. Thus, when they set out the following day, Yao Jun was secured within the confines of her large ceramic jar. Despite his frail appearance and his beastly form, Yao Jun occupied more than 2/3 of the jar, leaving Yinshi with significantly reduced space, forcing her to sit with her legs bent. As this chapter draws to a close, please proceed to the next page to continue indulging in the captivating narrative. When Chiyoze brought her provisions, he caught sight of Yinshi discreetly offering well water to the horned sheep beast man. Chiyoze, Yinshi awkwardly remarked, I'll just feed him a little. He lies in slumber, oblivious to the liquid being poured down his throat. Use your brain. You occupy such a tiny space yourself. If you ask me, you might as well leave him to the corner horned beast men. You've done all you could. Despite her own despondency, she still finds the energy to concern herself with others. Yinshi shook her head and said, I wish to find something to occupy my mind. Otherwise, thoughts of Yu Qing will persist. Where has he gone? Is he safe? Has he succeeded in his advancement? How long until he returns to her? Chiyoze, fine. As long as she has the energy and does not starve herself, he will indulge her. In the following days, Yinshi and the beastman Yujin shared the confines of a clay pot. Occasionally, the horned sheep beastmen would come to assist with their unicycle, helping to push the cart. Each day, they would deliver a warm meal. However, Yujin could hardly eat. Yet they persisted in their offerings, primarily for Yinshi's sustenance. After all, it seemed Yinshi consumed more of the horned sheep beastman's food. What Chiozha had prepared for her she barely touched, leaving most uneaten. Eventually, Chiozha resigned himself to allowing Yanxi to eat the horned sheep beastmen as provisions, while they kept an eye on Yuzhen. Thus, they journeyed for several days. That day, it appeared as though a rift had opened in the sky. The rain fell incessantly, and thereafter, the downpour intensified significantly. Soon, a puddle formed atop the raincloth. Chiozha cleared it several times. And Yanxi suggested he find a twig for her. If I see water accumulating, I can poke it to let it drain away, she said. Chiozha found a suitable twig and placed it inside for her use. Ahead, the lion beastman chieftain shouted something, but the rain was too loud for Yanxi to discern. She sensed the clay pot tilting, as though they were climbing a hill. Chapter 100. The flood approaches. As they ascended, the pot leaned precariously, causing Yanxi to lean against its wall, while Yuzhen's beastly form leaned slightly as well, though he fared better. Outside, Chiozha's voice reached her. Yanxi, hold on. We're going uphill. Uncle Shanshur said a flood is imminent. We must reach the temporary shelter they've scouted, where we will reside for some time. All right. You need not worry about me. I can take care of myself, she called from within the pot. She glanced up at the raincloth, noting a gap through which rainwater trickled. Hastily, she stood to adjust the cloth, but a sudden jolt nearly sent her tumbling out of the pot. Zhang Zhao's had emerged through the opening. Seeing Yanxi drenched by the rain, he secured the raincloth and said to Chiozha, I'll carry the pot up. You take the cart and lead the way. That works. I'll go ahead and claim a spot. They disassembled the pot and cart, with Chiozha carrying the lighter cart first. Zhang Zhao balanced the pot on his shoulder, holding its base with both hands to prevent it from tilting, ensuring the small female inside could sit more securely. Yanxi was indeed seated firmly, yet she could overhear the conversation between the two outside. Presently, Zhang Zhao was carrying her, accompanied by a beast and the formidable Yell, along with a large earthen jar. A twinge of guilt washed over her as she rose slightly, lifting a corner of the raincloth, and suggested, perhaps I should disembark and walk on my own. Unfazed, Zhang Zhao replied with unwavering composure, my priority is your safety. Should you choose to step down and walk independently, I shall promptly relinquish this earthen jar to the horned beastman. Yanxi observed the withered shells of the creature that had been recovering from drinking well water over the past few days. The outer layer had completely dried out, with some parts already beginning to shed. In due time, once these shells have all fallen away, new skin will emerge. As for the reason behind his prolonged slumber, Yanxi was at a loss. The complexities of the beast world and the ascension of its inhabitants remained largely beyond her comprehension. As the elder shaman of the lion beastman tribe had remarked, he could only rely on his own recuperative powers, as external assistance would prove of little benefit. As Yanxi estimated the passage of time, it seemed they had journeyed for the better part of a day. The sound of rain grew ever louder, accompanied by the ominous rumble of thunder. The thunderclaps felt as if they were exploding directly above her, instilling a sense of fear within her. In the absence of Yiqing, she transformed into a timid soul. She curled her body up, seeking solace beside the injured Yao Jian, hoping to draw a semblance of safety from his grievous condition. When their clay pot was finally set down, a couple more hours had elapsed. Chiozhe lifted the rain cover and addressed Yanxi. Yanxi, we have arrived at the cave. I selected a spot near the entrance, without venturing further inside. Although it is somewhat drier within, the ground is lower, should the waters rise to the cave's mouth. The orcs residing in the lowlands would need to relocate to higher ground. Moreover, the air is fresher in the outer areas. Zhang Zhao sat nearby, slightly out of breath, and remarked, this is the route to the orc gathering, and we've chosen this temporary dwelling in advance. We shall remain here until the torrential rains have passed. This is the highest peak in the vicinity, and we hope it will aid us in weathering this storm. Observing Zhang Zhao's labored breathing, Chiozhe chuckled, my young friend. You seem to be struggling. After such a short distance, you are already panting? Zhang Zhao shot him a glare, remaining silent. Before rising to declare, I will venture out to hunt. I must procure enough sustenance to last at least 40 days before the mountain flood arrives. With that, Zhang Zhao departed. Yanxi tugged at Chiozhe, her eyes wide with astonishment. Are we truly to remain here for 40 days? The fresh game cannot possibly last that long. Shall we not go hungry? When Yanxi mentioned this, a hint of worry crossed his face as he said, when I return with the game, you. He leaned closer to her ear and whispered, you can store it in your space and enjoy it alone. But what about you? Don't you eat far more than I do? She replied. Her space was filled with an abundance of food. Going without staple foods and meat for 3 or 4 days posed no issue, but 40 days without sustenance would indeed be quite challenging. If I have a hearty meal, I could go 30 solar days without food, though I would certainly be left emaciated, Chiozhe jested. Despite his light-hearted banter, he couldn't resist teasing Zhang Zhao further, adding, Zhang Zhao can only last 7 solar days after a good meal. I am being serious with you. Can you refrain from your frivolous demeanor? Is there really a threat of flash floods? Will the seawater truly surge back? These were events she had only heard of or seen on television, never having witnessed them firsthand. She was aware of the terror flash floods could instigate, and she understood the devastation wrought by tsunamis. Could a tsunami occur? Or perhaps a tornado? I merely wish to lighten the mood. After all, since Yiqing's departure, you haven't smiled once. Why not show me a smile? I've exhausted myself merely to elicit a smile from you, Chiozhe said with a carefree attitude. Yanxi furrowed her brow. her lips curling into a smile that was more sorrowful than joyful. Yet Xiaozhe laughed heartily, clutching his belly in amusement. Yanxi became increasingly frustrated. Finding it impossible to communicate with the beast, the horned sheep orc, Anan, approached and said, Yanxi, thank you for taking care of Wansun these past few days. He is now in the cave, sheltered from the rain. Let us carry him back. Upon hearing this, Xiaozhe, eager to assist, raised all four of his paws in agreement and helped them lift Wansun back. After completing the task, he returned, brimming with joy, only to find Yanxi sitting on a large stone, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Unfazed, Xiaozhe joined her on the stone, draping his arm around her shoulders and reassuringly stated, You have done more than enough. You owe nothing to the horned sheep orcs. Yanxi, the rainy season is lengthy and perilous. I can only ensure your safety and cannot look after others. His previous behavior was merely to encourage Yanxi to relax and alleviate her fears. However, he was not jesting. The orcs inhabiting the beast world had endured the torrential rains annually since childhood, fully aware of its terrors. Yet, Yanxi seemed as innocent as a blank slate, oblivious to the dangers. He wished to prepare her mentally but feared that his warnings might frighten her further. When it came to Yanxi, he struggled to find the right balance. Too stern and she would weep. Too lenient and she might not take the threat seriously, placing herself in jeopardy. Ultimately, he felt inadequate as a beast husband. Sighing, he gazed at the cave ceiling, pondering, caring for a female is truly challenging. Far more difficult than raising cubs. With cubs, one can discipline them, but with a female, one cannot scold or touch. Yet, life without a female was equally untenable, aside from the challenging mating seasons. He preferred the comfort of a soft, fragrant female by his side at night. Despite her restlessness while sleeping, kicking him and leaning on him, he still cherished holding Yanxi close. Zhang Xiao returned from his outing, bearing 2 substantial catches. Other male orcs from the lion tribe shared his sentiments. As Zhang Xiao arrived, Xiaozhe set out. The evening brought intensifying rain, and still, Xiaozhe had yet to return. Yanxi anxiously awaited at the cave entrance. Zhang Xiao stepped forward and said, Go back and rest. Do not linger at the entrance. You might catch a chill. This female was quite stubborn, and he could not afford to speak too harshly to her. Yanxi turned to him and tugged at the corner of her mouth, revealing a faint smile as she said, I will wait a little longer. I am clad in animal skin, so I am not too cold. In his heart, Zhang Xiao let out a sigh, carefully organizing his thoughts before responding. Xiaozhe is an orc with a red talent and the ability to control water. In rainy weather, he thrives like a fish in water and is unlikely to encounter danger. However, you, having eaten so little at night. Yanxi shook her head and said, I am not hungry. If you are tired, you may go to sleep. I will wait for Xiaozhe a little longer. Although Xiaozhe did not exert the same influence over her as Yicheng, he was the person she was most familiar with, sharp-tongued and straightforward. Knowing that he had ventured out into the rain to hunt, she feared he would insist on bringing her food, wanting to prove his strength. Just as Zhang Xiao was about to offer further persuasion, a sound erupted from the darkness, akin to the thunderous gallop of 1,000 horses. It felt as if the very mountain they resided upon trembled in response. Yuan Shi's complexion turned pale as she inquired of the nearby Zhang Xiao, What is that sound? Zhang Zhao's expression was equally grave. He remained silent, yet an orc had already provided an explanation to Yuan Shi. The orcs exclaimed in alarm, It is a mountain flood. The mountain flood is upon us. Count and see who has not yet returned. Chapter 101. Xiaozhe's leg is broken. The lion orc chieftain was busy accounting for the return of the orcs. Meanwhile, several orcs approached the cave entrance, eager to discern from which direction the flood was approaching and the current water level. Upon hearing the sound of the mountain flood, Yanxi turned pale with fear. She lifted her leg, intending to rush outside. Zhang Xiao hurriedly grasped her arm, saying, There is nothing you can accomplish by going out now. It may even become a burden. Consider Yicheng. What about Xiaozhe? Yanxi questioned, her eyes brimming with tears. Didn't you claim to dislike him? Why concern yourself with his fate? If he were to perish, you would be rid of a burden. Slap. Before Zhang Xiao could finish his words, Yanxi struck his face with a resounding blow. The beastmen at the cave entrance, witnessing the altercation, found themselves in an awkward predicament, retreating against the cave wall to distance themselves from the fray, wishing to avoid becoming collateral damage. Yet their curiosity remained, though they masked it well, casting their gaze upwards and around, deliberately ignoring the two, while their ears remained attuned to the unfolding drama. You have no right to say that, Yanxi retorted, attempting once more to exit. Zhang Xiao stepped forward, lifting her and carrying her back into the cave. Yanxi struggled and cried out, Let me go, release me. Zhang Xiao placed her into the pottery jar and replied, You are of no assistance. Do not complicate matters. Yanxi yearned to escape. Yet, it seemed she had never managed to extricate herself from the clay pot. Each time, it was others who lifted her out. In that moment, she realized just how impossibly high the pot truly was, rendering her unable to climb out. Suddenly, a passage from a text she studied in elementary school came to mind. Sima Guang breaks the tank. She crouched down, seeking a blunt instrument within the pot to shatter it. At that instant, an orc at the doorway, watching the flood, exclaimed, Xiaozhe has returned, and he is injured. Yanxi paused for a moment, her heart racing as she stood up anxiously, gazing at Zhang Xiao, who was vigilantly overseeing her by the earthen pot. Zhan Xiao. He was the one who had ultimately rescued her from within the confines of that pot. Yanxi firmly planted her feet on the ground, pushing aside Zhan Xiao as she made her way towards the cave entrance. Qiu Zhe, drenched in rain, bore the weight of a hunted beast upon his shoulders, while his hands clutched tightly onto several fish. Despite one of the hind legs being deformed, he persevered in his journey towards the cave. Yanxi, witnessing his disheveled state, covered her mouth to stifle her sobs. Upon seeing Yanxi weep for him, Qiu Zhe felt his last remnants of fortitude dissipate, and both the prey and the fish fell to the ground. She yearned to rush over and support Qiu Zhe, but was pulled back into the cave by Zhan Xiao, who urged, "Do not venture out into the rain. I shall carry him inside." Zhan Xiao emerged, hoisting Qiu Zhe back into the cave, while Yanxi fought to suppress her tears, desperate to show him her injured leg. Yet, the tears pooled in her eyes blurred her vision, and she could not stem the flow. "Why am I so foolish? Why am I so foolish?" she cried, chastising herself as she wiped her tear-streaked cheeks. Qiu Zhe lay down, gradually regaining some strength. He lifted his hand to caress her delicate face, but upon seeing it drenched with rainwater, he summoned his remaining power to dry his hand, then gently brushed it against her cheek, wiping away her tears with a nonchalant smile. "It is nothing. Merely a broken leg. I still have 3. I can leap and bound, and even catch fish for you. Do not speak. I shall heal you. Wait for me while I fetch some medicine." After saying this, she pretended to rummage through a clay jar for supplies, extracting what she needed from the black soil space. Meanwhile, a lion beast man returned with the prey Qiu Zhe had lost, placing it beside the fire where the 3 of them sat. Anan, Xingbai, and a Yao also approached to offer their assistance. The lion beast man chief, Shan Shi, along with the old shaman, Tu Shi, joined them. The old shaman examined Qiu Zhe's broken leg, sighed heavily, and thought to himself, "This leg is beyond salvation. The bone has shattered through the flesh. There is no hope." Yanxi, though reluctant to surrender, believed that as long as the bones were not shattered, there remained a glimmer of hope for salvation. If the bones were indeed fractured, it would merely be a surgical matter by the 21st century. However, at present, Qiu Zhe's bones were intact, only his leg had suffered a severe impact, and there was still a chance for recovery. She gathered all the necessary items upon a clean piece of animal hide. In this moment, her tears had ceased. She swept her hair back, securing it at the nape of her neck. Turning to Zhan Xiao, she requested, "Could you please fetch me a basin of clean water?" Zhan Xiao was taken aback. Had she truly found her resolve? The old shaman Tu Shi inquired with astonishment, "Little female, do you believe you can heal Qiu Zhe's leg?" Yanxi nodded and said, "It is often said that one must give it a try." The old witch doctor, taken aback, inquired, "Is there something you require of me?" Yanxi glanced at him, then turned her gaze to Zhan Xiao. In truth, she preferred Zhan Xiao's assistance over that of the old shaman, for the latter's age rendered him less vigorous than Zhan Xiao. Nonetheless, she expressed her gratitude and suggested that he wash his hands first. Yanxi meticulously washed her hands and presented a fruit resembling a dried nut to Qiu Zhe, saying, "Consume this. It will induce sleep, alleviating your pain. I promise to heal your leg, ensuring you do not become disabled." This fruit served as a primitive analgesic, a botanical means to render him unconscious, allowing for a restful slumber. She had accompanied Yiqing to the 8 Beastman tribe for a gathering, and on a fortuitous occasion, witnessed a small wild creature consume this fruit, subsequently slumbering for an extended period. It was then she realized the fruit acted similarly to a sedative, suitable for anesthetic purposes, devoid of any lingering side effects. Qiu Zhe smiled and nodded, trusting her entirely. He took the fruit from Yanxi and chewed it, a smile gracing his lips as his gaze lingered affectionately on her. After a few chews, his demeanor shifted, his eyelids grew heavier until, with a slight tilt of his head, he succumbed to slumber. This fruit could incapacitate a small wild beast for half a day with a single bite. Given Qiu Zhe's larger stature, it would suffice to keep him in slumber for an entire day, offering Yanxi ample time to attend to his leg injury with the most rudimentary care. The old shaman Tu Shi, witnessing Qiu Zhe's collapse, promptly checked his breath, relieved to find he was alive. With astonishment, he inquired, "What have you given Qiu Zhe? It has rendered him instantly unconscious." Yanxi replied, "I will explain later. I must now attend to Qiu Zhe's leg. Uncle Chief, please ask everyone to leave. Their presence obstructs my light. Time is of the essence. Such external injuries require prompt attention." Upon hearing Yanxi's request, Shan Shi quickly turned to the gathered beastmen, urging, "Everyone, please disperse. Do not impede here. Once Yanxi has treated Qiu Zhe, you may return." Though Shan Shi was equally curious, he took the lead and departed alongside the lion beastmen, offering as he left, "Should you need my assistance, send Zhan Xiao to summon me." Yanxi nodded slightly, leaving only Zhan Xiao and the old witch doctor. Yanxi first examined Qiu Zhe's meridians, and fortunately, there was no injury to the major arteries. The current task was to cleanse the dirt from the bones, reposition them with force, and be cautious not to harm the blood vessels and ligaments. Luckily, during her studies in traditional Chinese medicine, her grandfather had taught her the art of setting bones. Qiu Zhe's injury was not overly severe. She had witnessed far graver leg injuries that had been successfully treated by modern medicine. She firmly believed she could mend Qiu Zhe as well. Having confirmed the position, Yanxi took Zhang Zhao's hand and guided him to feel, saying, I lack the strength. Can you feel the bone here? Push his fibula back and secure it in place, ensuring not to damage the major arteries or ligaments. Zhang Zhao felt a rush of emotions as the young female touched his hand, initially overwhelmed by a thunderous heartbeat. However, confronted with Qiu Zhe's broken leg, his demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. Chapter 102, a feint and an injury. Although Yiqing held the utmost significance for Yanxi, she might not even realize the substantial weight Qiu Zhe held in her heart. Only he continually threatened and intimidated her. No female would take a liking to such a male beast man. Zhang Zhao contemplated giving up, yet with the onset of the rainy season and Qiu Zhe's injury, it seemed another opportunity to prove himself had arisen. I can feel it. Should I apply pressure now? Zhang Zhao inquired. An old shaman would have declared such a severe injury as a fatal blow to the beast man, but Yanxi asserted her willingness to try again. Her words unspoken but brimming with confidence. Thus, Zhang Zhao placed his trust in her, for she exuded an inexplicable aura of trustworthiness. Yanxi nodded emphatically. Upon seeing her affirmation, Zhang Zhao suddenly exerted considerable force. The unconscious Qiu Zhe furrowed his brow in pain, his body instinctively tensing in response. Yanxi rushed forward, embracing his head and resting it upon her lap. Leaning down, she gently whispered in his ear, Qiu Zhe, do not move. Be good, remain still. I am Yanxi, and I am here to tend to your leg. Please, do not move, relax your body, and refrain from exerting yourself. The words of Yanxi seemed to possess an enchanting power, causing Qiu Zhe to relax, his brow unfurling with ease. She released her grip on his head and gently placed a fruit into his mouth for him to hold. There were no anesthetists, no formal anesthetic drugs. Even a fruit capable of sedating an elephant would be inadequate, as it could awaken the slumbering Qiu Zhe, causing him pain that would urge him back to consciousness. Yanxi knew she could not awaken him, for to do so would only intensify his agony. After all, this rudimentary procedure was performed without any anesthesia. The fruit merely induced a deep slumber. She gently touched the leg bone that Zhang Zhao had just repositioned, ensuring it was perfectly aligned. Yanxi held the well water she had previously prepared to cleanse Qiu Zhe's wounds. This well water possessed miraculous properties, though she was uncertain whether untreated well water was suitable for external injuries. However, she had found it effective for the injuries of the lightning-struck Yao Jun, both internally and externally. She hoped this well water would also benefit Qiu Zhe's leg injury. Next, she sought out a polished bone needle, glancing at her own hair, which was too fine and lacked resilience. She then looked at Qiu Zhe's hair, which was too short for stitching. Her gaze turned to Zhang Xiao's hair, which was also too short to serve as sutures. Suddenly, she recalled Yao Jun's hair. The fur beneath Yao Jun's abdomen was long and robust, making it suitable for suturing. She approached Anan and requested, Anan, may I have a strand of Yao Jun's hair for stitching? Just one. Anan was about to nod in agreement when a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to look at his father. Old Horned Sheep deemed a single strand of hair insignificant and remarked, help yourself. Yanxi had previously cared for Yao Jun for an extended period, although Yao Jun had yet to awaken. He was unlikely to begrudge a single strand of hair. Yanxi expressed her gratitude hurriedly, kneeling beside the still slumbering Yao Qian. She gently caressed his back and then his abdomen, noting that the fur here was particularly suitable for stitching. Bowing her head, she tenderly rubbed Yao Qian's head and said, I am truly sorry, Yao Qian. Qiu Zhe has been injured, and I require some stitching material. The fur from your abdomen is ideal for this purpose. I shall pluck a single strand of your fur, and once Qiu Zhe recovers, I will ensure he properly expresses his gratitude to you. After Yanxi finished speaking, her hand once again found its way to his abdomen. With a determined heart, she plucked a single hair from him and turned to leave. Unbeknownst to Yanxi, the lying figure of the horned beastman remained motionless, yet his 4 eyes shifted beneath their lids, though he did not open them. Upon returning, Yanxi took the hair she had pulled from the beastman, washed it with well water, and donned a bone needle, also cleansed with the same water, to perform the final suturing for Qiu Zhe. Once the suturing was complete, Yanxi performed a disinfection procedure once more, followed by the application of the anti-inflammatory herbs she had prepared. She procured a clean piece of beast hide, detached the ropes from the rain cloth, and employed wooden blocks to secure Qiu Zhe's injured leg in place. Only after completing these tasks did she exhale in relief. She had done all that she could and now prayed for the formidable vitality of the male beastmen of the beast world to expedite his recovery. As soon as her mental strain eased, darkness enveloped her, and she fainted. Zhang Xiao, with keen eyes and swift reflexes, caught her. The old shaman approached to examine her and reassured the anxious Zhang Xiao, saying, there is nothing to worry about. She is merely fatigued. Allow her to rest for a while. Zhang Xiao nodded, watching the old shaman depart, turning back to the 2 unconscious and injured individuals before him. A sense of concern washed over him. The rainy season was not yet halfway through, and with Qiu Zhe injured and Yanxi collapsed, he found himself apprehensive about fulfilling Yi Cheng's entrusted mission all alone. He gently lifted Yanxi and placed her into a ceramic pot to sleep, where it was drier. Meanwhile, for Qiu Zhe, he had the wet beast hide removed and covered him with a dry piece of hide. He stoked the fire to a greater intensity and set a pot over it to boil water. Yanxi has yet to dine, and it remains uncertain when she will awaken. He is currently preparing a meal so that when Yanxi stirs from her slumber, It will be perfectly ready for her to enjoy. Yanxi was awakened by the resounding thunder from above. Upon regaining consciousness, she discovered herself ensconced within a clay pot. As she rose to her feet, she noticed that the entrance was already suffused with light. A night had elapsed. The sounds of rain and thunder outside had intensified. Hearing the noises emanating from her vicinity, Zhanxiao approached and lifted her out of the pot. Yanxi came to a halt and soon realized that Qiuzhe had already awakened. She was somewhat taken aback, as that particular fruit should have rendered him unconscious for a minimum of 2 days and nights. Yet, astonishingly, he had roused after just 1 night. Though he still appeared rather fatigued, his eyelids were indeed open. Just as she intended to examine his injuries, she noticed that his body was burning with fever. Yanxi raised her head and said, "You have a fever, why did you not mention it?" After speaking, she stood up and approached the large earthenware jar. Retrieving some herbs to reduce the fever along with well water, she intended to prepare a concoction for him, realizing there were no small jars outside. She returned to the large jar to fetch a smaller one for Qiuzhe's medicine. Qiuzhe attempted to rise, lightly coughing as he remarked, "There is no need to fuss, I am fine." Yanxi observed him preparing to rise, and her expression darkened as she said, "If you dare to move again, I shall no longer concern myself with you." Qiuzhe paused momentarily, quickly relaxing his muscles and lying down. Perhaps due to his injuries and fever, he appeared somewhat fragile. Yanxi placed the medicine into the ceramic jar and properly arranged the well water. She increased the fire slightly and then approached him, taking a seat beside him. Leaning to one side, she lay down next to him. Qiuzhe held her hand, gently playing with it as he remarked, "It's all right, I will recover soon." Yanxi turned around and looked up at him, saying, "I have helped Zhanxiao set your bones. All you need to do is take care of yourself. It takes 100 days for injuries to heal. If you nurture yourself for that long, you should be nearly recovered. 100 days? That is not feasible. I still have to find food for you. Oh, where is the fish from yesterday? I saw the mountain flood come rushing down, bringing with it many fish. I collected a few, but I wasn't careful and ended up getting hit on the leg by a small stone in the flood. Where are my fish? Surely they haven't been stolen by some rascal." Qiuzhe exclaimed indignantly. Zhanxiao reassured him, "I have cooked them. Stop worrying unnecessarily." Upon hearing Zhanxiao's words, Qiuzhe felt a wave of relief and smiled at Yanxi, saying, "There were so many fish in the flood yesterday, all free for the taking. I must tell you." However, he paused mid-sentence upon noticing that Yanxi was crying again. A surge of helplessness washed over him, and he quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, I spoke out of turn." Chapter 103. Being pregnant at this time is truly not an ideal situation. Yanxi leaned against his arm and softly spoke. "I was so frightened yesterday. With Yucheng absent, I feared for your safety. I was terrified that I might not be able to heal your leg. My hands trembled with fear, and tears streamed down my face. I am just a small, ordinary person. I am not a deity. I am afraid I cannot save you." Upon hearing her words, Qiuzhe quickly patted her small shoulder and reassured her, "Do not be afraid. I am not dead. I possess water-based abilities, and water. I reign supreme. But you are still injured, and you remain oblivious to your mistakes. You are so carefree. Do you not realize how worried I am? I do not wish to stand at the cave's entrance like a stone statue, waiting for your return. I do not want to wait. I do not want anything to happen to you." How greedy she is, to have Yi Cheng yet still think of Qiuzhe, listening to her express her feelings. Qiuzhe smiled, and as he smiled, his eyes grew slightly moist. He was overjoyed. He had finally moved this little female, finally captured her attention. In his elation, he bent down and placed a kiss on Yanxi's forehead, declaring, "I swear by the beast god, I will heed Yanxi's words from now on. If I fail to do so, then let me." Yanxi hurriedly covered his mouth and said, "If you cannot do it, I will ignore you for an entire day." Qiuzhe chuckled and replied, "Very well, let it be a punishment for Yanxi to ignore me for a day." Yanxi lowered her head, leaning against him, and closed her eyes. The corners of her mouth lifted, perhaps because he would cherish her. This was the first genuine smile she had worn in days. Unfortunately, Qiuzhe could not see it from his angle. Zhanxiao listened to their conversation and ladled out the prepared fish soup, urging Yanxi to eat. At this moment, it was already noon. The rain outside the cave had lessened slightly, revealing the situation down the mountain. The path they had traversed at the foot of the mountain had transformed into a river. Trees, stout enough for 3 or 4 people to encircle, were swept away by the flood as if they were mere twigs. Boulders the size of large trucks floated like unanchored weeds, mercilessly carried off by the mountain torrent. Moreover, the carcasses of unknown beasts frequently tumbled down from the upstream, passing their peak and drifting further away. Initially, the young orcs, upon spotting the beast corpses, contemplated retrieving them from the water for sustenance. After all, the rainy season was expected to persist for quite some time, and their meager hunting would not suffice for their survival. However, the elder orcs firmly forbade them from scavenging the floating carcasses, warning that consuming such remains could lead to illness. At first, they complied obediently. Yet, as hunger grew, desperation could drive them to unforeseen actions. Yanxi is acutely aware that within the annals of the era she knows so well, there are records of times when, during years of famine, cannibalism and the exchange of children for sustenance have indeed occurred. She shivered. This is the Beast World continent. A terrifying deluge during the monsoon season. Such dreadfulness. It made her worry about Yiqing, who was currently advancing to an unknown location. Is he well? Will he be injured like Qiuzhe? Is there danger in his progression? Does he think of her? The unease within her rendered her restless. As the seawater surged, crashing like relentless waves against the mountain they inhabited, it imparted a sense of merciless mockery towards the insignificance of humanity. When the rising tide nearly encroached upon the cave, the atmosphere within brimmed with negativity. Those with fragile resilience wept incessantly, some even entertaining thoughts of despair. When will this dismal weather come to an end? The oppressive emotions mounted, and without proper release, the agitated orcs within the cave occasionally erupted into violent altercations. She was utterly disheartened. Although she did not have to worry about food for herself, the two male orcs beside her had their own needs. Moreover, Qiuzhe's leg injury had yet to heal, requiring even more nourishment. Every day, Zhang Xiao ventured out to hunt. Occasionally he would return with a morsel, but more often than not, he returned empty-handed. When their provisions ran out, they were left to endure hunger. What added to Yanxi's despair was the fact that some of the female orcs and young ones, fearing the dangers outside, resorted to relieving themselves indiscriminately within the cave. The pungent odor surged towards her nostrils, overwhelming her senses. Compounding her frustration was Qiuzhe's remark that the heavy rains would persist for at least another 30 days. She felt tears welling up. For enduring such conditions for 30 days, let alone a single day, was more than she could bear. To make matters worse, the relentless downpour continued, causing the water levels to rise. Waves, reminiscent of the ocean, crashed repeatedly into the cave, and in the lowest part of the cave, a pool of water had already formed. This forced the orcs residing deepest within to relocate their belongings further out, thereby diminishing their living space. The terrain where Yanxi and the others reside is the highest. Yet within this small expanse, 3 or 4 female orcs and 5 or 6 young orcs are crammed together. Their available space for movement is exceedingly limited. Additionally, there lies a Chuz who cannot rise and must remain supine at all times. Each day, they consume their sustenance with utmost caution, otherwise, the female and young orcs would hear them and gaze upon them with an insatiable longing. They do not vocalize their desires. Yet that look in their eyes is utterly irresistible. Yanxi, having made several attempts, found herself powerless to satiate the insatiable appetites of the orcish beings. The chapter is not yet complete. Kindly proceed to the next page to continue indulging in the captivating narrative. Subsequently, the shameless Qiuzhe summoned their male orcs, inquiring whether they still cared for their female offspring and demanding sustenance from them. The male orcs, equally famished, found themselves unable to procure food for their own females, feeling a tinge of shame. As time passed, more orcs ventured out in search of nourishment. A day spent foraging could yield some provisions to bring back for the females and younglings. The horned sheep orcs, traditionally herbivorous, with the Yuanzuan fond of cultivating plants, led a modest yet sustainable existence, devoid of the richness of meat. Their dwelling, situated in a higher terrain, had thus far remained unaffected by the flooding. However, it was not long before Yanxi's relief dissipated, as their abodes soon began to seep water. Zhang Xiao secured her within a ceramic pot, tethering it to the rocky walls, ensuring it would not drift away. Many male orcs, much like them, utilized ceramic pots to keep their females and young orcs safe. In the horned sheep tribe, the still unconscious Yuanzuan and the young orcs were also placed in a floating ceramic pot. Anan, pregnant and plagued by a lack of appetite, found herself in a state of distress, often succumbing to nausea in the stifling atmosphere of the cave. Yanxi borrowed a large earthen pot from them, instructing a Yao and Xing Bai to place a Nan inside, ensuring that the pot was positioned at the mouth of the cave to avoid the noxious air within, which could exacerbate her nausea. Being pregnant at this time was certainly not ideal. However, the young one was already conceived, and there was no possibility of abandoning it. Consequently, a Yao and Xing Bai took turns venturing out daily to forage for food, hoping to encourage Anan to consume more sustenance, yet she still struggled to eat. Interestingly, she was able to digest the fruits provided by Yanxi. In light of this, a Yao and Xing Bai traded meat with Yanxi in exchange for more fruits. Yanxi contemplated that there was still an injured person at home, undoubtedly hungry. Therefore, she ultimately accepted the meat brought back by a Yao and Xing Bai. Exchanging it for a plethora of fruits, she ensured that Anan could enjoy a daily supply of vitamin-rich fruits. Chapter 104. I wish to wait for Yiqing's return before discussing further. The water level rose above the place where Qiuzhe lay, prompting him to stand up. Yanxi feared that he might exert himself too much with his leg not fully healed, potentially exacerbating his injury. She had him sit upon a protruding rock, ensuring that his wounded leg remained above the water. Her intention was to invite him into the clay pot as well. However, Qiuzhe firmly declined, stating, I am a male orc. How could I reside in a place meant for females and young orcs? Rest assured, my leg has been quite itchy lately. It is nearly healed. Yanxi was aware that his leg was steadily improving. However, after an injury to his bones and muscles, a period of recovery lasting 100 days was necessary. Furthermore, there was a scarcity of food to replenish his strength. Nevertheless, there was an abundance of fruits and vegetables available. He, however, was reluctant to consume much, insisting that he would save it for her. Yet, Yanxi disregarded his objections and insisted on feeding him. Ultimately, he did eat a little, but he refused to consume more, maintaining that he would reserve it for her. Yanxi was stubborn, yet Qiuzhe was often even more obstinate. As the water level surged above the cave's halfway mark, Qiuzhe's leg injuries had completely healed. He yearned to venture out for hunting. Unwilling to rely solely on Zhang Xiao to procure sustenance for Yanxi, he desired to contribute as well. Particularly, when Zhang Xiao could manage to return with only a single fish after 2 days, Qiuzhe, an orc endowed with water-based abilities, could no longer remain idle. He approached Yanxi to discuss his intentions of hunting, eager to bring back more provisions for her. With the living conditions deteriorating increasingly, Zhang Xiao returned that day with but a solitary fish and 2 bamboo tubes of clean water. He placed the bamboo tubes filled with fresh water into the ceramic jar where Yanxi resided, allowing her to quench her thirst. In silence, he proceeded to gut the fish, discarding its entrails, while he bit off the head and swallowed it down, chewing it thoroughly. The fish head bore no bones, just a few small fragments that he could manage to consume. He skillfully filleted the modest-sized fish, discarding the larger bones into the water outside to wash them away. Then, he meticulously removed the small bones from the fish fillets and presented the raw fish to Yanxi, saying, "Currently, we lack the means to kindle a fire in the cave, so this is how we must eat." Yanxi gazed at the raw fish placed before her, the pungent odor of its fishiness wafting towards her from afar. Yet, it must be acknowledged that this was, at present, the finest source of protein available. After expressing her gratitude, she accepted a piece, intending to bring it to her lips. However, before it could reach her mouth, she found herself unable to endure it any longer and passed the fish to Zhang Xiao, saying, "You eat it. I simply cannot." She recognized that this was not the moment for fastidiousness, yet she truly could not stomach it. Zhang Xiao sighed. This was the only morsel he had managed to procure in the past 2 days. The fact that she was reluctant to eat it was disheartening. In their current predicament, it was impossible to find additional sustenance. After a moment of silence, Zhang Xiao handed the fish to Qiuzhe, stating, "You should eat." As an injured party, his recovery would increase the odds of survival, with 2 male orcs tending to a single female. Qiuzhe paused, surprised that Zhang Xiao would offer him the fish. After all, they had previously hunted separately, each consuming their own catch. With his own prey depleted and his leg injury still unhealed, he had been enduring hunger. Occasionally, Yanxi would share a fruit or vegetable with him, but he had never tasted the food Zhang Xiao had brought back. He understood that this meager portion was something Zhang Xiao had likely searched for extensively, unable to bring himself to eat it, instead offering it to Yanxi. Yanxi found it difficult to eat. The thought of his own injury compelled him to consider nourishing himself. He appreciated the sentiment. Yet he knew he could not partake in the offering. Rising to stretch his injured leg, he felt a lingering twinge of pain, yet he was able to walk. With a carefree demeanor, he remarked, "This meager portion would hardly suffice to fill the gaps between my teeth. Unlike you, who could perish from starvation after 7 sunlit days. I could easily endure 30. Yanxi delivered a sharp slap to his head and remarked, "Is starving oneself truly something to boast about?" Qiuzhe instinctively recoiled, then lifted Yanxi into his arms, allowing her to perch upon his forearm. He gazed up at her and said, "Yanxi, may I venture out to procure some food for you? My leg has healed, and I shall make every effort to minimize its use. Before nightfall, regardless of whether I find sustenance or not, I promise to return, all right?" Yanxi understood that she could not dissuade Qiuzhe, for he had reiterated this to her several times. She reached out and embraced Qiuzhe's neck, saying, "Let us go outside the cave." Upon hearing her words, Qiuzhe realized she had acquiesced to his wishes, and a wave of joy surged within him as he smiled and held her close while exiting the cave. Channeling his unique abilities, he parted the rain, creating a dry sanctuary around them. He waded through the water to a higher elevation, where the flood waters had yet to encroach. Gently placing Yanxi on the ground, he remarked, "The air in the cave is stifling. If you wish to leave, upon my return from hunting, I shall use my powers to take you out for a stroll." Yanxi leaned closer to him and whispered, "You need not venture out to hunt. Although my space lacks meat, it is abundant in fruits and vegetables, sufficient to sustain us for an entire year. I do not relish those foods. You may keep them for yourself. The rainy season will endure for over 20 more sunlit days. Do not be overly kind. The provisions in your space should be reserved for your own sustenance, rather than constantly thinking of others." Qiuzhe caressed her slender waist and felt a warmth enveloping his heart. The food in her space was not only for him, but also to trade with the horned sheep beast men. Currently, it was inconvenient for them to enter the black soil space to cultivate, and her resources were indeed limited. Yanxi released him and said, "You are not just anyone." After her words, noticing that no orcs were entering or exiting the cave, she retrieved a handful of fruits from the dark earth space and began to feed them one by one into Qiuzhe's mouth. With his mouth full, Qiuzhe muttered, "If I am not just anyone, then who am I? Your beast husband? If that is the case, I shall consume these fruits. If not, I shall refuse to eat, regardless of how full you stuff my mouth. After all, you are not my mate. How could I indulge in fruits offered by another?" Yanxi gazed at him in exasperation. Noticing his lack of concern, Qiuzhe, with a playful tone, proclaimed, "Am I not your beast husband? Now that you have recovered, You seem to have the energy to be upset with me, do you? He continued. Where is the anger? I merely observed your anxious and desolate demeanor for Yi Cheng. And I must admit, it stirs a tinge of jealousy within me, having been by your side for so long. You have yet to explicitly define my position in your life. It leaves my heart feeling somewhat aggrieved. What I desire is your honest confession. I adore you, deeply and profoundly, to the extent that I would willingly sacrifice my life for you. What about you? Do you wish for me to be your beast husband? If you say no, I shall maintain my distance and remain merely your servant. Yet, if you desire me as your beast husband, for you, I would risk it all. With a few swift motions, Chiyoza chewed and swallowed the fruit in his mouth, lowering his forehead to meet hers. His voice imbued with an enchanting quality that seemed to echo in the air, captivating anyone who might hear it. Yanxi felt her face flush as she continued to feed him fruit, her gaze wavering in his direction. Chiyoza, for his part, consumed one piece for every piece she offered, unfazed by the fruit pits he spat out as he pressed Yanxi for a response. Once she had finished the handful of fruit in her hand, Chiyoza inquired, You still have not provided me with an answer. Yanxi cast a glance at him before lowering her head. In a soft voice, she said, I would like to wait for Yi Cheng to return before discussing it. Chiyoza was taken aback, and the anger within him dissipated. She still refused to accept herself. Yanxi seemed to sense his despondency, and explained, I wish to wait for Night Cheng to return and obtain his consent before proceeding, if that is acceptable. Upon hearing her clarification, Chiyoza's eyes brightened. He embraced her and spun her around in delight, contemplating tossing her playfully. However, Yanxi, startled, called out, and ultimately, Chiyoza refrained from throwing her. Instead, he held her close and playfully teased her. Chapter 105. I do not wish to engage in intimate acts with a male orc devoid of affection. Yanxi gasped for breath from his kiss, leaning against his slender chest, feeling his protruding ribs beneath her touch. Yet, at that moment, she felt a profound sense of security, the most tranquil she had been since the night he departed. Chiyoza lifted her gently and declared, I shall escort you home. And today I promise to return with a grand catch. You need not push yourself, she cautioned. Your leg injury has yet to heal completely. Do not exert yourself. Further strain could leave lasting repercussions. Yanxi gazed at him earnestly, but Chiyoza held a different perspective. A male beast man must ensure the well-being of his female in every aspect. It pained him to allow her to dwell in such a meager cave. He contemplated whether to excavate a more spacious den higher up, just for the two of them, or perhaps three, including Zhang Xiao, during his convalescence. Zhang Xiao had assisted in caring for Yanxi, earning a begrudging acknowledgement. Once he secured a substantial prey and alleviated concerns over their provisions for the coming days, he would commence digging. After placing Yanxi into the floating earthen vessel within their cave, Chiyoza bestowed a tender kiss upon her forehead and departed with a graceful stride. Yanxi could not impede him. She could only hope for his safe return. She wished he would refrain from causing her any further troubles, for she could hardly endure it. Zhang Xiao observed Yanxi's unwavering gaze towards the cave entrance. Understanding her concern for Chiyoza, with a somewhat rigid tone, he remarked, Chiyoza possesses water-based abilities. In weather like this, he thrives effortlessly. Fortunately, the seawater is currently surging, merging with the mountain flood, and the water's surface has become relatively calm, allowing the beastmen to venture out in search of sustenance with greater safety. The only uncertainty lies in whether they will find any food. Yanxi listened to his words and nodded slowly. When Zhang Xiao once again held out the 2 pieces of raw fish, he inquired if she would like to partake. Yanxi shook her head vigorously and said, No, truly no. I have fruit to eat. However, fruit cannot satiate one's hunger, and moreover, one cannot rely solely on fruit for sustenance. Zhang Xiao felt an urge to stuff fish and meat into her mouth once again. Upon catching a glimpse of his gaze, Yanxi instinctively discerned his intentions. Hastily covering her mouth and retreating, she murmured, I truly cannot eat. It is far too fishy. You should partake instead. After running about for 2 days, you must be quite fatigued. Please, eat. She had access to the fruits and plants from her black soil space, which were far superior to what he and Chiyoza could offer. Although the memory of his previous insistence on feeding her left a less than favorable impression, she understood his intentions were rooted in care. At times, however, she felt his approach was overly forceful, perhaps due to his limited interactions with females. While she did not reject the notion entirely, she found it difficult to embrace. Thus, witnessing his current desire to shove food into her mouth filled her with trepidation, her eyes reflecting sheer panic. Zhang Xiao, perceiving her reluctance, promptly consumed the 2 pieces of fish himself, chewing and swallowing them with determination. Yanxi observed that she had consumed the fish, which allowed her body to finally relax. With a sense of guilt, she expressed her gratitude, saying, Thank you, Zhang Xiao. Seated in the usual spot occupied by Chiyoza, replied, Since you haven't eaten the food I've retrieved for you, I haven't truly been of assistance. So there is no need for thanks. Yanxi shook her head and said, No, it was during the time when Yi Cheng was absent and Chiyoza was injured. In my moment of utmost helplessness, you provided me with a pillar of support, which holds significant importance. Therefore, I must express my gratitude. However, I cannot betray my own will and become your partner solely based on that. My heart is small. It can only accommodate Yi Cheng. and Chiozei is also forcefully squeezed in. Although, I do not wish to delay you. My own life is in disarray. And if you have a better option, please do not waste your time on me. Zhang Xiao looked up at her after she finished speaking, remaining silent without uttering a word. She, how utterly awkward. She is, after all, rejecting the advances of a male orc. His lack of response only deepens her embarrassment, leading her to feel as though she is indulging in her own fanciful notions. However, the next words from Zhang Xiao leave her speechless. He states, I wish for you to agree to mate with me during my heat period. To help suppress the tumultuous powers within me. Male orcs endowed with special abilities, if compelled to restrain their desires for an extended duration, risk losing their sanity and ultimately devolving into mere instruments of slaughter. I desire for us to engage in this union a few times during that time. At all other moments, I shall refrain from intruding upon your life. Yet, when danger befalls you, I will fight to the death to protect you. Does that sound agreeable? Yanxi paused momentarily. The other party had no intention of engaging her in matters of the heart, only seeking to discuss mutual benefits. In a way, this was preferable. Yet, Yanxi found herself unable to comply. Gazing at Zhang Xiao, she slowly shook her head and stated, I do not wish to engage in such intimate acts with a male orc devoid of affection. She had initially intended to be more explicit but feared that her subtlety might elude his comprehension. Thus, she opted for a direct refusal, which was beneficial for both him and herself. Upon hearing her unequivocal rejection, Zhang Xiao felt little disappointment. However, since Yu Qing had consented to allow him to be Yin Shi's beast husband, witnessing her harmonious interactions with Yu Qing, Chiozei, and even that horned ram orc, he couldn't help but envision the beauty of a similar relationship between them. A female who considered his well-being, and in turn, he would safeguard her with his life. Yet, he realized this was merely a fanciful desire. No female would be attracted to a male orc as dull as he. Since the passing of his father, he had grown cold-hearted and withdrawn from social interactions, perceiving malice in those around him. It was his own naivety that had led to the death of his beloved father. He vowed never to allow himself to be manipulated or deceived again. Yet, at this moment, he yearned to be misled by this petite female, hoping she might playfully deceive him, even if it were merely a ruse to protect her through the torrential rainy season, lowering her pride to feign an interest in him as her beast husband. Only to cast him aside after the storms had passed would be preferable to her current candid rejection, but she remained forthright, honest, and transparent. Reminiscent of his earlier self, innocent and easily deceived. Yet this female had made it abundantly clear that she did not wish to bond with him as a partner. Zhang Xiao pondered that perhaps this was the norm. After all, who would be enamored with a gloomy, unyielding male orc who spoke little, lacked charm, and often compelled her to partake in activities she despised? Zhang Xiao fell silent, seemingly ensnared within the confines of his own convoluted thoughts. Yet she no longer paid him any mind. After consuming a few fruits from the earthen jar, she succumbed to slumber. The murky air and oppressive atmosphere enveloped her. Beyond sleep, she found herself at a loss for what else to do. She was roused by an urgent need to relieve herself, feeling a slight discomfort in her abdomen. She wished to answer nature's call. Rising, she glanced around, realizing that Chiozei had yet to return. Zhang Xiao remained in the same spot he had occupied before her nap. Could it be that this beastman had been seated there all along? However, she had little time to ponder such matters. She inquired, has Chiozei not returned yet? Upon hearing her question, Zhang Xiao looked up in a somewhat dazed manner. Surveying the cave before responding to the entrance, it seems he has not returned. I have not seen him. With Chiozei absent, no one was available to escort her outside. Her urgency intensified. Having consumed little protein lately, subsisting mainly on fruits and vegetables, her bowel movements had been quite regular, and she felt an overwhelming urge that she could scarcely contain. Chapter 106. Chiozei brings back food. Zhang Xiao, having detected her distress, rose to inquire, what troubles you? Please, tell me. Rest assured, this does not entail any obligation for you to mate with me. I had previously promised Yu Qing that I would take good care of you during the rainy season, and I shall fulfill that commitment. If you do not wish to be my female, I shall not coerce you. However, I will honor my promise to Yu Qing to look after you. When Chiozei left, he also entrusted me with your care, so do not hesitate to communicate any needs you may have. Yanxi found herself unable to contain her embarrassment, releasing a loud and odorous flatulence that unmistakably conveyed her current intentions to Zhang Xiao. Taken aback, Zhang Xiao sensed her desperation. Bowing her head, with her hands covering her face, she felt utterly mortified. Zhang Xiao, noticing her discomfort, retrieved a makeshift tent from the clay pot, holding it over her head as he carried her through the water, guiding their escape. Yanxi felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, wishing for death. However, what truly exacerbated his despair was when Zhang Xiao held him close, mimicking the posture of a child relieving himself, while saying, let's settle this quickly. Hurry, don't take too long, or the rain will soak you. Yanxi was just about to suggest taking her to a higher place where she could squat and relieve herself. However, this motion inadvertently relaxed her taut pelvic muscles. Before she could utter a word, her remarkably efficient digestive system betrayed her, and then, she succumbed to despair, resigning herself to the situation. So be it. Whatever. After all, this was not her first time losing composure in front of a male orc. Perhaps there would be even more of such unrestrainedly embarrassing moments awaiting her in the future. Even when Zhang Xiao watched her behind in the end, She was indifferent. Let the world perish. Retreating into her shell like a turtle, she avoided any interaction. Not even when Chiozei returned with a large prey did she emerge to greet him. She had no desire to see anyone, feeling utterly ashamed. When Chiozei approached her, eager to boast, Yinshi clearly could not muster any interest. Chiozei, puzzled, inquired, "What is wrong, Yinshi? You were perfectly fine when I left. What on earth happened in such a short span of time?" Noticing Yinshi's silence, he turned to Zhang Xiao for answers. Zhang Xiao glanced at Yinshi, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth, and said, "I carried her out, don't say it." Yinshi still had a shred of dignity left, and she couldn't allow a third person to know. Zhang Xiao, caught off guard, obediently fell silent. Chiozei pondered for a moment. Indeed, he had seen Yinshi in a similar state before. Leaning closer, he teased, "Did Zhang Xiao carry you out to do your business?" Yinshi stepped forward and covered his mouth, her cheeks flushed as she exclaimed, "You mustn't say that. You simply mustn't." How could she forget that her second incident occurred in front of Chiozei? However, this time she was even less familiar with Zhang Xiao, and she couldn't help but succumb to the embarrassment before him. She wished she could just disappear. Chiozei, with a smile dancing in his eyes, reassured her. "It's quite all right. Every beastman has their moments. You didn't leave Zhang Xiao in a dreadful state, did you?" Yinshi, she shook her head. Was it truly absent, or was it simply unknown? Regardless, she had been indifferent at the time and paid no heed. Chiozei, undeterred, remarked, "I encountered a famished prey on a mountaintop, disoriented with hunger. After lying in wait for an extended period, I struck with precision and brought it down. Come. I shall lead you to the summit, where I will prepare a meal of the meat for you." Yinshi shook her head and said, "You go ahead and eat. I have no appetite at the moment." Chiozei pondered for a moment before replying, "Then I shall prepare a meal for you at the mountain peak. And I will bring it down once it's ready." "No need for that," she interjected. "The people in the cave are utterly famished. They must not catch a whiff of the meat's aroma. If they don't smell it, perhaps they can endure a little longer," she continued. "But if they were to learn that we are feasting on meat, I shudder to think of the consequences." Chiozei, dismissing her concerns, replied, "What is there to fear? My leg is healed now. Should they dare to snatch your food, I will whisk you away from here. The stench is unbearable, even for me, let alone for you." Yinshi sighed and said, "Did you not mention there are still over 20 days remaining? If we endure these 20 days, it shall be well." Chiozei merely spoke in jest. They still needed to travel to the Lion Beastman tribe to await Yicheng. He then stood and declared, "I shall ascend the mountain to prepare meat for you, so please wait for me." Yinshi pulled Chiozei, who turned around and asked, "What is the matter?" Yinshi pondered for a moment before softly suggesting, "Could you prepare a bit more? Let us share some food, shall we?" She had come to realize that whenever they dined in her company, they would invariably consume some of her favorite delicacies. However, when they ventured out to hunt for themselves, they would indulge in their spoils alone. She wished for Chiozei to prepare a larger meal, so that when she dined, Zhang Xiao might partake as well. After 2 days of hunting, Chiozei managed to catch a single fish. Given the voracious appetites of their kind, even that meager catch would hardly suffice. Chiozei chuckled. All right. He felt it was only fair to share a portion of his bounty with Zhang Xiao, who had assisted him greatly in recent days. Though he wondered if Zhang Xiao would feel awkward accepting the food he had brought back. Indeed, Zhang Xiao found it difficult to consume the food Chiozei had prepared. Yet he could not refuse Yinshi's earnest desire to share. He half-heartedly finished a bowl, and as soon as he did, Yinshi eagerly served him another. Zhang Xiao contemplated declining, but Yinshi was resolute. She understood that such a small amount would hardly satisfy the hunger of a beast man, yet it would provide some nourishment. Especially since the broth contained water from her restorative spring, beneficial for their kind. Upon tasting the meat, Zhang Xiao would notice something amiss. Yet he would likely attribute it to a psychological response from having gone so long without meat, rather than discerning any fault with the soup itself. Indeed, this was Zhang Zhao's line of thought. Although the flavor was delightful, he still remarked, "You should save some for yourself. It's rare to have a fire to cook for you." Yinshi shook her head and said, "I can manage no more than 2 bowls. The rest is for you and Chiozei." Chiozei replied, "You should eat your fill. Once satisfied, please dig a small cave here that can accommodate 3 people for Yinshi. The cave below is hardly suitable for anyone, let alone orcs." The air was thick and stung the eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xiao realized the truth in her words and, without further pretense, began to eat heartily. Yinshi observed as they divided the last morsels of food from the clay pot, her heart finally relieved from the worry of their starvation. When Chiozei left, his ribs were starkly visible beneath his skin. These days, he and Zhang Xiao had visibly emaciated. Seeing them in such a state stirred a pang of discomfort within Yinshi. Cloaked in a rain tarp, she watched the 2 male beastmen toil in the earth, her gaze drifting towards the vast expanse below. The rain continued to pour, yet the surface lacked the tumultuous fury of a mountain flood, as if determined to level their summit. The sound was terrifying, lingering in Yinshi's mind like an unsettling echo. The cave was swiftly excavated, just spacious enough to accommodate a large clay pot, a bed, and a cooking stove. The 2 beastmen had to stoop and bend as they moved in and out. But Yinshi had no such burden. Her diminutive stature granted her the advantage of easily reaching the cave's ceiling with a leap. Possessing her own cave brought a long-awaited relief to her nerves. She eagerly urged Qiu Zhe and the others to accompany her to retrieve her belongings from the lower cave and to settle in the upper one. Although it was small and damp, its atmosphere was far more pleasant than the oppressive scent of the larger cave below. This alone made Yanxi more inclined to reside in the upper cave. Upon descending to collect her items, she discovered that Anan had become alarmingly gaunt. Being pregnant, she struggled to eat, and the pungent odor of the cave was unbearable. Anyone with the means would wish to avoid living there. Chapter 107. My female provides for me. A natural order. Yanxi remarked, we have excavated a small cave at a higher elevation. Would you consider joining us to create a similar dwelling above? The air quality is far superior to that of this location, which would be beneficial for Anan and her offspring. Perhaps ascending would even enable Anan to find sustenance. Yanxi spoke these words to Ayang and Xinghua, particularly addressing Ayang. Anan was carrying his offspring in this pregnancy. Do not inquire why it is certain that it is his child. The keen olfactory senses of the beastmen reveal all. He discerned the scent emanating from Anan. Thus, as the father of the unborn cub, he felt an obligation to provide a better living environment for the female bearing his progeny. Observing Anan's visibly gaunt figure caused him pangs of compassion. Ultimately, he acquiesced, agreeing to accompany Xinghua to excavate a burrow above. Vowing to return for Anan once it was completed, Anan requested that they dig a bit larger, as she wished to bring the little ones along. Thus, atop the expansive cavern, two smaller chambers emerged, accommodating both Yanxi and Anan's families. Residing in the airier cave above, Anan's spirits lifted, and her appetite indeed improved. She was able to consume food at each meal. Though her portions remained modest, she no longer felt nauseous, which alleviated the concerns of Ayang and Xinghua. Daily, various individuals ventured out to procure sustenance for Anan, resulting in a subtle return of flesh to her visage. Qiu's leg had yet to fully heal, and after 2 excursions, his injury had unfortunately recurred. Yanxi was filled with a desire to put an end to him. After tending to his wounds once more, she threatened, if you dare to wander about again, I shall retract my previous words and deny you any further chances. Qiu Zhe, with a pitiful expression, clutched the animal hide and lamented, Yanxi is truly fierce. Yanxi sighed deeply, expressing concern, your legs require rest. Otherwise, you may indeed suffer a lifelong disability. Qiu Zhe obediently nodded, admitting that the pain in his legs had become unbearable, instilling a sense of fear within him. In the future, all of Yanxi's beastly companions would possess formidable strength, and he could not afford to be the one burdened with a limp. How could someone as handsome and strikingly beautiful as he be a crippled beast-man? Thus, he entrusted all hunting responsibilities to Zhang Xiao, especially since he had